Reincarnated as a tiny baby, our male lead grows stronger with every single sip of milk he takes. At just 3 months old, he was doing 10,000 sit-ups. By 4 months, he learned how to crawl, and by 5 months, he was already walking, all because he has an insane game hacking system. Simply by training a specific part of his body, that part will grow infinitely stronger. By his 6th month, he was already sitting back and watching TV with his parents. The world he lives in features 2 types of superhuman powers: mechanical modification and genetic mutation. Those who undergo mechanical modification use machinery to enhance and strengthen their physical bodies. Genetic mutants, on the other hand, fuse with the genes of mutated beasts to acquire various unique abilities. But humanity has an uninvited enemy. Ever since the Earth mutated, all kinds of monstrous beasts have emerged. Not long after, new neighbors moved in nearby. They also had a little daughter named Shen Qinghan. This little girl was his very first friend in this world. At the time, though, he had no idea that their destinies would become so tightly bound together. By his 7th month, he had already mastered running, high jumping, and could even talk. In his 8th month, he started frantically doing sit-ups and building muscle. He only dared to train when his parents weren't home, but doing it for so long was bound to get him caught. And sure enough, he accidentally got caught red-handed by his mom. His mom rubbed her eyes in disbelief. What on earth? Why did she just see her baby doing sit-ups? But the moment she looked back, our lead was already pretending to be fast asleep. She figured she'd just been watching too many brainless short videos lately, causing her mind to play tricks on her. A few days later, while giving him a bath, she called out to her husband in a complete panic. "Honey, our son is only 8 months old, so why does he have a six-pack?" The dad was stunned. He already knew his son had a monster appetite, but a six-pack too? Then, a light bulb suddenly went off in the dad's head. He told his wife that their son must be a 1 in a 10,000 genius. He proudly declared, "Our boy's future is going to be incredibly bright. Even without genetic modification, he'll reach the absolute top through mechanical engineering." Our lead let out a quiet sigh of relief. He was just using a cheat code, yet he almost got caught. Luckily, his dad's imagination was wild enough to think he was just a genius. Having a novelist for a dad sure was convenient. But when it came to geniuses, our lead wasn't the only one in this world. The TV reported that a 1,000-year-old martial arts family in the capital had a prodigy with innate superhuman strength, who could lift a 20-kilogram weight at just 2 years old. Seeing this, his mom gently stroked his head. "Our Chen Chen is amazing too. You definitely won't fall behind those 1,000-year-old elite families in the future." Our lead thought to himself, Mom really has a great eye for talent. But even he wasn't sure if he'd be able to easily lift a 20-kilogram weight when he turned 2. Before long, our lead turned 2 years old. Thanks to his constant strength progression, he could now easily lift a 20-kilogram weight with ease. Just then, his mom called out, "Chen Chen, where are you, sweetie? Little Han Han is here to play with you, come on out." Our lead shrugged his shoulders and walked out, coming face to face with the little girl. She was holding a small cake, offering to share it with him. He told her to just eat it herself. Even though there was a massive gap in their mental age, he still let her play with him. After all, having her lie on his back to add extra weight for his push-ups was actually pretty convenient. However, playing with this toddler came with one major hazard: she occasionally wet herself. At moments like that, our lead could only scream for backup. "Mom." Han Han wet her pants again. By the time he was 3 years old, our lead could easily lift weights of up to 40 kilograms. Meanwhile, that prodigy from the capital, who was a year and a half older, could only lift 30 kilograms. But as our lead stared at his system interface, he fell into deep thought. His evolutionary tier was still stuck at Tier 1 Ordinary. He couldn't help but wonder, what would Tier 2 Ordinary look like? Would it transcend normal human limits? Filled with these burning questions, our lead stepped out of his house for the very first time. It was also his first time seeing mechanically modified cyborgs and gene-fused mutants with his own eyes. And his very first destination was the library. Since his parents didn't want him glued to screens, the best way to satisfy his curiosity and get some answers was to read books at the library. After burying himself in books, he gained a whole new understanding of this beast-infested world. As it turned out, ancient ruins had tablets that recorded this. This world is divided into 6 evolutionary tiers: ordinary, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. Furthermore, each tier is split into 9 stages, with regular humans resting at Tier 1 Ordinary level. Compared to higher-tier creatures, humans are less than ants. It seems he must speed up his training and grow stronger as fast as possible. Only then would he stand a chance at surviving in this incredibly dangerous world. Ding! System announcement. You are currently reading Spirit +1, Comprehension +1, Knowledge +1. Milestone reward for reading 100 million words. Obtained the biological trait, Celestial Root of Wisdom. Current reading progress, 10.86 out of 1 million words. The system really knew him inside out. As soon as he finished reading, it already lined up a brand new task for him. Exactly. After that, he began training both his mind and body. He would read books while doing crunches. By the time he was 4 years old, he had already read 43,960,000 words. Not long after, the male lead started attending kindergarten just like any other kid. Not long after starting kindergarten, he smoothly advanced to the second tier of the common rank. By this time, the male lead could already lift 80 kilograms with just one hand, achieve a standing high jump of 1.2 meters, and sprint 100 meters in 11 seconds. As for Han, just because she wet her pants, she was constantly ridiculed by her classmates and called the bedwetting king. Seeing this, our main character jumped into action, leaping onto the podium and shouting at the top of his lungs, "Shut up, all of you. From now on, if anyone dares call him the bedwetting king, I'll make sure that punk wets the bed every single day." The other kids were absolutely terrified, bursting into tears, while only Han looked at him with pure admiration. Ding! The system chimed in, notifying him that his dominant aura had terrified all his classmates, successfully unlocking the title of Kindergarten Boss. Achievement: Ruler of 9. Year Compulsory Education. Title unlocked: Kindergarten Boss. Elementary School Boss, locked. Middle School Boss, locked. He never expected that a single shout would trigger a brand new quest. Before he could even finish his previous quest, a new one had already popped up. It seemed he could trigger multiple quests at the same time, but this was actually a good thing. Not long after, he successfully completed his literacy quest. He received a physical attribute reward, Heavenly Wisdom Root. From that day on, he studied and trained harder than ever. He pushed his training to the absolute limit. In the blink of an eye, he and his classmates turned 7, and he smoothly received his kindergarten graduation gift. During the summer break before starting elementary school, he trained non-stop, constantly pushing his physical limits. Eventually, he could lift 200 pounds with just one hand, high jump up to 2 meters, and run a 100-meter sprint in just 8 seconds. Boosted by his Heavenly Wisdom Root, he even managed to master the entire elementary school curriculum in his spare time. Soon, he finally began his elementary school life. By then, he had already started studying middle and high school subjects. Naturally, he easily swept every elementary school competition, though the rewards were pretty useless. At the very least, he was able to unlock his next boss title. Whenever he had free time at school, he would tutor Shen Qinghan. Although she wasn't a natural-born genius, her obedience and hard work earned her second place in the class after just 1 semester. First place, of course, went to our main character. To quickly unlock his next title, he actively trained alongside his studies. He entered every sports competition and completely shattered all the school records. Just when he thought his school days would be a repetitive routine until graduation, a very unusual transfer student joined their class. She was unusual because he could sense a strange, non-human aura radiating from her. The girl was assigned to the seat right behind him. As she walked past, Shen Qinghan whispered to him, "Xiao Chen, why is her hair so beautiful? It looks just like a flower blooming in the winter snow." But he was in no mood to answer. He was completely focused on why Bai Shui possessed that strange, non-human aura. Could she be a gene-spliced human? Or maybe the offspring of one? Over the next few days, Bai Shui would immediately fall asleep on her desk as soon as class ended. Although everyone was curious at first, they eventually stopped paying attention to her. That was until a month later, when Bai Shui's body began secreting a mysterious white fluid. No one knew what it was, but it gave off a foul odor. Because of this, her classmates began to shun her for her body odor. One boy went too far, pouring a bottle of water right over her head, claiming he was doing her a favor by washing away the smell. He expected the usually cold, quiet girl to snap, but she just burst into tears. Seeing this, the bullies only laughed louder. Han couldn't stand seeing this and begged him to help Bai Shui. Even though he still wasn't sure who this new transfer student really was, he decided to step in. He placed his hand on the bully's shoulder and said, "Hey, wipe the water off Bai Shui's desk right now." The kid paled with fear. "Sure, no problem. I'll clean it up right away. He scrambled to clean the desk immediately. In this school, our main character was known as a little tyrant, and even the 6th graders knew better than to mess with him. He then turned to the classroom and announced, "Everyone who just picked on Bai Shui, get over here and apologize to her right now." The kids who had joined in on the bullying were terrified. They quickly lined up and bowed to her. "We were wrong. We are so sorry. Please forgive us." Bai Shui finally stopped crying and softly thanked both Han Han and our main character. From that day on, Shen Qinghan made an effort to get close to the white-haired girl, even dragging him along to become friends with her too. She always shared her delicious snacks with her first. Eventually, Bai Shui gathered the courage to ask the question that had been weighing on her mind. "My body smells so bad. Don't you guys find me disgusting?" She took the initiative to explain, "I'm sorry. It's not that I don't trust you guys. It's just that since I was little, everyone around me has shunned me. So, feeling this happy, and having people by my side for the first time, it feels a bit unreal, almost like a dream." Han Han replied, "This isn't a dream. I've been through similar things, so I'll absolutely never push you away. Besides, as long as you're okay with it, we'll be friends forever." Since our bedwetting queen had gone through something similar, she completely understood how Bai Shui felt. Hearing this, Bai Shui hugged Han Han, her tears flowing uncontrollably as she cried, Thank you guys so much." She then took off the necklace around her neck and said, "Han Han, Xiao Chen, you guys always give me delicious food and hang out with me, so I want to give you something in return. This is a beast tooth my mom gave me for my birthday last year, and now, I want you guys to have it. I hope you don't mind. And I really hope we'll be friends forever." Han Han carefully took the beast tooth with both hands, saying happily, "We'll definitely be best friends forever." Just when Shen Qinghan thought this friendship would last forever, the unexpected happened. A cyborg came and processed transfer paperwork for Bai Shui. On top of that, our protagonist even overheard the principal saying that her student records were highly classified. This made it clear that Bai Shui's background was anything but ordinary. From that day on, our protagonist never saw Bai Shui again. Perhaps she was just a passing stranger in our protagonist's life. But compared to Bai Shui's departure, what happened next was what really caught our protagonist's attention. The prodigy from the capital he'd been keeping tabs on had successfully fused genes at just 12 years old, and could now lift half a ton with a single hand. This took our protagonist by surprise, fusing genes at such a young age. Before this, the prodigy could only lift 100 pounds with one hand. But right after fusing genes, he could suddenly lift 500 pounds, a 5-fold increase in strength. Yet, our protagonist was only 8 years old, and without even fusing genes, he could already lift 300 pounds with a single hand. This meant our protagonist's potential was actually much greater. Our protagonist was highly confident about his future plans until he watched the news and truly understood what it felt like to be gripped by absolute terror. A neighboring country had just been devastated by an aberrant beast attack, according to footage captured by a cameraman. This particular attack involved giant mutated rats. A girl could be seen trapped in the claws of one of these beasts before being swallowed alive. What's worse, investigations revealed that a group of cultists was pulling the strings behind the attack. A spokesperson pleaded on camera for international aid, hoping they could work together to wipe out this cult. This so-called cult was actually an anti-human organization formed by extremists. Driven by greed, they became the lapdogs of the aberrant beasts, launching attacks on the human world. Fortunately, our protagonist was born in a powerful nation with a stable environment to grow up in. But right at that moment, he heard a loud explosion from outside his window. He rushed to the window to check and saw a large number of government cyborgs flying through the air. The next morning, our protagonist waited for Han Han so they could walk to school together. That was when he noticed that the gift Bai Shui had given them was actually glowing. Our protagonist figured it must be an aberrant beast's tooth. No wonder Bai Shui carried a non-human aura. It must have come from this very tooth. Afterward, the two of them headed to school. However, between the flying cyborgs from yesterday and now this glowing tooth, our protagonist couldn't shake the feeling that trouble was brewing. Just as they were walking past, a red-haired woman suddenly stopped them. "Hey there, kids. Want to play some fun games with me?" She then asked if they were brother and sister. Han Han, completely off her guard, immediately blurted out the truth. The woman then asked, "You're both so young. Are you walking to school all by yourselves? Where are your parents?" Our protagonist quickly pulled Han Han away and said, "We're going to be late. Let's not waste our time here." Once they reached school, he told Han Han, "From now on, if strangers come up to ask questions, don't just blabber to them." Han Han nodded, saying she understood. After school, our protagonist took Han Han home using a different route. But as they passed a narrow alley, they ran straight into the woman from this morning. Even though our protagonist had changed their route, she had still managed to tail them all the way here. She spoke up, "Hey there, kids. I've got lots of delicious treats at my house. Do you want to come over and play?" Standing right behind her was a man. Without saying a word, the man lunged forward, trying to grab them. But our protagonist was already in a fighting stance, and with a swift punch, he struck the man right in the chest, sending him flying like a cannonball 100 meters away. The woman was stunned. How is this possible? How can an elementary school kid blast a grown man away like that? Before she could even wrap her head around it, our protagonist lunged right in front of her and landed another heavy punch straight to her face. He then picked up a brick and walked back toward them. Since there were no cameras around, to eliminate any future trouble, he decided to deliver one final blow to finish them off. Even though our main character didn't want things to go down this way, if those two blabbed about what happened today, his powers would be totally exposed. His low-key lifestyle of hiding his true strength to train in secret would go right down the drain. But right at that moment, the ground started violently shaking, accompanied by the terrifying roar of a mutated beast. Seconds later, a massive creature materialized right before his eyes. It was a giant mutated rat. Opening its massive jaws, it instantly bit off the upper half of the woman's body in a single crunch. It then grabbed the man, holding a victim in each hand as it slowly devoured them. Without wasting a single second, our guy dashed forward and scooped Han Han up in his arms. He ran for his life, bolting out of there. Luckily, before they could get far, a cyborg warrior suddenly appeared in the sky. She soared toward the mutated rat, hovering right above its head. Raising her arm, she locked on and prepared her weapon. Once fully charged, she aimed straight at the beast and fired a powerful energy blast. The blast hit the mutated rat dead on, triggering a massive explosion. In an instant, the beast was left completely dazed and disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, the cyborg girl delivered a devastating slash, ending the mutated rat's life once and for all. Back home, our main character began analyzing the battle. He figured that the cyborg woman's rank probably wasn't very high. She had to rely on a cannon blast to stun the beast first, and even then, it took her a whole 7 minutes of close combat to finish the job. Still, those mutated rats are no joke. An adult can grow up to 4 meters long and is classified as a Tier 5 common beast. It was a stroke of luck that the cyborg showed up when she did, allowing him to escape unscathed. But this only proved that relying on his own strength was what mattered most. From that day on, our guy pushed his training to the absolute limit. The system chimed in. Weighted squats complete. Vitality squat proficiency +1. Before long, our guy and Han Han celebrated their 9th birthday. After making their wishes, they exchanged gifts. Our guy gave Han Han a beautiful handmade hairpin. He actually carved it himself in a single night by using his boosted celestial wisdom root to master the art of sculpting. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and they both graduated. Right then, the system notified him that he had unlocked the elementary school overlord title. If he could just unlock the middle school overlord title next, he would acquire a special biological trait called survival of the fittest. During the break before entering middle school, he aimed to unlock that title as fast as possible while rapidly boosting his overall power. He pushed himself through brutal daily workouts. The system chimed, "You have completed 1,000 weighted push-ups, vitality +2,000, arm strength +2,000, and chest strength +2,000. Push-up proficiency +1,000. Finally, right before the school year kicked off, our guy's biological level successfully advanced to Tier 3 common. With all his physical stats boosted, he couldn't help but compare himself to that famous prodigy from the capital. At just 14 years old, that kid could lift 2,000 pounds with a single hand, thanks to ant genes that multiplied his physical strength by 4 to 8 times. Even with just a 4 times boost, his sheer power allowed him to lift 400 pounds with a single arm. Comparing their stats, our guy realized he was actually stronger than that prodigy. This only fueled his excitement for the future. If he's this strong now, just imagine how insane his power will be once he starts fusing genes. Not long after, his middle school life officially began. Since he was the top student in the entire city back in elementary school, the principal of the city's most elite academy personally recruited him. He eventually agreed to join Shanghai Middle School, but on one condition: Shen Qinghan had to be allowed to attend the school with him. On orientation day, both the principal and his new homeroom teacher personally welcomed him, urging him to bring glory and honor to the school. After exchanging a few polite words, our guy made up an excuse to take his leave. Truth be told, the only reason he chose Shanghai Middle School was because of their state-of-the-art training facilities. So, right after checking in, he and Han Han immediately headed out for a friendly game of badminton. But out of nowhere, before they could even get warmed up, some uninvited guests showed up to ruin the mood. An upperclassman walked up to them and sneered, "Are you newbies? This court is strictly reserved for the elite class." The two other jerks next to him started throwing insults at Han Han. Hearing this, our guy's face completely darkened. "Hey, you upperclassmen better scram. First come, first served. Do I really need to repeat myself?" The guy scoffed. "Who says that's a rule? I don't care if God himself shows up today. This court is ours." Our guy didn't feel like wasting any more breath. He tossed the shuttlecock into the air and smashed it straight at the bully. The shuttlecock shot forward with a deafening sonic boom, instantly shredding the upperclassman's racket and blowing his cap right off. The three bullies froze in sheer terror. That was insanely fast. Is this guy even human? Could he be a gene fuser? But there is no way he can be this young. If we pick a fight with him, he'll literally crack our skulls open. Terrified, the three of them lined up, bowed deeply, and apologized. "We're so sorry, boss." With that, they turned tail and bolted. But it seemed that because of this incident, word spread like wildfire across the school, and from then on, nobody dared to mess with Shu Chen in class. Since he had already mastered the entire high school curriculum, he spent his class time reading advanced, external books. After finishing his nightly training, he would jump online to search for and learn all kinds of new skills. Boosted by his enhanced heavenly wisdom root, Shu Chen gradually mastered photography, cooking, driving, swimming, wilderness, survival, and many other skills. To quickly unlock the high school overlord title, he didn't just ace every single subject in school, he also brought home major trophies for the school in math, physics, chemistry, computer science, and more. The only reason he didn't sweep every single award was because he didn't want to draw too much attention to himself. Before long, the first semester came to an end, but to his surprise, the title still hadn't unlocked. His legendary performance had made thousands of girls fall head over heels for him, but he couldn't care less about romance. Aside from tutoring Shen Qinghan, he focused all his energy on the school's upcoming sports events. He figured that dominating the sports field might finally unlock that elusive high school overlord title. For this sports meet, he only signed up for the shot put, high jump, and short sprints. These three events perfectly tested his strength, endurance, and speed. If he could master these three areas, he would dominate physical education. And although he held back to avoid looking suspiciously superhuman, taking first place was still an absolute breeze. Right as Shu Chen collected the last of his gold medals, he suddenly felt a powerful surge of energy coursing through his body. The system chimed, "Your academic and athletic achievements both rank number 1, leaving the entire student body completely in your shadow. Successfully unlocked the title, High School Overlord. 9 years of compulsory education complete. Acquired the attribute, the strong eat the weak. System description, your life essence stands above all creation. Devouring the life essence of other living beings will accelerate your own evolution." Shu Chen rubbed his chin, deep in thought. What on earth does life essence actually refer to? Suddenly, Qinghan ran up from behind and called out, "Shu Chen, wait for me." His eyes snapped wide open as a thought struck him. "That's it." Shu Chen pointed to her necklace and asked, "Han Han, could you let me borrow that beast tooth of yours for a second?" Without a single doubt, she took off the necklace and handed it right over. The moment Shu Chen touched it, his entire body froze. The system chimed, "Devoured a trace of the abyssal giant butterfly's life essence. Abyssal giant butterfly codex is now at 1%. Once the codex progress bar reaches 100%, you can evolve certain attributes or skills of the corresponding exotic beast." He was taken aback. "Wait, this thing is actually a butterfly's tooth? Come to think of it, now that I know the name of this beast, maybe I can find some info on it online." Shu Chen sat down at his computer to search, but the screen only displayed, "No results found for abyssal giant butterfly." He couldn't help but feel bewildered. Absolutely nothing at all? Looks like if I want to figure this beast out, I'm on my own. Shu Chen quickly pulled another beast tooth necklace out of his backpack. Found it. Thankfully, Bai Shui had given him 2 of them back then. He squeezed it tightly in his palm, causing a wave of spiritual energy to burst forth. The system displayed, "You have devoured a trace of the abyssal giant butterfly's life essence. Abyssal giant butterfly codex is now at 2%. A second later, he let out a heavy sigh and muttered, "Only 2%? Looks like there isn't much life essence left in dead bones. If I want to fully unlock this thing, I'll have to find another way." The next day rolled around quickly. To ramp up his daily workout, Shu Chen started cycling to school, giving Qinghan a ride every single day. Plus, if they ever crossed paths with that giant mutated rat again, he could whisk her away to safety in no time. As they were riding, a voice suddenly caught his attention. Student Shu Chen. A middle-aged man walked up beside him and said, "I'm Coach Guo from the school's martial arts team. Your performance at the sports meet was the best in our school's history. So, I want to personally invite you to join our school's martial arts team. Your athletic talent is even more incredible than your academic talent. I really hope you'll say yes. Of course, you can look into the team a bit more before making your final decision." The two of them just stood there, completely dazed. Coach Guo spoke so fast he didn't even give them a chance to get a word in. Coach Guo quickly spun on his heel and waved goodbye, but not before calling back over his shoulder, "Room C in the school gymnasium is our headquarters. If you're free tomorrow, drop on by. I'll be waiting for you." Before long, a golden sunset bathed the entire city. Slap. Su Chen brought his palms together with a sharp smack. He looked down at the squashed insect in his hand and thought, "Looks like killing normal cockroaches and mosquitoes doesn't trigger the strong eat the weak. It seems only powerful exotic beasts possess enough life essence to be devoured." With that realization, he grabbed his phone and quickly hopped onto his bicycle to head back out. With Qinghan sitting on the back, his mind raced with ways to test his theory. "So, I decided to head to the meat market inside the mall first, to see what they have." Before we knew it, we had already arrived at the supermarket downtown. Zichen picked up a tray of meat and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. There was plenty of beast meat here, but it was all packaged up. I wouldn't be able to confirm my theory without touching it directly. Just as I was wondering what to do, a voice rang out. "Freshly cut meat is ready. Come grab yours." What caught his eye was a big sign that said, "Fresh beast meat, never pre-processed, safe and healthy to eat." He was thrilled, his heart racing with excitement. "There it is. The butcher over there is slicing it right now." Zichen quickly strode over and called back, Han Han, wait for me here. I'm gonna go check out that meat over there." Behind him, she stood there utterly confused, only able to squeak out a confused, "Huh?" With eyes shining like stars, Zichen rushed toward the fresh meat. Han Han probably found it a bit gross, but since I needed to confirm my theory as quickly as possible, I didn't bother explaining. Besides, the truth was right in front of me. The moment I touched it, a strange surge of energy welled up. I was right after all. This beast meat really contains an incredibly rich life essence. Seeing him so excited, Qinghan couldn't help but ask, "Zichen, are you okay? Why is he getting so worked up over just touching meat?" Her face went blank. "Zichen, how does that meat feel? Is it any different from regular meat?" He scratched his head with a sheepish grin and said, "Not really. It just feels a lot fresher. Do you want to touch it too?" Qinghan waved her hands, rejecting the offer. "No way, no thanks. You touching it is more than enough." Zichen gestured toward another display and suggested, "Since we're already here, why don't we buy some to try?" He looked down at the meat trays, thinking to himself that it was no surprise. Han Han looked so shocked. After all, beast meat was anything but cheap. Even the cheapest option, the ghost shadow squid, cost nearly 1,000 yuan a kilo. Zichen picked up a tray of squid and said, "Let's get this one this time." "Ghost shadow squid?" Qinghan panicked slightly and whispered, "Zichen, this is way too expensive. Shouldn't you ask Aunt Shin before deciding to buy it?" He reached out and gently patted her head to reassure her. "Don't worry, my mom already told me to buy a good amount of it." Zichen recalled the instructions Wan Xin had given him. "If you're going to buy beast meat, get a few kilograms. Then, invite Han Han over to try it with us. I'll transfer you the money." He pointed at the package and added, "She's going to prepare a huge beast meat feast for both our families." Aside from wanting to share, there was another reason he bought the meat. He was worried that directly absorbing the life essence might cause the meat to spoil. Of course, this was only a guess, so Zichen had to test it out on the meat he just bought. The cashier then scanned his QR code. "Hello there. That's 3 kilograms of ghost shadow squid. Your total is 2,995 yuan. Thank you for your purchase, and have a great day." Chen clutched the grocery bag, holding a hand over his heart as he groaned about how ridiculously expensive it was, wondering when he'd ever be able to buy it again. By the time they finished shopping, it was already past 9 at night. With things being so unstable lately, getting home early was the safest bet, so they headed straight back. As Chen pedaled, he reached into the basket toward the tray of squid. Even though they were still on the road, he just couldn't wait to test his theory. Time to see the magic happen. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy burst forth from the meat. The system announced, "You have devoured a small portion of the Ghost Shadow Squid's life essence. Ghost Shadow Squid template unlocked at 0.1%. He quickly pedaled faster, carrying Qinghan down the empty street. As he pedaled, Chen did the math. Devouring 100 grams of the Ghost Shadow Squid's life essence only unlocked 0.1% of the template. That means I'd need to devour 100 kilograms to reach 100%. At 998 yuan per kilogram, that would cost about 100,000 yuan. The Ghost Shadow Squid's ability is to dissolve into water and completely vanish. If I can acquire that skill, 100,000 yuan is a steal. Plus, this is the absolute cheapest meat available. It's settled then. I need to figure out a way to make some serious cash next. This is a massive sum of money. There's no way I can just ask my parents for it. Oh right. The main reason I bought this meat was to see if absorbing the life essence would ruin it. It's been a little while now, so the results should be clear. Wow, it looks like absorbing the life essence doesn't spoil the meat at all. That is such a relief." Suddenly, the system chimed, "Ghost Shadow Squid progress at 3%. Seeing him lost in thought, Qinghan quickly warned him, Chen, watch out. There are people ahead." Startled, he slammed on the brakes, making the tires screech. Chen wobbled and ended up steering right between a young couple. He frantically apologized. "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry." He scratched his head, kicking himself for getting so absorbed in taking in the life essence that he completely forgot to watch the road. But wait, why is the bike lane so crowded anyway? She urged again. Chen, look over there. Someone's being held hostage. A young woman was being threatened by a thug holding a knife right to her throat. Don't you dare come any closer. One more step and she is done for. The police force in front of him aimed their guns, shouting, "You are surrounded. Stay calm and put the weapon down." The captain glanced over and barked, "Bin, don't fire blindly. The distance is too close and this guy is a pro. He's using the hostage as a shield and keeping on the move. A reckless shot could easily hit the hostage." He suggested a plan, but if we drag this out, the hostages will be in grave danger. Should we try using sleeping gas instead? The captain grimaced and shot down the idea. No way, sleeping gas is too obvious. If we agitate him before it takes effect, he might do something extreme. Suddenly, someone bent down and picked up a stone. They hurled it right past the two of them, sending it flying straight ahead. In the blink of an eye, the stone smashed directly into the thug's hand, forcing him to drop his knife. The captain immediately ordered his men to charge. "Now, move in!" The police moved with lightning speed, and in a flash, the thug was pinned to the ground. Qinghan stood behind him, wide-eyed. "Xiao Chen, was that you who threw that stone?" Chen put a finger to his lips. "Shh, let's get out of here." "We're going home," he whispered. But the captain's voice called out from behind. "Hey kid, did you throw that stone just now?" He flinched, quickly turning around and waving his hands in denial. "Nope, wasn't me." Feeling guilty, both of them immediately bolted and ran for their lives. The captain muttered to himself, thoroughly confused. Why would someone do a good deed and refuse to take credit? Especially when there was a cash reward for acts of bravery? The words cash reward instantly hit Chen's ears, making his eyes pop. He immediately turned his bike around and sped back to the captain. Swallowing his pride, he offered an awkward laugh and confessed, "Actually, I just remembered something. That stone was indeed thrown by me, sir." In his head, he lamented having to resort to this, but money was just too hard to pass up right now. Struggling to keep up, Qinghan called out, "Xiao Chen, why are you running back there? Wait for me." The captain laid out the terms. "Come back with me to write a report first, and then I'll help you secure that reward." After Chen and Qinghan called their families to let them know they were heading to the station to give statements, they locked their bikes up in the park and got ready to head over to the station to collect their very first payout. But of course, because things are never that simple, a sudden twist occurred. The kidnapper suddenly began to mutate. He swelled up, transforming into a massive, muscular beast. The police panicked. "Oh no, He's a heretic cultist. His body rapidly mutated, morphing into a grotesque, giant rat. The mutated monster immediately lunged at a female officer standing nearby. The captain grabbed his walkie-talkie and barked, "All units, concentrate fire on the mutated rat. Keep the civilians safe at all costs." Calling headquarters, we have a giant mutated rat sighting in the park on North Shijiang Road. Preliminary assessment shows it's a cultist carrying the Rat King gene. We can't handle this on our own, requesting immediate backup. Zichen grabbed the two girls and pulled them close, his heart hammering against his chest. "We are so dead." He immediately bolted at the speed of light, thinking, "Forgive me, ladies, but survival comes first." Fortunately, the beast wasn't giving chase, but they still needed to move faster. Just then, a girl clad in metallic armor soared right over their heads. Zichen froze in his tracks. Is that her? With incredible force, she delivered a brutal kick straight to the mutated rat. The impact was so devastating that the giant beast went flying back several meters. Gathering a brilliant purple energy, the girl yelled, "Laser cannon charging!" As she yelled fire, a massive blast of energy erupted toward the mutated rat. Unable to react, the beast took the devastating blow head-on. In an instant, the mutated rat disintegrated, leaving nothing but a cloud of ash drifting in the air. Seeing this, Zichen stood there, utterly dumbfounded. "Damn, that's insane. Thank goodness she didn't blow up my bike, or I'd be looking at a massive loss." Dao Te let out a sigh of relief. "Oh, thank goodness, we're saved." Qinghan managed a nervous chuckle. "Yeah, we are." Suddenly, Zichen's eyes went wide. "Wait a minute. Is the beast meat spoiling?" It seems even after the life essence is absorbed, the meat still spoils, just at a much slower rate. I need a cover story for why this meat went bad. Looks like I'll just have to make this heretic take the fall. Furious, Zichen threw the meat to the ground and yelled, "It is all that damn heretic's fault." The attack from that armored suit was so intense it completely scorched the meat. Qinghan tried to soothe him from behind. "It's okay, Xiao Chen. The fact that we made it out of there in one piece is a miracle in itself." Although they wanted to head home first, the captain requested they come along. So, the three of them hopped into the security squad's car and headed back to the station to file their reports. To his surprise, the charred remains of the heretic blasted by the laser cannon were still smoldering, emitting a highly potent aura. Suddenly, a realization struck Zichen. Of course, if that horned fang beast from before still had some life essence left, then this corpse must have some too, right? Does that mean I can extract the Rat King gene directly from these remains? Sitting in the back seat, he pondered. How much of the Rat King gene could he actually extract from a freshly mutated heretic? Well, there's only one way to find out. Zichen reached out a finger and lightly touched the glowing red residue, his entire body tensing up in an instant. A system prompt chimed in his mind. You have absorbed a portion of the giant mutated rat's life essence. Mutated giant rat template unlocked. 5%. Zichen's jaw dropped. That much? It seems the fresher the corpse, the more life essence I can harvest from it. Yeah. Ah Bing, who was sitting right next to him, glanced over and warned. Hey, kid, do me a favor. Sit still and hold on tight. Don't go moving around. Zichen pretended to stretch and said, Don't get the wrong idea, officer. I've just been sitting for so long that I needed to stretch a bit. He was being very careful. Bing seemed pretty easy to fool, but the security captain was a lot sharper. Inside the security office, the captain said, I've already submitted the application for your bravery award, but please, tell me the truth. From that far away and in such dim light, how could a middle schooler like you throw a rock right into the hand of that heretic cultist holding the knife? Zichen quickly made an excuse. Well, maybe because I practice with my right hand a lot. He crossed his arms, looking at the awkward smile on the kid's face. Right then, Qinghan opened the door and called out, Xiao Chen, your mom is here to take us home. He turned around, startled, and asked, Mom, what are you doing here? We could have made it home on our own. Wang Xin, with tears welling up in her eyes, rushed over to Xiao Chen. She wrapped her arms around him, asking anxiously, Are you okay? You scared me half to death? Zichen reassured her. Mom, please don't get so worked up. Look, aren't I perfectly fine? I'm even getting a cash reward for bravery. Wang Xin immediately grabbed his hand tight, demanding, Xiao Chen, promise me that if you ever run into danger again, the first thing you'll do is hide in a safe place, okay? All I want is for you to grow up safe and sound. Having no other choice, Zichen guided her outside while comforting her. Don't worry, Mom. I promise you, I will always make sure to protect myself first. Just as they walked out, he overheard two female officers talking. Those cultist rats are getting more and more out of hand lately. They've even been infiltrating colleges and universities, mostly targeting liberal arts students who don't have official qualification for gene fusion yet. The one who got shot tonight was a liberal arts student from Guangnam University who had been brainwashed by those cultist rats. Damn it, we have to drag every single one of them out and lock them up. But that's just a temporary fix. It won't solve the root of the problem. We still have to take down the Rat King, the one calling himself a god. Zekin's face darkened with suspicion. The Rat King? There's actually quite a bit of information about these cultist rats online. Their headquarters are located in Shanghai City. Most of their followers are societal rejects. Has their activity really spiked this year? Resting his chin on his hand, he stared thoughtfully at his phone screen. Suddenly, Zichen's eyes widened as if he had just stumbled upon some useful info. He pictured a scene of people kneeling before the Rat King and thought to himself, the Rat King wants to evolve into a higher-tier creature, so he's having his followers gather a massive amount of evolutionary resources for him. Could this Rat King have already evolved to possess human-like intelligence? A giant mutated rat? How on earth did it get that big? Could it be related to the Rat King? Whatever. This is the South anyway. Rats as big as cats are a pretty common sight here. Oh right. Why is Han Han being so quiet? Don't tell me it's that issue again. Whenever Han Han gets anxious or faces an emergency, she's just like when she was a kid, she can't hold it in. But I've always felt that her condition might be linked to some kind of unknown potential. Not long after, Wang Xin gasped in shock, her face turning pale as she cried out, "What? The meat is gone?" He scratched his head, offering a sheepish grin. It was a total emergency, so I wasn't really paying attention. I think I must have lost it. She sighed. Oh, forget it. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. What's gone is gone. Hearing that, Zekin let out a quiet sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness I managed to cover that up. He then walked over to strike up a conversation with his dad. Dad, it's way too dangerous. Things are really unstable over there. Yansheng reassured him. Don't worry, I was born for hard labor. I'm tough to break. Zichen quickly tried to persuade him. Even if you do find that meat, Dad, it'll probably be spoiled by now anyway. He scratched his cheek, turning around in surprise to ask, how do you know that? Sensing his slip-up, the boy froze for a second before replying, I was just guessing, of course. Back at the police station, the captain puffed on his cigarette, muttering, how could a middle schooler throw a rock with that much power? Suddenly, he froze, his eyes widening in horror. Perched on top of the filing cabinet was a giant rat. Startled, the captain stumbled back and shrieked, where did this rat come from? How is it this huge? Locking onto its target, the mutated rat instantly pounced. Operating on pure instinct, the captain quickly drew his gun and opened fire, leaving a pool of fresh blood on the office floor. Cut to the classroom, where Zekin was sitting and taking notes, letting out another deep sigh. Closing his eyes, he weighed the power of the squid against the reward in his mind. Compared to that rat man and the female cyborg from last night, I'm still way too weak. Looks like I need to make some fast cash to completely fill the progress bar and unlock the ghost shadow squid. But relying solely on scholarships from school and external competitions is way too slow. Maybe become a popular study influencer online and sell study guides? No, that would bring in money fast, but it's way too high profile. Wait, I'm looking at this all wrong. This world is full of gene-fused people and cyborgs. Training in martial arts is way better than studying academics, and tournament cash prizes are where the real money is. The prize money for martial arts tournaments is way higher than other sports. It looks like it's time to take action. Cut to the room next to the gym. Coach Guo is currently enjoying a sip of hot tea. Out of nowhere, Zekin walks up and raises his hand to greet him, making him spit his drink everywhere. Hello, Coach Guo. He eagerly replies, Zekin, do you want to join us right away, or do you just want to learn more about the martial arts team first? He leans in close to his ear and whispers, I want to know if joining the martial arts team will give me a chance to compete in the city-level tournaments. And is the prize money good, sir? Hearing this, Coach Guo raises a hand to confirm, of course there is a chance. In fact, the prize money is actually really high. At least tens of thousands of yuan for each tournament. Afraid of missing out on the opportunity, Zichen grabs his hand to seal the deal on the spot. Coach, I've thought about it carefully. Starting today, I am officially a member of the martial arts team. He's a bit stunned but quickly welcomes him. Welcome aboard. After that, Coach Guo gathers the whole team. Everyone, line up. We have a new member joining us today. I'm sure you're all familiar with Zishan. Today, our school's athletic champion is officially joining our martial arts team. How about you all introduce yourselves? The other members take turns introducing themselves. My name is Zhang Kai. Make sure you remember it. I'm Tian Heng from Class 3, Grade 9. You can just call me Ah Heng. I'm Shu Tong from Class 6, Grade 9. Everyone usually calls me Xiao Li. I actually like that name a lot. My name is Yi Se. You can just call me Brother Se. Standing in front of them, Ziken replies. My name is Lin Ziken. Please take care of me. Since Ziken has never trained in martial arts before, Coach Guo starts by demonstrating some basic punches and kicks. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he cautions him, don't underestimate these simple moves. They're actually pretty tough. Even Xiao Li, the fastest learner on the team, took an entire week to master them. Come on, give it a try and let me see. Ziken seriously executes the exact moves he just saw. As Coach Guo continues to demonstrate other advanced techniques, Ziken quickly activates his divine roots of wisdom. The system notifies him. You are practicing boxing techniques. Vitality +1, arm strength +1, arm flexibility +1, and boxing mastery +1. Every single move Zichen makes after that is incredibly smooth, and his attributes continuously increase by 1 point. Witnessing this with his own eyes, Coach Guo's jaw drops. No way, this is absolutely impossible. How can someone learn all of this just by watching it once? He thinks to himself, unless he's a once-in-a-million martial arts genius. Not long after, night falls once again over the bustling city. Wanxin raises her cooking ladle and calls out, Zichen, come grab the bowls and chopsticks. It's time for dinner. Ziken rushes over in a flash. Coming, Mom. What are we having tonight? She sets the plate down on the table and says, your favorite, of course, the phantom squid you've been dreaming about. He takes a deep breath of the delicious aroma and gasps. Wow, that smells incredible. Wanxin urges him, stop sniffing and eat it while it's hot. Without a second thought, Zishan pops a piece right into his mouth. She eagerly asks, how is it? He instantly starts buttering her up. Mom, your cooking is seriously the best in the whole wide world. Wanxin pats his head lovingly. Then you have to eat a lot more. I bought a whole 3 pounds of it. The system notifies him. You have devoured a portion of the phantom squid's life origin. The phantom squid's illustration has increased by 3.01%. Ziken is surprised. It turns out I can devour it just by eating it? If I had known that, I wouldn't have messed around with it the other way. After finishing his meal, he heads over to the living room to watch the news. The news anchor is reporting on a genius girl who shocked the entire nation. At just 14 years old, she successfully fused with an energy heart, becoming the youngest cyborg in history. When her energy core is activated, she can easily lift a 2,000-kilogram off-road vehicle with one hand, sprint 100 meters in just 3 seconds, and perform a vertical jump of up to 8 meters from a standstill. Ziken rests his chin on his hand, lost in thought. The prodigy from the capital back then versus this genius girl now. I wonder who is actually stronger, the gene fuser or the cyborg. The news then transitions to a tragic report. Security Captain He Xuanshan was found dead in his office at 11 o'clock last night. According to surveillance footage, he was killed by a giant rat that snuck into the security headquarters. Recalling what happened the day before, he is shocked and filled with doubt. Could it be that giant rat from last night? No way. I have to make the most of my time and train even harder. After a period of training, Zichen's 100-meter sprint time has reached 4.61 seconds. His vertical jump has reached 5.51 meters, and he can even lift objects weighing around 1,000 kilograms with just one hand. He also doesn't slack off on his martial arts training, hoping to boost his strength as quickly as possible to prepare for the upcoming tournaments. Before long, morning arrives, and he heads to school like any other day. The next morning, Ziken goes to the training room to learn new martial arts techniques. Out of curiosity, Qinghan tags along with him. Suddenly, a senior girl walks up to strike up a conversation. Ziken, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? Here, I brought you some fresh milk. He just walks right past her. No, thank you. I appreciate the offer. Seeing this, another guy nearby gets incredibly jealous. Damn it. This jerk stole my championship title at the school sports festival. On top of that, now he has the nerve to reject a gift from my goddess. Overcome with rage, he instantly rushes out to block his path. Stop right there. Do you have any manners? If you didn't want to drink it, you could have just accepted it and given it to someone else. Like me, for instance. Why do you have to hurt her feelings like that, huh? Zikin calmly retorts. Isn't blocking someone like this even more impolite? He's left completely speechless. Then you'd better drink all of it. Refusing is a sign of disrespect, and being disrespectful is impolite. He flatly replies, but I'm allergic to milk. Refusing to back down, the guy snaps. I don't believe you. Zikin, do you dare to have a match with me? If I lose, I'll never speak another word to you again. But if I win, you have to chug down all of that milk. The system pops up an achievement in an official competition. Eliminate 1,000 different opponents using the most primitive biological method. Reward, natural selection biological attribute. Total opponents eliminated, 0 out of 1,000. He grins, thinking to himself, I've been waiting forever. And finally, I got the 4th achievement quest. Zikin raises his hand, his eyes filled with killing intent as he instantly accepts. All right, let's fight. 2 female students eagerly rush over to watch. I heard Lin Zikin is going to fight one of the seniors at the gym. Her friend quickly grabs her phone. What? Let's go check it out right now. A large crowd has already gathered at the gym. They form a massive circle around them. Before the match begins, she encourages him, Junior Zikin, I'll be cheering for you. Teach him a good lesson. The other girl enthusiastically chips in, Go for it, Junior Zikin. I'm going to take lots of handsome photos of you. Seeing that infuriates Zhang Kai. Does everyone seriously think I'm going to lose? He secretly lets out a sly grin. I need to take this chance to teach this half-baked genius junior a lesson. Who cares if I'm playing the bully here? His talent has been skyrocketing over the past month. If I don't strike now, I'll never get the chance to show off. Zikin calmly says, I need to get home for dinner, so can we wrap this up quickly? Zhang Kai readily agrees. Fine, I'll give you what you want. Coach Guo immediately lowers his arm. Remember, friendship first, everything else comes second. Start. Right as the command is given, he interrupts. Wait a minute. Zhang Kai sneers and makes a demand. You've only trained for a month, while I've been at it for nearly 2 years. To make it fair, I'll let you have the first 3 moves. Zikin's reply comes instantly as he lunges forward. Sounds good to me. Before his opponent can even register what's happening, his fist flies straight at him like a rocket. It lands a devastating blow right on Zhang Kai's face, sending blood spraying everywhere. With just that single hit, the guy is already foaming at the mouth, completely knocked out on the floor. Even Coach Guo gasps in shock. What? A one-punch knockout. The surrounding male students also gape in disbelief. Holy crap, this is insane. Is it really over just like that? Only Ching Han cheers happily. He won. Zikin won. The other girls join in the cheering. Junior Zikin is so handsome. Meanwhile, he focuses on his system notification, indicating that he still needs to eliminate 999 more opponents to unlock the natural selection survival attribute. He flashes an innocent smile and suggests to the others, Seniors, why don't we take this chance to spar a bit? The moment they hear Zikin say that, the guys' faces turn pale. Making up all sorts of excuses, they scramble to escape as fast as their legs can carry them. I just remembered I have tutoring after class today. My mom told me to get home early for dinner. I need to take a dump. I'll go with you. Me too, let me join. I suddenly feel dizzy. Let me help you to the infirmary. Struggling to push himself up, Zhang Kai growls. I don't accept this. You cheap-shotted me, you little brat. If you try that again, I'll beat you to death. Coach Guo immediately scolds him. Zhang Kai, accept your defeat gracefully. He wonders to himself, was Zikin's punch just a lucky shot, or was it a display of absolute dominance? We'll know for sure if we let Xiao Li test him. Hearing his name called, the guy flinches in panic. Xiao Li, you're up. Having no choice, he reluctantly gets into a stance. Excuse me, Junior. Please don't hit my face, all right? 10 minutes later, in order to not show off too much, Zikin purposely only traded a few basic moves with his seniors. However, except for the progress gained from defeating Zhang Kai, his progress didn't increase at all after defeating the other seniors. He falls deep into thought. So finding a loophole is useless. Do I really have to defeat them in a genuine match? Coach Guo suddenly appears behind him, startling him. Zikin, you're an absolute genius. You've only been on the martial arts team for a little over a month, yet you're already our ace. He's so ecstatic that he pumps both fists. In this year's district martial arts competition, our Shanghai Middle School will definitely crush the competition. And we're going to take first place in the district. Thanks to his reminder, Zikin also realizes something. That's right. Entering the martial arts tournament means I can take down multiple opponents directly. Zikin carefully calculated his options. As long as I successfully defeat an opponent in a match, it will definitely boost my quest progress. Just then, a loud voice suddenly cut off his train of thought. Even though Lin Zichen had suffered a crushing defeat, he was still trying to act tough. Zhang Kai, I admit defeat. From now on, even if you walk all over me, I won't say a single word to you. This statement was so bizarre that everyone there turned pale, and then they immediately rushed away before he could even try to stop them. Wait, I am not finished yet. In this world, high school students either practice martial arts or study the arts, with martial arts being the ultimate path. On the track, Qing Han was running right by his side. Xiao Chen, wait for me. Keep going, I am almost there. Realizing what it takes to get into the martial arts class, Shen Qinghan had started training with him. After running 3,000 meters, she practiced martial arts for 1 hour to refine her hand-to-hand combat, then did sit-ups and push-ups to build her physical strength and endurance. After every training session, he would help Shen Qinghan massage and soothe her sore muscles. But to prepare for the upcoming martial arts tournament, Zichen couldn't afford to rest on his laurels. To activate the natural selection attribute as soon as possible, he had to push himself to the absolute limit. 1 month later, the day of the tournament finally arrived. Inside the massive city arena, with hundreds of millions of viewers watching, Coach Guo was reviewing the tournament bracket in the players' locker room. Our Shanghai Junior High was incredibly unlucky to be grouped with Shanghai No. 1 High School, the strongest team here. Looking at the lineup, Zhang Kai felt even more discouraged. This year, No. 1 High has a beast of a guy who can sprint 100 meters in under 9 seconds. We are going to get absolutely crushed. While everyone was feeling down, Zichen stepped up. Coach, I want to go first. With no other choice, Coach Guo had to agree. Will that be okay? Let's let Zichen go first then. Even before the match started, 2 people were already cheering for him with all their might. On the ring, Zichen rolled his shoulders to warm up. Xiao Chen, it's all up to you. I believe in you. Qinghan jumped up and down. Xiao Chen, you've got this. On the opposing side, a massive foot stepped forward, shaking the entire arena. Before they clashed, he threw a compliment Zichen's way. Hey kid, I saw your name on the roster. Just a junior high student, and already standing on the 8 schools league ring. Not bad, you've got talent, but this is no place for you. A first-year junior high student who is not even 1.7 meters tall. In just a moment, I am going to show you the massive difference in our size and strength. Once they finished greeting each other, the referee announced, "Let the match begin." The moment the referee finished speaking, he lunged forward like lightning. Unfortunately, his punch only left him in utter shock because Zichen easily dodged it. What the? Zichen gently placed his hand on the guy's chest without using any force. Then, he gave him a push, and despite it being a one-handed shove, the guy was sent flying back. Even the referee was stunned as he declared, "Lin Zichen wins." Qinghan cheered excitedly, throwing her hands in the air to celebrate his first victory. Xiao Chen, you are amazing. His teammates, beaming with pride, chanted, "Zichen is the GOAT." Down below, someone muttered in annoyance. All that muscle is completely useless if you are as stiff as a board. Turns out, their coach was chewing him out. Footwork. It is all about footwork. How many times do I have to tell you? Don't just blindly charge forward in the ring. You have to use your footwork. Why won't you listen? Meanwhile, the system popped up. You have successfully defeated an opponent, and your tournament rank has increased. Total opponents eliminated, 2 out of 1,000. Zichen reached a clear conclusion. Defeating an opponent in a high-stakes match definitely boosts the progress bar of his achievement quest. The opposing coach assigned the next fight. Chen Feng, you are up next. Take down that arrogant middle school brat as quickly as possible. He assured him, "Got it, coach." This time, Chen Feng took a much more cautious stance than the previous guy. The referee called out the same line, "Let the match begin." Chen Feng moved swiftly, quick as the wind. Unfortunately, Zichen easily dodged his attacks and used the exact same move on him. This time, Chen Feng spun in the air a few times before hitting the ground, just like his teammate. His faceplant was a total embarrassment for their team. The referee urged, "Get him to the hospital for a checkup right away. It looks like he took a bad hit to the head." Up in the stands, the crowd went wild and the bettors were furious. What is going on? How on earth did that Shanghai High kid get so lucky? Lucky bastard. His opponent ended up losing just by throwing himself out of the ring. What kind of ridiculous luck is this? This is definitely rigged. Give me my money back. Meanwhile, the opposing coach held his head in sheer disbelief. No, wait. This isn't luck. That Shanghai Junior High kid actually has real skill. Gao Fei, you are going out next. Focus on defense, do not initiate any attacks, and whatever you do, you cannot lose. He proudly stepped onto the ring, radiating an overwhelming aura. Oh, come on, don't worry coach, I'm going to win this. Gao Fei began analyzing his opponent. Lin Zichen didn't have a muscular build. He was just agile and knew how to exploit the situation, which was why he won so easily. I can run 100 meters in just 9 seconds and have way more combat experience than him. As long as I take this next match seriously, there is absolutely no way I will lose. The crowd began to murmur. Hearing you guys talk like that, I'm afraid that freshman from Shanghai Middle School stands no chance. He's only a 7th grader. Once he grows up, Shanghai Middle School will definitely be the #1 school. The referee down on the stage shouted, "Let the match begin!" Gao Fei lunged forward like a proud yet fragile little bird. He threw punch after punch at Zichen, but Zichen effortlessly dodged every single one. This is the flowing water rock smashing fist. The coach was shocked. Gao Fei, what on earth are you doing? I told you to focus on defense. Why are you attacking? Gao Fei, competitive as always, thought to himself. Defense? As a genius, I don't need that crap at all. Zichen recognized the technique. This martial art style is actually pretty interesting. Let me observe and learn it first. He was starting to get exhausted. But why can't I land a single hit on him? Gao Fei stopped in frustration and snapped. How can you dodge my attacks? This makes absolutely no sense. Zichen didn't care, simply asking, do you have any other moves? Just show me everything you've got. Furious, Gao Fei punched faster and harder. Feeling like Zichen was blatantly mocking him, Zichen didn't want to play along anymore. It was still the exact same style of punching. Forget it, let's just end this. The entire crowd was shocked when he defeated Gao Fei. Only Zichen's team was hyped. Great job, Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, you are so strong. Xiao Chen, you are a beast. Defeating 3 opponents in a row, the feeling of winning without having to do much was truly amazing. In the next round, he easily defeated everyone, as the subsequent opponents were even weaker than the ones before. Before long, Zichen had single-handedly dealt with all 5 fighters from Shanghai #1 Middle School. Over the next 2 days, he defeated the other 2 schools on his own, successfully leading Shanghai Middle School to the championship of the 8-school joint tournament. The system announced that the total number of eliminated opponents was 16 out of 1,000. Zichen was determined. There are still 984 opponents left to defeat. It might take years to complete survival of the fittest. Zichen was extremely happy. Even though the task couldn't be completed in a short time, he never expected Coach Guo to give him most of the prize money from this competition. It was exactly 20,000 yuan. Including the prize money Zichen had won from various academic competitions, he now had about 30,000 yuan in hand. But Zichen quickly spent all 30,000 yuan. Wangshan cooked the most delicious meals for him. Xiao Chen, eat slowly, there is still more. The system announced that the progress for unlocking the Phantom Squid Atlas was 33%. He realized that eating 30 kilograms of Phantom Squid meat directly boosted the Atlas activation progress to 33%. During his second year of middle school, he successfully broke through from Tier 3 Common Level to Tier 4 Common Level. He could easily lift 1,090 kilograms with one hand, jump 5.65 meters straight up, and sprint 100 meters in just 4.49 seconds. Time flew by, and Shen Qinghan and I finally graduated from Shanghai Middle School. Before long, the high school entrance exam results came out. Qinghan was terrified. Why is this happening? I tried so hard, but the result is still. Xiao Chen, will we be able to go to the same high school? Zichen explained that he was actually the top student in the district, in both academics and martial arts. Han Han's grades were actually pretty good, but her martial arts score was not high enough for admission into the elite martial arts class of Shanghai High School. He gently wiped her tears. How would I know? But the principal of Shanghai High School said he wanted to visit my house. Do you want to come with me to see him? Qinghan was sure that the principal was visiting to invite Zichen to stay in the elite martial arts class of Shanghai High School. This has nothing to do with me, so why should I go? Without giving her time to think, Zichen pulled her along. Don't worry, my only condition for staying at Shanghai High School is that I get to be desk partners with you. Everyone sat down at the table together. The principal of Shanghai High School chatted with us at home for hours, expressing his sincere hope that Zichen would continue his studies at Shanghai High School. The principal summarized, "Zichen, we have pretty much covered everything, and I have said all that needs to be said. As for the final point, as long as you agree to continue studying at Shanghai High School, whatever you want, just tell me directly." As soon as he heard that, Zichen pulled Qinghan forward. "Thank you, Principal. I only have one condition, and that is I hope Shen Qinghan can continue to study in the same class as me." She stepped closer to Qinghan and asked, "You are student Shen Qinghan, right? When the new school year starts, both of you should come to Shanghai High School together to register." Both of them nodded excitedly and said, "Thank you, Principal." Zichen competed in tons of tournaments. After choosing his high school, he entered his very last middle school martial arts competition. Unsurprisingly, Zichen easily led Shanghai Middle School to another effortless championship victory. So many of his opponents were utterly crushed under his feet, completely unable to pick themselves back up. Deep in the woods, far from the city, Zichen thought to himself, "Now that I have the prize money, it is time to fulfill my ultimate wish. There is only 20% left to unlock the Phantom Squid profile. Buying its meat with this prize money will definitely be enough to get the job done." The system notified that the Phantom Squid profile progress had increased by 80%. Since he did not know what would happen once he unlocked the profile, or what kind of chaotic side effects might occur, he deliberately headed into the wilderness around Shanghai City. With that said, Zichen braced himself. There was no time to lose, so he got right to it. The system popped up, announcing that he had devoured a massive amount of the Phantom Squid's life essence. He was thrilled, though a bit shocked. The Phantom Squid profile has reached 100%. You have successfully unlocked the Phantom Squid profile and obtained the biological trait, aquatic assimilation. Aquatic assimilation dramatically enhances your connection to water, allowing you to move through it completely undetected, leaving no trace behind. Zichen felt a bit let down. Why does this aquatic assimilation seem so useless? I need to test it out in a nearby pond right away. I notice my skin doesn't even prune after soaking for a long time, and I can clearly feel the water resistance has dropped dramatically while swimming. Is that really all it does? No other effects? Well, I guess that is to be expected. The Phantom Squid is just a low-level beast, not even worth fusing genes with in the first place. If I want better biological traits, I can just save up and buy them later. Sooner or later, I will get everything I need. Or, once I get stronger, I can hunt mutated beasts and eat their meat myself, Zichen thought, clenching his fist with determination. For instance, that giant mutated rat. A few days later, Zichen and Qinghan went to the beach. With less than 1 week left before the new school year started, my mom and Shen Qinghan's family planned a joint vacation. To better study my aquatic assimilation, I suggested going to the beach. Wrapping her arms around herself, Qinghan warned him, "Hey, little Chen, the ocean is really cold." Zichen dove in and coaxed her. "It is always like that when you first get in. Just take your time to get used to it, and you won't feel cold anymore." The system notified, "You are currently diving. Your vitality, full body muscle strength, full body muscle coordination, water affinity, oxygen retention, water pressure resistance, and diving skills have all increased by 1. Qinghan pouted and demanded, "Little Chen, stop swimming all by yourself and come teach me how to swim already." He suddenly realized, oh, right. Han still didn't know how to swim. Stopping to help her, Zichen patiently began to teach her. But since Shen Qinghan's athletic talent was only average, he figured it was highly unlikely she would pick it up quickly. But Zichen was instantly proven wrong. Qinghan was swimming even better than a fish. "Little Chen, is swimming really this easy? I learned it in just a heartbeat." Not only that, but she kept her head underwater for an incredibly long time. Then Qinghan realized, wait, can I actually dive? Zichen was startled when she suddenly popped up right in front of him. Qinghan showed off. "Little Chen, aren't I amazing? I always hear people say it is really hard to open your eyes underwater, and that the salt stings. But I do not feel uncomfortable at all. In fact, it feels totally cool and refreshing." Zichen looked at her, stroking his chin in thought. Shen Qinghan's water affinity is indeed excellent, but there is no way she could master every swimming skill instantly. This is way too bizarre. Suddenly, he remembered something and gasped. Wait, that's not right. Memories of her frequent bedwetting mixed with her incredible swimming skills flashed through his mind. Zichen wondered, could the real reason Shen Qinghan kept wetting the bed be that she was born with a natural water attribute? This is unbelievable. Maybe Shen Qinghan has a special cultivation constitution, just like the ones in fantasy novels. The two swam together. Zichen then went diving with Shen Qinghan, and her performance left him even more shocked. We have already been underwater for more than 10 minutes. Not to mention she is a complete beginner. Even a trained professional would struggle to stay underwater for this long. Suddenly, Qinghan heard something that startled her. Why is there such a strange sound in the water, she wondered. Qinghan swam faster toward it, leaving Zichen with no choice but to follow. What on earth was that sound? The two quickly surfaced from the vast expanse of water. Zichen asked, "What happened? Why did you suddenly get so tense?" Qinghan replied, "Just now, I suddenly heard a very bizarre sound in my ears. It was so weird that it was actually a bit scary." Zichen asked with concern, "What kind of sound?" Qinghan stammered as she tried to explain, "I do not understand it. Maybe it was a language I do not recognize. All I know is that it was a woman's voice. It sounded so real, echoing in my ears, and it only disappeared once I surfaced." After that, they decided to head back. To help Shen Qinghan calm down as quickly as possible, Zichen immediately took her back to the hotel. After that, he checked his phone, but he still couldn't figure out what Shen Qinghan was talking about. Since he couldn't sleep because of this, he decided to keep working out. The system kept flashing. "You have completed weighted sit-ups 1,000 times. Vitality increased by 2,000, and core strength increased by 2,000. Weighted sit-up mastery increased by 1,000. Your biological level has been upgraded to common rank 5. Even he was shocked by this. He hadn't expected his training to pay off this much. The more Zichen thought about it, the more excited he got. Common rank 5. This is a biological level that can actually compete with a fully grown giant mutant rat. It looks like if I keep training, ripping that mutant rat apart with my bare hands might actually be possible." After leveling up, he headed to a deserted beach to test his various stats. Zichen's 100-meter sprint time was down to just 3.64 seconds, and his vertical jump could reach 6.98 meters. He could lift a car weighing about 1,600 kilograms with just one hand. Compared to when he first broke through to common rank 4, the jump in his stats was massive. Armed with these incredible stats, Zichen finally began his high school journey. The girls in his class were already swooning over him. "Oh, are you classmate Zichen? You're so handsome. Wow, Zichen is on duty today with us? We're so lucky." Zichen was surprised. He and Han had come to class early for duty, but he didn't expect his new classmates to already know him. But what surprised him even more was that this simple duty chore actually triggered a new quest. The system announced, "Complete 1,000 multiplayer cooperative quests to receive the social animal biological trait. Total progress, 1 out of 1,000. Zichen was eager. He had no idea what this social animal trait would actually do, which only made him look forward to it even more. Since the new school year had just started and there wasn't much work to do, Zichen used his free time to go grocery shopping at the supermarket. Since the Phantom Squid template had already been unlocked, his next step was to find a new target. Suddenly, Zichen spotted something that caught his interest. He wondered what the item in front of him was. This was the Violent Eagle, priced at 1,998 yuan per kilogram. Zichen picked it up with excitement. This was the one. The Violent Eagle was an exotic beast, ranked slightly higher than the Phantom Squid. Its vision was incredible, 30 times sharper than a normal human's. It was truly powerful. Because of this, its hunting ability was top-notch. It could even lock onto and snatch an exotic rabbit moving so fast it was almost a blur. Sitting at his desk, Zichen fell into deep thought. Having superior vision would dramatically improve one's combat effectiveness. All in all, based on the description, unlocking the Violent Eagle Codex was absolutely worth it. The main reason was that the price of Violent Eagle meat was the second cheapest, costing only 1,998 yuan per kilogram. He then used the system to unlock it and check its functions. Zichen was shocked. 1 kilogram of meat only increased the codex progress by 1%. This meant he would need 200,000 yuan to fully unlock the Violent Eagle Codex. It looks like I'll have to work even harder in high school tournaments to make some serious money. The prize money there is much higher than the base pay. I have to unlock the Violent Eagle Codex before my sophomore year. With summer break over, he finally started his high school life at Shanghai High School. On the first day of the new semester, the teachers and classmates began introducing themselves. "Hello everyone. I am Han Yuanfeng, the cultivation class teacher and your homeroom teacher. I am Kai Tianfei, the mechanical modification class teacher. I am Liu Dai, the gene fusion teacher, and I am Cheng Bei, the wilderness survival course teacher. Next up, it's your turn. Hello everyone, my name is Chu Yushi. My strengths are the four arts, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. My name is Zhong Yijia. I like watching anime, cosplaying, and playing sports. My name is Peng Huoguang. In my free time, I usually just like to stay home and play video games. Soon, it was Shen Qinghan's turn to introduce herself. With so many eyes on her, she felt extremely nervous. Hello everyone. My name is Shen Qinghan. I usually like drawing and painting. I hope we can all get along. Zikin's introduction was probably the shortest of them all, simple and to the point. Hello, my name is Lin Zikin. I look forward to working with you all. Time flew by, and as soon as everyone finished their introductions, the dismissal bell rang. Chu Xin spoke up and asked her, Qinghan, what was your score on the high school entrance exam? Qinghan was taken aback and turned to look at her. She shyly replied, I got 709 points. What about you, Chu Xin? Chu Xin said excitedly, Wow, you're amazing. You scored 10 points higher than me. I only got 698 points. So, what did you get on the physical fitness test? I did really badly on that. I only got 95 points. It was terrible. Hearing this, Qinghan felt a wave of anxiety. The maximum score on the fitness test was 100. To get 95 meant she was a top-tier genius. Qinghan had only scored 79, 11 points below the standard. There was no way she could say that out loud. She spoke up. I didn't do as well as you. Chu Xin pressed further. Then what was your score? 94 or 93? Qinghan lowered her voice, sounding a bit down. Even lower than that. She pried even deeper. Is it 92, 91, or 90? While Chu Xin was talking, someone suddenly slammed their hand on the desk, startling her. Zichen walked up and held out his phone, asking, Mind if I add your WeChat? Instantly, Chu Xin blushed crimson. Sure, let me scan yours. Her heart was racing. She couldn't believe this insanely handsome guy was making the first move to befriend her. What kind of crazy luck did she have today? He and Qinghan locked eyes, and she let out a silent sigh of relief. Thank goodness Zichen had stepped in to rescue her. If they had kept grilling her, she wouldn't have known what to say, and it would have been so embarrassing. Right after that, Zichen went around the room with his phone. Hey, you, let's add each other on WeChat too. You nodded. Sure, scan mine. Once they were all connected, Zichen set up a group chat for the four of them. Surprisingly, this simple act allowed Zichen to complete another multiplayer co-op quest. You could say completing this quest was as easy as breathing. Once the group of four was made, they all started chatting and getting to know one another. He Yu came from the neighboring city of Nanguan. He was the young master of a prestigious martial arts family and had already won 8 different championships. He was basically the pride and joy of his family. Meanwhile, Li Chuxin's family owned a massive clothing store chain with numerous branches across the district, making her a literal young heiress. Zi Chen and Shen Qinghan also shared a bit about their own backgrounds with the rest of the group. In no time, the four of them became close friends who could talk about absolutely anything. Just as their conversation was winding down, He Yu spoke up. Hey, guess who the strongest person in our class is? I bet you guys will never guess it. Chu Xin pointed her finger and said, My money is on Zi Chen. He got the absolute highest score on our district's high school entrance exam. He Yu was totally stunned. Whoa, Zi Chen. I didn't know you were such a powerhouse. But even a top district scorer might not compare to these guys. You won't believe it, but our class has 2 absolute monsters. The principal spent a fortune recruiting them all the way from Nanguan. See that guy sitting by the window in the 3rd row on the left? That's Wang Shuji. He was the top scorer in the Nanguan district exams. And get this, his 100-meter sprint time is a staggering 7.89 seconds. Then there's that giant named Lu Gang sitting in the back row on the right. He was born with monstrous strength and can easily bench press 300 kilograms with just one hand. Qinghan gasped in admiration. Wow, they sound incredibly strong. Chu Xin was so shocked, she covered her mouth in disbelief. No way, is that for real? Meanwhile, Zi Chen let out a quiet sigh of relief. Hearing this actually made him feel a lot better. A 100-meter sprint in 7.89 seconds, and a lifting weight of 300 kilograms. Both of those stats were basically what he could do back in elementary school. Before long, the bell rang again, and the next class was for distributing textbooks. There were 4 books in total, corresponding to the 4 main courses. Since he had already self-studied all 4 subjects as a kid, Zichen decided to find a quiet, secluded spot to cultivate during his free time. After all, the threat of the rat cult still loomed over them. For now, the police had only managed to capture some low-level cultists, but traces of the Rat King were still frequently being discovered. That was why he resolved to push his limits and break through to the 6th rank, so he'd actually stand a chance against them. That afternoon, their first practical class was Wilderness Survival, taught by teacher Cheng Bei. He asked the class, "Does anyone here know how to start a fire using the friction of 2 wooden sticks?" Hiyu muttered, "Come on, nobody uses that skill in real life anyway. Who would waste time learning it?" But he was immediately proven wrong as others in the class began successfully doing it. Seeing this, teacher Cheng Bei exclaimed in delight, "Well, look at that. What's going on here? How are you two so skilled? You actually started a fire just by rubbing those 2 sticks together." Lu Gang smirked proudly. "Teacher, back in middle school, I took a summer camp class where we had to master this." Shu Ji chimed in, "And I self-taught myself online back in elementary school." With the 2 Nanguan geniuses finishing so quickly, the rest of the class eagerly began practicing on their own. It wasn't long before Zichen also taught his group members the trick to starting a fire by working together to rub the wood. After that, during the martial arts class, which had basically turned into a stage for the 2 Nanguan guys to show off, instructor Han Yuan Feng announced, "Today, I'm going to teach you a special breathing cultivation technique." To everyone's surprise, the duo called out in unison, "Instructor, we already know this one." Even though it seemed a bit absurd, they actually pulled it off. Even though Zichen already knew all of this, keeping a low profile was his second nature. Just like that, more than a month slipped by. Their teacher, Kai Yuan Fei, stood in front of the class and announced, "It's been over a month since the new term started, and it's time to evaluate your progress with an exam. To motivate you, I've set up cash prizes for this test. First place gets 888 yuan, second place gets 666 yuan, and third place gets 333 yuan. Zichen was pleasantly surprised. He couldn't believe there was actually prize money, and the top scorer would pocket 888 yuan. That reward was incredibly generous. It was almost enough to buy half a pound of violent condor meat. With cash on the line, everyone naturally pushed themselves to study harder. After 1 hour, the exam concluded. Coincidentally, their gene fusion teacher, Lu Deren, also decided to hold a test, offering the exact same cash rewards. He announced to the class, "It's been more than a month since school started, so it's time to see how much you've actually learned." Once the test was over, Hiyu collapsed onto his desk and groaned, "Thank goodness, it's finally over." The rest of the class immediately began to complain. Why was that test so brutally hard? That last question was completely ridiculous. I was hoping for a 90, but now I'll be thrilled if I even get a 60. Just as everyone was lamenting the difficulty of the exam, the duo from Nanguan began showing off to each other again. Shuji spoke up. "That test was incredibly difficult." "How did you do?" Lu Gang replied, "I think I only got a 95. I struggled with the last question." "What about you?" He replied, "Same here. I didn't know how to do the last question, so I'm guessing 95 as well." Hearing that, Hiyu clenched his fists in anger. Show-offs. Would it kill them not to brag? I seriously want to just punch them right now. Lu Deren announced, "Class, the mechanical modification test scores are out. Guo Yanling, 52 points. Shen Qinghan, 61 points." She happily turned around to look at him. "Zichen, I passed. Congratulate me. Hard work really pays off. This is worth celebrating." He continued reading, Hiyu, 88 points. Instantly, everyone turned to look at him with admiration. "Hiyu, you're awesome," Lu Deren praised. "Great job. I have high hopes for you." Hiyu said proudly. "Just got lucky. It just so happened to cover things I knew. Guys, once I get my 33 yuan third-place prize money, I'll treat everyone to a great meal." He continued, "Lu Gang and Wang Shuji, 95 points. You two did amazing this time. You were just 1 question away from a perfect score." He gloated. "Teacher, that last question required a ton of calculations. If you'd given me 10 more minutes, I definitely would have solved it." He agreed. "Me too." Lu Deren expressed his high expectations. "I believe you both have the ability." Hearing this, Hiyu felt annoyed. Those two were showing off again. But no matter what, third place is mine. Then, he dropped a bombshell. This test was extremely difficult, and you might not believe this, but someone in our class got a perfect score. Lin Zichen, 100 points. Shuji gasped in shock. A perfect 100? How is that even possible? Lu Gang panicked. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Yu was completely shocked. Even the two top students from Nangwon City got beaten. Lin Zikan is just too strong. But more importantly, he snatched my third-place spot. I definitely shouldn't jinx myself next time. Qinghan praised. Zikan, you're amazing. Chuxin chimed in. Shanghai is shining bright. He raised his hand and asked, Teacher Kai, when will the 88 yuan first-place reward be distributed? Liu Darren replied, Don't worry, I'll put cash in red envelopes and send them to the class group. He thought to himself, does this kid really care that much about money? Is he that broke? Just an hour later, the results for the gene fusion test were also announced. Kai Yuanfei declared, Class, the scores are in. The twin geniuses of Nangwon. Lu Gang scored 81 points, and Wang Shuji scored 83 points. For a test where most of the students failed, barely passing with excellent scores was already impressive. Yet, it was clear that neither of them could hide their satisfaction with the results. Meanwhile, Shen Qinghan scored 78 points, which was enough to land her in the top 5. As for Zichen, he scored perfect marks yet again and continued to pocket the prize money. Yu, Wang Shuji, and Lu Gang suffered quite a blow. He questioned, how could anyone get a perfect score on a test this hard? Lu Gang agreed, Teacher, I feel like. Is it possible he knew the answers beforehand? He frowned and shot back. No way, absolutely not. All the answers on his test were worked out by himself from scratch. They can't be found online anywhere, so cheating is absolutely impossible. Both of them were left in shock. At this, Yu mocked them, saying, This is pure comedy. If you can't do it, just admit it. You're sore losers who would rather accuse someone of cheating than accept defeat. You're seriously embarrassing us, Nangwon folks. She agreed, exactly. Wang Shuji has absolutely no class. Shady people always love to stir up trouble. The lunch break was incredibly short. This afternoon, Class 1 of the first grade would be taking their wilderness survival test. Chung Pei announced the requirements. The rewards for the survival test are the same as the other subjects. First place gets 188 yuan, second place gets 66 yuan, and third place gets 33 yuan. The test consists of 3 main events: mountain climbing, swimming, and making fire by rubbing wood. Shuji frowned in frustration. Lu Gang, we couldn't beat him in the written tests this morning. We have to redeem ourselves this afternoon. He agreed. You don't need to tell me twice. I'm definitely going to crush him and avenge our previous humiliation. Soon, the test officially began. The first event was tree climbing and mountain climbing. The scores were determined by climbing speed, and Lin Zichen easily took first place in mountain climbing. As expected, the twin geniuses of Nangwon were left eating his dust. The two were left utterly speechless. No way. Lin Zichen is insanely fast. We pushed ourselves to the limit and couldn't even catch a glimpse of his shadow. In the end, Lin Zikan also took first place in the tree climbing event. But right now, Zikan was far more concerned about Shen Qinghan. At this point, she hadn't even finished climbing. So it was no surprise that Qinghan ended up in last place. But that was no big deal. Once the swimming event came around, she would definitely regain her confidence. In the next phase, which was firemaking, he had to keep competing against the Nangwon duo to secure the prize money. They both had the exact same thought. How on earth is Lin Zichen so fast at everything? His hand speed is unreal. I don't remember him being this fast in class. Ultimately, Lin Zichen successfully started a fire in 58 seconds. Swimming was the final event, and Lin Zichen once again completely crushed the Nangwon duo, dealing a massive blow to their confidence. No way. I can understand Lin Zichen being that fast, but why did Shen Qinghan suddenly go beast mode like that? I must have been too nervous and messed up. After the wilderness survival results came out, Wang Shuji and Lu Gang went completely silent, not saying a word for a long time. But at least it made for a quiet afternoon, because the upcoming martial arts class had rekindled their hope of showing off. Han Yuanfeng spoke up. You all have been practicing martial arts for over a month now. Today is time for a test. For the test, you will face off in the ring, and there will be rewards for the top 3. Both of them were immediately fired up. Who cares about the written test or wilderness survival? In martial arts class, combat is what truly matters. If you're not strong enough, all your other achievements are useless. I absolutely must win this sparring match. Before the sparring began, Han Yuanfeng arranged a physical fitness test. He explained that the warm-up test would measure 3 parameters: sprint speed, weightlifting capacity, and vertical jump height. Lin Zikin ran the 100-meter sprint in 7.78 seconds. In the weightlifting category, he easily lifted 330 kilograms and recorded a vertical jump of 2.18 meters. He topped all three categories. Not wanting to stand out too much, Zishan didn't even go all out. At this moment, Shuji was terrified. He ran the 100-meter even faster than me, and yet his high school entrance exam results only ranked first in the county? This makes absolutely no sense. Lu Gang was also shocked. Lin Zikin isn't even that built. Did his body just not hit its growth spurt during the high school entrance exams? Wang Shuji reassured him, Lu Gang, don't panic. Losing the physical test doesn't mean we've lost everything. Real combat isn't just about physical strength, it's about skill too. We still have a chance. Lu Gang agreed. You're right. Losing the fitness test doesn't mean it's over. We are still way ahead of everyone else our age, so we definitely still have a shot. After the physical tests, everyone moved to the ring in the gym's arena to begin the sparring. Zikin thought to himself, to get this over with as fast as possible, I need to take the lead. But since my fitness stats were so insane, nobody dares to step into the ring. Even the two top students from Nongguan chose to just stand back and watch. But with all the stalling, the teacher was losing his patience. Crossing his arms, he ordered, Lu Wei, go spar with Zikin. Sweating bullets, the chosen student reluctantly stepped up to face Zikin. To save time, he had to wrap things up quickly. If he wanted to get the whole class into the ring before school ended, Zikin had no choice but to speed run and take down all 10 of them. From then on, anyone who stepped into the ring was knocked out by him in a single move. Shuji froze in shock. No way. Is this Lin Zikin guy seriously that strong? Lu Gang's face went pale. I'm starting to think he's not even trying. How is anyone supposed to compete with this? A moment later, Hiyu jumped onto the ring and yelled, Lu Gang, I'm all warmed up. I'm in peak condition right now. Do you have the guts to come up here and fight me? Lu Gang fired back. It'll only take me 30 seconds to knock you out cold. Inside, he was secretly relieved. If Hiyu hadn't challenged him, he would have had to fight Lin Zikin. He wasn't sure he could beat Lin Zikin, but there was no way he couldn't beat this guy, right? Hiyu charged forward with fierce energy, shouting, Bring it on! Immediately after, he unleashed a barrage of attacks, but unfortunately for him, Lu Gang easily caught Hiyu's leg. He was spun around like a propeller, followed by a decisive throw from Lu Gang. Hiyu was thrown right out of the ring, left gagging and vomiting on the floor. Lu Gang boasted, Hiyu, out of everyone I've fought, your physical strength is the best. Too bad for you, I'm just on a completely different level. Right after that, Zikin leaped onto the stage. All right, let's go around. He knew this was the perfect opportunity to make some progress, or else nobody else would dare to step up. Lu Gang smirked arrogantly. You're on. Who's afraid of who? Take this. He raised his fist and lunged straight at him. Lu Gang moved with incredible speed, but Zikin stood there, completely unfazed. In an instant, he leaned to the side and dodged the blow. He was stunned, so fast. With just a single strike, Lu Gang was sent flying out of the ring. Below the stage, the crowd of students started chanting, Wang Shuji, your bro just got absolutely wrecked. Aren't you going to avenge him? Yeah. You need to defend the honor of Nangguan City's top students. Wang Shuji, don't be a coward. Get up there. Provoked by their taunts, he jumped onto the ring. What are you all screaming for? I was already about to go up. Shut up, all of you. Shuji looked at Zikin and tried to calm himself down. There's no running away now. I have to find a way to beat him. Shuji charged forward, feeling like he was putting everything on the line. Zikin quickly countered and locked down his movements, sending him flying with just one move. Shuji ended up flat on his back, utterly defenseless. After that, Zikin knocked down the rest of the boys in the class one by one. It was like he barely had to break a sweat facing any of them. Each one went down with absolute ease. According to the rules of the natural selection quest, defeating the same opponent only counts once, no matter how many times they are beaten. That meant next time, he would have to spar with the girls, but there was no way they'd want to step onto the stage with him. Just then, a brave girl raised her hand and said, Zikin, I challenge you. She quickly leaped onto the stage, but before she could even do anything, he knocked her flat. Talk about insane speed. Lying there in regret, she thought, what a waste. I was so close to getting a hug from him. Then, out of nowhere, the other girls started volunteering to step up and challenge him too. Of course, he always held back when fighting girls, keeping his focus on finishing the mission as fast as possible. Before long, the girls were all done, but he was still a long way from completing his mission. Just as he was starting to feel disappointed, Han Yuanfeng suddenly announced some great news. Their homeroom teacher spoke up. You all did an excellent job today. From now on, those at the top need to learn to push yourselves and challenge higher ranks. In 1 month, our class will be going head-to-head with the strongest regular class in the second year of high school. So, make sure you're all fully prepared. Our goal is to crush the strongest regular class in the second year. Zikin was thrilled to hear this. He had been worried about not having enough matches to quickly fill up his natural selection progress bar. This tournament couldn't have come at a better time. Talk about a godsend. After class, as everyone was dispersing, a male student walked up to him and threw down a challenge. Before this, I was actually worried that I wouldn't find any real competition at Shanghai High School. It looks like I underestimated this place. From now on, you're my official rival. I, Lu Gang, will be watching you for the next 3 years of high school. Ziken remained completely unbothered, thinking to himself that with Han Yuanfeng's arrangements, completing natural selection within 1 year seemed totally doable. Another guy approached and said, Lin Ziken, losing now doesn't mean I'll keep losing. Mark my words, I'll get my payback before we graduate. He smiled to himself, not just because he completed the mission, but also because of the cash reward. Doing some quick math, he realized he had made over $3,000 today. Seeing his indifferent reaction, the two guys were absolutely furious. Was he not only ignoring them but straight up mocking them? How incredibly arrogant. But Ziken didn't pay them any mind. With this money, he could finally buy some beast meat. This was perfect. As night fell over the apartment complex, Zichen was busy writing in his room. He calculated his funds. Even though he got a nice little bonus today, he was still a long way from having enough to buy beast meat and unlock the diagram. So, to make some extra cash, he set up an online novel account and kicked off his writing career. Just a moment later, a message popped up. Hello, I am the platform editor in charge of your genre. Your novel is fantastic. We would love to offer you a contract to serialize your story on our platform. Ziken was quite surprised. He had just woken up, and there was already a contract offer waiting for him from the site. After logging in to sign the contract, a piece of breaking news caught his eye. Just 2 hours ago, a giant mutated rat attacked a cold storage facility for beast meat on the outskirts of town. The giant mutated rat was over 5 meters tall and had bitten a cyborg clean in half. In his final moments, the cyborg immediately triggered his hidden backup power source and self-destructed, blowing the giant mutated rat to pieces on the spot. Just how many of these giant mutated rats are still hiding in Shanghai City? And how on earth could creatures that massive manage to hide above ground without anyone noticing? The next day, at Shanghai High School's gym, today was the day of their practice match with the second-year regular class, and Han Yuanfeng was busy discussing tactics with some of the top students. He carefully briefed them. In a one-on-one match, the opponent's peak combat power might not match ours, but their overall strength is superior to our class. They will definitely use their numbers to their advantage, focusing on defense to drag out the match, and then use a war of attrition to wear down the 4 of you. So once you're out there, you must end it quickly. Got it? The 4 of them replied in unison. Yes, sir. Right after, Ziken quickly leaped onto the stage. He called out, Teacher Han, let me go first. He thought to himself, I need to complete the natural selection achievement, which means I have to defeat as many opponents as possible. So the sooner I get on stage, the better. Seeing him step up, the opposing student said in a panic, Teacher, that guy is their strongest player, and I'm the weakest in our class. How am I supposed to fight him? The opposing teacher immediately complained in dissatisfaction. Yuanfeng, according to the rules of our practice matches, the weakest is supposed to go first. Why did you send your absolute best student out for the very first round? This is a direct violation of the rules. Their homeroom teacher immediately pointed toward the stage and commanded, Ziken, get down from there right now. You can go later. Let the weaker classmates have their turn first. Hearing this, he reluctantly replied, Fine. Yes, teacher. Then, Yuanfeng pointed to the girl standing nearby and said, Yuntong, you're up first. Flustered, she replied, Huh? But teacher, I'm not ready yet. Just then, Qing Han walked over to ask for permission. Instructor Han, I am the weakest here, so please let me go first. She then stepped onto the arena, her heart racing with anxiety. What should I do? This is so nerve-wracking. Down below, the crowd cheered. Go Han, go! Knock him out Han. Hearing this only made Qing Han tremble even more. Thinking like this is just making me panic. Before she knew it, her opponent charged forward to attack. She desperately defended against the incoming blows. Ching Han quickly calculated that while she couldn't win, she could try her best to hold out as long as possible to wear down her opponent's stamina. 3 minutes later, her opponent was visibly exhausted. She is really just holding on. If I keep this up, I will run out of gas soon. I need to finish this right now. With that, she unleashed a powerful blow, knocking Ching Han down. Sent flying right out of the ring, Ching Han quickly scrambled to her feet and ran off. The homeroom teacher praised her. Great job, Ching Han. You knew exactly how to use defense to drain her energy. That was very smart of you. Zikan walked over, gently patted her head, and said, Not bad at all. She is a senior who has trained for over a year, yet you managed to hold your ground for over 3 minutes. That is some serious progress. Feeling comforted, she shyly replied, Hee, thanks. Another student stepped up, thinking confidently, she barely has any stamina left. This is my chance to finish her off. She rushed forward to attack, but her basic moves could not get through at all. In no time, the senior launched a direct counterattack, taking her down in just a few moves. She cried out in pain, Ow, let go, I surrender. The opponent mocked, haha, charging in blindly without any defense? Are you looking down on the ordinary class? She walked over smugly and said, Sure, I might not have your raw talent, but I have trained for 1 year longer than you. You better train for another year before trying to fight me again. Just then, Chusen stepped onto the stage, completely confident. Han, let me avenge you and show you how I take down this senior. Chusen quickly charged and knocked out her opponent with a single blow. Shenqing cheered. Chushen is so amazing. Zichen walked over and patted her head. You are amazing too, you know? If you hadn't drained all of that senior's stamina earlier, Chuxin wouldn't have won so easily. She balled her fists and gave a soft nod. 2 hours later, the teacher of the ordinary class looked over at Yuan Feng with absolute confidence. Feng, your class only has 4 people left. Looks like we are definitely winning this free meal. He shrugged his shoulders. It's way too early to tell. Let's just wait and see. He secretly thought, Lin Zixin, Wang Shuji, Lu Chang, and He Yu. They are the real powerhouses of Class 1. The real battle starts now. Yuan Feng turned to He Yu. He Yu, you are up next. He confidently jumped onto the ring. Right here, coach. Raising his fists, he said. My fists have been itching for a fight. Tell me, senior, are you ready to taste my iron fists? The opponent scoffed. Kid, can you stop acting like a cringy middle schooler? He Yu delivered a brutal kick straight to his face. Who are you calling cringy? Get lost. The guy crashed hard onto the ground outside the ring, groaning in pain. He stood there with hands on his hips, looking down. Seriously? With that pathetic level, you dared to talk trash? What a joke. What a complete loser. Suddenly, a heavy footstep shook the ground as a guy with a bowl cut marched forward aggressively. Kid, you sure talk big, don't you? He lunged forward, throwing a punch straight at He Yu's face. Let me show you what real power looks like. He Yu supported himself with one hand on the ground to dodge, leaving his opponent in shock. What? He's so fast. He actually dodged my attack? Using his momentum, He Yu delivered a gorgeous hook kick right to the guy's chin, sending him crashing to the ground, completely knocked out. Shenqing cheered excitedly. He Yu, you're awesome. Keep it up, Chushen screamed. Go He Yu, smash them to pieces. After that, He Yu continuously took down multiple opponents, easily knocking out yet another challenger. His body count kept rising. After a while, he was exhausted but still tried to show off. Next, bring on the next one. I can easily take down 10 more. Even though He Yu wanted to keep fighting, he was clearly worn out after defeating 5 opponents in a row. When he faced his 6th opponent, he was finally taken down. At this point, Class 1 had only 3 students left, while Class 6 from the 2nd year still had 13. Yuan Feng gave his next order. Wang Shuji, you're up. Shuji's eyes lit up as he jumped forward. On it, coach. Wang Shuji then went on to defeat 10 opponents in a row. It wasn't until the 11th match that Wang Shuji finally lost, having completely run out of energy. Next up was Lu Qiang. In less than 10 minutes, he quickly eliminated the opponent's remaining 2 top fighters, finishing their heavy hitter with a swift knee strike. Yuan Feng rubbed his nose and looked at the Class 6 teacher. Your class only has 1 person left. Why don't you just forfeit now? Putting his hands in his pockets, the other teacher remained confident. No need for that. Step up, Wang Jinhe. It's your time to shine. A massive, giant-like figure stepped forward. I'm ready. Lu Qiang scoffed. So what if you're just a big fat guy? He launched himself forward. I will still take you down. His fist struck directly into Jinhee's soft belly. Lu Gang's jaw dropped. It felt like he was punching a pillow. Refusing to accept this, he repeatedly threw punches at him. But after punching for a while without dealing any damage, he gasped for breath. This is bad. His fat layer is just too thick. He has got too much meat on him. I can't even make him budge. Only then did the big guy reach out his hand and ask, Are you done yet? Since you are done, it is my turn. Jinhee casually grabbed Lu Gang's neck with one hand, making him squirm like a trapped chicken. Shoot, I can't breathe. This guy's strength is absolutely insane. With that, Jinhee threw Lu Gang right out of the ring. Yuan Feng was dumbfounded. Wait, that's not right. How come I don't remember any student this strong in your class? The teacher of class 6 smirked. My bad, he just transferred here this semester, so it is only natural you don't recognize him. Looks like you were going to lose this time. Don't forget our bet. Whoever loses has to treat the other class to a meal. Yuan Feng fumed with rage but could do nothing. Tears of frustration streaming down his face. So that guy had Wang Jinhee as his trump card all along. No matter how strong Lin Zixin was, there was no way he could defeat this monster. Sigh, he had been too careless and got totally played. He walked over and patted Zikin on the shoulder. Zikin, it is your turn. Just do your best and get some good practice. You will gain a lot of valuable experience from this, so don't worry about winning or losing. The boy stepped forward with a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Teacher Han. I'll win. Jinhee was surprised. Huh? Is this kid the best fighter in their class? He looked a bit scrawny, which kind of killed Jinhee's excitement. Look, Junior, I am not the type to bully the weak. Outside the ring, 3 girls cheered. Hey, fatty, stop bragging. Zikin is definitely going to beat you, you giant tub of lard. Just wait until he beats you to a pulp. Go Zixin, teach this dead pig a lesson. Those mocking words pierced straight into Jinhee's ears like sharp arrows. Jinhee smirked. Listen up, Junior. In a moment, I will just stand right here and let you have 10 free moves. He said disdainfully, I am doing this so you and your little fan club won't get salty and talk trash behind my back, claiming I bullied the weak and won without sportsmanship. Zikin scratched his head helplessly. Fine, fine. Jinhee patted his own belly. Come at me then, Junior. I won't move an inch, so go ahead and hit me with everything you've got. Without holding back, Zichen threw a powerful punch straight into his stomach. Jinhee's jaw dropped in sheer agony from the impact. Jinhee flew into the air like a kicked soccer ball. He then crashed heavily back onto the ground. Everyone watching went dead silent for 5 seconds. Then, the entire Class 1 erupted in cheers. Zichen won. He actually won. Jinhee scratched his head as he sat up. Huh? How did I end up here? What just happened? This makes absolutely no sense. It is physically impossible. Teacher Shan stepped up and patted Yuan Feng on the shoulder. Dang, Feng. That Zikin kid from your class is absolutely terrifying. Taking down Wang Jinhei with just a single punch. Honestly, he feels almost as strong as Wu Tiancheng when he was a high school freshman. Yuan Feng replied happily, well, I wouldn't go that far just yet. That kid Wu Tiancheng is built different. Back in high school, he almost gave the principal a heart attack with how insanely powerful he was. Curious, Zichen walked over and asked, Teacher, who is this Wu Tiancheng? Yuan Feng explained. Wu Tiancheng is a senior who graduated a few classes ahead of you. In his freshman year of high school, he single-handedly crushed the entire elite class, scaring the daylights out of the school board. Back in high school, Wu Tiancheng could run 100 meters in under 6.12 seconds, had a vertical jump of 3.96 meters, and could lift a weight of 650 kilograms with just one hand. With stats like that, who wouldn't be terrified? Zikin scratched his head. Yeah, that's pretty scary. But deep down, he thought, well, he is pretty strong. He is almost as powerful as I am through the summer break after my 6th grade. A short while later, they moved to another location. At the Mingxiang restaurant, Yuan Feng raised his bottle and said, thanks to Zichen, we managed to beat the sophomore normal class. Their homeroom teacher admitted defeat and is footing the bill for this entire feast. Everyone, let's stand up and raise a toast to Zichen. The whole class cheered enthusiastically. Zichen is the GOAT. All hail, Brother Chen. Some of them asked curiously, Brother Chen, how do you usually work out at home? What is your secret? Hey, add me on social media. After crushing the sophomore class, Zichen instantly became a celebrity at school. His classmates swarmed around him to get to know him, making Zichen feel a bit flustered. However, Qinghan remained as sweet as ever. Worried he wouldn't get to eat while busy talking, she kept piling food onto Zishan's plate. Qinghan startled when she noticed him staring at her so intently. Blushing with embarrassment, she excused herself. "Xiao Chen, I need to use the restroom for a second." But what didn't change was her uncontrollable urge to pee. Some classmates started whispering, "Look at Shen Qinghan pouring water and peeling shrimp for him. Talk about kissing up. She basically looks like his personal maid, always serving her master." With her actual skill level, if she wasn't Lin Zichen's personal little cheerleader, how on earth did she even make it into our elite class? I bet it won't last. The gap between them is way too big. Eventually, they will just drift apart. Radiating a murderous aura, she muttered defiantly as she walked away, "I am not kissing up. I am his childhood friend." On the way home, Zichen asked with concern, "Han Han, why do you look so down? Did something happen?" She sighed sadly. "When I was little, I said I'd stop wetting the bed once I grew up. But even now, I still wet the bed every single night. I have to wear a diaper to sleep every evening. It is so humiliating. Xiao Chen, I feel so helpless, like I'm disabled. I can't even hold my pee." He assured her that she definitely wasn't disabled, and that her inability to hold it was actually her superpower. It just hadn't fully developed yet. Qinghan looked up in surprise and asked, "A superpower?" Zichen reassured her, "Yes, absolutely. Your incredible affinity for water is proof that this is your superpower." Curiously, she asked, "But Xiao Chen, you've always been so amazing since we were kids, so do you have a superpower too?" He nodded, gently ruffling Qinghan's hair. "Yeah, just like you, I have a superpower too." She beamed with excitement. "If I really have one, I wonder what kind of power it is." Zichen encouraged her. "It's definitely going to be an awesome one." Suddenly, a loud noise from up ahead caught his attention. A staff member tried to stop him. "Put the broom down. We're exterminating these rats for community safety. Please cooperate." But a crazed man blocked them, screaming, "Stop! Don't you dare hurt my brothers." He yelled, "Are you trying to kill my brothers again?" He then charged at the staff, screaming, "I'll fight you all to the death." Qinghan gasped in shock. "Xiao Chen, has this guy completely lost his mind?" Zichen shielded her behind him. "He might be mentally ill. That's just how crazy people act. Let's head home." Qinghan agreed. As night fell over the city, the only brightly lit window belonged to Lin Zichen's house. The whole family sat together watching the news, which reported that a priestess had gone missing last week, and her whereabouts remained unknown. Wan Xin grew anxious. How did another young girl go missing? "I think that's the fourth one this month." Yan Sheng corrected her. "You remember it wrong. She's actually the fifth." All 5 missing victims this month were young, beautiful women, and the broadcast advised the public to avoid going out late at night and to stay away from secluded areas. "Worried," she said. "Xiao Chen, it's not safe out there lately. Don't let Qinghan go out by herself. You hear me?" He reassured her, "Don't worry, Mom. I'll keep a close eye on her." Meanwhile, in Shanghai City, District 20, at the Street 20 police station, the station was chaotic as officers dealt with the troublemaker. An officer asked about the investigation. "How's the check going? Is he mentally ill?" The doctor replied, "We're still not sure. I've been trying to talk to him, but he hasn't said a word, like he's mute." The officer insisted that he couldn't be mute, as he was screaming his head off at the vegetable market earlier. Suddenly, the officer stared inside, completely horrified. The troublemaker's body was rapidly mutating, and moments later, he transformed into a monster. "Request immediate backup." In the psychiatric ward, a suspect had mutated into a giant rat. The massive beast relentlessly attacked everyone, completely unfazed by bullets. A female officer rushed in, saying, "The chief at headquarters says all the cyborgs are out on missions. Backup will take about 1 minute. We're running low on ammo. We won't last that long," the chief ordered. "Get to the cars. We need to lure this giant rat out to the suburbs." To buy time until backup arrived, she frantically started the patrol car. The officer beside her tensely drove off, with the mutated rat hot on their heels. They sped up, trying to lure it toward the mountains to buy more time for the cyborgs. With sirens wailing, the police car sped down the main road with the beast right behind, tearing up everything in its path. Multi-car pileups blocked the road. As cars crashed into each other, the female officer collapsed. Is backup really not going to make it in time? The mutated rat violently crushed the cars, causing massive explosions to rip through the city streets. Suddenly, a warrior appeared, locking onto the target and firing a barrage of bullets. Getting pelted with continuous attacks only made the beast lose more control. A giant rat that actually knows how to dig holes to escape? These things are getting smarter. But looking at the bloody chunks on the ground, the warrior thought, he's definitely severely injured. I still have a chance to take him down. The city night slowly drew to a close, and the clock struck 3 in the morning. Zichen had been writing for more than half a month, churning out over 4,000 words a day. He had now reached nearly 100,000 words, earning him over 10,000 yuan. There are still some exciting plot points I haven't published yet. Once these chapters are out, the numbers will get even better. I wonder how much I'll make in a month after monetization. After checking his novel's midnight stats, the excitement of potential earnings kept him wide awake. So, Zichen found a quiet, camera-free alleyway to test the results of his recent physical training. A 100-meter sprint in 3.43 seconds, and a long jump of 7.72 meters, his progress was incredibly obvious. He thought to himself that if he kept progressing like this, it wouldn't be long before his physical body reached a godlike level. Suddenly, Zichen heard a loud rustling noise. He spotted a mutated rat rummaging through a trash can. It muttered, "My brother, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to eat you, brother. I'm just so hungry. Once I'm full, I'll make offerings to you every single year." Zichen thought, a rat man? Could this be the escapee they mentioned on the news today? He's turned into a rat man. I need to get out of here and call the police immediately, Zichen realized. Meanwhile, the mutated rat muttered to itself, I don't have to eat you anymore. I can go eat humans instead. It suddenly lunged at him, screaming, I want meat. I want human flesh. Zichen analyzed. He's fast. There's no way to dodge this. He spun around to face the beast, telling himself, I have to fight for my life. Zichen delivered a powerful kick that sent the mutated rat spinning back several yards, leaving the beast utterly bewildered. This guy is clearly just a weak student, so how can he possess such immense strength? The two sides faced each other, standing completely still as they sized up their opponent. He hurled a large rock straight at the mutated rat's head. Zichen calculated that he couldn't give it any opportunity to fight back. He had to deliver another blow to finish it off first before figuring out his next move. After that, he continuously used rocks as weapons to pelt the creature. Zichen let out a sigh of relief as he looked at the motionless creature before him. Touching the mutated rat's carcass, he wondered, did it actually kick the bucket? Since I can devour its life essence, it must be completely gone. But getting only 2 portions is really a bit too little. The last time was clearly 5. Could this be related to the genetic difference between the Rat King and those cultists? I'd better head back first. It's already dawn, and this isn't a place where I should linger. Suddenly, a robotic foot landed from the sky. The girl gasped in wonder. Who took down this rat man? Elsewhere, under the gloomy shroud of night, the cult leader carried an unconscious woman to the sacrificial altar. He knelt down reverently and spoke. Great rat god, please enjoy your meal. The rat god manifested and snapped. Why is there only one woman? Are you trying to starve me? This isn't even enough to get stuck in my teeth. Or are you planning to be part of the sacrifice yourself this time? The cult leader panicked. I wouldn't dare. Please, great rat god, let me explain. My lord, the young women out there are extremely cautious now. They don't go out at night. And during the day, they travel in groups, making them incredibly hard to catch. Infuriated, the creature growled. Then next time, bring me young men. The cult leader quickly obeyed. Understood, great rat god. Instantly, the rat god tossed a piece of meat to the cult leader. He devoured it greedily, saying, Thank you for your generous gift, great rat god. The woman who was just captured was now wrapped in its massive tongue. The rat god quickly devoured his freshly sacrificed meal. The entire space fell into a bloody, gloomy darkness. The creature demanded, Don't bring me ordinary people next time. They taste bitter and awful. I want to feast on those high and mighty, high society types. They are usually well-nourished, so their meat is incredibly plump and delicious. To help Shen Qinghan quickly improve her martial arts grades, whenever they had free time, they would conduct special training sessions at his house. Zichen advised, the angle of your punch is too high. Lower it a bit, like this, to generate better power. Your feet are too close together. Spread them a bit wider, and your stance needs some adjusting. Don't face your opponent head-on. Tilt your body slightly instead. Shen Qinghan agreed. All right, let's keep going. Let's do some sparring. Attack me with everything you've got. Getting into her stance, she shouted. All right, here I come. but Zikan easily caught Shen Qinghan's punch, guiding her. Not bad. The angle is spot on, and your punch is much stronger than before. She pulled her leg back, ready to deliver a kick, but Zikan blocked it again. Your sweep technique is off. Don't bend your leg before kicking. Chamber it a bit wider. Now, follow what I just corrected, and try that move again. After that, Shen Qinghan continuously attacked with both punches and kicks. A moment later, she dropped to her knees, panting heavily. That was exhausting. But I can definitely feel myself getting stronger in martial arts. Zishan, I don't think 3 sessions a week is enough. Can we train every day? He declined. No need. 3 times a week is already plenty. If you do it every day, your body won't be able to take it. Shen Qinghan replied firmly. Fair enough. Let's stick to 3 times a week then. At that moment, Zishan pulled out his phone. She leaned over to look, asking, Is this a breaking news report? Meta Group announced on its official website that it will provide free medical treatment for the genius mechanic girl who was physically disabled due to early cybernetic modification. The genius of Jingda University has successfully fused the genes of the mutated sky silk spider, breaking Jingda's record and becoming the youngest person in history to undergo a second gene fusion. A genius from Jingda University? Could it be the child prodigy from the capital back then? Normally, most people have to wait until they reach adulthood to undergo gene fusion. Otherwise, the body cannot withstand the impact of mutant beast genes, making it easy for mutations to occur. However, this prodigy from the capital can now be called the ultimate genius of Jingda. Not even 18 years old yet and already undergoing a second gene fusion, this physical talent is truly monstrous. Is gene fusion really the best choice? As night fell at Lin Zikan's house, he sat working at his computer. Blessed by the root of wisdom, which accelerated his progress, after 1 month of typing practice, Zikan could now easily write 10,000 words an hour. Spending only 1 hour typing each day wouldn't affect his daily training routine, so this was entirely acceptable. Lin Yansheng stood behind him and praised. Zichen, your book is selling pretty well. If you can write a steady 10,000 words each day and the plot stays on track, you'll probably receive around 50,000 yuan in royalties for the first month. Once the word count increases later on, earning 100,000 yuan a month won't be an issue at all. He thought, 50,000 or even 100,000 yuan a month? With this steady income stream, I won't have to stress about money to unlock the mutant beast diagrams anymore. I hope the royalties from the next 2 months will be enough to unlock the evolution diagram for the violent giant condor. Back in martial arts class, Han Yuanfeng organized an internal sparring match to test everyone's progress. And with that, the head-to-head duels began. Zikan dominated the entire class as usual, leaving everyone with absolutely no chance to fight back. He not only earned 88 yuan but also gained dozens of natural selection experience points. On the other hand, Shen Qinghan still couldn't defeat anyone, remaining at the very bottom of the class rankings as usual. But unlike before, she was now able to fight back to a certain extent when facing her opponents. Last time, when she went up against Wen Yundong, who was ranked second from the bottom, Qinghan was knocked right out of the ring, and the match ended in less than 3 seconds. But this time, she sparred with Wen Yundong for nearly 3 minutes. Instead of just cowering like a turtle for 3 minutes, Qinghan actually went toe-to-toe with him, landing some really clean kicks. Han Yuanfeng noticed this and praised her for making massive progress, telling Qinghan to keep up the good work. He then announced that in 1 month, they would challenge the strongest elite class of the 52nd grade. Our goal is to defeat everyone else, except for their top 3. Do you all have the confidence? Everyone shouted in unison. Yes, we do. Yuanfeng smiled and raised his hand to encourage them. Great. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed since the novel was published. Zichen went out to buy some supplies. Hi, I'd like to buy some violent giant condor meat, the clerk replied. Sure, how much would you like to buy? We have a promotion running. If you buy 100 kilograms at once, you will get a 5% discount. He thought about it and said, in that case, I'll hold off for now. Zikan decided to wait until he had enough money to buy 100 kilograms all at once. After all, it would only be next month. The next day, on the school campus, Zikan was walking with Qinghan. She said, Xiao Chen, they opened a new cafeteria a few days ago, and I heard the chef. There is amazing. Why don't we go check it out? He agreed, sure. Together, they walked over to the bustling cafeteria. Smelling the food, Qinghan got excited. Wow, that smells so good. Her tray was piled high with delicious food. Qinghan exclaimed. Xiao Chen, it's a good thing we got here early, or we'd be stuck waiting in a massive line. Ziken agreed. Yeah, seriously. Meanwhile, a commotion broke out in the crowd. Hey, you! Why are you cutting in line? I'm not cutting. My friend was saving this spot for me. Saving a spot? Are you kidding me? This is a line. I'm cutting into my deskmate's spot. What's it to you? Are you stupid or something? Yeah, I'm cutting. What are you going to do about it? Qinghan watched anxiously. Xiao Chen, Xia Yu is arguing with someone. Should we go over and check it out? Ziken declined. Probably no need. Xia Yu is so fierce, he's totally scaring the line cutter. Seeing Xia Yu's intimidating posture, the cutter left in a huff, muttering, "Stupid brat." The atmosphere in the cafeteria suddenly grew tense. Out of nowhere, a group of guys cut right in front of him. What do you think you're doing? What's your problem? One of them shot back. Nothing. We just felt like cutting in front of you. Xia Yu was furious. Are you kidding me? Get to the back of the line. But he suddenly froze when he realized he couldn't budge them. Xia Yu's mind began to race with anxiety as he failed to push them. Qinghan noticed something was wrong. It looks like Xia Yu is getting bullied. Ziken stepped forward and tapped the guy on the shoulder. Excuse me, classmate. Please go to the back of the line. The guy pointed aggressively. And if I don't, what are you going to do about it? Ziken calmly pulled out his phone. I'll report you. The guy got angry. Tattling? Seriously? How pathetic, he said calmly. Personally, I think cutting in line is way more pathetic. Unable to win the argument, the group stormed off in frustration. In Shanghai City, inside a villa in the wealthy district, the cult leader announced, Dum Chiang is dead. Before that, he went crazy, ran to the black market, provoked the security force, and ended up losing his life. Someone chimed in, honestly, it's a good thing that idiot kicked the bucket. He was always running around, causing trouble. I wanted him gone for a long time anyway, or he would have dragged us all down sooner or later. The leader spoke up. This young man is our newest member. He will inherit Dum Chang's position in the future. Take some time to get to know each other. Also, the rat god told me that ordinary humans taste too bitter and are hard to eat. From now on, he wants to feast on those in high positions, so keep that in mind and don't. An improper offering. The crowd whispers anxiously. Cult leader. Targeting members of the upper class is extremely dangerous. Exactly. If one or two ordinary people vanish, it is no big deal, but if someone from high society disappears, it will cause a massive uproar. Please guide us, cult leader. Quickly seek out the sons of wealthy businessmen who are neglected and undisciplined. That way, the risk is much lower. Since you are still a novice, there is no need to target the elite just yet. First, just capture an ordinary young man. Make sure he is handsome so you can practice your skills. Once that is done, deliver him to a divine disciple under the rat god as a sacrifice. He confidently assured. Cult leader. Rest assured. I will present the most handsome offering in the city to the divine disciple. In the classroom, Havu was saying, I have been investigating for days and found out that those line cutters are from class 3. And they are from the second elite class, the strongest one we are about to challenge. Those guys have 0 class. I am seriously speechless. Tu Than casually remarked. Getting good grades does not mean you have good character. Suddenly, he was startled by the news on his screen. Tu Than pondered. Another wealthy heir has gone missing? This is already the 5th rich kid to vanish. What is more, the motive is definitely not money, because none of the kidnappers have demanded any ransom from the families. Could these kidnappings be connected to the rat god cult? The next day, Class 1 was set to challenge Class 3 elite, the strongest class. The guys who had cut in front of Havu last week kept glancing over at him from time to time. Havu instantly fired back with a similar hand gesture. Not long after, the two teams finished warming up, and the sparring match began. Just like in previous matches, Tham Thanham won the first round. But now, she was facing a powerful opponent who struck with absolute precision. Thanham could not fight back and was constantly bombarded with attacks. She thought to herself, this senior from the elite class is just too strong. Even using a turtle shell defensive stance, she could not hold her ground. The senior delivered a final, decisive strike to finish the match. Every single kick was executed with perfect accuracy. Not only Tham Thanham, but even Lai, so Tom and the others were completely helpless against her. Against this formidable senior, it was not until a slightly stronger, short-haired classmate stepped up that they were finally able to take her down. However, another senior from the opposing side quickly took back control of the match. In less than 10 minutes, This senior girl defeated 9 opponents in a row, including 3 boys. Before long, their entire class was so badly beaten that only 4 people were left standing: Tu Than, Vuong Tu Kiet, Lu Kuang, and Ha Vu. Meanwhile, Class 3 had only lost 5 students, with 36 still waiting to fight. All 5 who had been knocked out were girls. And the other side had not even sent out a single boy yet. Vian Fong worriedly thought, "The gap in strength is just too massive. We cannot win like this." He commanded, "Ha Vu, you are up next. They still have 6 girls left. Go out there and take them all down. Can you do it?" He confidently assured. "Piece of cake, coach." Ha Vu was secretly smug. Who cares about 6 girls? Even if they had more seniors, I would gladly fight them. Full of confidence, he leaped onto the stage. True to everyone's expectations, Ha Vu barely broke a sweat as he knocked all 6 girls off the stage. Suddenly, someone aggressively leaped onto the stage. Chi Van smirked arrogantly. "Are you ready to bite the dust?" He snapped back. "Do you lack self-awareness as much as you lack manners?" In his opponent's eyes, Ha Vu was the first boy to step up, so he had to be weak. It was the perfect chance for revenge. He charged at Ha Vu, swinging his fists wildly. An instant later, a powerful punch landed straight in his gut. Ha Vu clutched his chest, gasping, "So fast! And that punch!" Chi Van sneered arrogantly. "You are too weak. Just give up." Ha Vu angrily shoved him away, shouting, "Get the hell off me." But unfortunately, Ha Vu took another hard kick. Agony. He collapsed under the relentless, painful beating. Ha Vu curled up in pain, groaning, "Damn it, that hurts." His strength is on par with the other guys, maybe even higher. He deliberately stepped up just to get revenge on me. I was too careless. Te Viet then challenged him, taunting, "Do you not love sticking your nose into other people's business? If you have the guts, get in here. Otherwise, forget it, too." Then immediately leaped up to accept the challenge. He thought to himself that he was just lamenting not having a turn. "I'm stepping up. This is the perfect opportunity." The crowd cheered. Then, crush him. It was bad enough when they cut the line at the cafeteria. But acting all high and mighty on stage, kick his butt. The opponent immediately rushed toward Tu Than. Te Viet aggressively tried to gain the upper hand with a combination of punches and kicks, but Tu Than blocked his move with just a single hand. Right after that, Tu Than grabbed Te Viet by the head and slammed him hard onto the floor, knocking him out cold instantly. Then, he casually stepped over his body and kicked him right out of the ring. The crowd was stunned. Te Viet is ranked in the top 5 of our class, and yet he got taken down just like that? Is that student really that powerful? Vian Fong stood frozen in shock. Lam Tu Than is still hiding a lot of his power. Otherwise, there is no way he could do this. Thu Kiet was in utter disbelief. That guy, Lam Tu Than, usually seems so strong, but to think that wasn't even his real power. Ha Vu watched in absolute awe. "Is this? Are you even human?" He coldly turned around, looked down at the elite class, and asked, "Which one of you is next?" Those students' faces turned pale with fear, and not a single one dared to step up. Half an hour later, the remaining 29 students of regular Class 3 were completely wiped out. Zikan wondered, "I wonder how far the natural selection progress has come." Suddenly, the system interface popped up, and he stared at it, lost in thought. Only 119 right now? This growth rate is way too slow. Every time there's a class sparring match, I'm always the last one to step up. This can't go on. My strength is already far beyond the high school level. If I didn't have to follow the school regulations, I'd just set my own rules from now on. On Monday, a shocked voice echoed inside the office. "What? Arrange a rewarded solo challenge for you?" Zichen remained dead serious. "That's right. I want to challenge the entire school." The principal immediately refused, saying, "You're just a high school freshman, and you already want to challenge the whole school? Are you actually serious? What makes you think you can do that?" Zichen firmly replied, "That's right, principal. Please come with me to the gym. I'll prove to you that I've got what it takes to pull off this challenge." After that, the two of them headed to the gym together. She asked, "Zichen, it's so late. What did you bring me here for?" Taking off his shirt, he replied, "Naturally, to show you what I can do." The principal grew worried, thinking, "Is this kid trying to show off?" She quickly tried to stop him. "Zichen, wait a minute." But Zichen had already swiftly grabbed the iron bar. Using only one hand, he easily lifted a 700-kilogram weight. The principal gasped in utter shock at the terrifying sight. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she realized, so this is the real strength he was talking about. The principal muttered. 700 kilograms. That's even stronger than Wu Tiancheng, the strongest freshman in the school. All right, no problem. I'll arrange a solo arena event for you to challenge the entire school. Scratching his head, he said, Principal, don't forget to put up some rewards. Without them, no one will have the motivation to step up. It's best to have two kinds, a participation reward to encourage everyone to enter the ring and a cumulative prize pool. The more challenges we get, the larger the prize pool becomes. Whoever beats me gets to take home the whole pot, and if no one can, it all goes to me. Satisfied, she replied, Don't worry, leave it all to me. I'll make sure it's done exactly as you said. Zikin added, Principal, please keep my actual strength a secret. Otherwise, once they find out, no one will dare to challenge me. The principal agreed, all right, whatever you say. Sometime later, inside her private office, she pulled out some paperwork. Zikin, take a look at this proposal. What do you think about organizing the challenge event this way? He was fully satisfied. Perfect. This is no problem at all. Thank you for your hard work, Principal. The principal waved it off. Oh, it's nothing. Not a trouble at all. The two teachers standing behind them were completely bewildered. What on earth is going on? Has the world turned upside down? Yuan Feng thought. In school, that she-devil principal always wears a terrifyingly grim face. Why is she suddenly brown-nosing and smiling like that in front of Lin Zichen? At 2 p.m., the entire school gathered around the arena. The principal began introducing his basic info and recent achievements exactly as planned. Then, the rules and rewards were explained in detail. As expected, the crowd erupted. The students buzzed with chatter. Principal, are you seriously sure about this? He's just a freshman, yet he's setting up an arena and telling everyone to challenge him? He only beat Class 2 and is already flexing. He's way too arrogant and doesn't know his place. Zikan announced, starting tomorrow, I'll be defending the arena in the gym for 2 hours during the lunch break every day. You're all welcome to come and spar. Feeling thrilled inside, this is perfect. It looks like a ton of people want to beat me up, which means natural selection might be completed way ahead of schedule. As night fell, the streets were bustling with crowds. A guy walked down the street with a carefree, nonchalant look. Some girls squealed, Hey handsome, are you out here all by yourself? Want to hit a bar and grab a few drinks with us? Hearing that, he looked disgusted and snapped, Not interested. Get the hell away from me. The two girls walked away, not interested at all. Guess I'm destined to stay single forever. He thought, unbelievable. Shanghai City is so huge. I just want to find a 10 out of 10 handsome guy. Why hasn't it worked after all these days? None of the guys on this street catch my eye. If I can't perfectly complete this sacrifice mission, what will the cult leader think of me? Will I end up being ostracized by the cult? At first, I planned to grab some male celebrities, but they had bodyguards crawling all over them. Since I'm just a rookie in the rat god cult, I simply don't have the strength to pull that off. The deadline for the mission is just around the corner. What should I do now? Suddenly, he saw Zikin running past, and his eyes instantly lit up. He stared at Zikin in admiration. Now that is one handsome guy. Talk about searching far and wide, only to find it right under your nose. The rat god cult member flashed a sinister grin. He's the one. He stood there watching as Zikin ran into an alley, his own face starting to distort and change. Since the street seemed completely deserted, he transformed his body into a mutant rat. Time to make my move, but suddenly, a brick came flying right at him. Right in its face, the mutated rat clutches its head and squeals in pain from the brick strike. What is up with this guy? Zikin says coldly. Who would have thought? Just out for a quick jog, and I bag a rat man. My mutation attribute went up, and I even unlocked a speed boost. It drops to its knees, trembling. This guy is way too terrifying, and he is spouting things I cannot even understand. Why am I so damn unlucky? The mutated rat starts frantically banging its head on the ground, leaving him totally speechless. Wait, what? I only threw a single brick at its head, and it already croaked? Are rat god cultists really this weak? Well, no use overthinking it. Let us quickly absorb its life essence before anyone shows up. An increase of only 1? That is it? No wonder this rat man was such trash. But for safety's sake, I should probably stop going out for night runs for a while. After all, not every cultist is going to be this pathetic. Some of those rat god cultists are actually pretty formidable. Once they mutate, their bodies become insanely strong, to the point where they can even shrug off bullets. The next morning, Zikin woke up to the news. At 3 in the morning last night, the municipal police headquarters teamed up with an instructor from the Shanghai Evolution Academy and wiped out a whole nest of the rat god cult. He sat on the chair, drying his hair. Is the rat god cult really wiped out? The one who defeated the Rat King this time was Wu Tiancheng, an instructor at Shanghai Academy. He is a gene fuser with a high biological rank. During that battle, Wu Tiancheng unleashed a devastating combo of skills on the mutated rat, and in no time, his massive power completely overwhelmed it. The entire battle lasted only 30 seconds and ended in an overwhelming victory. Zikin was quite surprised as he watched. So this is the true power of a high-tier biological being. Truly impressive. Meanwhile, in another location, a skyscraper stands tall with its lights blazing. The big shot raised his glass and asked if Tiancheng was still unable to contact his teacher. Wu Tiancheng sighed in response. Still missing. The group of powerhouses who went to the chaotic origin site, 36 back then, are still unaccounted for. He was curious about the current situation at origin site 36. Wu Tiancheng replied that it was relatively stable, or else he would not even have the time to be here. During the cleanup operation back then, a few small fries managed to escape in the chaos. The big shot was taken aback. Small fries? The city's entire security force was completely powerless against that Rat King. Yet, to a genius high-tier biological being like him, it really was just a small fry. Since he was already here, he might as well visit his old school and give a guest lecture. Wu Tiancheng declined. Come on, boss, I am not some slacker. I have actual work to do. The big shot replied that shaping the minds of those lovely young boys and girls is also a real job. Elsewhere, deep inside a dark abyss where only moonlight could reach, the real Rat King was in a towering rage. At first, they only ate stray animals, but then they graduated to tender, young humans. And after devouring high society elites, it even developed a human-like physique. I went to so much trouble to bring you here. It was so you could expand our tunnels and strengthen our bloodline. But instead, you went around eating people and caused such a massive scene. The Rat King roared in fury, raising its foot to stomp down. It growled, demanding to know if his subordinate even deserved to exist. The mutated rat trembled. My lord, please, I beg of you, give me one more chance. The Rat King declared coldly that he could give him a chance, but he slowly reached his claws toward his subordinate's head. You must pay the price. In the end, only the agonizing screams of the mutated rat echoed through the dark. The Rat King grumbled that sewer rat eyes always smell so foul. He stuffed his subordinate into his mouth anyway. Well, actually, it tastes pretty good. But I have to admit, you were pretty clever. You knew how to hide in the shadows and enjoy yourself while letting your brother play the Rat King and take the fall. Still, if you don't get to work digging those tunnels for me, you will be disposed of anyway. The next day, everyone was gossiping. Is that the guy who wants to challenge the entire school? Lin Zikin is just a high school freshman. He really does not know his limits. Look, he is heading to the gym. Let us go watch the drama unfold. Ignoring the whispers, Zikin casually pulled out his phone. The headline read, Remnants of the Rat God Cult Escape. He stared at the bounty amount, deep in thought. 50,000 yuan for an escaped cultist? Still, if I run into one, I need to keep my head down and stay out of danger first, before thinking about any bounty. A moment later, a massive crowd gathered inside the gym. Standing on the arena stage, Zichen swept his gaze across the room. Quite a crowd, huh? His eyes sharpened. The more people, the better the rewards. Qing Han announced that anyone who challenges him gets to enter a lucky draw, with awesome prizes up for grabs on a first-come, first-served basis. The students instantly went wild. They heard there are the latest game consoles and fruit phones. If we win the draw, do we get to hold hands with Qing Han? The eyes of her fanboys lit up with excitement. I want to challenge him. Suddenly, a girl leaped out and kicked him right in the face. Let me do it, the schoolgirl squealed in excitement. Count me in, Junior Zichen is mine. Girls were shouting from all directions, begging for a turn too. One of them grabbed his hand, thinking to herself, Oh my gosh, I can feel it, such strong arms. Another blushed furiously, thinking he was just so handsome. And just like that, the girls began challenging him one after another, clinging tightly to his body. Shu Chen felt a wave of unease. This whole situation was starting to take a very bizarre turn. Even though he really hated the idea of hitting girls, he had to do it for his own achievements. With a quick, powerful palm strike, he blasted them right off the stage. One by one, they were sent flying off the ring. Unleashing a storm of rapid attacks, Shu Chen muttered, Forgive me. Right after, a system notification popped up. Natural selection, 309 out of 1,000. Just then, one of the girls spoke up. I still want to challenge you again, she cried. But Shuchen warned her. Once you're defeated, you can't challenge me a second time. The female students groaned in disappointment. Why? I still wanted him to touch me. Right then, a male student stepped forward to face him. Lin Shuchen, right? I've been sick of your face for a long time. Now it's my turn to teach you a lesson, kid. But a moment later, he was completely pulverized by Shuchen, bringing the system count to 419. Shuchen landed a barrage of strikes, leaving the guy with absolutely no chance to fight back. Just like that, time flew by, and it was already 4 o'clock. During that time, he had taken down countless opponents. Anyone else? Shuchen called out. I'm in! A voice boomed confidently. The crowd immediately erupted into whispers. Wait, is that Yan Xiaoshuan, the top dog of the second-year elite class? Someone in the crowd asked. Who do you think is going to win between these two? After all, Yan Xiaoshuan is in the elite class, and the second-year elite class is on a completely different level from everyone else. Years ago, he took down an entire gang by himself, though he was eventually defeated by Chen Wuxing, who was one step ahead of him. Xiaoshuan leapt onto the stage and spoke. Junior, I used to be just as arrogant as you, but after getting my butt kicked, I finally learned that there is always someone stronger and a much bigger world out there. Today, let me teach you your very first life lesson. How to be a genius without getting ahead of yourself. Shu Chen, however, couldn't care less. Sir, can we start now? The teacher nodded, and the match officially began, while the guy was still running his mouth, saying, Junior, I suggest. Su Chen's fist slammed right into his face. A fierce clash erupted on the stage. Su Chen casually cleaned out his ear in disgust. Finally, some peace and quiet. The crowd gasped in sheer disbelief. No way. Yan Xiaoshuan was defeated just like that? Is Lin Shuchen really this overpowered? Suddenly, slow clapping echoed from below, drawing everyone's attention. The crowd began to murmur in excitement. It was Chen Wuxing. Determined to restore Yan Xiaoshuan's honor, the top student in the school had stepped up to challenge him. Shu Chen was genuinely surprised. The top student? What is this? A bully getting beaten up and calling his big brother to rescue him. As soon as Wuxing leapt onto the stage, he sneered. Honestly, I never expected Yan Xiaoshuan to lose to a little brat like you. Shu Chen ignored him and asked, Sir, can we start now? Furious, Wuxing snapped. You little punk, can't you let me finish speaking? The referee yelled, Begin. Instantly, Wuxing charged forward. Looks like I'll just have to beat you to a pulp first. Then maybe you'll actually listen to what I have to say. They clashed head-on. Shu Chen muttered, Hey, I'm really sorry. Before delivering a massive kick that sent Wuxing flying high into the air. But I'm kind of in a rush. Flying backward, Wuxing screamed in sheer terror. This is impossible. Below the stage, the students stared with their jaws dropping, completely dumbfounded. Su Chen gestured, pointing at someone in the crowd. Hey, what are you just standing there for? Get up here and fight me. The guy blinked in confusion. Who? Me? Su Chen nodded. Yeah, you. You're the only one who hasn't fought me yet. Trembling as he stepped onto the stage, the guy pleaded, Please, go easy on me, okay? In his mind, he thought, if it weren't for the lucky draw reward that came with challenging, he would have definitely run away. And just like that, Shu Chen knocked him out, with the system announcing, Progress +1. The spectators braced themselves. Well, since we're already here, even if we lose, it's not like it's embarrassing. Besides, I really want to win that Apple phone. Right after that, Zuchen began taking them down, one by one, with absolute ease. One after another, they were beaten to a pulp by Shushin, causing the system notifications to go off like crazy. With swift, effortless strikes, he sent his opponents flying out of the ring. The system chimed in this primal competition, please utilize the most primitive biological methods. Shuchen suddenly got excited. He stared at the system screen, lost in thought. Increasing basic damage stats was simple and crude, yet incredibly practical, though it didn't specify exactly how much the damage would increase. He hopped down from the stage as the challenges came to an end, and the crowd began to disperse. The students grumbled, already? I wanted to watch some more. Afterward, Su Chen left the gymnasium with Qing Han. Soon, the rest of the students flooded out of the building. A short while later, the door to the principal's office swung open. The principal smiled and said, "Congratulations! I can't believe you actually took the #1 spot in the entire school. You even managed to take down Chen Wuxing. You're definitely still hiding your true strength, aren't you?" He calmly replied, "Well, yeah, but only a little bit." She shook her head. "I think it's way more than a little bit. Not long ago, Chen Wuxing took the special admissions exam for Capital University. With just one hand, he lifted 690 kilograms. Based on that, your strength must be at least 800 kilograms. Zhu Chen answered, "You're like a mind reader, principal. I'm actually at 790 kilograms. But deep down, he thought, no way I'm letting her know my true strength." The principal chuckled. "I knew it." He then asked, "So, when do I get my prize money of 8,810 yuan? She immediately pulled out her phone. "I'll transfer it to you right away." Privately, she sighed. Thinking about how he was such a money-obsessed kid, she pulled out her phone to send it to him. She couldn't help but sigh, thinking about how this kid really only had eyes for money. As the principal was telling Zishan that he would represent the school in the future, he immediately cut her off. "Principal, Shen Qinghan and I both love swimming. Would it be possible for us to use the gym's pool? You can use it any time. Plus, while you two are in there, no one else will be allowed inside." She nodded. "I got it. You can use it. Happy now?" Zikan was surprised in his heart. She had agreed so quickly. He said, "I don't like being seen in my swimwear, so when we use it, I'll go ahead and cover the security cameras there." The principal fell deep in thought. A young boy and girl staying in a room alone was one thing, but covering the cameras too? She imagined an awkward scene. Could this boy actually want to? The principal pulled out a key. "If that is what you want, I will naturally grant your request. From now on, that place is your private pool. Just be careful and don't let it result in any human lives." Hearing those words, he was completely bewildered. A human life? A moment later, Zikan and Qinghan left the office. Holding the key, he lost himself in thought, thinking that now he could finally figure out what kind of power Qinghan actually possessed. She spoke up. "Zikan, there's something I need your help with." Zichen asked curiously, "What is it?" Qinghan pleaded, "I've signed up for a singing competition. I've got the song down pretty well, but I need someone to help me practice the chorus." "Zikan, can you practice with me tonight?" He agreed. "Of course I can." She then walked away, feeling incredibly relieved. Zikan wondered to himself, does she really care about this competition that much? I hope this helps her build more confidence for the show. As night began to fall and only the lights remained glowing, Qinghan happily showed off her singing talent right in front of him. Jianye whispered anxiously, "Honey, they're both grown up now. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for a young guy and girl to be alone in a room together?" Shumeng snapped back. "They've been childhood sweethearts forever. Who are you to get in the way, you old man?" "Old man Shen, I'm warning you, stay out of their business," he mumbled an excuse. "Fine, I won't say another word." Those voices quickly reached Zikan's sharp ears. He said, "Qinghan, we've been practicing for 30 minutes already, and it's almost bedtime. Tomorrow after school, let's head to the school pool to practice. Remember to bring your swimsuit." She agreed. "Okay." Qinghan waved goodbye to Zikan, and he replied, "See you tomorrow." Once she was left alone, she blushed and thought to herself, "The pool?" Qinghan started picking out her outfit. Which swimsuit should I wear? She laid them all out on the bed, racking her brain to find the perfect one. Holding one up shyly, she murmured, "Is this one too revealing?" She pictured herself swimming with him, her face turning bright red, before quickly stuffing it into her bag. Well, it's only going to be Zichen in the pool anyway. The next day at school, the atmosphere was fresh and quiet, and inside the empty pool area, only a single figure could be seen. Zichen was standing there in his swim trunks, waiting with his arms crossed. He glanced up at the security camera and thought, "You can rest easy knowing I took care of that." Suddenly, Zichen heard a voice call out from behind him. "Zichen!" It was Qinghan, running toward him in a gorgeous swimsuit. She elegantly apologized. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Zichen warned, "Slow down, watch out for the slippery floor," but his heart was racing as he thought, "She's so adorable." Blushing, he said, "Come on, let's get in the water and start training." And with that, they both dove in and began their practice. Zichen held Qinghan's hand as they gazed affectionately at each other, her sparkling eyes filled with pure happiness. As they kept locked in each other's gaze, Qinghan pointed her finger upward, signaling him to go to the surface. Zichen wrapped his arms around her and swam to the top. As they broke the surface, Qinghan wrapped her arms around his neck. Zikin asked with concern, "What's wrong, Qinghan?" Splashing the water, she spoke up, "Zikin, the water can actually pass right through me." Qinghan scooped up some water and said, "Look." The water droplets immediately slipped right through her hand. Excited, she said, "See? It passed through my hand again." Qinghan wondered, "This is so weird. Why is water just flowing right through my body?" Zikin fell into deep thought. Could this be Qinghan's superpower? He suddenly grabbed her hand and requested, "Let me see your hand for a second." Zikin realized that, aside from the water passing right through, there was nothing unusual about her hand. Pulling her along, he said, "Let's go over there. I'll help you check the rest of your body to see if there are other parts where water can pass through as well." Flustered by Zikin's sudden forwardness, her face flushed red. A while later, Qinghan lay on a bench with a shy expression. Right now, Zikin was using water to test different parts of her body. Feeling flustered, Qinghan asked, "How much longer is this going to take?" He analyzed the situation. "I've tested it 3 times now, but nothing else seems unusual. It looks like, for now, only your hands have this power." Helping her sit up, she murmured, "Oh, I see. Zikin, you know how I've never been able to hold my pee since I was little? Do you think it's because water leaks somewhere inside my body?" Zikin replied, "That's very possible. Next time you feel like you can't hold it anymore, make sure to let me know. Oh, and try to pay close attention to your body to see if any other part feels the same way your palms do." In his mind, he groaned. He was just one slip of the tongue away from sounding like a total creep. At this moment, Qinghan looked at her hands, her heart filled with joy. In other words, she was not a useless girl, but someone who possessed a superpower related to water. One day, her powers would be fully unlocked, allowing her to stand right by Zikin's side as his perfect other half. As night fell, the streets bustled with people. At a certain shop, a clerk greeted him warmly, "Hello, welcome to our store." Suddenly, a black card was tossed onto the counter, startling her. Zikin calmly made his request, "I'd like 100 pounds of violent eagle meat. Please deliver it to this address." Taking the card, the clerk was dumbfounded but quickly stammered, "Yes, of course." She thought to herself, "Him again? Just what kind of wealthy young master is he to spend money so extravagantly?" Sometime later, the delivery girl arrived at his place and reminded him, "Please give us a good review." Zikin then carried the box inside, lost in thought. "I just received 120,000 yuan in royalties this morning, so I have nearly 210,000 in total now. Buying this 100 pounds of violent eagle meat should be enough. Let's see what surprises its illustration map will bring once it's unlocked." Soon, the system popped up a notification. "You have devoured a portion of life force." Finally, Zikin found himself in another dimension that looked like a vast ocean. Massive waves crashed down, soaking his hair. At the same time, a giant clawed foot was seen snatching a giant octopus. Standing his ground, he looked at the system panel. "You have successfully unlocked the violent eagle illustration. Your sky, eyes, field of vision, and motion tracking abilities have been enhanced." Immediately after, Zikin's eyes glowed with a strange golden light. Beams of light shot out from his eyes, sweeping across the city. Zikin focused on a passerby who was glued to their phone. Reading the screen clearly, he murmured to himself, "The eagle eye really is incredibly powerful." Eventually, Zikin returned to his familiar home. He saw his parents intently watching the news. The news anchor reported that a triple gene fused individual had recently mutated in public, causing hundreds of casualties. Gene fusion is a fundamentally wrong path. Throughout history, only demons have ever yearned to become human. No human has ever wanted to become a monster. If we work hard enough, we can become higher-tier beings on our own. Someone stood up and countered, "That's just a fairy tale. Without gene-fused warriors, we wouldn't even be able to stop a single bullet." Yansheng joined the debate. "Honestly, gene fusion is like an uncontrollable time bomb. Once they mutate, it's an absolute catastrophe." Wangshan disagreed. "Such worries are completely groundless. The government regulates this very strictly, so the chances of it happening are extremely slim. Instead of worrying about mutation, we should be concerned about the inheritance of gene fusion, since they lose the ability to reproduce after all." He agreed. "That's true. That's why they still need to freeze more samples before undergoing gene fusion, or find a partner to have children first." Those words made her freeze in realization. Wangshan turned around. "Oh, Zikin, you're back?" She secretly worried. Oh no, did we say something inappropriate in front of our son? Yansheng also scratched his head awkwardly. Well, since Zichen is back, let's eat first. At the dinner table, Zichen spoke up. Tomorrow, our school is hosting a singing competition. Qinghan has signed up to perform. He was surprised. Really? Then our whole family must go to cheer for Qinghan. She agreed. Absolutely. Qinghan is just like a daughter to me. He quietly ate, watching the lingering awkwardness on his parents' faces. The following evening, the school stadium was absolutely buzzing with excitement. Yansheng and Wangxin were especially thrilled, shouting, "Shen Qinghan, you're the best." Meanwhile, inside a quiet classroom, Qinghan and Zichen had some private space. He was helping her apply makeup, but Qinghan had dozed off. Fluttering her eyes open, she asked, "Zichen, why are you staring at me like that?" Zichen gave her a gentle smile and praised, "Because you're beautiful." Those words made Qinghan blush, and she tightly clutched her dress to ease her nervousness. Suddenly, Chusin walked in with a playful smirk. "Are you two done flirting yet?" Qinghan quickly explained. I only asked Zichen to help because he's good at makeup. It's not like he was confessing to me or anything." She giggled, covering her mouth. I get it. There's no such thing as just friends between a husband and wife, right?" At this moment, Zichen looked like a makeup pro, thinking to himself, having too many skills can be a curse sometimes. Chushin then turned to leave. "I don't want to play third wheel here, but I just wanted to remind you that we're up right after 2 more performers finish." With that, she closed the door behind her, and Qinghan replied. "Got it." Packing up his things, Zichen said, "In that case, let me walk you out so you can get ready." Suddenly, Qinghan stood up, her body trembling uncontrollably as if in great discomfort. She staggered forward, grabbing his shirt, and gasped, "Zichen." Unable to hold it in any longer, she ended up wetting herself. She whimpered in extreme embarrassment. I couldn't hold it in again. Qinghan began to sob. "Zichen, what am I going to do? It's almost time for Chushen and me to perform, and we've practiced for so long. If all our hard work goes down the drain just because I wet myself, she'll hate me forever." Zichen quickly comforted her. "Hey, don't cry. If you cry anymore, we'll have to redo all your makeup." She was still crying, but suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Zichen's eyes lit up. He had found a solution. He spotted the white curtain by the windowsill. Aha, got it. Zichen quickly bent down to search for scissors in the desk drawer. Then, he reached out and grabbed the white curtain. Zichen then meticulously cut it, stroke by stroke. Meanwhile, Qinghan was still crying. Dumbfounded by his actions, she softly called out, "Xiao Chen." He held up the tailored outfit and said, "There you go. Go to the restroom and change into it." Qinghan blushed shyly. "No need, Xiao Chen. Just turn around. I'll change right here." Hearing that, Zichen's face flushed bright red from embarrassment. He quickly turned his head away and stammered, "Okay." Slowly, she slid the dress down. The rustling sounds drifted straight into Zichen's ears, making both of them incredibly flustered. Their faces were as red as tomatoes. Meanwhile, Qinghan struggled to tie the straps in the back. She whispered, "Xiao Chen, you can turn around now." And, "Thank you, Xiao Chen. Maybe because I just had a good cry, I don't feel nervous anymore." Zichen patted Qinghan's head and smiled. "Let's go. I hope the performance goes smoothly." On stage, the announcer declared, "Next up, let's welcome contestant pair number 20, Li Chuzin and Shen Qinghan." A while later, the results were in. The winners of this year's school singing competition were Li Chuzin and Shen Qinghan. He stood below, clapping enthusiastically for her hard work. Meanwhile, the teacher was furious, yelling, "Which little rascal cut my curtain like this?" In the end, the two of them ended up cleaning the classroom together. Zichen thought to himself, "Is this my punishment for cutting the curtain?" Suddenly, the system popped up, startling him. Multiplayer cooperation accumulated. Strength increased. A smile tugged at Zichen's lips. Well, that's an unexpected harvest. Afterward, the girls kept showering her with compliments. "Han Han, your singing was amazing. Let's go to karaoke after school. You're so good, you have to teach me some tricks." Qinghan happily replied, "Sure." The singing competition had truly helped Han Han regain her confidence. And with her confidence restored, her martial arts skills improved as well. Meanwhile, everyone was cheering for him. "Xiao Chen, you're awesome. We boys won the championship. You're the GOAT, Captain." After all these years, Our school finally won the championship. Just like that, Zichen went on to win championships in multiple martial arts competitions. Later, he signed a contract to become the brand ambassador for Xiaoyu's family dojo. The advance payment from the endorsement, combined with the royalties from his novel, totaled 900,000. He was thrilled. This is almost enough to unlock the next beast diagram. The delivery guy greeted him cheerfully. We meet again, handsome. What species are you choosing this time? Stealth dragon, a lizard species famously known for its stealth. Zichen quickly absorbed it through the system. You have devoured a large amount of life essence. You have successfully unlocked the stealth dragon diagram and obtained its biological attribute. Natural camouflage reduces your presence by lowering your body's vital energy. Zichen pondered. This creature's attribute actually has two main uses. It minimizes my presence to help evade or ambush enemies, while also concealing my evolutionary level. Now that his main business was done, he realized he still hadn't bought the cake his mom asked for. Zichen thought, better grab that cake and head home. Suddenly, he heard a loud shout, keep quiet and behave. Zichen spotted a woman being escorted under heavy guard. Zhang Kai walked over and greeted him. Zichen, what a coincidence. Zichen replied in surprise. Senior Zhang Kai. Glancing down at his gear, Zichen grew curious about his leg. Zhang Kai explained, back then, I didn't get into high school, so I went through a pretty wild phase. Ended up breaking my leg in a motorcycle crash and had to have it amputated. Luckily, I got into the Zichen Group's body modification project. Who would have thought I'd change like this, going from a disabled guy to a cyborg? Zichen asked curiously. So, who is that person over there? Zhang Kai replied, that woman is a remnant of the rat god cult. She's the only female among the 9 remnants. Someone called out, Zhang Kai, stop chatting, let's move. He responded, coming, let's catch up when we have time, I gotta run. Zichen waved back, talk to you later. Zichen fell into deep thought. The Security Bureau has put all their effort into capturing the remnants of the rat god cult for so long without any luck. Yet, the Zichen Group caught them so easily? Looks like the Zichen Group shouldn't be underestimated. Suddenly, he heard his phone ring in his pocket. Wang Xin's voice came through. Xiao Chen, did you buy it yet? When will you be home? Zichen answered. I'm buying it right now. Mom, I'll head back the second I'm done. She reminded him, be careful on your way home, okay? Han Han and he were born just 1 day apart. That's why every year, their families celebrated their birthdays together, and their 18th birthday this year was no exception. Someone teased, hey, handsome boy and pretty girl, swap your presents already. Qing Han said softly. Xiao Chen, this is my present for you. Zichen smiled. Han Han, here's yours. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, making the entire house tremble. Yanqing cried out, it's an earthquake. Zichen frowned and analyzed the situation, feeling that something was terribly wrong. Meanwhile, deep beneath Shanghai City, a secret is unfolding. On the news, they are reporting that the strong earthquake in Shanghai City was just a minor, ordinary tremor. According to the relevant departments, Shanghai City does not sit on any tectonic fault lines, so they urge the public not to panic. Zichen stands up and says, Mom, Dad, I am done eating. I am heading to school now. Wanxin calls out, be careful on your way. Later, he meets Qing Han, who says, Xiao Chen, let's walk to school together, and he immediately agrees. Qing Han chimes in, since we have already celebrated our 18th birthday, we are officially adults now. Zichen agrees, adding, and the college entrance exam is just around the corner, too. She says anxiously, just thinking about it makes me nervous. After some time, he finally has enough money to unlock the illustration of the void minnow. The system chimes in. You have devoured a massive amount of the void minnow's life essence. Instantly, a massive fish head emerges from the water. In the sky above, a majestic eagle spreads its wings and soars, while beneath the waves, the colossal fish swims endlessly. Zichen looks at his system and thinks, this should protect me from any sneak attacks. I will head to the mall first to test out the effects. As expected, there are a lot more ordinary people in real life. For the next illustration, I think I will unlock this one. Who knows, I might even gain the healing abilities of the Vitality Slug. But man, this thing is way too expensive. A licensing fee of 100,000 a month isn't going to cut it. Looks like I will have to find a way to boost my income after the college entrance exam. Meanwhile, Shanghai City looks pristine, with clear, blue skies. Inside a luxurious building, several high-ranking officials are gathered. Inside the minister's office, the powerful figure sits, listening to a report from a teacher. The overall educational performance across the cities in Nanjiang province this year is largely similar to last year. Shenzhen City is still leading the pack. Following them are Changzhou, Nangguan, Shanghai, Daoshan, and finally, Haiyuan. Principal Yuan. That is the overview of the educational performance across the province's cities this year. She takes a sip of her tea and replies, "Thank you for your hard work." He then asks Principal Yuan, "How is the situation at Sector 36 right now?" She replies, "It has basically stabilized. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the time to preside over the provincial college entrance exam." He thinks to himself, that is wonderful news. Otherwise, the entire Nanjiang province would have been doomed. She stands up and says, "I don't have anything else for you here. You may go back to your duties." The teacher nods. "Understood. Please let me know if you need anything else." With that, the door is quickly shut behind him. Left in the quiet room, she sighs. Without even realizing it, it has been several years since I last took on a disciple. She looks at her reflection in the glass window. Outside, the sky is clear blue, and the calm water ripples with gentle waves. The martial arts college entrance exam in this world lasts for a total of 9 days. On the first day, the morning is dedicated to a written test to assess theoretical knowledge. In the afternoon, there is a physical examination to evaluate physical fitness. The students endure one rigorous physical test after another. From the 2nd to the 8th day, it is all about practical combat. All the martial arts students in the province will be sent into the deep jungle for wilderness survival. On the 9th day, they will test the compatibility of gene fusion and mechanical modification. Today, June 7th, is the very first day the students face the college entrance exam. Qinghan and Zichen walk together along the long road. She suddenly tugs gently at his sleeve, a subtle gesture. With tears welling in her eyes, Qinghan whimpers, "Xiao Chen, I'm so nervous. What if I wet myself during the exam?" Zichen quickly flashes a warm, reassuring smile. Pulling her into a hug, he says, "There is no need to worry. Your theoretical knowledge is amazing, and you're already wearing a diaper anyway. Just do your best when you get in there." Qinghan blushes, "I'll do my best. You have to do your best too." Zichen replies, "We'll ace this together." A moment later, inside the exam room, he is fully focused on his test. Zichen feels a bit bored and thinks, "I'm already finished. There is still plenty of time left, so why not brainstorm the plot for my novel?" Later, when he sees her looking totally dejected, he wonders, wait, did Han Han not do well on her test? He reassures her, "We're martial arts students, so as long as we pass the written test, that's enough. There is no need to stress over a perfect score." Qinghan speaks up, "I actually did really well on that, so you don't need to comfort me." Zichen asks curiously, "Then why do you look like you're not feeling well?" Her eyes dart away shyly as she blushes. I actually wet myself. Wait here for a second. I'll run to the restroom and be right back." Zichen reminds her, "Hurry up, the physical exam is about to start." When the results are announced, Lin Zichen's final score for the single-arm lift is a staggering 950 kilograms. The other students are in utter shock. This guy is unreal. His 100-meter sprint time was insane too, and he even got a vertical jump of 4.19 meters. That is absolutely crazy. Qinghan walks over while wiping off her sweat, and he asks caringly, Han Han, how did you do?" She answers, "I did the 100-meter sprint in 9.32 seconds, got a vertical jump of 1.62 meters, and did a single-arm lift of 125 kilograms. Even so, I still can't compare to you, Xiao Chen." Zichen pats her head and says, "But you're already a total star student." Havu walked over and said, "Tuthan, Ham, the written test results are out. I heard Vuongthu Kiet and Luke Kwong both got over 80, while I was just 1 point short. How about you guys?" She was anxious. "I'm checking right now," Thanham said excitedly. 82 points. Havu praised her. "Wow, that's higher than me. You're awesome, Ham. Then, both of them turned their heads at the same time. Havu asked, "What about you, Tuthan?" Tuthan held up his perfect scorecard of 100. She gasped in admiration. "You're too good, Tuthan." He grumbled in frustration. This guy is seriously a total freak, as always. Later, while walking down the street, Thanham spoke up, "Tuthan, a week of practical exams starts tomorrow. I wonder what the forest at the exam site looks like." He held her hand and said, "Don't worry, I'll be right by your side to protect you. Thon Ham said happily, I'll stick close to you, Tu Thon. Meanwhile, the Crow Mask said, the practical exam starts tomorrow. When the time comes, make sure to use your position as a security guard to help suppress and control the top 10 geniuses. He presented a box and said, inside this box are 10 demon seeds. Crow Mask emphasized, they will lend you a helping hand. If you pull this off, I'll introduce you to the higher-ups and make you an official member of the organization. He hesitated and replied, I'm in no rush to become an official member. What I want right now is an exotic fruit. He scoffed, young man, you're so short-sighted. An exotic fruit can only help you evolve to the ordinary 7th stage at best. If you join us, you can become a high-level being. Hearing that tempting offer, he gulped unconsciously and agreed. You're right, sir. Becoming an official member of the organization first is definitely more valuable. The students were arriving at the practical assessment site. The system announced, all candidates, please prepare to get off. Tu Thon woke Thon Ham up. Ham, we've arrived at the exam site. Wake up. She woke up dazed, her sparkling eyes looking at him as she asked, are we here already? An announcement played, candidates at gate number 9, please get off the bus and proceed to the assembly point. There were many point cards hidden throughout the forest, each marked with a number that represented its point value. These cards would be placed in difficult locations like treetops, cliffs, and even on exotic beasts. Every wild beast and exotic beast is monitored by security personnel. Candidates can call for help in an emergency, but the price to pay is instant disqualification. The exotic beasts deep in the forest are extremely fierce, so candidates must stay calm. Aside from individual scores, the practical assessment grade will also depend on your live stream performance. There are 1 million candidates in total, but only 500,000 point cards. More than half of the students won't get any. Participants can cooperate to share point cards or steal them from others. Everyone has 1 hour to prepare before entering the exam area. The students started buzzing. One shouted, my dad is a senior manager at the Kothan group. If any powerhouse carries me, I'll definitely reward you handsomely. Someone said excitedly, I'll carry you. I'm the top student of the genius class at Changzhou No. 1 High School. The teacher immediately warned them, first warning, blatant teaming like this is not allowed. The guy lowered his head in fear and said, I'm sorry, teacher. Other students crowded around him. Lam Tu Thon, you're so strong, take me with you. But he coldly rejected them. A girl asked in confusion, why not? Just then, Hong Tuan Bin walked over and said, hey classmate, I'm a bit hungry right now. Can you sell me some food? Tu Thon tossed the bag of food to him. No need for money, it's yours. Tuan Bin was surprised. You're actually this nice? Why don't the two of you team up with me? I'm Hong Tuan Bin, a student from the rocket class of Tian Qian School. But Tu Thon flatly refused. He said, thanks for the offer, but we'll pass. Turning around, Hong Tuan Bin said, all right then, thanks for the bag of snacks. Thon Ham wondered, that guy is so weird. There are so many food stalls around here, yet he came all this way to ask us for food. Tu Thon smiled. His focus wasn't on the food. Who told us we have a gorgeous beauty by our side? Hearing this, she blushed in embarrassment. So he was just trying to hit on me? He took Thon Ham's hand and said, time is almost up. Let's head out too. To let Thon Ham get used to the pace first, they didn't head deep into the forest right away, but instead searched for point cards around the outskirts. Tu Thon activated his special skill, Sky Eye, and immediately, everything around him seemed to shrink within his line of sight. Tu Thon guided her. There's a point card at the top of that tree over there. Go grab it. She agreed. On it. Thon Ham leaped up the tree and held the card high. Tu Thon, I got it. Right after, he activated his ability again to search the area. They kept doing this over and over. Tu Thon's eyes glowed with a brilliant golden energy as he guided her to collect even more cards. After a while, Thon Ham had gathered a large stack of point cards. She cheered excitedly, Tu Thon, you're absolutely amazing. How on earth did you do that? As they were celebrating, a voice suddenly rang out. What a coincidence. Tuan Bin waved as he walked over. We ran into each other again. I've already got 28 points now. I always repay a favor tenfold. He thought to himself, she is just too cute. I definitely have to get to know her today. Tuan Bin suggested, why don't I lead the team for you guys? When the time comes, we can split the point cards 3 ways. But Lam Tu Than pulled Thon Ham behind his back. He said coldly, no need to team up. But if you really want to repay the favor, Just hand over all the point cards in your hand. Hearing this, Tuan Bin got annoyed, furrowing his brows as he angrily raised his hand. Classmate! He blocked their way, making the narrow path even tighter. Then, he swung his fist and sneered. Hey classmate, this path is getting a little too narrow for you. Zichen ran a hand through his hair and replied, You're right, it is a bit narrow. And with that, Zichen casually delivered a swift punch right into Junping's stomach. Instantly, Junping doubled over in agonizing pain as blood sprayed from his mouth. Finally, Zichen snatched his point card, grabbed Qinghan's hand, and led her away. Thank you, Qinghan said softly. But then she asked anxiously, Zichen, is he going to be okay? Zichen replied, He's fine. I barely used any strength. Over the next few days, he continued to help Shen Qinghan find point cards, and even taught her how to use the cards as weapons to hunt wild boars. Zichen instructed her, Aim carefully before you strike. Remember, it has to be fast and precise. They even picked wild fruits to share, and together, they taught a harsh lesson to anyone who tried to ambush them. Side by side, they defeated enemies everywhere they went. Whenever they got tired, they would lean against each other to rest, secretly wishing this peaceful time could last just a little longer. Qinghan spoke up. Zichen, we've finally reached the mutated beast territory in the middle of the forest. Zichen, it looks like we're too late. All the mutated beasts are already gone. Qinghan said sadly. What a shame. If only we had gotten here sooner, you would have definitely been named one of the top beast-slaying geniuses. Zichen comforted her. There's nothing to regret. A title like that doesn't really mean much anyway. He gently took her hand and said, All right, let's head back. In his mind, Zichen thought, There are security cameras and guards everywhere, so even if I did kill a mutated beast, I wouldn't be able to devour it anyway. Helping Qinghan train her wilderness survival skills is much more valuable. Once the practical combat test was over, the next step was the gene fusion compatibility test. Everyone relocated to the Island Gene Research Institute. The instructor shouted, All right, everyone, line up at the testing window. A short while later, the examiner's voice called out, Next, Qinghan asked curiously, Zichen, are those test reagents over there the ones used for the gene fusion compatibility test? He replied, Exactly. That's the flowing cloud jellyfish gene reagent. The genes of the flowing cloud jellyfish are highly compatible with humans. It easily triggers a unique chemical reaction when mixed with human blood. That's why it's used as a testing agent to determine gene fusion compatibility. The main testing process involves drawing fresh blood from candidates on the spot, then injecting it into the jellyfish reagent to start the reaction. Based on how intense the reaction is, they can determine if a candidate is suitable for gene fusion. He said anxiously, Man, I hope I pass this gene fusion test. I really don't want to go through that mechanical compatibility test. Chu Xin agreed, looking worried. Seriously, I heard that mechanical compatibility testing requires implanting special alloys directly into your body. They say the pain is as bad as giving birth. The two of them prayed in unison, Please, God, let us pass the gene test. Moments later, as Qinghan's blood was being drawn, her entire body tensed up. Zichen reassured her. It should take about an hour for the results to come out. Someone cheered excitedly. My gene fusion compatibility is 8. I can actually become a gene fusion warrior now. Another person groaned. Only 4? I knew I wouldn't make the cut, while someone else cheered. 6 is a pass. Awesome. He thought, 6 is a pass, and 8 is excellent. But to get into elite universities like Kyoto University and Sanhei University, that prodigy from the capital had a gene compatibility score of 16. My physical stats are way higher than his, so I should easily score around 20. She tugged at his sleeve. Zichen, I can't do this. I'm so nervous. Zichen comforted her. Don't worry, it's completely normal to feel nervous. But deep down, he worried. If Qinghan's compatibility score is too low, she won't be able to stand by my side anymore. Suddenly, Chu Xin shrieked, startling them. Oh my God, I can actually apply to both universities. I can't believe I got a 10. He complained. How is mine only 11? I should have gotten at least 12 or 13. Zichen stood up. If those two were behind us and already got their scores, then ours must be ready too. Let's go check. Qinghan shrank back. I'm too scared to look. You go first, and then you can check mine for me. Zichen pulled out his phone. All right, I'll check yours right after. The screen lit up. showing Lin Zichen's gene compatibility score, 15. She excitedly hugged him. Zichen, with a score like this, you're definitely going to be the top scorer in the province. But Zichen thought to himself, only 15? Is my score really lower than that prodigy from the capital? It seems physical strength isn't the only factor that determines compatibility, Zichen murmured. Then, he said, Qinghan, it's your turn. She nodded. Okay, Chu Xin chimed in to comfort her. Don't worry, Qinghan. Even a slacker like me got a 10, so you're definitely going to pass. Suddenly, Zichen stared at the screen, pure shock written all over his face. The others leaned in to look, and their jaws dropped instantly. On the screen, it read, Shen Qinghan's compatibility score is 21. Meanwhile, inside the Jiangnan Provincial Education Headquarters, senior officials were busy reviewing the exam results. An officer called out, the gene compatibility test results for all the schools are in. Everyone, please take a look. As the results were projected onto the screen, everyone gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they were seeing from a mere student. This year's provincial top scorer is from Shanghai Middle School again. Principal Bai, congratulations on producing another top student. She humbly replied, oh, you flatter me. But inside, she was absolutely thrilled, thinking, way to go, Zichen. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You really made your principal proud. Just when everyone thought Zichen was the top scorer, Qinghan's test results left everyone completely speechless. What? It's 21? Is that a score a human can actually get? Principal Bai was in shock. Shen Qinghan, Lin Zichen's childhood friend. She always seemed so ordinary. Dongzi asked, what kind of student is this Shen Qinghan? She replied, her performance has always been totally average. Could there be a mistake with the test results? Hearing this, Dongji sighed. Well, there's nothing we can do. Looks like I'll have to go down there and check this out myself. The entire hall erupted in whispers. What is going on? 21? Is that a glitch in the test? Qinghan stood there, completely dazed. Zichen, how is it 21? Could the test be wrong? He walked over, grabbed her hand, and said, I don't think it's a mistake. You have an incredibly high natural compatibility with water, and the flowing cloud jellyfish gene used in this compatibility test comes from a mutated beast with a super strong water attribute. Qinghan realized. So my attribute is highly compatible with water-type mutated beasts. Wait. Am I a genius? She felt a rush of joy, thinking, I'm finally worthy of being by Zichen's side. He smiled warmly and said, this is amazing, Han. Suddenly, someone screamed, look over there. What is that? Right then, Dongji appeared, riding atop a massive tidal wave. Someone observed, the woman standing on that giant wave. Is she a dragon girl? Is she some kind of extremist? Is she trying to drown this whole place? Dongji, with her long legs, gracefully stepped down from the crest of the wave. The staff on site bowed respectfully. Principal Yuan. The students started whispering. Principal Yuan? Wait, is she Yuan Dongji, the vice principal of Shanghai University? The one from the Yuan family, that legendary 1,000-year-old martial arts clan? I heard the Yuan family once slayed a dragon. Isn't fusing with Dragon Clan genes basically fusing with a water attribute gene? No wonder she can control the waves like that. She walked up, looked at her, and asked, Are you Shen Qinghan? Intimidated by her overwhelming pressure, she stammered, Yes, that's me. Dongji waved her hand and ordered, Draw her blood 3 more times and retest. The staff bowed respectfully. Yes, ma'am. Chu Xin spoke up. Oh my God, who is she to draw 3 more vials of your blood? Han, are you okay? Qinghan raised her arm and said, My arm feels a little numb. The doctor called out, Shen Qinghan, please follow me. A moment later, she walked into her office and said, Excuse me. Dongji slowly turned her chair around and smiled. The results are in. It's truly hard to believe, but all 3 tests came back as 21. Qinghan was confused. Really? She replied, Let's get straight to the point. I want to take you as my disciple. Qinghan couldn't believe it, pointing at herself. Take me as your disciple? Dongji said. As my disciple, riding the waves like I just did will be a walk in the park for you, she said shyly. But this is so sudden. Can I have some time to think about it? In her mind, she knew she had to talk to Zichen first. She continued, There's nothing to think about. Becoming my disciple only brings advantages, with 0 downsides. I'm not only the Minister of Education, but also the Vice Principal of Shanghai University. If we become master and disciple, you'll be fast-tracked straight into Shanghai University. Do you have any objections? She blushed and said, none at all. Dongji pulled out her phone and said, great, let's add each other on WeChat. Qinghan took out her phone to scan the code, thinking, I'm completely being led by the nose here. She added, by the way, besides you, I have another disciple. She started training under me 10 years before you, but she's around your age, so she's your senior disciple sister. I just sent you her photo. I'll introduce you two when we get the chance. Looking at the girl in the picture, Qinghan was shocked to see it was Tiangshu. Is this? Qinghan couldn't help but think of her past and muttered the name Bai Shui. She quickly asked, Master, what's my senior sister's name? Dongji was surprised. Luo Tianshu. Why do you ask? Do you already know her? She shook her head. Back in elementary school, I had a close friend named Bai Shui who looked exactly like my senior sister, but she transferred schools shortly after. I was just wondering if my senior sister could be Bai Shui. She replied with absolute certainty, impossible. Qinghan, your gene fusion compatibility level is far higher than anything I've ever seen. Now, I need to do a full-body examination on you to see if there's anything special about your body. She agreed, yes, master. Dongji then placed her hand on Qinghan. She channeled a surge of energy to scan her body. Suddenly, her expression shifted, and her brows knitted closely together. Dongji pulled her hand back, her voice filled with confusion. How strange. She quickly grabbed her hand and asked, is there something wrong with my body, master? Dongji shook her head. No, it's strange because everything is far too normal. This is clearly a body with a compatibility level of 21. To protect you, I'm going to alter your official score to 16 and release that to the public. We need to prevent any bad actors from targeting you. Qinghan obediently replied, yes, master. She glanced at her phone and said, it's getting late. I've said all I need to say, so you can head back now. She walked to the door, turned around, and said, goodbye, master. See you soon. Back. Right after that, a loud slam echoed. Dongji sat alone in the room and dialed a number. The voice on the other end asked, how did it go? Dongji replied, that kid I told you about, her fusion rate is 21%. I've officially taken her on as my disciple. He approved with satisfaction. Good, well done. You must nurture this disciple at all costs. Dongji continued, I've looked into her background too. It's completely clean. Plus, she and the runner-up, Lin Zixin, are childhood sweethearts. Her father remarked, that's not simple at all. Your disciple is bound to achieve great things. When that time comes, the rewards we reap will be beyond imagination. And remember, under no circumstances must anyone find out about this genius disciple's terrifying talent. Dongji obeyed. I understand, father. As night fell, Zixin pedaled his bike with Qinghan on the back. She complained in a frustrated voice, you're really unbelievable. Why on earth did you just accept a master out of the blue like that? She said gloomily, it just feels so weird to me. It's way too sudden. He comforted her. Forget it, let's just see how things play out first. If she doesn't mean any harm, there's no harm in having her as a master. But if she turns out to be a bad person, we can just cut ties once we're strong enough. Qinghan agreed. Wang Xin and Zhu Meng rushed out. Zixin, Han, you guys are back? Aunt Xin added, you're back just in time. We're heading to the Mingxiang restaurant tonight to celebrate. She said, I heard Han came out as the top scorer in the province. That's seriously amazing. Zhu Meng said happily, Han can go to the same university as Zixin now. That's just wonderful. Later, everyone raised their glasses and cheered together. Congratulations to Han and Zixin for winning first and second place. Yansheng waved. It's getting late. Safe travels home, everyone. Shenjian replied, you too. Let's get together again soon. As deep night fell, only the light of the full moon remained. A knock echoed from the door. Wan Xin hurried to open it, calling out, coming! And seeing Qinghan, she blushed and teased, Han, did you come to sleep over with Zixin again? Qinghan explained shyly, oh, no, it's not like that. I just have some really important things I need to talk to Zixin about in person. With a bright red face, she dashed inside, calling, Aunt Wangxin, I'm heading in to find Zixin. Wang Xin thought to herself, important things are always best said in person. Wait, could she be confessing her love? Qinghan ran to his bedroom door and knocked. Zixin, I have something super important to tell you. Zixin opened the door, looked at Qinghan, and asked, What's going on? She stepped inside and replied, It's about that master I took on this morning. He asked in surprise. Your master? Chinghan sat on the bed, hugging a pillow, and replied, My master did a full body exam on me today. The results showed there's nothing special about my body. I'm just like any ordinary person. And as for my body leaking water, she couldn't detect anything at all. Ziken thought to himself, even Yuan Dongji, who can control massive ocean waves, couldn't see the secret inside Han Han's body. It seems her body is far more mysterious than I ever imagined. He touched her shoulder and warned, Let's keep this between us for now. If this gets out, we have no idea what the consequences might be. Once we become stronger and more knowledgeable, we can figure it out slowly. There's no need to rush. Chinghan agreed, I'll do whatever you say. She pulled out her phone. Oh right, there's one more thing. When I was at the base, my master told me that I have a senior sister. I saw a photo of her, and she looks almost identical to Beishu. He took the phone and studied the screen, lost in thought. They do look a bit alike, but her aura is completely different. Ziken asked, But where was this background photo taken? Do you know? Chinghan looked at the picture again and shook her head. I don't know. Let me text my master and ask. The message read, Master, where did senior sister take this photo? Dongji replied, The origin land. She texted back, Where is that? She messaged back, All I know is that it's the origin land. Nothing more can be asked. Chinghan repeated to Zichen, All she knows is that it's the origin land, and nothing else can be asked. He sat down beside her, then let's leave it for later. A moment later, Chinghan crawled onto the bed to lie close to Zichen while he was browsing his phone. She pressed her face against the pillow, her eyes filled with deep thoughts. Chinghan spoke up. Zichen, do guys really like women who wear cheongsams? Hearing that question, Zichen fell silent. Was she influenced by her master? Imagining her wearing a cheongsam, he blushed and muttered, Yeah, they look nice. In his mind, he thought, if Han Han wore one, she would probably look gorgeous. Suddenly, Chinghan leaned over and pressed against Ziken, asking, So, do you like it? His face turned red. Yes, I do. She continued probing. What about fishnet stockings? Black, white, or nude color? Flustered, Ziken stammered. Why are you suddenly asking such weird questions? I guess, if I had to choose, black or white. Chinghan immediately ordered the cheongsam and the fishnets, ordering them all. He panicked. What on earth is she doing all of a sudden? At that very moment, another knock came at the door. Wang Xin said suggestively, Han Han, your mom just brought over your toiletries. You should sleep over tonight. Blushing with embarrassment, she took them and mumbled, I didn't even ask my mom to bring these. Why did she? Did mom really just do that on her own? She even told us, It's fine, you're both adults now. It's totally okay to sleep in the same bed. With that, Wang Xin closed the door, giving the young couple some privacy. Chinghan looked at Zichen, both of their faces turning as red as tomatoes. She walked over and emptied the bag. It's fine, I'll just change my diaper and head to sleep. Suddenly, Chinghan gasped in shock. What on earth is this? Reading the label, she screamed, Ultra-thin natural condoms. Embarrassed, Chinghan quickly threw them back. Why did mom even put this in here? She scrambled off the bed in a panic. I'm going to go change my diaper first. Watching Chinghan's sheer embarrassment, he couldn't help but sigh. What even is that? Then, Ziken called out, All right, I'm pedaling. Hold on tight. Both he and Chinghan had been accepted into the Evolution Academy at Shanghai University. Chinghan wrapped her arms tightly around Zichen's waist. She smiled happily and cheered, Let's go. Just like him, Chinghan had also signed a contract with Xiaoyu's family martial arts gym. Today, they were on their way to the gym to help promote an event. Just then, a voice called out, Excuse me. To their surprise, they hadn't been out long before encountering a strange group of people who blocked their path. Chuanwu spoke up, Excuse me, are you student Lin Zichen? Zichen stopped his bike and asked cautiously, Who are you? The man replied, Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Chuanwu, Dean of the Martial Arts Academy at Shanghai University. We are here today representing the Tianren Pavilion. Hearing this, Zichen fell into deep thought. The Tianren Pavilion had been in the news before. They were a conservative group opposed to gene fusion and cybernetic enhancements. They were quite popular online, but most of the comments were just people blasting them for ruining the younger generation. He spoke up. On behalf of the Tianren Pavilion, I am here to invite you to join our organization. Zikan tried to push past him coldly. Please get out of the way. But suddenly, Chuanwu placed a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. Could you spare me a few minutes of your time? I can give you this latest iPhone model as a gift. Feeling helpless, Zikan sighed. Dean Liu, please, after you. A short while later at a coffee shop, the older man began to speak. At Tianren Pavilion, we study how to unlock the potential of pure-blood humans without relying on gene fusion or cybernetic enhancements. Breaking through the limits of the common tier, we can evolve into high-tier, rare-tier, or even epic-tier beings. We have already achieved significant results. To see exactly what I mean, just watch this video. My own rank is 9th tier common. This is a video of me defeating and killing a high-tier gene-fused warrior who was ranked way above me. Hearing this, Zichen was completely stunned. In the video, Wu Tiancheng single-handedly wiped out the cult of the rat god. Inside the arena, the winged beastman constantly used his wings to dodge attacks. Furthermore, each of his feathers acted as a secret weapon. Once they pierced a target, they would inflict severe damage. Just then, Tiancheng landed gracefully on the ground, hiding his wings. At that moment, Chuanwu threw another punch forward. His fist struck with such force that it completely distorted Tiancheng's face. Tiancheng was sent flying, nearly crashing out of the arena. Chuanwu continued to explain, the human body is naturally peerless. Why would we ever need to borrow the traits of other species? Pure-blood humans, cultivating body-tempering methods, are the true future of mankind. Listening to this, Zichen was still skeptical. Is this for real? Was the video edited? Or is Wu Tiancheng just a fraud? He assured him confidently, this video has absolutely no post-production editing. I will continue to challenge other high-tier gene-fused warriors in the future. You are welcome to come and watch anytime. Curious, he asked. If that's the case, why don't you post these videos online? Wouldn't that be great publicity for your Tianren Pavilion? Chuanwu explained, we want to, but the current authorities won't allow it. Zichen was curious as to why. He clarified, the authorities believe that as long as our biological tier doesn't increase, we have no future, so it's not worth promoting. But without promotion to get more people involved in our research, breaking through is nearly impossible. After all, a change in quantity leads to a change in quality. However, if a genius like you joins our organization, you won't end up like me. I've trained hard for 50 years and am still stuck at 9th tier common, but you could definitely evolve into a high-tier being. Zichen was startled. Wait, 50 years? He only looks like he's in his 50s. Chuanwu said confidently, don't let my appearance fool you. I may look around 50, but I am actually nearly 100 years old. The reason I can maintain such a youthful appearance is entirely thanks to our body tempering method. Chuanwu added, if you don't believe me, you can search my name on Baidu. I am the Dean of the Martial Arts Academy at Shanghai University. Zichen looked up the information and thought to himself, so body tempering can really extend one's lifespan. I wonder if my parents could cultivate it too. Let's see if there's any other useful info here. In his youth, he was the eldest young master of the Liu family, which owned Liu's martial arts, one of the top martial arts families in Nanjiang province. However, when the era of gene fusion arrived, they refused to adapt, causing the entire clan to fall into ruin. As the eldest young master of the clan, Liu Chuanwu ended up being abandoned by his wife and child. He adamantly refused to follow the path of gene fusion, even though his wife and child were both strong supporters of it. Talk about being jealous. If it were Han Han, she would never leave my side. That is the bond of childhood sweethearts. Suddenly, his eyes freeze as he continues scrolling through the info. This is Yuan Dongji. Wait, isn't he Han Han's master? And what is this relationship with Liu Chuanwu, Yuan Dongji's ex-wife? His son, Yuan Shusheng, and his daughter, Yuan Xiaoyi, both of their photos are blurred out. Does this mean they are both dead? Zichen glances at him, sizing him up. This guy is definitely not someone to be underestimated. Chuanwu says smugly, I am almost 100 years old, and yet I still look like this. That is more than enough proof that pure-blood humans have a bright future ahead of them. And that is exactly why our Heavenly Human Pavilion exists. But what exactly does Heavenly Human mean? Mankind conquering heaven, that is what a Heavenly Human is. Relying on gene fusion and mutant beasts means you will never actually surpass those beasts. In the end, you won't be able to stop the mutant beast invasion, which will lead to humanity's extinction. It's the same story with mechanical body modification. A lot of the materials used for cybernetic enhancements come from mutant beasts. So once again, you are relying on them, and you will never be able to surpass them. Our heavenly human pavilion does not oppose gene fusion or cybernetic enhancements. What we oppose is putting all our eggs in those two baskets. We should rely on gene fusion and cybernetic enhancements just to hold our ground in the early stages. Then, we use this time to research alternative paths, preparing for the later stages. Lin Zikin, I sincerely invite you to join the Heavenly Human Pavilion. Let us work together for the future of humanity. I am absolutely certain that you can become the very first pureblood human to break through the shackles of the ordinary rank. He scratches his cheek and asks, You've been talking about this body tempering method for so long, but what exactly is it? He continues, The body tempering method of the Heavenly Human Pavilion is actually a blood tempering technique recovered from an ancient ruin. Just as the name suggests, the blood tempering technique uses your own vital energy and blood to temper your body, strengthening your physical form and boosting your overall combat power. According to the ruin's records, reaching the highest realm of this technique can make your physical body sacred, allowing you to fly, tunnel underground, and shatter mountains and rivers with a single punch. You can even tear giant beasts apart with your bare human hands. However, only pureblood humans can practice this blood tempering technique. Gene fusers have impurities mixed in their blood, so they cannot practice it. Cyborgs have incomplete bodies, meaning their vital energy and blood cannot circulate properly, so they cannot practice it either. This is why we firmly believe only pureblood humans have a future, while gene fusers and cyborgs do not. So, Lin Zikin, would you like to join our Heavenly Human Pavilion, learn the blood tempering technique, and walk the path of a pureblood human? Zikin politely declines, saying, I feel like I still know too little about pureblood humans right now. Let me think about it first. Suddenly, Chuan Wu stands up, slams the table, and says, You can take all the time you need to learn, but Lin Zichen, with your incredible talent and physical strength, it would be a tragic waste if you didn't walk the path of a pureblood human. As far as our Heavenly Human Pavilion is concerned, the provincial top scorer with a 16% gene fusion rate is completely beneath you. His words basically imply that Shen Qinghan, who is famous nationwide, isn't even worth a hair on his head. We've always believed that you, with the #1 physical stats, are the true top scorer of Nanjiang province. If you choose the path of a pureblood human, you will easily crush her in the later stages. She puffs her cheeks in annoyance, thinking she didn't even say a word, and yet she still got dragged into this. Suddenly, he raises his hand, catching the man off guard. Zikin introduces her. This is the provincial top scorer with the 16% gene fusion rate. Qinghan gives a forced smile and says, Hello. He places his hand on the phone box and says, It's getting late, and we have other things to take care of. Thank you for the phone you gave me and for buying us milk tea. We'll be heading out now. Chuanwu holds up a hand to stop them. Wait, just join us for half a year and see how it goes. Whatever benefits the Evolution Academy is offering you, our Heavenly Human Pavilion will double it. If double isn't enough, we'll triple it. Hearing such an insanely good offer, Zikin is stunned. Triple? He immediately turns back to the table. You know, I've always deeply respected the ideals of the Heavenly Human Pavilion. I've decided to bring my talents to the Heavenly Human Pavilion and dedicate myself to the cause of pureblood humanity. Chuanwu sighs helplessly. It's great that you understand, but on the inside, he's crying tears of blood. Triple? Just how many resources are they going to have to burn on this kid? Zikin nods and asks, By the way, I do have one question. Do you know what kind of place the Origin Land is? He is taken aback. This kid actually knows about the Origin Land? Chuanwu explains that it is believed to be the birthplace of all life. He emphasizes that all the mutant beasts currently in existence originated from there. Zikin thinks to himself, the birthplace of all life, the source of all mutant beasts, the Origin Land. So humans actually do have some understanding of these mutant beasts, and they can even enter the Origin Land. He voices his curiosity. Does that mean the mutant beast meat sold at the mall also comes from there? Chuanwu assures him that it's obvious. Otherwise, the remaining meat on Earth wouldn't just be distributed to the higher-ups. Besides, it's not like a regular guy like Zichen has any right to ask. Do you have any videos of the Origin Realm? He shook his head, saying, No electronic devices work there. They're all completely fried in that place. If you want a record, you have to draw it by hand. Zikin finally understood, so that picture he saw was actually a drawing. Suddenly, his phone started ringing. A voice cheered from the other end. Hey, handsome, hey, gorgeous. The martial arts dojo's promo event is about to start. When are you two getting here? Zikin replied. We're heading over now. But the person on the other end kept urging them, then hurry up. Zichen stood up and said, I have to go. We'll catch up later when we have time. Chuanwu pulled out a book and explained, this is a translated copy of the blood tempering art. It has all the detailed training methods inside. However, the blood tempering art has a specific requirement. You must be at least an ordinary Tier 4 organism, and your body's blood energy must be abundant enough to practice it. With your physical stats already close to ordinary Tier 4, you can take a look at it during the summer break. Once the semester starts and you evolve to ordinary Tier 4, you can start training immediately. Zichen smirked inwardly, thinking, oh, really? I'm already at ordinary Tier 6. Let's head home and give it a shot. A while later, inside a room in a building surrounded by high-rises, Yu Yan was training intensely. She delivered a powerful high kick, completely warping the heavy punching bag. Seeing Chuanwu walk in, Yu Yan stopped. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she asked, Director, what made you so happy? He said smugly, thanks to my irresistible charm, the runner-up of the Nanjiang Province College entrance exam, who also ranked #1 in the entire province's physical test, has officially joined our celestial pavilion. Yu Yan asked skeptically, are you for real? Chuanwu pulled out his phone and bragged, of course I am. Look, I even got his contact info. She was taken aback. Director, how on earth did you pull that off? He proudly declared, I told you, it's my undeniable charm. Yu Yan rolled her eyes. Come on, tell me the truth. Chuanwu casually replied. Well, I told him that whatever benefits the Evolution Academy offers him, our celestial pavilion will triple it. She gasped in shock. Triple? We're already drowning in debt, he reassured her. Don't worry, I've got dates lined up with 3 wealthy sugar mamas. Tripling his benefits will be a piece of cake. Yu Yan sighed helplessly. Director, please. Stop making such reckless moves. Chuanwu then asked, Yu Yan, back when you first trained in the blood tempering art, how long did it take you to sense your blood energy? She replied, that was 10 years ago. But if I remember correctly, it took about a week. He asked, and what about controlling it? Yu Yan replied, 2 months. Chuanwu nodded with satisfaction. As expected of the runner-up of the capital's college entrance exam back then, your talent is truly outstanding. I used to think of myself as a genius, yet it took me 2 full weeks just to sense my blood energy. Suddenly, her face fell. Please don't bring up that capital runner-up title anymore. Ever since I gave up gene fusion to join the Celestial Pavilion, I haven't evolved into a high-tier organism for years. I have no idea how many people have been laughing behind my back. He patted her shoulder comfortingly. Let them laugh. In a few years, once you evolve into a high-tier organism, won't you be able to wipe the floor with them? Yu Yan said despondently, I've gone through body tempering twice now, and yet I still haven't managed to open a single acupoint. How about that kid, Lin Zichen? How long do you think it will take him to sense his blood energy? Chuanwu estimated, his physical stats are pretty insane. Just a tiny bit lower than yours back then. I'd say about 10 days. She gasped in surprise. Really? Then I'll have to put in extra effort to teach this genius junior of mine. Meanwhile, as night fell over Zichen's house, he sat on his bed, focusing on the book while refining his energy. Zichen thought, sensing blood energy is way too easy. It literally took me 3 seconds. Next is controlling the blood energy to start tempering my body. He decided, let's start tempering with my right hand first. The system popped up. You are currently using blood energy for tempering. Half an hour later, Zichen thought, first round of tempering for my right hand is complete. Let's test its durability with a knife first. Even after just 1 round of tempering, it's completely impervious to blades. No wonder Lu Chuanwu, who tempered 3 times, could easily block Wu Tiancheng's feather projectiles. I wonder just how ridiculously strong my body will get after 5 rounds of tempering. 3 hours later, he panted as he analyzed his progress. At this rate, it'll take less than a week to finish tempering all the skin on my body. I've finished tempering the skin on both of my arms, consuming about 1/3 of my blood energy. Suddenly, Zichen's phone buzzed with a text from Qing Han. Zichen, are you asleep yet? He replied, not yet. She texted back, I've prepared a surprise for you. She suggested, can you come over to my room and take a look? Zichen wondered. What kind of surprise? Qing Han replied, well, if I tell you, it won't be a surprise anymore. He agreed. All right, I'll head over now. Zikan got up, completely puzzled. What could this surprise possibly be? Why is she calling me over so late? Aunt Meng came to open the door. Oh, Zichen, are you here for Qinghan? He answered, yes. She sent me a WeChat message saying she prepared a surprise for me and told me to come check it out. She covered her mouth with a knowing smile. Well then, hurry upstairs and find her. You wouldn't want to keep her waiting. A moment later, Zikan knocked on the door and said, Qinghan, I'm here. Qinghan called out from inside. Come on in. Right after that, Zikan pushed the door open and walked into her room. Looking at Qinghan, who was completely wrapped in a blanket, Zikan asked in confusion, What are you doing? Blushing deeply, Qinghan replied, It is a surprise I prepared for you. Zichen was intrigued, wondering what kind of surprise required being wrapped in a blanket. He blushed, letting his imagination run wild. Could she be trying to offer herself to him, or was she about to show him a glow-in-the-dark watch? Qinghan suggested, Come over here and find out. As Zichen drew closer, she looked at him with a flushed face and said, Pull it back and see. She then shyly buried her face in the pillow, not daring to look at him. Ziken's face grew hot. Pursing his lips, he reached out and decisively pulled the blanket back. Once the blanket was pulled back, Qinghan was revealed wearing a beautiful cheongsam. Ziken was instantly stunned, his eyes wide with shock. She shyly asked, Do I look pretty in this? Flushed, he nodded eagerly and replied, Yes, beautiful. Twirling a lock of her hair, Qinghan asked, I even bought some black fishnets. Do you want to see me put them on? Ziken agreed to her suggestion and said, Go ahead, let me see. She then took out a pair of black fishnets and slowly slid them onto her legs. Her gentle, slow movements made Ziken feel hotter by the second, and he unconsciously bit his lip. Once they were on, she asked, How do they look? He instantly replied, Gorgeous, they really suit you. She teased, These fishnets feel amazing. Do you want to touch them? Ziken reached out, felt them, and replied, Wow, they really do feel great. Qinghan asked curiously, So, what feels better to touch, the fishnets or my bare legs? Ziken replied, Definitely your bare legs. She agreed, Yeah, I think so too. Just then, Aunt Meng's voice echoed from outside. Zichen, your mom just stopped by to drop off some of your personal things. I will hang them on the doorknob, so grab them whenever you can, okay? Zichen got out of bed, walked over to the door, and called out, Got it, thank you, Aunt Meng. He then brought inside the bag his mother had left. Looking inside, he found a box of condoms, leaving him completely speechless. He tossed it back into the bag, sighing in disbelief, We haven't even kissed yet, what is the rush? Qinghan walked down and said, Ziken, it is getting late. Why don't you stay over tonight? I need to put on a diaper, so turn around and do not look. Ziken immediately turned his back to her, facing the door. A moment later, she walked up to him and said, All done. Let us turn off the lights and go to sleep. He agreed, Sure. A moment later, they were lying in bed, facing each other. Ziken broke the silence. Han, why does your bed smell so sweet? Did you use some kind of perfume? Qinghan giggled and replied, That is just my natural body scent lingering on the sheets. Don't believe me? Take a sniff and see. Ziken was skeptical and said in disbelief, No way, how is that possible? She did not say a word, just lying there silently, gazing into his eyes. Zichen stared back at Qinghan, whose face was now as red as a tomato. Suddenly, her lips parted slightly. And unconsciously, Zichen leaned in, parting his own. He wrapped his arm around her neck, pulling her closer, and they shared a deep, passionate kiss filled with genuine affection. As Ziken kissed her passionately, Qinghan's eyes suddenly flew open. She pushed him away, panting, and stammered, Wait, stop. Watching her scramble out of bed in a panic, Ziken asked in confusion, What is wrong? Blushing furiously, she covered her legs and muttered, I peed. An awkward silence instantly filled the room. Then, Ziken suddenly asked, Wait, what did you just feel? Did you experience a sudden surge of mental energy? She replied shyly. My heart was racing, like it was about to jump out of my chest. Plus, my body suddenly got super hot, and then I just peed. My mental state was definitely fluctuating like crazy back there. Ziken put the pieces together and realized, just as I thought. I suspect your unknown superpower is linked to mental power, and you control it with your mind. As long as your mental power is high enough, you might be able to fully trigger and control it. Come here, let us keep kissing and see if your mental spikes cause the same reaction. Qinghan stopped him. Hold on. Let me change my diaper first. Ziken reasoned. You are just going to wet it again anyway, so let us keep going first. So she climbed back onto the bed, and they resumed kissing. Looking at Qinghan's blushing face, he asked, How did it feel this time? She replied embarrassedly, same as before, a massive surge of mental energy, and then I peed. Ziken suggested trying a few more times. At this point, they were pretty sure her superpower was triggered by mental energy. She turned around and said, I am so sweaty, I need to take a shower. A little later, Qinghan called out from the bathroom, Zichen, I forgot to grab my clothes. Can you grab a pair of pajamas and bring them in here? Ziken replied, Sure thing, on it. He went over and opened her wardrobe, finding it packed with all kinds of outfits. Picking up a tiny pair of panties, Ziken smiled. Cute. Han probably does not need underwear if she sleeps in diapers, right? He then grabbed a set, saying, Let us go with this one. Later that night, they were sleeping side by side in the same bed. When Zichen woke up, he looked over at the girl sleeping next to him. Qinghan was still fast asleep, with a little drool running down her cheek. He smiled softly and gently wiped it off her face. Ziken then quietly slipped out of the room, closing the door behind him. Aunt Meng called out to him, Ziken, breakfast is almost ready. Why don't you have some before you head home? All right, I will eat before I leave, Ziken replied. Over at the dining table, Jianye was already seated. He asked, Is Han awake yet? Sitting down, Zichen replied, Not yet. Let's just let her sleep in a bit longer. Uncle Jianye praised him, saying, If only Han was as disciplined as you. Ziken quickly reminded him, But Uncle Jianye, Han did score the highest in the province on her college entrance exams. So sleeping in a little during summer break isn't asking for too much. Jianye agreed. Yeah, you've got a point there. He waved his hand and said, No need to walk me out, Aunt Meng. Afterward, Shu Meng watched him leave, closed the door, and smiled knowingly. Nudging her husband, she whispered, Last night, I got up in the middle of the night to use the restroom, and I heard the shower running in the upstairs bathroom. Do you think our daughter spent the night with Xiao Chen? Jianye realized what she meant and agreed. Well, if you put it that way, that must be it. Shu Meng quickly pulled out her phone. This is a huge development. I have to tell Wang Xin the good news. Meanwhile, Zichen had arrived home and was pushing the door open. He took off his shirt and thought to himself, I should wash these dirty clothes from yesterday. Seeing Zichen rushing off, Wang Xin called out, Son, did her praising you make you that nervous? You did great. Right then, in a sunlit skyscraper, Ma Zhenhe marched in furiously and shouted, Liu Chuanwu, you better give me an explanation about Lin Zichen. Chuanwu calmly replied, What do you mean about Lin Zichen? I have no idea what you're talking about, Ma Zhenhe roared. Lin Zichen clearly registered for my Evolution Academy, yet you went behind my back, pulled some shady tricks, and dragged him over to your martial arts academy. Have you no shame? He raised his voice right back. Shady tricks? Me? Since when is your Evolution Academy the only one allowed to recruit students? Is my martial arts academy not allowed to? Ma Zhenhe barked. There is a proper order to things. You've lived this long, and you still don't understand basic courtesy. Chuanwu refused to back down. I don't give a damn about any proper order. All I know is that classes haven't started yet, so he isn't officially a student of your Evolution Academy. If I want to recruit him, I will. It doesn't break any of the school rules anyway, Ma Zhenhe countered. The school rules might not state it, but you're violating the gentleman's agreement established between the deans. Chuanwu scoffed. Laughable. That was your agreement. What does it have to do with me? At the end of the day, my recruitment is completely fair, square, and highly competitive. If you're so unhappy about it, you can go back to Lin Zichen and try to win him back to your academy. Zhenhe's face darkened. A despicable scoundrel like you actually has the nerve to talk about fair competition? If you've got the guts, get in the arena and fight me. Now that's what I call fair competition. Chuanwu picked his ear and mocked him. Fight you in the arena? Do you think I'm an idiot? An advanced Tier 5 expert like you is trying to bully an ordinary Tier 9 like me? And you're shameless enough to talk about fairness? Where's your sense of shame? Zhenhe fumed. I'm 48, and you're 95. Chuanwu teased. So how am I the one bullying you? You're just picking on an old man then. Zhenhe was absolutely furious. You, Liu Chuanwu. As long as you refuse to undergo gene fusion, you'll remain a weak, ordinary Tier 9 for the rest of your life. In your eyes, ordinary people are nothing but ants. Go ahead and keep obsessing over your so-called pureblood human nonsense. Sometime later, Dongji reassured him, "Don't worry, Dean Ma. Once the semester starts, that Lin Zikin will soon see his peers, who were once weaker than him, surpass him through gene fusion or cybernetic enhancements. When that time comes, he'll naturally want to switch majors on his own." Zhenhe pointed out. "Vice Principal Yuan, that's not the point. The point is that Lu Chuanwu broke the rules. We must punish him." She advised, "If you're that upset, why not give him a taste of his own medicine? Go recruit the runner-up instead." He agreed. "All right, let's go with Vice Principal Yuan's plan then." Dongji watched as a disgruntled Zhenhe stormed off. She remarked, "Ma Zhenhe is usually a pretty level-headed guy, but whenever he's dealing with that Lu fellow, he completely loses his cool. After all these years, that Lu guy hasn't changed a bit. He still has such a sharp tongue. He could have been as strong as his mouth is loud. It's a shame he chose the wrong path when he was young, otherwise, he'd be at least the principal by now." Meanwhile, on the street, Qinghan and Zikin were jogging together. Sweating and exhausted, she panted, "I can't do this. I can't run anymore." Zichen handed her a bottle of water and said, "Here, stay hydrated. Let's wrap up today's training. We can sit on that bench over there and stretch out your muscles." Afterward, Qinghan lay stretched out on the wooden bench, while Zikin helped massage her tight muscles. With a blushing face, she turned to him and whispered, "Xiao Chen, thank you." He chuckled and replied, "With how close we are, saying thank you is way too formal." Qinghan sat up, shyly asking, "Then what exactly is our relationship right now? Are we friends, childhood sweethearts, or lovers?" Zikin flashed a sweet smile and said, "We're family." Qinghan questioned, "Family? What kind of family do you mean? What kind of family do you want us to be?" Her face turned beet red in embarrassment as she mumbled, "Like, a fiancé?" Hearing his positive response, Qinghan beamed with joy. "Yeah, fiancé." She held out her pinky finger and proposed, "Then, can we get married after we graduate from college?" Zichen went along with her terms and agreed. They made a pinky promise together, swearing not to change it for 100 years, and after that, they would see. A while later, his whole family sat down to watch the news on TV. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and Yansheng went to answer it. "They are here." As soon as he opened the door, he looked at the visitor in surprise. "Principal Ma, what brings you here?" Zhenhe waved in greeting and said, "I am so sorry for dropping by to bother you this late. I came here to talk to Zikin about his academy selection." Yansheng was surprised. His academy selection? He thought to himself, has he not made his choice a long time ago? Why would he run over here so late just to talk about this? He immediately pulled out a gift box and said, "There are 2 ice crystal fish inside. They taste incredibly fresh. One of my graduates gifted them to me. He gave me quite a lot, so I brought 2 for your family to try," Principal Ma said. Yansheng replied, "Oh, you are far too kind." Zhenhe casually responded, "It is just a small token of my appreciation." Yansheng then invited him in. "Principal Ma, Zichen is in the living room. Let us head inside, sit down, and talk." Zhenhe stepped inside. "Thank you, sorry for the trouble then." A moment later, inside the house, Zhenhe broke the ice. Zichen's gene fusion compatibility has reached 15%. If he pursues gene fusion, his future prospects will be limitless. There is absolutely no need for him to go down some purebred human path. Doing so would be a complete waste of his talent. The initial intentions of the Tianren Pavilion are indeed good, but their purebred human theory has shown no actual progress. It is nothing but a scam. Choosing this path will only ruin Zichen's own future. Zichen, take my advice, do not go down that purebred human path. It will only turn you into an ordinary person like everyone else. Your best bet is still the Evolution Academy. At that moment, Zichen fell into deep thought, his expression turning solemn. Wang Xin asked hesitantly, "Principal Ma, I am a bit confused by what you are saying. Has not Zichen already applied to the Evolution Academy?" He quickly stepped in to explain, "Mom, Dad, I forgot to tell you. A few days ago, I joined the Tianren Pavilion. I have now switched my application to the Martial Arts Academy. I want to walk the path of a purebred human." Hearing this, she froze in shock. "Zichen, what on earth is going on?" Zichen looked at his parents and explained, "First of all, I actually agree with the Tianren Pavilion's philosophy. Plus, the principal of the Martial Arts Academy showed great sincerity by offering to triple my benefits. So, I agreed to join the Tianren Pavilion for 6 months to try out the purebred human path. If there is no progress after 6 months, I will return to the Evolution Academy and walk the path of gene fusion. Hearing this, Zhenhe cursed angrily in his mind. Can that dirt-poor old geezer even afford to triple your benefits? Then, he said in a low voice, young man, let me give you a piece of advice. True. Tripling your benefits sounds like a lot, but in the grand scheme of things, those are just petty rewards. There is no need to sacrifice a massive future for short-term gains, even if you are only trying it out for 6 months and can switch back to gene fusion if it does not work out. Those short 6 months are more than enough to make you miss out on invaluable knowledge. So much so that even 3 times the benefits could never make up for it. He politely replied, thank you for the warning, Principal Ma. But right now, I really believe in the Tianren Pavilion's philosophy. If I do not give it a shot, I will definitely regret it forever, and it might even become a mental block for me. In his mind, he thought, it is not like I wanted to do this, but tripling the benefits is just too sweet to pass up. Hearing those resolute words, Zhenhe let out a soft sigh. Then, he stood up. If you are going to be this stubborn, there is no point in me saying anything more. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. Yansheng immediately stood up. Principal Ma, let me walk you out. High above, white clouds blended with a soft pink hue, while the house cast a dim light under the starry night. While drinking water, Zikin wondered if there was any news today, but as soon as he saw the headline, he was shocked. What is this? The screen showed, official announcement. Zikin was completely stunned. The runner-up of the Nanjiang Province College entrance exam, Lin Zichen, has joined the Tianren Pavilion to walk the purebred human path. What a shame that this top scorer has chosen to become just another ordinary person. It even mentioned the runner-up of the capital's college entrance exam from 10 years ago, stating that after joining the Tianren Pavilion, this female genius ended up as an ordinary nobody. The screen kept scrolling with more posts. Trending search. How many times have the cherry blossoms bloomed, yet the Tianren Pavilion is still so good at brainwashing people? He muttered in confusion. These are all negative comments. It looks like paid shills are driving the narrative. My personal information has been completely leaked. Cyberbullying aside, if I catch the attention of cultists, that is going to be a real nightmare. Could Ma Jena have leaked this? Or is it another faction that has a bone to pick with the Tianren Pavilion? None of that matters right now. The urgent thing is to deal with it. Zikin quickly made a phone call. Hello. I would like to file a complaint about a news report that leaked a student's private information. 2 hours later, he stared at his phone and let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness they finally took it down. After that, Zikin brought his phone over to check a chat group. Everyone was spamming messages. Why did Lin Zikin join the Tianren Pavilion? Is the Tianren Pavilion really leading the youth astray? And to make matters worse, someone even leaked photos of Lin Zikin. The entire internet is talking about him right now, and a massive crowd of people is already completely obsessed with Lin Zikin. Lin Zikin, say something. Are you there, Lin Zikin? Zikin frowned in annoyance. With his photos leaked, things were about to get a lot more complicated. As night fell, only the soft moonlight illuminated the city. Qinghan gently suggested, Zikin, why don't you stay over and sleep here with me tonight? Are you reading that news about yourself? Those toxic people are literally using an innocent contestant as a weapon. They don't have a single shred of human decency. Zikin explained, that's just how power struggles work. If you play by the rules, you'll be at a disadvantage, but being completely ruthless is how you gain the upper hand. She said, Zikin, my master is actually really powerful. Do you think if we ask her for help, she can get you out of this mess? He shook his head wearily. This factional struggle was nothing new. The gene fusion faction was actively suppressing the pureblood human faction. Since her master was a staunch supporter of the gene fusion faction, there was absolutely no reason for her to help him out. But Qinghan insisted, it doesn't hurt to try. She quickly pulled out her phone to send a text. Moments later, her master replied, it is done. Qinghan was shocked. Wait, already? It has only been half an hour. Hearing the notification, Zichen gasped in disbelief. How is that even possible? She assured him, Zichen, it is really taken care of. Sure enough, searching on her phone yielded no results for his name anymore. Zichen thought in disbelief, she actually helped me? Was she just spoiling her disciple? Or did she do it out of lingering feelings for her ex-husband, Lu Chuanwu? Well, whatever the reason, this was definitely a win for him. Qinghan, please thank your master for me. Let her know I am incredibly grateful for her help. Qinghan smiled. I already thanked her. But how are you going to thank me? Zikin asked playfully. Well, how do you want me to thank you? She leaned in close, whispering seductively, "How about giving me a kiss?" Sometime later, Zikin was sitting in his cultivation room, letting out a deep breath of pure energy. System biological level increased by 7 stages. Zikin let out a sigh of relief. He had finally completely refined his skin layer. His status panel read, Name, Lin Zikin, Age, 18. Zikin calculated that these 9 biological attributes were basically equivalent to 10 gene fusions. At this rate, he would completely crush those geniuses at Jingda University, who only had 4 gene fusions. Just then, his phone buzzed with an incoming notification. He checked his screen. Qinghan had texted him, Zichin, Chu Xin wants me to go retrieve my eggs on Monday. Can you come with me? Qinghan would eventually have to undergo gene fusion to make me cause her to lose her fertility. That was why she needed to harvest and freeze her eggs now for in vitro fertilization in the future. The text read, Zishin, Chu Xin scheduled my egg retrieval for Monday. Can you please come with me? Zikin quickly replied, sure. Outside, the school grounds looked completely peaceful. On Monday, Qinghan was lying on a bed in the infirmary. The nurse gave her a warm smile and said, The ovulation shot is done. Just come back tomorrow for the actual retrieval. She nodded politely. Thank you so much for your help. Later, as they walked out, Chu Xin grumbled, What a hassle. I thought they could just do the retrieval right away. I didn't expect we'd have to wait until tomorrow. Qinghan admitted nervously. Honestly, I'm still super anxious about it. Chu Xin put her arm around Qinghan's shoulder and smiled. Well, since we finally got a day out of school, how about we go shopping? It'll be the perfect way to get your mind off things. Qinghan smiled and agreed. That sounds like a plan. Chu Xin turned around to ask, Zikin, do you want to tag along? No, I'll pass. Zikin declined. I need to head home to take care of some things. She turned around with a big grin, whispering, Awesome. Today is going to be a girls' day out for just me and Qinghan. Back home, Zichin sat down to focus on his training. Now was the time to refine his muscles. System. Muscle strength. +1. Blood refining art mastery. +1. He realized that the burning sensation from muscle refinement was far more intense than skin refinement, but it was still within his limits. By the end of the afternoon, he had completely refined his entire right arm, though the sheer effort was starting to make his head spin. Afterward, Zichin headed out to eat, knowing he desperately needed to replenish his vital energy. Just refining his right arm alone had already boosted his overall power by 50%. The blood refining art was indeed a perfect match for his unique physique. Right then, a soft voice called out from his doorway. Zichin, I have something I need to talk to you about. The door is open, he called back. Come on in. Qinghan walked in with a shy blush and said, Chu Xin suggested we all hang out together one last time before classes start. You is going too, so I kind of agreed on your behalf. Zikin gently took her hand and smiled. If you're going, then of course I'll go with you. She hesitated, adding, But Chu Xin wants to go to the beach. I didn't want to ruin her excitement and didn't know how to say no, so I just went along with it. You know how it is. Ever since I heard those terrifying sounds coming from the ocean back then, I've been terrified of it. Zikin reassured her gently, Don't worry, I'm right here with you. Worst case scenario, we can just stay on the shore and not get in the water. Meanwhile, in another location bathed in a crimson, eerie light, a colossal, terrifying creature slowly emerged in the dead center. The Rat King asked excitedly, Lord Envoy, I have had all those sewer rats dig all 108 tunnels. Next, it is your turn to set up the biological coordinates here. Hearing this, Crow Mask suddenly unleashed a wave of murderous intent. Immediately after, he raised his staff high and slammed it down with immense force. The ground instantly cracked open with terrifying force. Crow Mask then used a knife to slash his wrist, letting his blood drip. He let his blood drip onto the staff drop by drop, and then announced, I have established the biological coordinates here. Now, we just need to find a matching spot back at the origin land and establish the same biological coordinates there. Once the coordinates sync up with each other, we can connect this tunnel directly to the origin land. Inside the car, So Tam's voice rang out, Havu, when did you get your driver's license? Havu replied, I spent 10 days of my summer break to get it. My dad used his connections to sign me up for an express course. She was surprised. There is actually a class like that? He confidently replied, If the 3 of you want to sign up, I can just talk to my dad when I get back. Do you guys want to? Everyone said in unison, Of course we do. A moment later, the car pulled into the parking lot. We have arrived. Havu spread his arms wide to feel the ocean breeze. Taking in the peaceful and scenic view, he yelled at the top of his lungs, "The ocean!" Havu sneaked a glance at the girls in bikinis in the water. So Tam angrily smacked him on the head. "Can you not be so vulgar? Let's go, Ham Ham. Let's go over there to change into our swimsuits and ignore him." Thonham agreed. Yeah. He was left grumbling in the background. "Hey." Then Havu put his arm around Tuthon's shoulder. "Let's go. We should go change into our swimsuits too. I can't wait to jump into the water." Suddenly, someone asked, "Isn't that guy the runner-up in the college entrance exam of Namjiang province? Did he join the Tiannan Pavilion? Or was he brainwashed? Or maybe he's just stupid. He's really ruining his own future." Havu immediately lost his temper, veins popping on his neck. "Who the hell do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of judging the runner-up of the Namjiang province college entrance exam?" He scared them, yelling, "Why did you stop talking?" Tu Then grabbed Havu's arm and advised, "Forget it, no need to waste your breath on them." He complained, "Tu Thon, you're way too nice. If it were me, I would have thrown a punch a long time ago." Tu Thon explained, "It's just that I happen not to care about these things. If it were something I actually cared about, I would definitely take action." Havu asked, "Then what do you care about?" Right then, so Tam's voice interrupted, "Does that even need to be asked?" Tu Then obviously cares about Ham Ham the most. He scratched his head sheepishly. "Yeah, that was a stupid question." She reminded them, "You two should go change into your swimsuits too." Later, Tu Then suggested, "Ham Ham, do you want me to put sunscreen on you?" Thonham, basking in the sun, replied, "Sure." He then leaned down to help her, asking, "Is this good?" Thonham replied, "Yeah." Havu blushed as he watched, remarking, "You really know what you're doing." He then called out, "So Tam, should I put sunscreen on you too?" So Tam coldly snapped, "Get lost." Thonham looked at him and blushed, thinking, Tuathan is really something. Right then, she was horrified to hear a voice. "The great deity awakens. The sea origin land." Bewildered, Thonham immediately sat up. She looked around in confusion, thinking, "This voice." Thonham stared at the distant water, realizing the sound came from deep within the sea. Tuthon noticed something was wrong and stepped closer, asking, "What's wrong?" Thonham fearfully replied, "Tuthon, I heard that voice again, saying something about the great deity awakening and the sea origin land. It's just as creepy as before." He replied, "Could it be related to the origin land? Our current knowledge is very limited, and we can't look up anything. We still need to find information related to the origin land first. Once you get to college, you can try to ask your master about things related to the origin land." After Tuthon finished tempering all the muscles in his body, he smoothly transitioned to tempering his bones. To his surprise, bone tempering was 100,000 times harder than flesh tempering. He lay on the bed, lost in thought, having finally finished tempering all 206 bones in his body. The system chimed, "Congratulations. You have successfully evolved into a Tier 9 common creature." Tuthon sighed in frustration, knowing he was just one step away from evolving into a high-level creature. As long as he could successfully open an acupoint in his body, even if it was just one, he would evolve into a high-level creature. But how does one open an acupoint? The methods in the books were extremely vague. He closed the book and sighed. "Looks like I'll have to figure this out on my own." At Shanghai University, an excited voice rang out, "Tuthon, Ham, we're here." Thonham excitedly pointed her finger. "Tuthon, look, that ice cream shop is actually still there." He agreed. "Yeah, it's the same shop we ate at when we came here for a walk." Uyen Han suggested, "Come on, let's go buy some ice cream. It's still early anyway, we can register after we eat." She quickly agreed. "Okay." A moment later, Thonham said, "My ice cream is strawberry milk tea flavor. It's so good." She gently brought a spoonful of ice cream over to him. "Tuthon, try a bite." Suddenly, Tuthon was startled. "Give me another cup, please." Outside, someone was saying, "Jia Han, that dress you're wearing today is way too long. It's hard for me to feel you up." Jia Han replied coquettishly, "You can just slide your hand underneath, silly, I don't mind." Someone teased, "On Dung, don't just focus on feeling up, girls. Guess the number already." They were chatting back and forth, having a very lively time. "You lost, so drink up. Hey, have you heard the gossip? That Jiahan Huang girl always acts like a cold goddess at the Fine Arts Academy. But look at her now, cozying up to those guys from the Evolution Academy, letting them feel her up. Well, who can blame her?" The Evolution Academy guys actually have a bright future. If you were a girl, you'd do the same thing. True, if I were an evolution student living on the inner campus, I'd also be hanging around the outer campus chasing girls all day long. Zikin quietly ate his ice cream as he thought about the inner campus. Shanghai University is divided into two sections. The outer campus is for academic and arts majors, while the inner campus is strictly for evolution, mecha, and martial arts students. Since the inner campus deals with highly classified technology, like gene fusion and cybernetic enhancements, only its teachers and students are allowed inside. Even students from the outer campus of the same school can't get in. Wang Xin gave them a serious warning. Now that you two are in college, you'll have more freedom. But don't go wild like those drunkards out there. You still need to study hard. You hear me? I know, Mom. I know, Auntie. Yan Sheng stood up and patted his shoulder as a reminder. Zishan and Han Han have always been good kids since they were little. They won't turn out like that. Besides, it's getting late. Zikin, Han Han, you two should get ready to head to the inner campus. Your dad and I can't go in there. Zichin, make sure you take good care of Han Han, okay? Zichin replied as he pulled his suitcase. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. A moment later, a security guard stopped them. Excuse me, please show me your admission letters. Qinghan handed hers over. Here is mine. The guard replied. Great. Everything looks good. All right, no need to keep looking. I recognize you. The province's college entrance exam runner-up, who joined the Tianren Pavilion. Go on in. The inner campus was filled with gene fusion and cybernetically enhanced individuals, visible everywhere. After finishing their registration at the freshman desk, Zichin and Han Han were assigned to different dorms. She waved at him. Ziken, see you at the welcoming party. Ziken replied, yeah, see you there. After walking Han Han to the Evolution Academy dorms, he headed to the Martial Arts Academy. The girls nearby started buzzing. Junior Zichin, you are so handsome. Junior Zichin, can I add you on social media? Junior Zichin, let me help you with your luggage. Junior Zichin, let me show you to your dorm. That would be wonderful, thank you. Zhao Tong then suggested, Junior Zichin, the school's combat ranking board is right over there. Do you want to go take a look? He replied, please lead the way, senior. She said politely, no trouble at all. Guiding a handsome junior like you is my absolute pleasure. It is an honor for a senior like me. Zikin stared at the screen, lost in thought. There were two leaderboards, the peak board and the freshman board. One listed the top 500 strongest students in the entire university, while the other showed the top 100 strongest newly admitted freshmen. The top 3 on the peak board were all high-level powerhouses, all of whom were evolution or mecha majors, and they were all seniors. The Martial Arts Academy only had 3 students on the list. All of them were seniors, and they were ranked near the very bottom. Zhao Tong explained, actually, our Martial Arts Academy used to have a senior sister who reached 6th place on the peak board. Just like you, she was also the college entrance exam runner-up who chose the Martial Arts Academy. But because her path as a pure-blood human hit a bottleneck, she was gradually overtaken by the gene fusion and cybernetic students. Her name is Yuyan Song. She is now an instructor at our academy and a top researcher at the Tianren Pavilion. She is Dean Lu's right-hand person. A moment later, she announced, Junior Zichin, we have arrived. The perks of being the runner-up are amazing. Getting a single room all to yourself is truly enviable. Junior Zichin walking around out there was so hot. Do you mind if I sit inside for a bit to cool off? Zichin politely replied, you worked hard, senior. There's a milk tea shop right across from the dorms. Let me buy you a drink. She agreed, sure. But in her mind, she thought, how did this guy not bite the bait? After buying the senior a milk tea with all the toppings, Zikin felt he had repaid the favor for her guidance. Suddenly, a message from Han Han popped up. Zikin, have you reached your dorm yet? Quick, take a picture and let me see your room. He thought to himself. Compared to Han Han's luxurious apartment, his small single room looked incredibly plain. The Evolution Academy was definitely much wealthier. Qinghan immediately complained. Your room is way too tiny. Why don't you just move in with me? The dorm bed here is even bigger than the one at home. Zikin agreed, I should absolutely move. I'm heading over right now, he pondered. The Evolution Academy is indeed loaded. Their student dorms are magnificent. Compared to their luxury apartments, the room the Martial Arts Academy gave me is like a doghouse. And that was supposed to be their best room. Can that Xuanwu Lu really deliver on his promise of triple benefits? A moment later, she stepped out to welcome him. Zikin, you're finally here. Come inside. I turned on the air conditioning in the living room. It's super cool. Zikin remarked, this place is truly luxurious. It is also spotless. It looks like your master really cares about you and didn't make a mistake taking you in. Thanham replied, Master, I feel the same way. You really treat me so well. From now on, this is going to be our own little home. Neither of our parents are here. Even if we run around naked, nobody can stop us. He blushed and snapped back. What do you mean run around naked? Stop talking nonsense. Thanham casually said, I am covered in sweat, so I am going to take a bath first. Tuthan reminded her, don't throw your clothes on the floor. Taking advantage of this free time, he decided to check out what was inside the freshman app he had downloaded earlier. Here it is, the official app for Sunhai University. The mechanical prosthetics shop, acceleration potions, and the Tu-Then Engak beast gene. These are all evolution resources that require points to redeem. So, how do you get points? There are 3 ways to earn them. Climbing the peak leaderboard or the freshman leaderboard, accepting and completing university-assigned missions, or representing the school in competitions and achieving outstanding results. It looks easier than making money. Just then, her voice echoed from inside. Tu-Then, I am done bathing. Can you bring my clothes in for me? He agreed. Sure, I will be right there. Tu-Then gently knocked on the door and said, Here are your clothes. Thanham shyly said, Tu-Then, soaking in this tub feels amazing. Do you want to come in and join me? Thanham exclaimed, with such a huge tub of water, it would be such a waste if I am the only one soaking in it. Tu-Then took off his jacket and replied, All right then, let's soak together. Later on, while they were in the tub, he offered, Let me help scrub your back. She agreed. Okay, after you scrub mine, I will scrub yours too. Tu-Then agreed. After taking a bath and having dinner, he began his second round of skin tempering. Tu-Then thought to himself, this second round of tempering is much harder than the first. It took me 2 hours just to finish tempering my right arm. He asked, Ham, do you have any sewing needles? Thanham replied, Yes, let me go get some for you. But what do you need a sewing needle for? Tu-Then explained, to test the strength of my skin after 2 rounds of tempering. After practicing the blood tempering art, the system notified, You are piercing the back of your right hand with a sewing needle. The durability of the skin on the back of your right hand has increased by 1. She gasped, You stabbed it with so much force, yet that tiny needle couldn't even pierce the back of your hand. You are literally invulnerable. Right after that, Tu-Then kept pricking his skin with the needles. She commented, Even the needles are all bent and broken. This blood tempering art is just too powerful. It makes me want to become a pure-blooded human too. He remarked, Next, it's time to test the heat resistance of the skin on my right palm. Tu-Then stepped forward and placed his palm over the flame. The system notified, You are burning your right palm with fire. The heat resistance of your right palm has increased by 1. He thought to himself, It took over 1 minute to even feel a slight sensation of heat. The tempering effect of this blood tempering art is insane. Backed by the biological principle of evolutionary adaptation, my body will reach godhood sooner or later. Suddenly, Tu-Then froze when he heard his phone ring. A message? He realized it was from Lu Truyenvo. The message read, Tu-Then, have you registered at Sunhai University yet? Yeah, I have been here since this morning. How is the luxury single dorm I prepared for you? It is pretty good. Are you free right now? Want to come over to the Tianyangkak headquarters for a tour? I can show you around to get familiar with the environment, and you can also get to know the other members of Tianyangkak. I am free. Great. Just wait at the bottom of your dorm building. I will arrange for someone to pick you up and bring you over. Director, I am not at my own dorm right now. I am actually at my childhood friend's dorm building number 8 in Trung Uyen, room 603. Truyenvo replied. All right, then I will send someone to building number 8 in Trung Uyen to pick you up. Feeling a bit helpless, Tu-Then thought. Guess I should head downstairs and wait, then. Tu-Then called out to let her know. The director of the Martial Arts Academy invited me over to the Tianyangkak headquarters. I am going out for a bit. Thanham waved her hand. Go ahead. Walking out, he thought to himself, there's some shade over there. I will just stand here and wait for the Tianyangkak folks to arrive. Right then, Mak Nu walked up to strike up a conversation. I know you. You're Lam Tu-Then, the runner-up of the Namjiang Provincial College entrance exam who joined Tianyangkak. Tu-Then replied, Hey there. But inside, he thought, Wow, I guess I really am famous. He immediately went on a long rant. I really admire you, you know? Being able to give up gene fusion to walk the path of a pure-blooded human. I have always believed that no matter which path you take, as long as you start with a good intention, it's something to be encouraged. I am just like you, a freshman this year, but I am from the capital, and my house is super close to Deakin University. When I was a kid, I used to hang out at Deakin University all the time. They actually had a research institute for pure-blooded humans there before, but after 20 years of research, they still couldn't make any progress. He thought to himself, where did this chatterbox even come from? Maknu waved as he walked away. I hope you can achieve great things at Thien Nan Kak. Good luck. Just then, Tuthan was startled by the roaring sound of an engine. She pulled up in her car and asked, Hello. Excuse me, are you student Lam Tuthan? Tu then calmly replied as Ngoknyen approached. Yes, that's me. She introduced herself. My name is Tong Nok Nyen. I'm an instructor at the Martial Arts Academy and also a researcher at Tien Nan Kak. I'm here to take you to the Tien Nan Kak headquarters. Shu Chen politely replied, Hello, sis. This was Song Yu Yan, the college entrance exam's second highest scorer who had chosen the pureblood path, only to be forgotten by everyone. A moment later, Yu Yan teased. Shu Chen, you can hold on tighter, you know. Aren't you thrilled to have a gorgeous babe like me pick you up? Shu Chen replied. It's my honor. She wondered, by the way, why was a martial academy student like you hanging around the luxury dorms of the Evolution Academy just now? Shu Chen honestly replied, my childhood sweetheart lives there. I'm moving in with her. Yu Yan sighed. Ah, must be nice to be young. Unlike me, I'm already pushing 30 and haven't even held a guy's hand, let alone lived with one. A short while later, she announced, we're here. At the Pure Human Research Institute, Yu Yan said, let's head inside. To himself, he thought, does Pure Human Research Institute stand for the Pureblood Human Research Institute? She introduced, this is our lounge and recreation area. Research can get pretty dry, so we come here to unwind. Everything in the fridge is bought with our research budget. Feel free to grab whatever you want to eat or drink. Come on, let me show you around the facility. Shu Chen asked, Sis Yu Yan, why is it so empty here? I don't see anyone around. Yu Yan explained. The Tianren Pavilion has always been unpopular. The academy gives us a tiny budget, so we can't afford to keep many people. To be exact, the current members of the Tianren Pavilion are just the dean, me, you, and 3 fourth-year martial arts students. Shu Chen was dumbfounded. So the first time I met him, all those people following him around were just hired to put on a show? Whatever, as long as they paid triple the benefits, nothing else really matters. Yu Yan knocked on the door. Dean, I've brought Shu Chen. Chuan Wu replied exhaustedly. Ah, Shu Chen is here. Come on in. She complained. Dean, you look terrible. Exactly how long have you been cooped up in here without stepping outside? Nearly 2 weeks now. I've been completely absorbed in researching how to unlock blood apertures for the blood tempering technique. Sadly, there's still no progress. It's just too difficult. He patted his shoulder. But now that we have Shu Chen on board, the path of purebred humans will surely make a giant leap forward. Don't be fooled by your sis Yu Yan's carefree attitude. She was actually the runner-up in the capital's college entrance exams back then. Yu Yan gloated. My physical index in the entrance exam back then was 1 point higher than yours. Feel discouraged yet? Chuan Wu sighed helplessly. All right, we get it. You're amazing. Stop teasing your junior. But honestly, it's thanks to her joining us that I, someone who was stuck at the second body tempering stage for decades, successfully completed my third body tempering, using my ordinary 9th grade purebred human body to completely crush those high-level, early-stage gene fusion users. Shu Chen, even if your exam scores weren't as high as your sis Yu Yan's, life is a long-distance race. There are plenty of late bloomers who quietly build up strength and then explode later on. You still have a massive chance to surpass her in the future. I have high expectations for you. She agreed. The dean is right. As long as you build up a solid foundation, you might just have a breakthrough. Surpassing me isn't out of the question. He asked, by the way, how is your progress with the blood tempering technique I gave you over the summer? Have you learned to control your blood yet? Shu Chen replied, yes, I've mastered it. Chuan Wu asked curiously, is your control up to the level of an ordinary 4th grade evolved creature yet? He replied, yes, it has reached that level. He praised, excellent. Next, I'll have your sis Yuyan guide you through skin tempering. Back then, it took her less than 3 months after starting her freshman year to successfully complete her first skin tempering. With her guidance, you'll definitely be able to complete your first skin tempering smoothly in your first semester, Yuyan said excitedly. Leave it to me. Shu Chen flatly refused. No need. I already finished my first skin tempering over the summer break. She was dumbfounded. Wait, what did he just say? He was stunned. Did my ears just play tricks on me? Yuyan shrieked. Are you kidding me? You were home alone all summer with no one to teach you. It's already a miracle that you mastered blood control. How could you possibly learn skin tempering on your own, let alone finish tempering your entire skin? In reality, it only took 30 minutes of reading to figure it out. Shu Chen replied nonchalantly. The translated manual for the blood tempering technique had detailed notes. I just studied it for a few days and learned how to temper my skin. Chuan Wu burst into laughter. Shu Chen, you must have mistaken something else for skin tempering. Come on, let me see your hand so I can double check. Recalling his biological attribute system and the natural camouflage feature, he thought to himself, I'd better disguise it. Right after, Shu Chen rolled up his sleeve to reveal his arm. Take a look. The dean. Shocked and bewildered, she thought, how is this even possible? He actually completed his first round of quenching. She gasped in sheer disbelief. What? How on earth did you do that? Chuan Wu shouted at the top of his lungs. Zikin, what is your current biological level? Scratching his cheek awkwardly, he looked away and replied, just an ordinary tier 9. Instantly, the director roared in excitement. An absolute genius. We're set. The path of the pure-blooded human is saved. With you here, our bodies will definitely break through the shackles of ordinary life forms and evolve into higher organisms. Yuyan silently observed him, thinking, there really is always someone better out there. But hey, having someone this capable leading the way for us now is actually great. Blazing a trail for the pure-blooded human path and going further is definitely a great thing. She spoke up. Director, we should promote Zikin's potential immediately. That way, we can attract more geniuses to the Heavenly Human Pavilion and secure a lot more funding. Chuanwu shook his head and flatly refused. Absolutely not. We must keep Zikin's situation under wraps for now. Carelessly exposing Zikin's mind-blowing compatibility with the pure-blooded human path will only put his life in grave danger. Besides, when it comes to geniuses, we need quality, not quantity. Now that we have Zikin, our main priority is to dump every single resource we have into him, doing everything we can to help him smash through the shackles of ordinary life forms. Yuyan realized his point. Ah, I see. But if we do that, won't we lose out on a massive amount of funding? Without enough funding, how are we supposed to continue our research on the pure-blooded human path? He reassured her. Don't worry. I'll pull every string and use all my connections to gather evolution resources for Zikin. Once his performance is mind-blowing enough, I'll find him a powerful backer to guarantee his safety, and then we'll aggressively promote him to spread the core philosophy of our Heavenly Human Pavilion. Yuyan praised him. As expected, your foresight is incredible, Director. Chuanwu grinned proudly. But of course, Zikin thought to himself, if I told them I'm already at ordinary tier 9, have finished both flesh and bone quenching, and am currently in the middle of my second round of body quenching, I wonder how crazy they'd go. He spoke up. Zikin, from now on, you don't need to go to classes at the Martial Arts Academy. Those low-level lectures won't be of much help to you anyway. Just come straight to the Research Institute instead. Your sister Yuyan will be your assistant. She complained. You want me to be an assistant to my junior? Director, do you think I don't care about my pride at all? Chuan Wu called her out. We're all dedicated to the pure-blooded human path here. Who cares about pride anyway? Our faces became as thick as castle walls a long time ago. Anyway, tomorrow afternoon, the university is hosting a freshman welcoming party. Once it's over, there will be an assessment trial to crown the absolute best freshman. With your current strength, as long as nothing unexpected happens, that top freshman title will easily be yours. When you take part in the trial, make sure to rough up those freshmen from the Evolution Academy and Mecha Academy to teach them a lesson on behalf of our Martial Arts Academy. Once you pull it off, I'll reward you with 10 blood recovery pills. She smirked and pointed out, Director, so that was your real motive all along, wasn't it? Besides, if you win the top freshman title, the university will reward you with 10 academy points. His eyes instantly lit up. 10 academy points. Soon, the day of Shanghai University's freshman welcoming party finally arrived. People in the crowd whispered, Hey, Isn't that guy the runner-up of the college entrance exam from Nanjiang province, who joined the Heavenly Human Pavilion? Why on earth is he sitting with Shen Qinghan? What does he have to do with my goddess? Moyu walked over to strike up a conversation. Hey Lin Zishan, do you still remember me? Zishan looked up, gave a nod, and replied, Yeah, I do. Looking at them with curiosity, he asked, What's the deal with you two anyway? Zishan raised Qinghan's hand in his and said, We're childhood sweethearts, currently engaged, and getting married right after graduation. Hearing this, both Moyu and everyone around them gasped in shock. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was lively as everyone chatted away. Her slender figure stood there as she attended the ceremony with a highly serious look. Her gaze was incredibly cold, completely devoid of any warmth. Zikan felt a bit intimidated looking into those deep eyes, while Moyu quickly went around striking up conversations with everyone. On stage, the host gestured with his hand, and at that exact moment, Moyu suddenly stood up. The crowd erupted in murmurs. The freshman representative is actually him? Normally, the representative is the absolute strongest among all the new students. I totally thought it would be Ma Xuwei, who already underwent gene fusion. This Li Moyu has dyed blonde hair and talks way too much. He doesn't have a single bit of a genius aura. Talk about not judging a book by its cover. Moyu gloated inwardly. That's right. Be even more shocked. I purposefully dyed my hair blonde and acted like a chatterbox just to create this stark contrast. This time I finally get to show off and look cool. He walked up to the stage and raised his voice. Have you all ever heard of Li Yijin? Zikan thought to himself, who doesn't know the top genius of Imperial Capital University? He continued, then you all definitely don't know that Li Yijin has a genius younger brother who is the top scorer of the capital's college entrance exam this year. His gene fusion compatibility reached 16%, matching the top scorer of Nanjiang province, and his physical index is also ranked #1 in the country. And that genius younger brother is none other than me, Li Moyu, standing right here in front of you all. Back in middle school, I made a promise to my big brother. He would break all the records at Beijing University, while I would dominate the record books at Shanghai University. Every single record at these two elite schools would be completely swept by us, the Li brothers of the capital. Now, let me give you all a little taste of the overwhelming pressure of an ordinary Tier 5 being. Li Moyu smirked with pride, while the crowd trembled. Is this the pressure of an ordinary Tier 5 being? Most of us are only at Tier 3, or even just Tier 2. Is this the sheer gap between us and a true genius? It is utterly hopeless. He then raised his voice to introduce himself. My name is Li Moyu, remember it well. Meanwhile, Qinghan leaned in and whispered, Xiao Chen, that Li Moyu guy is such a clown. He is only at ordinary Tier 5 and already thinks he is invincible. He has no idea you could crush him with just one finger. He gently reminded her, we need to stay humble. She nodded, I know. On stage, the host continued his speech. Next up, let us give a warm round of applause for Student Union President Zhou Shuihong, who will be speaking on behalf of the Student Union. The host respectfully handed it over. President Zhou, the mic is yours. Zhou Shuihong took it and spoke. Hello, freshmen. I am Zhou Shuihong, the Student Union President of Shanghai University. Today, I am here to address 3 key things. First, campus discipline isn't run by the teachers, it is run by the Student Union. We hold power far beyond your wildest imagination. Second, at the start of each semester, the Student Union recruits 10 freshmen to join our ranks. Our only requirement is raw strength. If you want to join us within the next half year, you had better show us what you are made of. Third, the inner campus of Shanghai University is a survival of the fittest environment where strength is absolutely everything. It is a brutal world where only the adaptable survive. Seniors dominating juniors and the strong crushing the weak will be your everyday reality. You had better prepare yourselves mentally for what is to come. That is all I have to say. But before I step down, let me give you a quick taste of a high-tier being's true power. Instantly, the crowd was paralyzed with absolute terror. This pressure is too intense. I can barely breathe. It hurts. Meanwhile, Lin Zishan calmly observed, the aura of a high-tier being is indeed formidable. But at this distance, to an ordinary Tier 9 powerhouse like me, it doesn't pose any threat at all. The other students gasped in relief. Thank goodness it was just an aura release. For a second, I thought I was going to die right here. So this is the power of a high-tier being? It really is terrifying. After the freshman orientation ended, the host took the stage again. You will all be participating in the entrance trial right here and now. The rules are incredibly simple. There is a massive combat arena in the center of the sports field. Whoever can stand alone on that arena for over 1 minute will claim the title of this year's Human King, earning a massive reward of 100 credits. That is 10 times more than last year. The second person to hold the arena for over 1 minute will take second place and earn 90 credits. The rankings will continue down in this manner until the final 10th spot is determined. That 10th place winner will receive 10 bonus credits. Some students got excited, murmuring. In previous years, the genius class always swept the entire top 10, and this year is bound to be no exception. However, if even just one student from the regular class, meaning a non-genius class, manages to break into the top 10, then as long as that regular freshman makes it, every single other freshman will be rewarded with 1 credit. Hearing this, someone calculated, 1 credit is equivalent to 10,000 yuan. If we stick together and help get someone into the top 10, we all win big. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed over the crowd. "Quiet down, everyone!" He Yu snatched a microphone and shouted, "My name is He Yu from Class 6 of the Evolution Department. My desk mate is Lin Zichen. You all should know him. He scored the second highest in the entire Nanjiang Province college entrance exam and was even admitted into the Celestial Pavilion. His strength easily makes him the strongest freshman in this school. We are going to team up, take down the elite class, and push Lin Zichen straight into the top 10. The crowd erupted in unison. Lin Zichen to the top 10. Clear the path for Lin Zichen. Up in the VIP booth, Lu Chuanwu sneered with sarcasm. President Zhou, you are acting incredibly petty. Just because Li Yijin completely humiliated you on the arena stage earlier this year, why are you taking it out on his younger brother? Ma Zhenhe scoffed. Speaking of petty, out of nearly 20,000 people at Shanghai University, who could possibly compete with you, Lu Chuanwu? Lu Chuanwu smirked back. If I am petty, I only target the actual person involved. I don't drag their family into it. Just then, Zhou Shuihong walked over and chimed in. Dean Ma, I heard your daughter scored exceptionally high on her college entrance exams. Is that right? He smiled. Not bad at all. She actually ranked 3rd in the entire Beijing University entrance exam. Zhou Shuihong continued smoothly. Dean Ma, please let your daughter join the student union. I will personally groom her to become the next student union president. Ma Zhenhe agreed. She will definitely join. I will have to trouble you to look after Shiwei, President Zhou. Zhou Shuihong replied firmly. As long as they are a genius, they will have my full support. The crowd began to whisper excitedly. Out of these 2 top-tier freshmen, Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei, who do you think will become this year's Rookie King? He confidently declared it's definitely Li Moyu, whose biological level has already reached ordinary Tier 5. His physical strength is practically unmatched among the freshmen. But she quickly countered, pointing out the college entrance exam scores of Dean Ma's daughter. Her scores were slightly lower than Li Moyu's, but over the summer break, she successfully fused with the Shadow Cat gene. So, her current strength might not be any weaker than his. But he stood his ground, saying, I still think it's Li Moyu. Even though Ma Shiwei went through gene fusion, she only integrated a tiny fraction, so her power boost is limited. Right then, Chuan Wu's voice rang out. If you ask me, neither Li Moyu nor Ma Shiwei stands a chance of winning the Rookie King title this year. The Rookie King is obviously going to be none other than Lin Zichen, a member of my Tianren Pavilion. Chen He scoffed. Lin Zichen's physical fitness score on the college entrance exam wasn't even in the top 10 of this year's freshmen. How on earth could he become the Rookie King? Just because he's a member of your Tianren Pavilion and got hyped up by some random gossips? He continued to egg him on. If you don't believe me, Dean Ma, how about we make a bet? Dean Ma arrogantly snapped back. Why wouldn't I dare? Chuan Wu continued. Then let's bet 100 credits. Chen, he agreed. You're on. Just don't go running away when you lose. He then turned to the others. You guys should place some bets too, just for fun. They chimed in. All right, count us in then. Chuan Wu nudged her. Dean, with your status, you should bet 1,000 credits. Dongzi agreed. Fine. Watching this, he cursed under his breath. Why does this old geezer sound so confident? Did he bribe someone to get Li Moyu to throw the first match? But my daughter is still in the running. Could that Lin Zichen really become the new Rookie King? No way. That's impossible. Just then, he walked up to Dean Ma. Lin Zichen scored second in the entire province on the college entrance exam. He was supposed to be a freshman at your Evolution Academy, but Instructor Lu snatched him away. Doesn't that sting a bit, Dean Ma? He shot back. He's just a provincial runner-up. We have plenty of those in the Evolution Academy. So we're definitely not missing someone like him. He thought to himself, I heard old Ma recruited the other 3 fourth years from Tianren Pavilion, yet he acts like he doesn't care. Isn't it obvious he's just looking for payback? Chuan Wu was secretly thrilled. Perfect. With everyone putting down 100 each, plus one person betting 1,000. I'm absolutely going to clean up this time. The crowd below the arena roared, let's go, wipe out the elite class. Someone muttered, it's starting. The entrance trial is already turning into absolute chaos down there. Don't hit me, I yield. Lin Zikin stood there calmly, thinking, in the elite class, many rely on high gene fusion compatibility, but there are also those with genuine strength. This is the peak combat force of the elite class, led by Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei, totaling 12 people. Suddenly, his system popped up with a notification. Danger perception. He analyzed the situation. The 2 strongest are Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei, both at ordinary biological tier 5. The other 10 are all at ordinary tier 4 or above. Someone yelled, the elite class is nothing special. We've already knocked them all down. The elite class barked back, stop hiding up there. Get down here and face your doom. Suddenly, Lu Qizi charged down, shouting, you think you're tough just because you have numbers? You're bragging after beating a few weaklings. Bring it on. I'm standing right here. Attack me all you want, and you'll soon realize just how pathetic you really are. They roared, charge, take him down. We outnumber him, so what is there to be afraid of? If we all rush him at once and land just 1 punch each, we can easily crush him. Incredibly confident, he threw a punch, sneering, pathetic bugs. In the blink of an eye, everyone who rushed him was taken down. Scores of ordinary class students were sent flying. He gloated. Bugs will always be bugs. No matter how many of you there are, you can't budge an elephant. A student yelled out, this Lu Qizi is way too cocky. He keeps calling us ordinary class students bugs. Someone go teach him a lesson. Walking up from the crowd, Lin Zichen shoved his hands into his pockets and confidently replied, if that's how it is, then bring it on. Lu Qizi grinned. So you're the top scorer of the physical fitness test in Nanjiang province? I've been wanting to trade blows with you for a long time. I, Lu Qizi, was the top scorer in the college entrance exam in Yuntian province. My record is running 100 meters in 5.69 seconds and a standing high jump of 4.52 meters. I can lift 1,150 kilograms with a single arm. Lin Zichen, why don't you tell me your physical fitness scores from the entrance exam? Lin Zichen's expression turned serious as he said, no need for that. Throw your best punch, and you'll find out soon enough. The very next second, Lu Qizi was kicked clean out of the arena. The crowd instantly erupted in cheers. Lin Zichen is the absolute GOAT. Li Moyu thought in disbelief. I thought Lin Zichen would win using some cheap tricks, but I never expected him to dominate through sheer absolute strength. Dongji asked curiously, just how strong is this Lin Zichen guy? Chen, he observed. He looks polite and refined, but deep down, he's a ruthless beast. As he stepped down from the arena, someone called out, the top scorer of Dajiang province, Luo Yang, who is actually a ruthless monster. As he stepped down from the arena, Ngok noted, Dajiang province's top scorer, Tu Than, and his 100-meter speed sword. Right after, another challenger stepped up only to be instantly sent flying by Tu Than. The students went wild, cheering. That's insane! Yeah, crush those high and mighty geniuses in the elite class. Our regular class has geniuses of our own. Lai Mak Nu, Mahai Vai. If you two don't step up right now, the title of this year's new king is going to the regular class. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but yell, go get him, Sister Vi, crush him. Show him what the elite class is truly made of. Brother Than, whatever you do not go easy on her just because she's hot. Brother Than is bound to win. He quietly thought to himself, this is a perfect chance to observe a gene fusioner up close. Watching Hai Vi move, Tu Than muttered, man, she's fast. Is this the attribute bonus from the Shadow Owl? She was shocked to see him dodge so effortlessly. He's dodging all of this so easily. At this rate, I can't even touch him. Continuing to attack is just pointless. Suddenly, Hai Vi spoke up, give me 30 seconds. Once I fully activate the Shadow Owl gene in my body, we'll settle this. Tu Than calmly replied, take your time. This is a rare chance to witness a gene activation, so how could I say no? In the stands, everyone was whispering, Dean Ma, has the Shadow Owl gene in your daughter's body already developed to this level? Her gene fusion talent is insane. She is way more of a genius than I ever imagined. No wonder she came in third in the Capital College entrance exam. Her raw talent easily surpasses the top scorers from other provinces. He immediately frowned. This girl had only recently undergone the gene fusion process. Pushing herself like this could trigger a severe backlash on her body. She's still as stubborn and competitive as when she was a kid. She suddenly barked, "Lam Tu-than, you are far too arrogant, actually waiting for me to activate my shadow owl gene. Now, you're going to pay for that arrogance." Tu-than watched Hai-Vi throw her kicks and analyzed her level. She was at ordinary tier 5 before, but now she seemed to be close to tier 6. She was astonished by how calm he remained. She still couldn't land a single hit on him. Hai-Vi's attacks came in a relentless barrage, but Tu-than effortlessly dodged them all. She began to panic. Why can't I hit him? This is impossible. Meanwhile, he leisurely analyzed her combat traits. Having gathered almost all the data he needed on the Shadow Knight Owl gene fusioner, Tu-than clenched his fist and made his decision. There was no need to waste any more time on her. The moment he unleashed his move, Hai-Vi gasped in sheer panic. She couldn't believe she was being sent flying so helplessly. The crowd erupted in shock, shouting, "Oh my God!" Such a gorgeous face, and Lam Tu-than turned it into a bruised mess. She sat up, clutching her face and crying, "My face! Oh, my face!" Tranha rushed over in a panic, crying, "VV, Lam Tu-than, you've got some nerve beating my daughter like this. Are you even a man?" Tu-than retorted, "The path of evolution doesn't care about gender. It only cares about who is strong and who is weak." Maknu stood in the stands with his arms crossed and remarked, "Well said. The path of evolution only cares about strength." The moment he leaped down, the crowd went wild, screaming, "It's Lai Maknu. He's finally stepping up. Brother Engu, you're the only hope for our elite class. Crush him and avenge Vivi." Maknu spoke up, "Lam Tu-than, I didn't expect you to be such a show-off. Purposely acting like you only placed second in the college entrance exam, just to knock out the provincial top scorer with a single punch during the opening trial. But unfortunately for you, you're not the only one hiding your true power." He smirked as his body rapidly transformed. "Because I can do that, too." The crowd gasped in shock. Lai Maknu is actually a gene fusioner, too. And it's the demon-eyed giant ape gene. Fusing with that requires an incredibly tough body. His current biological pressure has probably reached ordinary level 6 already. To fuse with the demon-eyed giant ape gene while still in the ordinary stage. The Lai family brothers are absolute monsters. Truyenvo froze like a statue, sweating bullets. "We're doomed. This time, we're going to lose everything, down to our shirts. 1,900 credits, $19 million. We're ruined." Meanwhile, in a dark corner, Lu Kuang was busy as the organization issued a new mission. A voice on the other end of the line instructed, "I just placed a high-level demon seed in the garden outside the campus. Make sure you two retrieve it, and find a way to get Lai Mak Engu to consume it." Thu Kiet replied hesitantly. Lai Mak Engu is the young master of the prestigious Lai family in the capital. Forcing him to eat a demon seed is incredibly risky, isn't it? The voice coldly reminded him. "The power of this organization is far beyond anything you can comprehend. A small family like the Liss can be wiped out with a single snap of our fingers." He then asked, "So, Akiet, are we doing this or not?" He sighed in response. "Do we even have a choice?" Tu-than silently analyzed the demon-eyed giant ape. Its physical strength and defense were both maxed out. However, its movement speed is quite slow. Upon reaching maturity, these beasts usually average at high tier, with only a select few reaching rare status. Makengu smirked with his arms crossed and boasted, "Even though you and Ma Hai-Vi are considered the two top prodigies here at Sundai, in reality, there's a world of difference between us. Let's see how you plan to face me. Do you really think you can handle me as easily as before?" Before he could even finish, Zikin lunged forward with a punch. His reaction time is impressive. Dodging a punch, Zikin threw at a normal tier 6 speed. In that case, let's test him with standard tier 7 speed. Zikin's single punch was powerful enough to twist Moyu's face. He secretly praised him, thinking his defense was incredibly strong, roughly a level higher than an ordinary tier 6. He angrily spat. "A sneak attack. You have got no honor. I am fully focused now, up to 120%. Your punches won't even graze me." Before he could even finish his sentence, Zichen was already right in front of his face. The crowd began to gossip, even though Lin Zichen is incredibly fast. It is a shame he cannot deal any real damage to Li Moyu. Moyu might be slower, but he has the upper hand in defense and can take a lot of punishment. On the other hand, Lin Zichen won't be able to survive a single hit from Li Moyu. It looks like the winner is already decided. He thought to himself, the reaction speed test is basically done. Next up is the final attribute, power. Moyu roared in fury. Lin Zichen, I might be slower than you, but your strength is just too pathetic. You can't even scratch me. You have already lost this fight. He went into a frenzy and charged forward. Now, it is my turn. Someone in the stands screamed in panic. Lin Zichen, get out of there. People up there reminded them, transfer those 100 academic points. Don't you dare forget. Everyone present stared at the arena, holding their breath in extreme tension. Right then, the bones in Moyu's hand silently shattered. He clutched his hand in agonizing pain. My hand is completely shattered. The crowd went wild with confusion. What is going on? What happened to Li Moyu? Did Lin Zichen just win? That was way too bizarre. Zichen thought deeply. The strength of someone fused with the demonic-eyed giant ape gene is truly massive, to the point that he broke his own hand. It seems his strength far exceeds his defense. He spoke up. It looks like Li Moyu's right hand is completely shattered. Someone get up here and treat him, the medical team replied, right away. Suddenly, Dongji appeared and commanded, get out of the way. Let the doctor examine him. Could his entire right hand have shattered just from the impact of hitting Lin Zichen's face? If that is the case, just how hard is Lin Zichen's face? Suddenly, the system popped up, activating the natural camouflage skill. Zichen wondered, should I use mental power to test my strength? I hope my natural camouflage can help me slide under the radar. Dongji glanced at him, a normal tier 6 biological rank, but his skin density is far beyond his level. The strength of his facial bones and muscles is ridiculously high. But is that all? He called out. Well? What is the verdict? What exactly is that Lin Zichen's true strength? The doctor replied. Just a standard tier 6, though his physical durability is exceptionally high. Nothing else is out of the ordinary. Watching from above, Zichen silently noted, looks like I successfully fooled them. Moyu was baffled. What kind of miracle medicine did I just take? I am already completely healed. Zichen asked, is your hand fully healed? He happily replied. Yes, good as new, Zichen requested. Then you can step down now. Suddenly, Moyu yelled, Lin Zichen, just wait until my gene fusion tech reaches a whole new level. I will definitely crush you on this stage. Instantly, a heated argument broke out between the two classes. So what if you can fuse genes? Lin Zichen can do it too, and he'll be running circles around you for the rest of your life. This is the first time in my life I have seen someone lose so miserably and still act this self-righteous. Li Moyu lost to Lin Zichen, not to you. If Lin Zichen wins, it means our class wins. Then Zichen looked up, realizing a full minute had passed. A loud announcement rang out. Congratulations to Lin Zichen from Martial Arts Class 1. He has become this year's Rookie King. His classmates erupted with excitement. Brother Chen is the absolute GOAT, the glory of the ordinary class. Afterward, he leapt down and made his decision. Now that I have claimed the title of Rookie King, it is time for the next step. Suddenly, Zichen scooped her up in his arms, leaving everyone completely dumbfounded. Isn't that Shen Qinghan from the genius class? What is Lin Zichen doing with her? Qinghan's face flushed with deep embarrassment as she thought, is Zichen about to take our relationship public? And then, Zichen boldly announced, next, I am taking all the spots from 2nd to 10th place. Someone yelled in outrage, Lin Zichen, you have gone too far. Everyone from the genius class, charge. Beat him up, cripple him, and get that traitor Shen Qinghan from the genius class too. Crush them both together. But anyone who rushed forward was swiftly taken down by Zichen. Shi Wei, her face badly swollen, charged in yelling, traitor, prepare to die. But she was quickly sent flying by a single kick from him. Seeing his daughter injured, Zhen, he screamed in a panic. Wei Wei, Zichen thought to himself. With all the competitors from the genius class wiped out, surely no one else will dare to object now? The system declared, congratulations to Shen Qinghan for securing 2nd place in the entrance trial. He then requested that the remaining ranks be handed out to everyone in order. The rankings belong to you guys, but the academic points are mine. The other students instantly went wild. Let's go, brothers. Zichen, here I come. I also wanted to make it to the top 10. Just like that, the total credits for the top 10 came to 550. Xiaoyu was thrilled to receive such an easy reward. Plus, there were the 9 credits that all the freshmen had accumulated from their regular classes, bringing his total to 559. Fuming with anger, he said, "Principal, the way Lin Zichen is doing this is completely against the rules. He already won the Rookie King title, so how can he hog all the top 10 credits for himself?" Chuanwu stepped up to counter, "How is that against the rules? Since when did the freshman trials forbid someone from sweeping the entire top 10? Just because there is no explicit rule does not mean this behavior is reasonable. Lin Zichen is clearly exploiting a loophole in the system." The principal agreed, "Dean Ma is right. This really is a loophole in our system. But we can only fix it next year. Otherwise, it would not be fair to Lin Zichen." Zhenhe was incredibly frustrated, but he had no choice but to comply. Understood. Meanwhile, Lu Gang received an update. There is a change of plans, and they no longer need Li Moyu. We are switching the target to Lin Zichen. Feed him that high-grade demon seed to make him a member of our organization. Once the freshman trials were over, he rushed over, spreading his arms wide. "Zichen, just how many more surprises are you hiding from me?" But Zichen dodged him, not forgetting to remind him. "You have not forgotten what you promised me, right?" Chuanwu replied, "Of course not. Here are 10 Qi blood pills, plus 3 times your benefits for this semester. I have already transferred 300 credits directly to your account. Just buy whatever you need directly." To himself, he thought, "After all, you just helped me win a bet of 1,900 credits." He leaned in closer and whispered, "Zichen, be honest with me. How much of your real strength are you still hiding? What is your actual level?" He replied, "Common tier 6. I have just tempered my skin, done a bit of flesh, tempering, and I have naturally strong bones." Chuanwu gasped in shock. "You have already started flesh tempering? I can say for sure that before you graduate, you will be able to evolve into a higher form of life beyond a pureblood human. You must stay committed to the pureblood human path. You are bound to achieve great things in the future," Zichen promised. "Don't worry, Dean, I will." Later, back in his private room, he looked at the pill. "So this is a Qi blood pill?" Then, Zichen decided to swallow it to test its effects. The system notified, "Qi blood plus 108. He sighed in disappointment. "Is that all the Qi blood it adds? This boost is worse than just running a few miles." Since they were of little use to him, Zichen decided it would be better to give them to Han Han. Just then, Qing Han asked curiously, "Xiao Chen, when did you get back?" He replied, "About half an hour ago. Here, take this Qi blood pill and let us see how it works." Her eyes widened in surprise as she asked, "A Qi blood pill?" Zichen asked supportively, "How does it feel?" Qing Han replied, "I feel a warm sensation spreading through my body, and my energy feels much more vibrant." "Xiao Chen, the effect of this Qi blood pill is amazing," he explained. "These pills do not do much for me anymore. Take the remaining 8. Just make sure to take at most 1 pill a day." She agreed. "All right." The next day, Zichen spoke up. "Hello, Sister Yan." She replied, "Well, hello there, our new rookie king. I heard from the dean that your biological level is actually at common tier 6, and you have even mastered flesh tempering." He answered, "Yes, that is right." Yu Yan gasped, "Oh my goodness, Zichen, you are an absolute genius. With you joining the Tianren Pavilion, we will definitely shake the world and change how everyone sees things." Zichen replied helplessly, "All right, let us work hard together." Later, he thought to himself, Liu Chuanwu and Song Yuyan have been researching the blood tempering and aperture opening techniques for years without figuring it out. It looks like I will have to look through the original texts myself. With my heavenly intellect attribute active, figuring this out should be a piece of cake. She spoke up, "Zichen, some student council members are looking for you at the Research Institute entrance. They probably want you to join them because of your outstanding performance yesterday." Zichen declined, "I am not interested." Yuyan reminded him, "But as a member of the student council, you get extra credits every month." Just then, Zhou Xuhong stepped forward to greet him. "Hello, I am the student council president, Zhou Xuhong." Zichen responded, "Hello, President." Zhou Xuehong said, "I am here today to invite you to join the student council. We want to groom you as a special candidate to be the next president. Joining the student council comes with a ton of perks. Besides getting 3 special meals a day, you will also get to participate in all the major school decisions and receive bonus credits every single month. Are you interested in joining us?" Zichen perked up instantly. "Absolutely." Zhou Shuihong continued. However, I do have one condition. You must abandon the pureblood human path and choose the gene fusion path instead. Zichen asked in surprise, why is that? Folding his arms, Zhou Shuang explained, the student council only accepts future geniuses, and right now, you definitely have talent. But if you do not pursue gene fusion, even a talented person like you will eventually be left behind. The pureblood human path has no future. Dean Liu and Instructor Song are living proof of that. Previously, Zichen had asked if one absolutely had to choose the genetic fusion path to join the student council. Is that right? Shui Hong nodded, confirming his suspicion. Hearing this, Zichen flatly refused. Then forget it. I'll pass. To him, the perks of the student council couldn't even hold a candle to the Tianren Pavilion. Seeing his rejection, the students standing behind Shui Hong immediately began to whisper in disdain. Is this new human king out of his mind? He actually wants to stick to the pureblood path. Just because he got the title doesn't mean he gets to act so high and mighty. What an arrogant freshman. He's going to regret this big time. President, I told you so. The brainwashing at the Tianren Pavilion is insanely effective. There was absolutely no need to waste our time on a guy like him. Xu Hong turned to leave, sighing, forget it, let's go recruit other talents. A genius with no future isn't a genius at all. They're just garbage. Meanwhile, Yu Yan was fuming. Why were those 20-something kids in the student council acting like a bunch of stubborn, old-fashioned geezers? They're honestly beyond saving. Just as she was slamming the table in frustration, she froze. The dean was back. Seeing the look on Chuanwu's face, the two of them were stunned. Dean, you are truly magnificent. For the sake of pureblood humanity, you didn't hesitate to work day and night, practically selling your body to secure investments. Your name will undoubtedly go down in history as a savior of purebloods. Hearing this, he cursed inwardly. Would it kill you not to mention the selling your body part? Chuanwu walked over and patted his shoulder. Zichen, remember this. Women are nothing but obstacles on the path of evolution. They will break your bones and drain your very marrow. Avoid them at all costs if you can. By the way, Zichen, the academy provides housing for the families of top talents, and we can even arrange on-campus jobs. Do you want to bring your parents over to live with you? Zichen replied, I understand, Dean. I'm heading home this weekend, so I'll talk to my parents about it. He advised, also, I've unlocked your clearance, so you can start taking on school missions. With your current strength, there's no need to wait until the second semester of your freshman year. Just jump right into missions and earn some credits. Don't waste any time getting stronger. Yu Yan stood up, patting her chest confidently. Your big sister Yu Yan goes off campus every week to do missions and rack up credits. You can tag along with me later to get a feel for how things work. In a little while, I'll take on a mission to eliminate a mutated beast and bring you along to show you the ropes. He replied, then I'll be in your care, big sister Yu Yan. Let's check out what missions are available on the Academy's app first. Zichen thought to himself, most school-assigned tasks are just minor chores, usually paying only 1 or 2 credits. Even though the rewards are low, the difficulty is easy, making them highly popular. Let's see if there are any suitable missions posted by other students. Mission: looking for a genetic fusion partner to train with. Must be a female fusion master, preferably with animal ears, fair skin, a pretty face, and long legs. Is this guy really looking for a sparring partner? I should probably stick to the official off-campus missions. There are plenty of them with great credit payouts, but these 2 locations are a bit too far. Mission: capture a 7-member bandit gang that has repeatedly hijacked trucks carrying mutated beast meat. Mission: hunt a common 9th stage mutated beast. Finally, he made up his mind. This one is perfect. The screen displayed, mission: capture a rogue catgirl genetic fusion master. He tapped the button to accept. She leaned in curiously. Oh? You took that catgirl mission? How about I tag along with you? Zichen politely declined. There's no need. But how did you know, big sister Yu Yan? Yu Yan giggled. Silly, the mission page displays exactly who accepted it. Hearing this, he fell into deep thought. She's right. A total of 28 people have taken this mission. 26 of them are upperclassmen, and besides me, there's only 1 other freshman. Ma Shiwei, she's only a common 5th stage master. For her to dare to take this on, she must have someone backing her up. Zichen waved as he turned to leave. Big sister Yu Yan, it's getting late. I should head back for lunch. She called out. All right, take care. A moment later, while walking down the street, he sensed someone tailing him. The system warned of danger. and Zichen realized his stalker was a common 7th stage master. Just then, a guy came running up from behind, screaming, "Lin Zichen, what on earth did Jiwei ever do to you? Why do you keep plotting against her? First, you slapped her face and kicked her butt during the entrance exam, and now you're trying to snatch her off-campus mission? Did Lu Chuanwu put you up to this? What kind of man gets off on bullying a girl? Do you have the guts to fight me?" he calmly asked. "Did Ma Shiwei send you, or was it Dean Ma?" The guy roared, "Neither. I came here on my own because I can't stand your smug face." Zichen raised an eyebrow. "And?" he challenged. "Do you dare to fight me right here, right now?" Annoyed, Zichen began to walk away, muttering, "We're literally in college, and I still have to deal with a pathetic simp like this?" The guy became even more unhinged, shouting, "Stop right there!" Zichen calmly threw a punch. "You're too loud." Standing over him, Zichen asked, "Are you satisfied now?" A little later, he walked through the door of his house. "I'm back." "Here," Qinghan replied. "Oh, you're back? Dinner is already done, so wash your hands and let's eat." "Xiao Chen, the 10 kilograms of raw snail meat you bought at the mall yesterday just got delivered. Should I put it in the fridge for you?" He replied, "Got it." In his head, he thought, "At first, I wanted to buy all of them to unlock the entire diagram. But that would be way too flashy and attract too much attention. So I only bought 10 kilograms first, just to test the waters. System, you have absorbed a large amount of raw snail origin essence." She walked over, curious. "Xiao Chen, why did you put the raw snail meat in a trash bag?" Zichen explained, "This raw snail meat is already spoiled. You can just throw it away." Qinghan looked suspicious. "But when I signed for the delivery earlier, it still looked super fresh." He explained, "It was fresh when you signed for it, but I just absorbed all its inner essence. That's why it went bad so fast." She gasped in surprise. "Absorbed its essence? Is this your superpower?" He nodded. "Exactly. I can absorb the essence from beast meat to gain some of their powers." Qinghan was stunned. "Are you even human? No wonder you didn't go with gene fusion and chose to stay a pure human with superpowers. You don't even need gene fusion in the first place." Zichen suddenly remembered. "Oh right, Dean Lu told me. The school can relocate the families of genius students here and even hook them up with jobs. Should we bring our parents over?" Qinghan hesitated. "There's actually a benefit like that?" "Of course we should," Zichen suggested. "Since we have this weekend off, let's head home and talk to our parents about it," she said. "Xiao Chen, during class today, my teacher mentioned there's an epic match happening at the arena at 3 this afternoon. It's supposed to be really worth watching. It's a showdown between the 9th-ranked mechanical student and the 8th-ranked gene fusion user. Want to go watch it with me?" Zichen agreed. "Sure, let's go check it out right after we eat." Aside from the teachers and students, representatives from the Shenji Group were also in attendance. The Shenji Group was the biggest partner of Shanghai University's Mechanical Engineering Department, so their presence wasn't surprising at all. The announcer boomed, "Everyone, look at the second-floor hallway. The mechanical genius girl we always see online is here too." The only reason the Shenji Group pours so much money into supporting the Mechanical Academy is simply to expand their own influence, Qinghan spoke up. "Zichen, who do you think is stronger if the genius from Jingda and that mechanical genius girl fought each other?" He replied, "Well, that depends on who wins and who loses the next match. It's hard to make an accurate call right now. If the 8th-ranked evolved student wins, then the Jingda genius is stronger. But if the 9th-ranked mechanical engineering student wins, then that mechanical genius girl is the stronger one." Then, the announcement blared, "Let the duel begin." The mechanical genius girl quickly flew up to seize the high ground. Instantly, a barrage of lightning-fast bullets rained down on her opponent. The announcer continued, "The 8th-ranked contender is completely overwhelmed. There's absolutely no room for him to fight back. Is the mechanic switching to close combat mode?" Right at that moment, a brutal battle raged on the arena floor as a storm of punches was unleashed. In the middle of the stage, the 8th-ranked contender's face was quickly beaten out of shape. In the end, he collapsed unconscious on the ground, defeated instantly. The crowd erupted, "Oh my god, the mechanic actually won." Meanwhile, Shu Yun was giving a report. "Second miss, the area around Origin Ground 36 has been unusually quiet for the past few months. We don't know if the other side has abandoned the passage over there, or if they're plotting something big." Dongji asked, "Where is Tiangsu? How is she doing at the Origin Ground? Has she adapted yet?" She responded, She's adapted extremely well and is growing incredibly fast. She's almost evolved to advanced rank 2 now. Second miss, what kind of person is Tiangsu anyway? How is her constitution so unique? She doesn't feel like a person from Earth at all. She warned, don't ask about things you shouldn't know. Terrified, Shuyun said. I'm sorry, second miss. I spoke out of turn. Dongji ordered. All right, I have a student meeting to attend, so I'll let you go for now. Get back to work. She replied. Understood. Dongji switched channels and muttered to herself, mechanics have the upper hand when fighting evolved creatures. The Shenji group is stronger than expected. Mechanical enhancements have the advantage of wide application, but no matter how powerful those modifications are, they cannot enter the origin ground. Once they enter the origin ground, all electronic and mechanical equipment will malfunction. Dongji then powered down her device. Even the strongest cyborg will be reduced to a pile of scrap metal. Zikin and Hanhan decided to head home for the weekend. They had brought up the idea of their parents moving to live at the school permanently, and everyone agreed. Next up was completing the cat girl mission. The cat girl, an ordinary rank 6 creature, is incredibly fast. She often appears in the red light district of Shanghai City to seduce men before taking them out. The info on the screen showed that our target was a master of disguise, incredibly cunning, and specialized in using all kinds of drugs. He fell into deep thought. The target was at a crowded plaza, and since this enemy was both extremely cunning and hard to pin down, it was no wonder nobody had been able to complete this mission for ages. First, he activated his Sky Eye and danger sensing ability to conduct a thorough search. Meanwhile, the street was bustling. Some onlookers whispered, "Man, his eyes are terrifying. What the hell is he doing? He's actually pretty good looking, but his gaze gives me the chills." Right at that moment, a massive, muscular man stepped out. "Hey kid, who the hell are you looking at?" But Zichen simply ordered, "Get out of my way," while quietly unleashing his biological pressure. "I've already scanned this whole area and found nothing suspicious. Time to move on to the red light district and check it out." Suddenly, Zichen's eyes widened as he spotted a familiar face in the crowd. It was Ma Shiwei. She was with a senior guy and girl, both at common tier 7. He figured they were tag teaming to help her complete the Catwoman mission. The senior girl chimed in, "Hey look, it's Lin Zichen." Jiwei scoffed in disgust. "Ugh, what bad luck. Let's get as far away from that jerk as possible." Her companions agreed, "Got it." Seeing this, Ziken could only shake his head in amusement. But strangely, Jiwei continued to explain. Lin Ziken also took on the Catwoman mission, so he's definitely here to hunt her down. We have to beat him to the punch and make sure all his hard work goes down the drain. The senior guy boasted, "Just leave it to me. I've fused my genes with a demon hound. My sense of smell is incredibly sharp. There's no way he finds Catwoman before we do." Suddenly, he perked up. "Wait, I smell her. She's inside that bar right across the street." Shiwei immediately dashed forward. "Awesome. Once we capture Catwoman, we'll parade her right in front of Lin Ziken just to rub it in his face." But as they stepped inside, Shiwei stopped in her tracks and asked, "Where is she?" Her senior pointed across the room. "Right over there." Shiwei looked highly skeptical. "Are you sure? She just looks like a regular college student to me." He quickly explained, "Trust me, the scent coming off her is a perfect match to what I sniffed on Catwoman's personal belongings back at the police station. There's absolutely no mistake. That Catwoman really is a master of disguise. She's incredibly cunning." Shiwei ordered, "We can talk about that later. Let's bag her first." Seeing them approach, Catwoman noticed them and let out a chilling smirk. Before they could react, she crashed right through the glass window. The seniors yelled in panic, "Oh crap, she's trying to run." Shiwei's group scrambled after her in hot pursuit, but she quickly realized, "Damn it, her speed is insane. We're about to lose her." The senior guy reassured her, "Don't worry, I can keep tracking her scent. She'll have to stop and catch her breath eventually." "We caught up. She's hiding in there." Shiwei ordered, "Move in and end this quickly. Don't let her slip away again." Suddenly, Catwoman's voice echoed from the shadows. "If I actually wanted to run, do you kids really think you could have kept up with me? The better the hunter, the easier it is for them to become the prey. Don't you kids even understand that simple rule?" They instantly braced themselves as she unleashed a heavy biological pressure. The group was struck with pure panic. What the hell? She's a common tier 9. Shiwei felt a wave of dread. This Catwoman had been hiding her true strength all along. She screamed, "Run, get out of here. This mission is impossible." Catwoman sneered, "Trying to run? None of you are getting away?" Her eyes then fell on the senior guy, and she smirked playfully. "Hey there, handsome. From the moment you walked into that bar, Big Sister here already had her eyes on you. Meanwhile, the senior girl hastily threw down a smoke bomb. This is our only shot. This smoke will dull her senses. So use this chance to run for your lives. Once they were safe, the senior girl gasped. That was way too close. The mission intel was completely wrong. We almost got slaughtered back there. The senior guy urged. Shiwei, hurry up and call Dean Ma. Explain what happened and tell them to update that damn Catwoman mission details as soon as possible. Anxiously, Shiwei pulled out her phone. I'm calling him right now. But then, a sudden thought crossed her mind. Wait, Lin Zikan also took on this mission. If he runs into Catwoman, he's as good as dead. No, I have to warn him. He might be an annoying jerk, but I can't just stand by and let him die. But I don't even have his number. I'll just have to call Shen Qinghan first and hope she can reach him. Meanwhile, Catwoman was absolutely furious. Ugh, I had them right in my grasp and they got away. But right then, her eyes locked onto Zishan's figure in the distance. Catwoman purred. Oh, aren't you a handsome one? Totally my type. Talk about a blessing in disguise to lose one and gain another. Running into me tonight. Well, you only have your own bad luck to blame, sweetie. Meanwhile, Zikan analyzed her and realized this Catwoman was actually at common tier 9. But before she could even react, she was struck with pure horror. How the hell is he faster than me? Zichen lunged forward, throwing a massive, energy-charged punch straight at her face. The impact was so brutal, it completely deformed her face, sending Catwoman flying backward and slamming heavily into the wall. As she clutched her face, Zikan muttered, She took 50% of my power, yet it only tore off a layer of her skin? She was completely bewildered. How can a student this young be so ridiculously strong? And he's not even a gene fuser. If I keep fighting him, I'm definitely going to lose. Surviving is my top priority. But as she tried to flee, she gasped, How is he still keeping up with this speed? Zikan closed the distance in a flash. In that case, let's see how you handle 100% of my power. After delivering the devastating blow, he stared down at her and muttered, Her neck is completely snapped, and she's still not dead? Is she dead? How is she still alive after taking so many hits? Fortunately, her biological pressure is fading. I need to end this before she has a chance to recover. Suddenly, Zikan's eyes freeze at the sight before him, and he gasps, Oh no, the biological pressure inside her is spiking again. She actually triggered a blood burst at the brink of death. I can feel she's just a step away from becoming a high-level being. Completely berserk, the Catwoman roars. You little brat, who the hell are you? She grinds her teeth, thinking, I had no choice but to fully unleash every last drop of the Catwoman gene inside me. Sure, it saved my life and boosted my strength, but my beastly instincts will be permanently amplified, making me way more vulnerable to a backlash from the beast gene. Zikan quickly flashes an awkward smile and says, My bad. Looks like I got the wrong person. She glares at him as he walks away, thinking, I have no idea how strong this guy is, and his actions make absolutely no sense. Worse, I'm completely out of trump cards and could face a gene backlash at any moment. If he attacks again, I'm a goner. I need to prioritize survival and get out of here right now. But suddenly, she whips her head around in shock. What on earth is that sound? Without warning, a weapon flies straight at her forehead, catching her completely off guard and pinning her directly to the wall. Right in front of her, Zishan charges forward at lightning speed, driving his weapon deep into her chest. Staring at her with a doubtful look, Zichan unleashes a relentless flurry of follow-up attacks. Finally, he senses that her biological pressure has completely vanished. He examines the body carefully, thinking, She's finally dead for real, right? Next, he needs to upload the proof to the Academy app to confirm the mission's completion, and then notify the security division to clean up the scene. He pulls out his phone and says, Hello, I'm currently at Alley 20 on 20th Street. I've found a Catwoman's body here. Zishan reaches out, ready for the next step, devouring the Shadow Catwoman gene inside her body. A system notification pops up. You have absorbed a massive amount of the Shadow Catwoman's life essence. He is pleasantly surprised. Who would have thought that absorbing a high-level Shadow Catwoman gene user could speed up his evolutionary chart this much? It's likely because she suffered a backlash from the Shadow Catwoman gene, which concentrated the dark gene elements in her body. Meanwhile, Ma Wei is venting to Ma Zhenhe. Dad, that Catwoman mission I accepted almost got me killed. The mission details were completely wrong. That Catwoman wasn't just some ordinary 6th-tier beast. She was at the peak of the ordinary 9th tier. Shocked, he asks, What? Wei, tell me exactly what happened. I'll have a word with director, he, the head of the mission assignment system, about this. She nods and begins. It happened like this. Ma Wei tells herself she needs to get back to campus immediately instead of lingering outside, fearing the Catwoman might come back for revenge. Just then, Dan Chi nudges her and asks, Wei, look at this. What's going on? Why does it say Lin Zikin completed the Catwoman mission? Utterly bewildered, she replies, that Catwoman was a 9th-tier creature. He's just a freshman. How on earth did he pull that off? When the weekend comes to an end, Han Han and Zishan head back to the academy dorms together. Just then, his phone buzzes with a notification. 300 credits have been credited to your account. Zikin mutters, the reward is here. But wait, why is it higher than expected? Then, another notification from Shanghai University pops up. Notice. The information regarding the previous Catwoman mission was incorrect. The Catwoman's level has now been updated to ordinary 9th tier. Sitting beside him, Qinghan gasps. The Academy's assignment system is so unreliable. Thank goodness you're strong enough, or you could have been killed. He nods. It really was a trap. I'll have to be much more careful when accepting missions from now on. In the future, if a suitable mission comes up, I'll take you along so you can get some real combat experience and toughen up. She smiles brightly and says, Awesome, I finally get to go on missions with you. Looking at his phone, Zishan gets lost in thought before purchasing 90 pounds of raw snail meat to power up his evolutionary chart. At first, he was worried that buying in bulk like this would raise red flags, but thankfully, that doesn't seem to be the case. Mutated beast meat is incredibly nutritious and plays a vital role in accelerated evolution. Since Han Han is physically weak, I should buy her some mutated beast meat to help her build up her strength. As they walk together, he asks, Han Han, have you ever thought about eating mutated beast meat? I actually just ordered some. Qinghan sits down and suggests, let me check. How about we get some violent giant eagle meat? It's only 1 credit for 6 pounds, and keeping it in the fridge should last us for a few days. Zikin agrees. Sounds good. I'll put in an order for the violent giant eagle meat. Qinghan waves her hands. No, don't worry about it. Let me buy it. I still have the 90 credits you gave me anyway. He smiles. All right then. Zikin thinks to himself. After all, since we're living under the same roof like family, there's no need to draw a line between what's mine and what's hers. While they're eating, the doorbell rings. I'll get it, Zichin says. He picks up the package, thoroughly impressed. He didn't expect the delivery to be this fast. Let's put this violent giant eagle meat in the fridge first. After that, we can finally begin. Devoured. System, you have absorbed a massive amount of the snail's life essence. Zichen realized that this snail was still alive, though heavily injured. He observed it closely and concluded, its healing speed is incredibly fast. System, you have successfully unlocked the snail totem, acquiring the biological trait. Hyper regeneration. He was shocked. This is an absolutely broken self-healing ability. Description for hyper regeneration. Your self-recovery capability has been significantly enhanced. Zichen decided to test out his self-healing ability first. He focused his gaze on the wound on his hand. Gradually, the large gash on his hand began to shrink. Finally, it completely vanished without a trace. In less than a few seconds, the bleeding had stopped, and the wound had fully closed. With this rapid self-healing ability, in the future, as long as I have a single breath left in me, and as long as there is enough energy, I can keep restoring my HP. Just then, the doorbell rang. Who could it be at this hour? Did you order something? Qinghan replied. I didn't buy anything. The moment the door opened, a loud voice rang out. I'm so sorry. Shi Wei said apologetically. I'm sorry to bother you so late. Zichen asked sternly. Why are you asking this? Ji Wei crossed her arms and said, I'm just curious. I want to know how you completed the Catgirl mission. Would you mind sharing a bit? He replied bluntly, It's not convenient. Hearing that, she turned to leave. Then I won't bother you any longer. Qinghan quickly spoke up. Shi Wei, why don't you come in for a cup of tea? I have some tea leaves I brought from home. My mom roasted them herself. Ji Wei declined. Maybe next time. I still have some things to take care of. She gently explained to him, Xiao Chen, Shi Wei is actually a very nice person. The information about the cat girl was wrong this time, so she was worried you'd be in danger. She even texted me to warn you. We should try to talk to her more in the future. Zichen replied dotingly, If you want, you can invite her over more often. After all, she lives just downstairs. Meanwhile, Chuan Wu spoke up. That night, I saw Ma Genhei with my own eyes, going to see supervisor, he, the job system administrator. They got into an argument right away, which ended up in a fist fight. Yu Yan asked curiously, was it because of the error in the Catgirl mission details? He replied heartily, exactly. Ma Genhei's daughter also took on this mission, but the Catgirl's biological rank was listed incorrectly, which almost got her killed. How could he not be furious? She replied, yeah, I heard about that. The biological level of that Catgirl was actually an ordinary rank 9, but the mission description listed her as an ordinary rank 6. Chuan Wu walked over to strike up a conversation. Zi Chen, you're only an ordinary rank 6. How on earth did you manage to complete this mission? Yu Yan wondered. Zi Chen, did you ride some powerhouse's coattails? Did you find an expert to help you complete the mission? Or did you set some kind of trap? He answered them, no powerhouses, no traps. I simply soloed her based purely on my physical strength. She gasped, what do you mean by soloed? While he was shocked, could it be, you've been hiding your true strength? The room buzzed with excitement. A solo kill? I didn't hear that wrong, did I? What kind of joke is this? He thought wearily. After spending a few days together, I've realized these two are actually pretty decent people. Telling them about my body, tempering progress, and my actual biological level will bring more benefits than harm. Plus, we can work together to help me study how to unlock my acupoints. In that case, I might as well just be direct. Zichen turned his head with a wry smile. Actually, my true strength recently reached ordinary rank 9. Plus, I've already completed the first stage of body tempering and am currently working on the second. Hearing this, the other two were completely dumbfounded. Chuan Wu clenched his fist and gasped, you completed the first stage of body tempering? Heaven never betrays those who strive. I, Lu Chuan Wu, after so many years of perseverance, have finally been rewarded. Zichen, with you here, the path of pure-blooded humans will definitely succeed. When that time comes, your name and the name of the Celestial Pavilion will surely shake the entire world. He began to weep. I've spent so many painful years researching the path of pure-blooded humans, to the point of ruining my family and losing my wife and children, yet I still made no progress. But today, I have finally met a peerless genius who is a perfect match for the blood-tempering technique. With him paving the way, the path of pure-blooded humans will surely shine bright and become humanity's greatest weapon of salvation. Zichen watched in utter confusion. What is going on with him? Crying and laughing at the same time. Chuan Wu patted his shoulder. Zichen, your physical talent is truly monstrous. If it weren't for the fact that you don't have a single trace of origin energy in you, I would have suspected you were a mutant from the origin realm. Hearing this, Zichen asked curiously, a mutant from the origin realm? He explained. In this world, if mutated beasts exist, then mutants must also exist. It's just that mutants usually reside in the origin realm, rather than on Earth, so we can't normally cross paths with them. She wondered, do special abilities really exist? Director, you're being totally biased. I've been in the Heavenly Pavilion for so many years, yet you've never mentioned it. Director, Zichen asks, what exactly is origin energy? He explains that origin energy is a unique energy possessed by creatures of the origin ground, similar to vitality and spirit. He excitedly asks, how can that origin energy be used, and what specific effects does it have? Chuan Wu hesitates. I'm not really sure how to answer that right now. After all, in all my years, I've only ever met 2 ability users. Yu Yan fires back. Are you pulling our leg? Director, your biological level is stuck at ordinary tier 9, so you can't even enter the origin ground in the first place. Curious, Zichen probes. Are there biological level restrictions for entering the origin ground? He emphasizes, according to the standard regulations, if you want to enter the origin ground, your biological level must be at least high tier. Otherwise, you'll just end up as cannon fodder. Hey, who said I met them in the origin ground? I met them right here on Earth. One of them is a female disciple my ex-wife took in 10 years ago, from God knows where. He realizes, so Han Han's master, Luo Tiangshu, is an ability user? Chuan Wu continues. And the other one I met was in a mysterious, super ancient ruin, the exact same ancient ruin where the blood-tempering art was discovered. The secrets I'm about to tell you today must absolutely never be revealed to anyone else. You must keep them strictly confidential, understood? She reassures him, don't worry, Director. My lips are sealed. I won't breathe a word of any secret. He nods. I trust you guys. Zichen, Keep your abilities under wraps for now, and don't show off too much. To avoid being targeted by the heretic cult, it's extremely dangerous even within the school, because they are everywhere. If you want to take on missions that match your strength to earn points in the future, just use Sister Yuyan's ID. Yuyan says confidently, I'm also an ordinary tier 9. If you use my account to accept missions, you can unleash your full strength without worrying about being exposed. Zichen agrees, sure thing. Director, do you have any information regarding the origin ground? I want to learn more about it. Chuan Wu casts his eyes down and replies, all information about the origin ground is classified, and I actually know very little about it myself. But don't worry. Until you evolve to a higher biological level, knowing more about the origin ground won't do you any good anyway. All you need to know is that to us, most creatures in the origin ground are enemies, and they are constantly plotting to invade Earth. As for the reason, some powerhouses speculate it's because Earth has something these origin creatures desire. Just then, his phone rings to the tune of, "You are my little apple." The person on the other end speaks up quickly. "Baby?" Chuan Wu gives a forced laugh and explains, "An old friend has invited me over for dinner, so I won't be staying here any longer. If anything comes up, just text me." Yuyan complains, "The director is so hard-working, off to help the Heavenly Pavilion secure investments again. Oh, by the way, Zichen, how did you manage to hide your biological level and your body tempering progress? To the point that even the director and the principal couldn't detect it?" Zichen responds, "I'm really sorry, Sister Yuyan, but I can't really talk about that." To himself, he thinks, "My system's power is my ultimate trump card. There's no way I can tell her about it." Yuyan clasps her hands together and begs, "Little brother Zichen, don't be so stingy. Just tell Sister Yuyan, please. I can even trade a secret with you. You can ask me anything you want." Zichen quickly waves his hands. He tactfully declines. It's really not convenient. Seeing this, she can only sigh and give up. "All right, if you're not willing to say, then forget it. But since we are both at ordinary tier 9, how about we spar a bit?" He agrees immediately. "I can do that." To himself, he thinks, sparring with an opponent of the same tier. Sparring with an opponent of the same tier will help me analyze my own strength and improve my real combat skills. Yuyan eagerly gets into a combat stance and reveals, "My body tempering progress is 1/5 complete. I've tempered my skin twice, my flesh twice, and my bones twice. Give it everything you've got when you attack me later, okay? Are you ready?" Zichen responds, "I'm ready." She gestures with her finger. "Let's begin then. You attack first, and I'll focus on defense to see how strong your attacks are." He immediately lunges forward like a panther at a blinding speed. Yuyan is startled as Zichen flashes past, thinking, what incredible power. He's clearly only mastered 1 round of body tempering. Yet he was actually able to hurt my abdomen, which has been flesh tempered twice. This guy is absurdly strong. I'm afraid he'll surpass me in no time. No way. I have to take advantage of the fact that he's still weak right now to quickly show him what I'm made of. She coughs lightly and says, "Zichen, I'm not very satisfied with that last kick of yours. If you're going to make a move, you must aim for a fatal blow. You should have targeted my weak points just now. Fighting is a matter of life and death. There's no room for martial ethics. Got it?" He replies helplessly, "I got it." Yuyan regains her momentum and steps forward. "Now we're moving on to actual combat. I hope you can last at least 5 minutes against me." Suchen shot back with a smile. "Then please go easy on me, Sister Yan." Just like that, one launched an attack, and the other swiftly dodged. Panicking, she thought, "I'm clearly going all out. How is he keeping me completely on the defensive? Am I really about to lose?" As Yuyan's fist closed in, Suchen thought to himself, "All right, that's enough." He threw his body backward, faking a defeat, and she quickly rushed over to help him up. "Suchen, your potential is absolutely limitless. Forcing me to use 90% of my strength just to barely scrape a win. I'm afraid in another year, I won't even stand a chance against you. Suchen, now that you've achieved perfect body tempering once, you can start unlocking your acupoints. I'll teach you the latest acupoint unlocking method I've been researching. Give it a shot." Suchen agreed. "All right, let me give it a try." As the two trained together, Yuyan explained, "The human body has a total of 366 acupoints distributed across different parts of our body. According to the records of the blood refining physique, the easiest acupoints to open are the 4 located around the heart. Once you feel the 4 acupoints around your heart, control your blood vitality to surge toward them. The frequency should be under 10 times per second. The impact force should be as strong as possible, but you must be careful not to injure your heart. Suddenly, Su Chen's eyes narrowed. No, this isn't working. I can't break through at all. Noticing that he was struggling, she quickly rushed over to check on him. There's no need to rush, Su Chen. It could be that your physical body isn't strong enough yet, or maybe my method isn't quite right for you. The scene shifts to an underground chamber in the Liu family's ancestral estate. Chuan Wu reports, Pavilion Master, I have finally found an absolute genius who has a real hope of unlocking his acupoints. By following the path of a pure-blooded human, he can definitely break the shackles of ordinary ranks and evolve into a high-tier, rare, or even epic-tier creature. When that time comes, you can rely on the blood vitality he transfers to you every day to sustain your life. You will no longer have to stay in this cramped bronze coffin, and with your powerful protection, you and that genius will lead our celestial pavilion forward, and we will definitely lead the ascension of humanity's flesh and blood. The silence from the person inside the coffin makes him anxious. Why hasn't there been any response for so long? Taking this long just to reply with a single word. It seems she has exhausted an entire day's worth of energy. The Pavilion Master is getting weaker by the day. I just hope Su Chen can evolve into a high-tier creature before she passes away. Meanwhile, Su Chen said, I bought some groceries to cook dinner. Qing Han asked, Su Chen, there's something I need to tell you. This morning my master came to see me. She wants me to undergo gene fusion ahead of schedule. The gene is from the deep blue jellyfish, which is said to be a perfect match for me in the early stages. He fell into deep thought. The deep blue jellyfish, a low-tier exotic beast. Once fully grown, its biological level is a common tier 7. However, a powerful jellyfish king can evolve to a high tier, especially its mental power, which far surpasses other creatures of the same level. Even in its normal stage, it can use a tiny amount of mental power to control dozens of cubic meters of seawater. Su Chen said, that sounds great. I think the deep blue jellyfish is a perfect fit for you, so go ahead and do as your master suggested. She hesitated, but my master wants me to fuse with the gene of the deep blue jellyfish king, which is from a high-level creature. My body is so weak, what if I can't handle it and end up mutating? He quietly analyzed the situation. Deep blue jellyfish genes are already extremely rare, let alone a jellyfish king. It's 1 in 10,000. Yuan Dongzi is incredibly generous. I wish I had a master like that. Su Chen walked over and gently stroked Qing Han's head. Don't worry, jellyfish-type exotic beasts have a natural affinity with humans. Besides, your gene fusion compatibility is as high as 218, which is more than enough for a high-level exotic beast gene. There's absolutely no way you'll mutate. She asked anxiously. Are there any side effects? Su Chen explained. Well, you will lose your reproductive ability, and you might start showing a few physical traits of an exotic beast. But since you've already frozen your eggs, you can still use them if you want to have children in the future. As for those physical traits, they can easily be hidden. You just need to put the exotic beast genes inside your body into a state of hibernation. Besides, many of the physical traits that show up can actually make you look even more attractive. You've seen those cat-eared or fox-tailed girls, right? They're extremely popular. Qing Han agreed. I guess that's true. She thought to herself, I wonder what kind of exotic traits I'll develop after fusing with the deep blue jellyfish king. Will they make me look even prettier? Then Qing Han raised her phone up. Su Chen, look, isn't the deep blue jellyfish absolutely beautiful? He praised her. It really is, but still not as beautiful as you. She blushed. You're such a sweet talker. My master filmed this video. She didn't use any equipment at all. She just dove straight into the deep sea at a depth of 10,000 meters. Her physical body must be incredibly strong to pull that off. He replied, it has to be at least rare tier. Qing Han was surprised. Wow, that's so high. I wonder if I can ever evolve to rare tier in the future. He answered, of course you can. After all, your gene fusion compatibility score is 218. Forget about rare tier, you could even reach epic tier. She countered, how could it be that simple? It's not just about gene compatibility. There are so many other factors, like physical fitness and evolutionary resources. Zekin analyzed. Your physical constitution is already insanely overpowered, with an incredible natural affinity for water. Once you fuse with water attribute genes in the future, you'll definitely surpass your master. And as for evolutionary resources, you don't even have to worry about that. I'll work hard to make money, and whatever resources you want, I'll get them all for you. Qinghan blushed. Well, then I'll have to do my best to satisfy my big sponsor. Black or white? Which color does my sponsor prefer? He agreed. Either is fine, I like both. She replied, then I'll wear one of each. Zikin was stunned. It sounded bizarre, but maybe it was worth a try? Zikin fell into deep thought. Han has classes this afternoon. Since I'm not going to the Pure Human Research Lab today, I should train at home. He made a decision. First, let's see what the latest news is. A recent news report showed that various mysterious, unidentified plants had been discovered across Shanghai City. Coming in many strange shapes and species, they had attracted a large number of botanists to study them. However, it was still unclear whether these plants were dangerous, so citizens were warned not to approach them out of curiosity to avoid unnecessary injuries or accidents. He fell into deep thought. These mysterious plants looked remarkably similar to the ones in the background of Han's photo. Could they have come from the same place? How on earth did plants from the origin ground manage to appear on Earth? Could it be the tree god cult? We just took down the rat god cult, and now this tree god cult shows up? There are seriously way too many villains. I need to quickly boost my strength. After the second body tempering, my inner energy and vital energy are draining way too fast. This tiny amount of energy is nowhere near enough. Let's see if the shop has any pills that can quickly recover my vital energy. This blood recovery pill looks pretty good. Let me buy 100 of them first. The description read, blood recovery pill, 1 point per pill. Zikin analyzed. Now that the living snail illustration is unlocked, it's time to open up the next beast illustration. Let's see what fits. The system panel showed 10,000 poison mongoose meat, 20 points per pound. He pondered, even though it has 10,000 poisons in its name, the beast itself isn't poisonous. Plus, because it feeds on other venomous creatures, its poison resistance is incredibly high. Unlocking the 10,000 poison mongoose illustration might even grant me a poison resistance attribute, saving me from sudden death. But since my points are still under 200, I'll just buy 1 pound first to start progressing the illustration. If I can't break through the acupoints, it might be because my physical strength isn't high enough. I should focus on the second round of tempering first. Zichen trained and continued body tempering for 2 hours, eventually collapsing to the floor, gasping for breath. This is bad. My vital energy is draining way too fast. I need to stop and rest. Actually, no. I'm starving. I need to eat something to restore my stamina. Just then, there was a loud, aggressive knock at the door. The delivery guy called out, "Hello, school delivery service. Is anyone home? I have 2 packages for you." Zikin quickly opened the door. Seeing the packages almost falling when they were handed over, he quickly caught them. "Got them?" She asked anxiously, "Are you all right, sir?" Afterward, Zichen looked at the pills in front of him. "First, let's test the effects of this chi recovery pill. No more dizziness, and my limbs don't feel weak anymore. No wonder it costs 1 point per pill. The effect is amazing." Next up is devouring the life essence of the 10,000 poison mongoose. The system notified, "You have devoured a small portion of the 10,000 poison mongoose's life essence." He smiled with satisfaction. With these blood recovery pills, my vital energy recovery time is cut down significantly, and the effectiveness of my body tempering is also enhanced. Using points to speed up my progress is definitely a worthy investment. As the sunset faded, twilight blanketed the city. From outside the door, Qinghan's voice rang out. "Zichen, I'm back, and I brought someone with me. Guess who?" Chushin waved. "Zikin, long time no see." Zikin gasped. "Chushin, long time no see." She walked in and marveled. "You two have it so nice. Living in a luxury apartment like this must be amazing." "Not like me, I don't even have a single room and have to share a dorm with others." He replied, "If you want a single room, the Martial Arts Academy has plenty. You can move there." Chushin replied, "Thanks for the offer, Zichen, but I actually prefer living with roommates. I'd hate being alone." Zichen agreed. "Fair enough." Suddenly, her expression shifted. "Actually, the real reason I'm here today is to vent. You guys have no idea how awful the upperclassmen in school are. You guys are geniuses, so no one dares to mess with you. But ordinary folks like us are having a miserable time." He asked, "What do you mean by that?" Qinghan beside him was also curious. "Yeah. What on earth happened?" Chushin said, "The day before yesterday, a senior girl came to my dorm room to do an inspection, showed an interest in my cosmetics, and without a second word, she just took them right then and there, saying she was just borrowing them for 2 days. A guy in my class had it even worse. His family sent him 100-year-old blood ginseng, and it got stolen right from him. Afterward, I filed a complaint with the student council, but they refused to do anything about it. They said something like this: school follows the principle of survival of the fittest. They told me if I don't like it, I should fight back myself. But we are all freshmen, and we are nowhere near as strong as the upperclassmen. Isn't this just blatant favoritism toward those older students? Seishin spoke up. Chu Xin, if any upperclassmen treat you like garbage from now on, just let me know. I will see if I can handle it for you. Qinghan felt the injustice. Those seniors are absolutely disgusting. If they dare cause any more trouble, we will all figure out a way to deal with them together. She quickly cheered up. Well, then I have to thank you, Zikin. Is that an earthquake? She agreed with herself. It really feels like an earthquake. Meanwhile, the danger perception system was triggered. He fell into thought with a bad feeling, though the danger perception wasn't too intense. Somewhere else, a man spoke up. My Lord Envoy, this year, I want to break through to a higher biological rank. I was wondering if you could provide me with some evolution resources? The Crow Mask responded. With your outstanding performance this year, you deserve to receive this Demon Flame Flower. This flower has an extremely powerful stimulating effect, so when you use it, it's best to have a woman by your side. He was overjoyed. Thank you, my Lord Envoy. By the way, among this year's freshman class at Shanghai University, a genius with an incredibly absurd physical talent has appeared. I have already arranged for someone to force-feed him a high-grade demon seed. If we succeed, we can recruit him into our cult. He reminded him, that is of little importance. The true geniuses are all inside the source zone. Yaksha clenched his teeth in frustration. No matter how many geniuses there are in the source zone, it's not like I can even get close to them. Suddenly, a mysterious voice chimed in. My Lord Envoy, we have received news from the source zone. They have found the boundary fusion point, located at matching biological coordinates. Now, they just need you to go over and activate the connection. The Crow Mask quickly replied. I am heading over right now, he said angrily. You guys, if you can't get Lin Zichen to consume that high-grade demon seed within 3 days, I will just have to replace you with someone else. The voice on the other end assured, don't worry, my lord, we will definitely get it done within 3 days. Back with the others, Qinghan spoke up. Zichen, I need to head over to my class now. Zikin agreed. Go ahead. Just then, a loud voice called out, immediately catching his attention. Lin Zikin! Lu Gang ran over, completely out of breath. Can we borrow a bit of your time? We have something we need your help with. He asked. What is it? Lu Gang said awkwardly. There's a third-year student who really has it out for me, and Wang Shuji. Using his superior strength, he targets the two of us every single day. Could you please step in and stand up for us? Shuji chimed in. You are this year's freshman king, so the upperclassmen definitely won't dare to cross you. They'll show you some respect. Lu Gang flattered him. Of course, we won't make you help us for nothing. These spiritual fruits can beautify your skin and calm your mind, and they can even boost your blood circulation and vitality. They are evolution resources sent by my family, and we are giving all of them to you right now. We really hope you can help us, Shuji added. Lin Zikin, for the sake of our high school friendship, please do us this favor, just this once. Zikin probed. So, what's this third-year student's strength level? Shuji replied. Ordinary tier 6. He thought to himself, then what is there to even worry about? Ziken said, all right. Then at 5:30 this afternoon, in front of the Pure Human Research Institute, I will help you resolve this. The two of them said in unison, Lin Zikin, if you ever need any help in the future, we promise we'll be there in a heartbeat. If there's nothing else, we'll head out first. See you at 5:30. Thanks so much, Qinghan said curiously. Zichen, hurry and open the bag to see the spiritual fruits inside. I've never seen spiritual fruits this big in my entire life, Zichen said dotingly. Then take that one and eat it on your way. Qinghan replied, actually, I will take a small one. If it's too big, I won't be able to finish it. He agreed. Sure, here is a small one for you then. But as she held it, she asked in confusion, Zikin, this spiritual fruit is so weird. Is it ruined by bugs or something? He took it and examined it closely. Ruined? Danger perception system. Zichen was taken aback as his danger perception skill went off, flashing a warning. The system asked if he wanted to devour the high-grade demon tree parasite. He was bewildered. What is going on? These so-called spiritual fruits are actually demon tree parasites. Right after that, Zichen ran after them, calling out, You two, wait, don't leave yet. Shuji gasped, startled. What's wrong? He turned and instructed, Han Han, contact your master right away and ask her to come over. She quickly obeyed. Okay. A while later, Dongzi arrived, asking, what happened? He explained to the dean, these two asked me for help and gave me a bag of spiritual fruits as a gift. Inside, there are several bizarre red fruits like this. I suspect they are connected to the tree god cult. She frowned. This is a type of mutated tree seed. Once swallowed, you will be controlled by the mutated tree, turning into a mindless puppet. To control them, a common tactic the deity devouring cult uses to force people to join. Zichen felt uneasy. Could they have already been under the deity devouring cult's control back then? Instantly, the other two panicked. Principal Yuan, we were forced into this. Principal Yuan Dongji spoke up. I will take these two back for investigation first. I'll let you two know as soon as we get the results. First, Shuji panicked, thinking, wait, why can't I speak? Lu Gang thought, is this Principal Yuan Dongji's special ability? She cursed angrily, despicable cult. Now we can't even fully trust our own instructors and school leaders. In short, we must always stay on guard around others. Qinghan looked at them and said, Master's mental power is so strong that she can fly by controlling objects. That is incredible. He replied, yeah, having the power to fly must be amazing. She asked curiously, Xiao Chen, Lu Gang, and Wang Shuji are so wicked. You wanted to help them, yet they tried to hurt you. Zichen warned her. We must be extremely careful from now on. The next day, the results of the investigation on Lu Gang and Wang Shuji were released. Both were confirmed to be members of the deity devouring cult. During the practical exam of the college entrance test, a security guard had forced them to eat a demon seed. As punishment, both were expelled and faced criminal charges. Their lives were basically ruined. Zi Chen and Qinghan's parents had also recently moved to the campus. Thanks to the boost from the blood recovery pill, his second skin refining was complete, and his second flesh refining progress was already 40% complete. As for Han Han, the day for her gene fusion had finally arrived. She said excitedly, Master, I'm a little nervous. Can you let Xiao Chen come with me? He then called out to Principal Yuan. She explained, the green jellyfish is a water-type mutant beast. The more water your body holds, the easier the fusion will be. So, drink plenty of water first. Right after that, Dongji kept urging Qinghan to chug down more water. A while later, her stomach was completely bloated, and she protested, Master, I can't drink anymore. She replied, even if you can't, you must. Take off your clothes and lie down over there. This syringe contains the gene of the deep blue jellyfish queen. It will be injected directly into your heart shortly. I will use my mental power to numb your pain receptors so you won't feel a thing. But during the subsequent gene fusion process, even if your pain nerves are numbed, you will still feel intense pain. If the pain becomes unbearable, absolutely do not hold it in. Just open your mouth and scream. Qinghan said nervously, I understand, Master. Standing nearby, Zichen thought, the gene fusion process usually requires a lot of complex equipment to constantly monitor changes in the subject's vital signs. However, Yuan Dongji can use her incredibly powerful mental force to scan everything, completely bypassing the need for those machines. She spoke, the deep blue jellyfish queen's gene has been successfully injected. Once the fusion starts, the intense pain will kick in very quickly. Dongji warned, brace yourself. 2 hours later, Qinghan was completely confused. Master, why does it feel like nothing is happening? She was stunned. How strange, he asked. Principal Yuan, did something go wrong with Han Han's gene fusion? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Dongji's mind. How is this possible? Could Qinghan's gene fusion have failed? Dongji explained. Qinghan's gene fusion has failed. Although she didn't successfully fuse with the deep blue jellyfish queen's gene, it can't be called a total failure either. Zichen asked in confusion, what do you mean by that? She explained, generally speaking, if injecting mutant beast genes into the heart doesn't cause a severe rejection reaction, it can be considered a successful transplant. As long as there's no rejection, with the help of various drugs in the genetic reagent, the body's own genes will quickly fuse with the mutant beast's genes, thereby granting the corresponding mutant beast abilities. The red represents Shen Qinghan's genes, and the blue represents the jellyfish queen's genes. But Qinghan's situation is extremely bizarre. After the deep blue jellyfish queen's gene was injected, It didn't cause any rejection reaction at all, yet it didn't fuse either. He asked curiously, Principal Yuan, what exactly is going on here? Dongji analyzed. My mental power sensed that Qinghan's genes seem to have developed a consciousness of their own. They are surrounding the invading deep blue jellyfish queen's genes, trapping them. At this point, some of the jellyfish queen's genes instinctively tried to start the fusion, only to be instantly crushed by Qinghan's genes and completely absorbed as nutrients. Currently, all the remaining jellyfish queen's genes have been completely contained. I've never seen anything like this before, Qinghan gasped. Xiao Chen, Master, I think my head is turning blue. She was surprised. This is one of the physical traits of the deep blue jellyfish genes, but the fusion clearly failed. Why is she still manifesting the jellyfish's traits? He probed. Han, do you feel any difference in your body? She replied, I feel like something new has appeared inside me. I can feel it, and it feels like I can actually control it. Yuan Dongji pressed her forehead against Qinghan's, completely stunned. She can sense and control it? Isn't that just genetic fusion? Could there be something else that I missed? I need to use my mental strength to investigate a bit more. She then instructed Qinghan. That strange sensation you are feeling is actually the gene of the Azure Jellyfish King. Now, try using your mental strength to control it and force it into a dormant state. Obediently, she replied, let me try. Yuan Dongji guided her. After that, try to make it manifest externally a little bit. Qinghan followed her instructions and began to relax her body. Yes, master. She thought to herself. Even geniuses like Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei took half a month after genetic fusion to master putting an exotic beast's gene into dormancy and manifesting it. Yet, Qinghan mastered it almost instantly. Zichen looked at Principal Yuan with concern and asked, So, what exactly is Han's situation right now? Yuan Dongji replied, I have some good news and some bad news. Which one do you two want to hear first? She answered, Let's hear the bad news first. She replied, The bad news is, you might never be able to become a genetic fusion cultivator. But the good news is, you are actually much stronger than a genetic fusion cultivator. You don't need genetic fusion, yet you can still do everything they can do. What's more, you can do it way better. To be precise, your genes can enslave any exotic beast genes injected into your body. Without needing to fuse with them, you can still use their corresponding abilities, all without worrying about any genetic backlash. You are still a pureblood human, and so far, no pureblood human has ever been found capable of breaking the shackles of ordinary creatures to evolve into a higher life form. But you are highly likely to become the very first pioneer on Earth, to evolve from a pureblood human into a higher life form. Qinghan was stunned. Can I really do that? Yuan Dongzi explained. If a pureblood human can truly break the shackles of ordinary creatures, you will definitely be the first one to do it. Zichen raised an eyebrow in annoyance. What is that supposed to mean? Is she looking down on me? She continued. Even though Qinghan is not a genetic fusion cultivator, her main way to increase her strength still relies on exotic beast genes. So on the surface, Qinghan will still look like one. You two must never reveal this secret to anyone, not even your parents. Qinghan, there are still many aspects of your gene slavery ability that we need to study. From now on, unless you are busy, come to my office at 8 in the evening so we can research it together. Qinghan replied, I understand, master. Half a month later, she called out excitedly, Zichen, I've got great news. I can use my mental strength to control water now. Zichen praised her. You only just learned how to control water, yet you can already manipulate it so smoothly. Your talent is honestly mind-blowing. Qinghan beamed. But wait, there's something even cooler. I can actually control the blood key inside other people's bodies too. My master said that at the very least, I can disrupt their blood key, and at worst, I can make their blood explode, killing them instantly. He was surprised. If you can control other people's blood chi from a distance, then you should also be able to control your own, to temper your body. She explained, but my master said my physical talent and blood chi intensity are too weak, so I can't pursue the pureblood human path. Zichen sighed. Han, you and I are both special. The things ordinary people can't do, we can, and besides, with me teaching you, why don't you give it a shot? She blushed. We are both special. Is Zichen confessing his feelings to me? Then, Qinghan steeled her resolve. You're right, we are both special. I will definitely find a way to temper my body using blood qi. Over the next few days, Zichen taught Han how to control her own blood qi to temper her body. she said excitedly. I did it, Zichen. I've finally mastered the blood tempering technique. He smiled as he watched her, thinking he had only wanted her to try, but never expected her to actually succeed. Han's biological level is only common tier 2, but one normally needs their blood Qi intensity to reach common tier 4 to practice the blood tempering technique. This is truly extraordinary. She lunged forward to hug him. Zichen, I can enslave exotic beast genes to gain their powers. You can devour exotic beasts to gain their powers, and you can even walk the pureblood human path. Doesn't that make us the ultimate unparalleled duo? Zichen replied, Yeah, pretty much. In less than half an hour of practicing the blood tempering technique with Zichen, Han completed her first skin tempering. Her biological level instantly evolved from common tier 2 straight to common tier 3. A notification popped up. Looking at his phone, Zichen thought it was finally time to take Han out for some real bloody combat to toughen up her resolve. The screen displayed a mission to bust a drug cartel. There were 21 armed suspects, some with cybernetic enhancements, but no gene fusers. The location was the outskirts of Shanghai City, with a reward of 50 points. Zichen fell into deep thought before deciding, all right, let's lock in this mission then. At 9 p.m., inside the Shanghai City Police Headquarters, Captain Feixiong briefed his team. These two are students from Shanghai University. They've taken an external mission to assist us with the case. This guy right here is actually the second highest scorer from the Jiangnan Province college entrance exams. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Wait, is that really him? The runner-up from the Jiangnan college entrance exams? Wow, what a talented young man. His future is truly limitless. And honestly, he's way better looking in person than in his photos. Welcome aboard. Feixiong proudly added, My foster son is also a freshman at Shanghai University this year. He got in as the top scorer of our province and is currently in the genius class. It's just a shame about you, Zichen. With talent as high as yours, you decided to join the Deva Pavilion. Otherwise, you could have easily made it into the genius class and been classmates with my boy. Seriously, take my advice. Quit the Deva Pavilion while you still can and focus all your energy on the Evolution Academy. I've actually invited my foster son to help out with tonight's operation. You guys should use this chance to get to know him. If any upperclassmen try to bully you at school in the future, just let him know. I guarantee he'll handle it for you. Right at that moment, Xiaojian walked in and said, Dad, I'm here. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The crowd started whispering again. Is that Captain Fang's foster son? Wow, he definitely looks like someone special. Captain Fang is so lucky to have a provincial top scorer as his foster son. He's definitely going to rise through the ranks at headquarters. Feixiong beamed with pride and asked, Xiaojian, I heard you evolved to ordinary level 5 a few days ago? That is absolutely incredible. He casually replied, It's nothing special, really. Just a normal evolution speed. Patting him on the shoulder, Feixiong praised him. For tonight's operation, besides you, there are 2 other Shanghai University freshmen joining us, and one of them is a very beautiful girl. Let me introduce you to them. Xiaojian thought to himself, A beautiful girl, huh? Looks like another perfect opportunity to show off. Wait, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. His heart skipped a beat in panic. How am I supposed to show off now? Feixiong spoke up. Xiaojian, let me introduce you. This guy here is from Jiangnan Province. Xiaojian, are you okay? Why do you look so pale? Meanwhile, Qinghan immediately recognized him, thinking, Oh, it's him, the guy Zichen completely crushed during the entrance trials. Luo Yongjian quickly stammered, No, nothing. I just ran into some familiar faces. I'm just a bit surprised. Feixiong asked in surprise. Oh, you know them? Yongjian explained. This beautiful girl is the top scorer of Jiangnan Province, and she's actually my classmate. And the guy standing next to her was the runner-up of Jiangnan, but he's also Shanghai University's rookie king this year. During the freshman trials, Brother Chen single-handedly wiped out the entire genius class. He absolutely crushed everyone to claim the title of rookie king, making him the strongest rookie in history. Zichen replied in mock horror, You're exaggerating way too much. I was just in a good mood that day, so I barely managed to get it. Deep down, Zichen was thinking, Keep it down, man. Let's be humble. Yongjian forced a smile and said, Right, whatever you say, Brother Chen. Feixiong's jaw dropped. The runner-up of Jiangnan is actually that powerful? Man, I really underestimated him earlier. At 11 p.m., Feixiong announced to the team, We are now on our way to the hideout of a major drug dealer. Put on this bulletproof gear to protect yourselves. Zikan declined. No thanks, I don't need it. Xiaojian quickly chimed in. I don't need it either. They're just ordinary guns and bullets. There's no way they can hurt me. But inside, his soul was screaming, sure, I can't compete with the rookie king, but I was still a provincial top scorer. In just a bit, I'm going to show these ordinary cops exactly how powerful the students of the genius class really are. The scene shifts to an abandoned industrial factory. Feixiong ordered the squad. All right, let's move out. Inside, the thugs started panicking. Cops, the cops are here. Run. If we get caught, we're dead anyway. Let's fight our way out. Total chaos erupted. Take cover. Xiaojian looked over at Zichen in utter confusion. Is he really just charging straight in? Screw it, I'm going in too. As Xiaojian rushed out, the police yelled in panic. Get back, take cover. But Xiaojian was completely invulnerable. The bullets couldn't even pierce his skin. He lunged forward, throwing a fiery punch that sent a thug into a panic. Don't kill me. I surrender. Don't kill me. Actually, screw it. I've got a grenade. I'll blow us all to hell. A massive explosion went off, shaking the entire area. Zikan said to himself, all right, I'll leave the rest for Han Han to practice on. He called out, Han Han, you're up. Shen Qinghan focused her mind, thinking, all I need to do is manipulate the blood flow in their bodies, and it should be enough. The thugs began to scream in terror. I can't move. What's happening? She unleashed her technique, intending to just knock them all unconscious. A moment later, an officer reported, Captain Fang, we found some highly unusual seeds in here. Feixiong's eyes widened. It really is the ancient deviltree seed. It seems like the divine plant cult is involved in this too. According to the dealers, 2 months ago, a mysterious masked man approached them, demanding they distribute these seeds in exchange for a massive reward. His subordinate chimed in, pointing out that they weren't just drug dealers anymore, but had turned into absolute scumbags. Zi Chen cut in. My girlfriend and I still have some things we need to do at school, so we'll be heading back now. The old man replied, is that so? In that case, let me find someone to drive you back. He figured that for safety's sake, it was best to avoid getting mixed up with these cultists. Right then, Zi Chen's eyes caught sight of a creature on the ground. What on earth is that? This rat is actually planting a demonic tree seed. It's a cult rat. He turned to his teacher and said, the cult rats might be teaming up with the tree cult, helping them spread these demonic tree seeds. She agreed. Got it, I'll report this right away, she said. Zi Chen made a call. Hello, is this Captain Feng? I've got a situation here. He thought to himself that cult matters were still best left to the security forces and high-level organisms. 2 weeks later, Han Han and Zi Chen completed another mission, successfully busting a ring of weapon smugglers. 3 days later, he and Yu Yan finished a high-level rank 1 cyborg bandit mission. Before they knew it, the first semester of their freshman year of college was drawing to a close. Zi Chen panted, thinking, my second body tempering has reached grand completion. Just then, Qinghan rushed over from a distance, shouting, Xiao Chen, I've successfully tempered my body once. He was astonished. Wow, that fast? You've only been practicing the blood tempering technique for 3 months and already succeeded in your first body tempering. That kind of talent is way beyond ordinary people, she argued. But didn't you say that after a successful body tempering, your biological rank would jump to ordinary rank 9? Why am I only at ordinary rank 6? Zi Chen suggested. Could it be because your physical talent is too weak, but your control over your blood vital energy is so strong that the tempered physical strength just isn't quite enough? She burst into tears. Does that mean I'll never be able to catch up to you? Zi Chen panicked internally. Well, I'm literally using a cheat code. If you actually caught up, that'd be crazy. Later, Yu Yan asked, how on earth do you unlock these acupoints anyway? Zi Chen slumped. Could it be that we need to temper our bodies 5 times just to activate an acupoint? She reassured him. No way. If that were the case, ordinary people wouldn't be able to practice it at all. Let's talk about something fun instead. I'll share some juicy gossip with you. Do you have any idea how messy the school leaders' private lives are? Let me fill you in. He suddenly remembered. Oh, right, Sister Yan, how many points do I currently have in your account? Yu Yan was taken aback. You've used my account to complete several high-level missions with me and earned a ton of reward points, 2,400 points in total. Zi Chen calculated in his head. Myriad poison mangus meat costs 20 points per pound, which meant he could buy 99 pounds of it. Opening up his illustration panel, he smiled and replied, "Sister Yan, I'd like to buy 99 pounds of myriad poison mangus meat. Could you please use your points to order it for me?" Yu Yan asked curiously, "What do you need so much myriad poison mangus meat for?" Zichen said sheepishly, "It's a bit hard to explain." She announced, "All right, order placed." The myriad poison mangus meat has been delivered to the Research Institute's address. To be safe, Zichen decided it was best to bring it back to his dorm to prepare for devouring. The system scanned. "You have devoured a large amount of the myriad poison mangus's life essence." He decided to proceed with the absorption. The system then announced, "You have successfully unlocked the myriad poison mangus illustration. Immune to 100 poisons. Your poison resistance has increased significantly." He muttered to himself, "Let's see if I can build an immunity to this paralyzing neurotoxin." 2 hours later, he realized he wasn't feeling numb at all. "Looks like the neurotoxin has been completely neutralized by my poison immunity." Soon after, Zichen and Han went to see the principal to get her second dose of mutant beast gene. She instructed, "Before the injection, I need to check the condition of your deep blue jellyfish king gene to see if you're ready for the second mutant beast gene. What on earth is going on? How did your biological rank evolve from ordinary rank 2 to ordinary rank 6 so quickly?" Qing Han explained, "Well, I've been practicing the blood tempering technique and just completed my first body tempering a few days ago, which evolved my biological rank to ordinary rank 6. She was stunned. "How did you manage to do that?" She explained that she had used the water control ability of the deep blue jellyfish king to manipulate her blood vital energy. The principal praised her. Han, you really are a genius. Your constitution is incredibly strong. In the future, you will definitely become one of humanity's peak fighters. Without further ado, I'll inject you with 5 different mutant beast genes to see if there are any limits on the number of enslaved genes or their attributes. The metal attribute of the golden-winged demon butterfly has powerful illusion-inducing abilities. The wood attribute of the equinox flower insect has powerful camouflage abilities, and the earth attribute of the armored earth dragon has powerful defensive abilities. The fire attribute of the hellfire lizard has powerful burning abilities, and the water attribute of the resurrection snail has powerful healing abilities. The principal cautioned Qing Han, "All right, I'm starting the injection." She watched in deep thought the moment the armored earth dragon's gene was injected. It was instantly killed by Qing Han's own gene, dissolved, and completely absorbed as nutrients. After that, when the genes of the hellfire lizard, spider lily insect, and golden silk demon butterfly were injected, they all met the exact same fate. They were completely wiped out. Only the active snail gene injected at the very end managed to survive, but it was completely enslaved by Qing Han's own gene. Dongji said, "For now, it seems only water attribute genes can be enslaved. So, let me inject 3 more different water attribute beast genes into you to see what happens." "They've all been injected. How do you feel now, dear?" She replied, "I'm not feeling very comfortable, master. It feels like my stomach is about to burst from being too full." She realized that the 3 water attribute beast genes she had just injected were also crushed and absorbed. It seemed that, for now, Qing Han could only enslave the genes of 2 water attribute beasts. She explained, "Qing Han, your physical strength or mental power isn't high enough yet, which is why you can only enslave water attribute genes. Once your strength increases in the future, you'll definitely be able to enslave even more water attribute beast genes." Qing Han was overjoyed. "That's wonderful. I'll train as hard as I can, master," Dongji advised her. "The active snail gene you just enslaved will allow you to secrete a special kind of mucus. Besides its powerful healing properties, this mucus also serves as an excellent lubricant. If you two ever need to use it in the future, it's there. Also, this year's freshman competition has been moved up to mid-January, which is at the end of this semester. Qing Han, I'm really looking forward to your performance. I hope you can make it into the top 5 so you can earn a spot in the winter break training camp." She replied, "I understand, master. I'll do my best." Zikin, on the other hand, was surprised that the freshman competition was being held so early. Chu Xin said shyly, "I'm bothering you guys again." Qing Han scolded her playfully. "What do you mean, bothering us? You should come over more often." Zikin urged them. "Come on in. Why are you two carrying so many bags?" She explained, "My family's clothing store just got a new batch of clothes a few days ago. I saw a few matching couple outfits that would look perfect on you and Han Han, so I brought them over for you guys." I've already washed them all. Try them on and see if they fit. Come on, strike a pose so I can take some pictures. I'll use your photos as models for our online store. It'll definitely be a huge hit. Not bad. So that was your master plan, huh? Hey, it's just a win-win. Chushin watched them change, showering them with compliments. So cool. This outfit is gorgeous. Absolutely perfect. Who wouldn't buy these after seeing you two in matching couple outfits? He said. Finally, we're done taking photos. Come and eat. The food is getting cold. The two girls quickly agreed. Awesome. Let's eat. Qinghan shared. Zichin, on my way back to the dorms with Chushin, we ran into a really nasty senior girl. She used her strength to bully us, trying to steal the bags from Chushin and me. If she hadn't realized that I was your girlfriend, she probably would have taken them by force. Chushin grumbled. She's the senior I told you about last time. The exact one who borrowed my makeup and never returned it. She came after me. Han only got dragged into this because of me. She said indignantly, that is totally unacceptable. Once we're done eating, we're going to get justice for you. Chushin tried to stop them. Just let it go. She's a member of the student council, and her boyfriend holds a high position there. They're not people we can afford to mess with. Qinghan said, what are you scared of? We have Zichin with us. Zichin agreed, I'll go with you guys. Around this time, all the sophomores would gather at the gymnasium for their martial arts classes. Everyone started whispering as they watched the three walk in. Isn't that guy the rookie king? Yeah, I think his name is Lin Zichin. What is he doing here? Is he looking for trouble? Chushin pointed. Ziken, that's her, the girl with the wine-red hair. Her name is Li Ziqi. Ziken spoke up. My friend says you borrowed 2 of her makeup items and never returned them. Is that true? Li Ziqi snapped back. What do you mean borrowed and didn't return? You make it sound like I stole from her. Once it's almost empty, I'll return it, obviously. It's just some borrowed makeup. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? Talk about petty. Besides, it's not like I used your stuff for free. I gave you all of my own makeup too, she protested indignantly. Every time you take something from me, it's brand new. But everything you give me is almost completely used up. The girl smirked arrogantly. When I gave them back to you, there was clearly plenty left, wasn't there? Right, Feifei? You know it too, her friend agreed. Exactly. There was obviously tons left at that time. Furious, she was about to charge forward. You're being completely unreasonable, he spoke up. Teacher, I recall the school promotes the rule of the survival of the fittest. How exactly should we interpret this rule? Does it mean the strong can trample over the weak whenever they want? He replied, not quite. Here at Shanda University, the weak can challenge the strong without needing a reason. But if the strong want to challenge the weak, they must first get the weak's consent. As for determining strength, if there's a combat power ranking, we'll go by that. Otherwise, we look at their school year. Also, issuing a challenge requires both sides to wager an equal amount of credits. The winner takes all the points wagered by both parties. What if they don't? Fine. Then the minimum cost is just 1 point. Ziken let out a sly smile, which meant, in other words, you can now challenge her without any restrictions. She sneered arrogantly. You are a guy with such a huge physical advantage. Are you really going to bully a helpless girl like me? Deep down, she knew her biological rank was only common tier 5, and she was absolutely no match for him. Ziken urged her, Han, go challenge her instead. Qinghan nodded resolutely and replied, all right, I am on it. Su Xin said anxiously, Ziken, this senior is just trying to bait you. Do not let Han go up there, no matter what. She screamed inside, Han always ranks at the bottom of the class, just like me. If she goes up there now, isn't she just going to get bullied again? Qinghan walked over and gently patted her shoulder to reassure her. Don't worry, Su Xin. She added with absolute confidence, I can win this. Su Xin blushed at the sight. She couldn't help but feel that Han suddenly looked incredibly cool. The announcer declared, first-year genius class, Shen Qinghan, challenges second-year evolution class, Li Ziqi. The crowd below erupted in whispers. She is so gorgeous and cool. Meanwhile, Ziqi sneered in disgust. Where does she get the confidence to think she can beat me? She has nothing but a pretty face. Hey kiddo, if you want to challenge me, let's raise the stakes. I'll put up 10 points. The instructor announced, since both sides have agreed, the challenge is officially set. Are you ready? Qinghan replied calmly. Let's do it. I'll wager 10 points as well. Is everyone ready? The instructor called out. All right, let the match begin. In a split second, Qinghan lunged forward, catching everyone completely off guard. She's too fast. Ziqi panicked, her heart racing. What's going on? My head is spinning, and I can't move my body. With a swift, powerful kick, Qinghan sent Ziqi flying off the stage, sliding a long distance across the floor. The crowd gasped in shock. Since when did Han get this strong? Fei rushed over, screaming, Ziqi. She immediately pulled out her phone to make a call. Jin Mingwu, your girlfriend Ziqi just got kicked in the head and has a concussion. Get to the gym right now. I'm on my way. The voice on the phone snapped. Hanging up, Fei glared at them and hissed. You guys have no idea what kind of massive trouble you just brought upon yourselves. The crowd was abuzz with excitement. Li Moyu is insanely strong. Even someone with tier 7 strength couldn't stand a chance against him. That's insane. Luo Yongjian has been inside the mental chamber for almost 1 minute, and he is still holding on. Ma Shiwei is incredible too. Look, she just got an S tier rating in the reaction chamber. That training session was extremely intense and took a lot out of you. Let's take a quick break first, everyone. Suddenly, an announcement came through. I just got word from the Academic Affairs Office. The freshman competition has been rescheduled to an earlier date, the 18th. The students muttered in confusion. Why the sudden change? Moyu smirked and said, moving it up works for me. I've been itching to teach Lin Zichen a lesson anyway. He gloated inwardly, knowing he had already reached Common Tier 6 through multiple rounds of gene fusion. He was close to reaching Common Tier 7. Since Lin Zichen hadn't undergone any gene fusion, he was bound to be left far behind. The crowd whispered among themselves. Lin Zichen still hasn't done any gene fusion. His strength must be way behind those 3 by now. Why would he choose to stay a pure-blooded human? He is completely wasting his talent. Shiwei intervened, warning them, everyone has their own path. Don't judge others so quickly. We're sorry, they mumbled. But today is our first time using the advanced training room, and a model student like Shen Qinghan is absent. That's really unlike her. Shiwei turned to the instructor and asked, excuse me, sir, but why is Shen Qinghan not in class today? The instructor replied, Shen Qinghan had some urgent matters to take care of, so she asked for the day off. Suddenly, someone burst through the door, shouting, guys, you won't believe the massive drama. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan just caused a huge scene. Shen Qinghan completely wrecked the second-year class beauty from the Evolution Academy downstairs. Come on, we've got to go see this. Ziqi sobbed hysterically. My face is completely ruined. Fei glared and threatened. Shen Qinghan, you are a monster. Why would you kick her right in the face? How could you be so utterly ruthless? Qinghan looked apologetic. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to use that much force. Sushin stepped in to shield her, saying, Han, she only lost because she is weak. You didn't do anything wrong, so don't bother apologizing to her. Fei grabbed her arm, snapping. You think you can just beat someone up and walk away? It's not that easy. Zichen brushed her hand off. She lost because she lacked skill, plain and simple. If you keep harassing us, I'll be forced to deal with you myself. Fei gritted her teeth in rage. Oh, so the Rookie King thinks he is a big deal? If you've got the guts, why don't you challenge me right now? Go ahead, hit me in the face. He knocked her down, thinking, that's 1 academic point for me. Seriously, I've never heard anyone make such a bizarre request in my life. Right then, someone in the crowd shouted, Li Ziqi's boyfriend is here. Ziqi wailed in tears. Babe, look at my face. They completely ruined it. Fei chimed in. They're specifically targeting our faces. Mingwu growled in anger. Don't you think it's a bit too low for a junior to brutally target female students' faces like this? Ziqin retorted. I'd say your girlfriend bullying helpless freshmen is far worse. Mingwu snapped back. Don't spit nonsense without actual proof. Xiao Jian stepped forward and remarked, Hey buddy, your girlfriend has been pushing around the freshmen from the common class. I've personally witnessed it plenty of times, so don't go claiming there's no proof. Mingwu's face turned red with rage. You little. He spoke bluntly. You want to get payback for your girlfriend? Then fight me right now, or I am leaving. I do not have time to waste on you. He roared in anger. You said it. I can bet 300 points on this challenge. Hey kid. Do you even have that much? Zichen replied, yes. Ziwei thought to herself, Zichen actually accepted the challenge? How does he dare? Kim Minwoo's biological level has already reached ordinary tier 7. He said excitedly, that is so cool. Why did I not think of flexing like this? Then the teacher announced the start of the challenge. Minwoo quickly transformed into his gene-fused form. The students on the other side gasped in horror. That biological pressure is so strong. How could Lin Zichen possibly win? He charged from the opposite side like a lion. Minwoo snarled. You dared to hit my girlfriend in the face, so now I am going to smash your face to pieces. But the moment his hand touched Zichen's face, nothing happened. Instead, cracks formed inside Minwoo's bones. He clutched his arm and screamed, My arm! Looking down at him, he calmly said, It is just a duel. Zichen's sharp voice combined with his action of blowing Minwoo away ended the fight. Xiaojian teased, This scene looks way too familiar. Mo Yu fell deep into thought. Lin Zichen is actually strong enough to instantly defeat even a tier 7. No. I must become stronger. Grandpa, I need to undergo the second beast gene fusion. I want to do it tomorrow. Zichen announced, Starting today, I am taking paid requests. Whether you are a freshman or a senior, as long as you pay me in course credits. I can help you challenge them, he said excitedly. The ultimate flexor. This is the king of cool. I must make him my master. On this side, people whispered among themselves, This Lin Zichen is way too arrogant. He has absolutely no respect for anyone. He dared to say those things in front of so many people, and he even dared to beat up the student council president. This is a direct challenge to the authority of our student council, and we must deal with him severely. Someone asked the president about dealing with Lin Zichen. He Hong sneered. He is just a newborn calf who does not fear tigers. Introduced by Li Chu-shin, Zichen received his first hired battle request from the client, Hu Yingli. This client had been bullied for a long time by a sophomore senior named Huang Jiamin, who also stole many of her designer clothes and bags. Considering that Huang Jiamin has an older brother named Huang Jiarui, who is very popular in the student council, they will receive 11 points for this request. Of those, 1 bonus point would go to Chu-shin as a referral fee, and I quickly located the target for this mission. She said arrogantly, What do you think you are doing? My brother is a member of the student council public relations department and has friends everywhere. Do not dig your own grave. She thought to herself, This is that rookie king, Lin Zichen, who loves slapping people in the face. Then Jiamin clutched her face and sobbed, I beg of you, please do not hit me. If you must hit me, just do not hit my face. He spoke up, Han Han, I will leave her to you. Thon Han cracked her neck and shoulders, agreeing, Got it, I am on it. She began to threaten, Stop. Stop right now. You cannot hit me. If even a single hair on my head is harmed, my brother will never let you off. Right then, Jiarui's voice rang out, Who dares to hit my sister? Seeing the group arrive, Jiamin called out in delight, Brother! I did nothing to offend him, but he came to beat me up without saying a word. This is too much. He threatened, Lin Zichen, you are crossing the line. Do you really think you are invincible and no one can put you in your place? We will let this go today, but if it happens again, do not blame us for not showing any mercy. Others complained, Is that how members of the student council talk? I bet they just do not dare to cross the rookie king. Looks like there will be no fight. How boring. Zichen's attitude remained extremely cold. He ordered, Han Han, do it. Hearing this, she immediately dashed forward like the wind. Got it. Jiamin started to run away in terror, screaming, Brother, save me. The moment Thon Han made her move, her voice grew weak. Jiamin wondered, Why can I not move at all? Seeing things take a bad turn, Jiarui rushed over like a bullet. And then, the ground where Zichen stood turned into a pile of rubble. He fell into a panic. Such strong biological pressure. Could it be a high-level organism? This Lin Zichen indeed has a powerful expert backing him up. On this side, Thon Han continued her assault, sending Jiamin flying with a single kick. Jiarui panicked. What is going on? What just happened? He stood up and reasoned. We all felt that biological pressure back then. It must have come from a high-level powerhouse. His underling replied, No wonder Lin Zichen dares to be so arrogant. He must have someone backing him. He Hong made a decision. Since we do not know who is backing him yet, it is best for everyone to stay away from Lin Zichen for now and see how things play out. If you accidentally get into a conflict with him, just warn him verbally. In short, try to avoid getting physical. Jiarui took the order. Understood. At this moment, Jen, he's panicked, voice rang out elsewhere. Principal Yuan, the residential area is currently in absolute chaos because of Lin Zichen's troublemaking. This whole mess was triggered by Lin Zichen's so-called proxy fighting gig. Is this your doing, sir? Dongzi replied. No. But I actually quite like Lin Zichen's style. The students have been held back by the student council for too long. The class structure is too rigid and harsh, it's hurting the school's long-term growth. It's time to break this stalemate. The scene then shifts to 20,000 meters underground, beneath Shanghai City. A mutated rat speaks up, reporting that the bioconduit including Origin Sector 36 has finally stabilized. Crowmask adds, "In that case, we can start moving the mutated beasts out of the Origin Sector. However, for now, we can only transport low-level beasts. Since this newly opened bioconduit lacks reinforcement, its capacity is limited. Any high-level creatures crossing over could easily trigger a collapse. The bioconduit is about to activate. Everyone, focus and get ready. Even a tiny slip-up could get them sucked in and torn to shreds." With that, he begins channeling his talisman, unleashing a massive surge of magic. Crowmask roars. "Open!" A gateway to a new world swings open, and countless new monsters begin to emerge. The beasts are out. Over 300 common mutated beasts have been transferred and brought under control. Should we keep going? The portal is unstable. We have to shut it down now. After a tense moment, Crowmask barks, "Close it!" But suddenly, his voice fills with panic. "Oh no, this is bad." The mutated rat asks in confusion, "Lord Envoy, what's going on?" He replies, "Looks like we'd better brace ourselves for a brutal fight. It's the nine-tailed demon fox. Is this really the legendary Earth?" Thanks to the hype from his previous gigs, Lin Zichen's proxy fighting business is absolutely booming, pulling in over 10 orders a day. In just half a month, he racked up over 200 orders and accumulated more than 3,000 points. Many praise Lin Zichen as the school's beacon of justice, claiming he's cleaned up the toxic culture. Others dismiss him as nothing but a greedy businessman doing it all for points. But Lin Zichen couldn't care less about the gossip. He only cares about the points. Meanwhile, Shen Qinghan greets them. "Hey everyone." "Hey Han Han," someone replies. Just then, Xiaojian walks up. "Hey guys." Seeing his face, they ask, "Whoa, what happened to your face?" He mutters, I tripped and fell." Ma Shiwei immediately exposes him. "This idiot tried to copy your fiancé by taking on commissions, and ended up getting thrashed by the student council." Xiao Jian fires up, "Those student council jerks only picked on me because they're too scared of Lin Zichen, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. What a bunch of cowards. Just wait until I grow up and get stronger. I'll settle the score with them." She reminds him, "You're not the only one who's going to grow, and honestly, your talent doesn't even come close to the student council's members. So, just forget about it." He sighs and agrees. Ma Shiwei then announces that the freshman tournament is about to start, so he should focus on healing his body before worrying about the tournament. He groans in pain. Soon, the day of the freshman tournament arrives. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan breeze through the competition, easily securing their spots in the top 8. The crowd goes wild. No one expected Shen Qinghan to make it to the top 8. Compared to her first qualifiers, her progress has been mind-blowing. Her growth is incredible, but it's a shame she has to face Ma Shiwei in this match. Otherwise, she might actually have had a shot at the semifinals. As the match begins, both Ma Shiwei and Shen Qinghan unleash their raw power. Ma Shiwei lunges forward first. Someone gasps, "Ma Shiwei is moving. She's incredibly fast." On the other side, Shen Qinghan calmly activates her blood control technique. Ma Shiwei's body suddenly trembles in shock. "What's happening? The blood flow in my body. It's completely out of whack." She can't believe Shen Qinghan is capable of this. Instantly, Qinghan rushes in, raising her leg for a devastating kick. Ma Shiwei is sent flying, her eyes wide with shock. How is this even possible? Watching from the stands, Zhenhe looks deeply worried. A teacher comments, "What is up with this childhood sweethearts duo? Both of them come from ordinary families, so how on earth are they both such absolute monsters?" As the match ends, Shen Qinghan is stunned. "Did I really just beat Ma Shiwei that easily?" 10 minutes later, the semifinals are underway. The first semifinal match is between Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. She looks at him and says, "Zichen, this is the first time we've ever faced each other in the arena since we met." He replies with a smile, then, "Show me what you've got." The referee signals the start of the match. During the exchange, Lin Zichen analyzes her moves. "You shouldn't have kicked just now. A punch would have been the right choice here. Also, the angle of your punch is off. It leaves you wide open for a counterattack." The crowd starts whispering, "No way. Are they seriously turning a semifinal match into a sparring session? Those punches are basically love letters. I'm so jealous. I want a sparring partner boyfriend too." Catching her breath, she smiles and says, "I forfeit." The referee declares Lin Zichen the winner, advancing him to the finals. Mo Yu points at him and declares, "Lin Zichen, I might not be as strong as you right now, But don't expect an easy victory. I'll fight with everything I've got, even if it's just to secure a draw. The two face off as the match begins, and Mo Yu immediately unleashes his full power. Lin Zikin doesn't even need to use his genetic evolution, even as his opponent charges at him like the wind. The audience is completely shocked. It is another one-kick instant kill. This guy, Lin Zikin's physical strength is absolutely insane. With this kind of overwhelming power, he might actually make a name for himself on the path of a pureblood. Lin Zikin's victory is truly something you cannot ignore. Dongji stands up to announce that this year's freshman martial arts competition has officially come to an end. The freshmen who made it into the top 8 are asked to stay behind to receive their rewards. The top 5 will also be participating. We are participating in this year's winter break special training camp. The opening ceremony is held at the headquarters of the Nanjiang Military District, which is also the very force responsible for keeping Origin Ground number 36 under control. The training camp kicks off in 10 days. Everyone, make sure to gather at 7 a.m. sharp the day before it starts, right downstairs of the administration building. I will personally drive you all over there. Hearing this, Zichen fell deep into thought. A military district suppressing an origin ground, huh? Up on the roof, the fairy remarked, the members of the giant god cult have been rooted on Earth for a long time now. They must have run into plenty of handsome men by now. I came to Earth this time specifically to find myself a pet slave, Crowmass quickly reported. Fairy, this kid meets all your requirements. Not only is he drop-dead gorgeous, but his body is also insanely powerful. The fairy smiled with interest. Tell me more. I want to know every little detail about him. Not long after winter break began, the day finally arrived for us to set off to the military zone for our training. To our surprise, the dean himself flew the 5 of us out on a helicopter, heading straight for the military headquarters in Nanjiang province. This special training session isn't just for the 5 of us from Shan University. The top 5 elite students from Capital University are joining too, along with the younger talents from the Mech God Corporation and the military district itself. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look at that mecha over there. I heard its combat power is just as insane as a rare-tier powerhouse." Word has it that the Mech God Corporation built them, and each one is named after a city in Nanjiang province. Just then, Zhang Kai's voice rang out from behind us. "Zi Chen, Xiao Shen." Qing Han immediately recognized him. Zhang Kai looked at them curiously and asked, "Are you two the representatives from Shan University for this military training?" Zi Chen nodded. "Yes, we are." Zhang Kai scratched his head, laughing. "Well, I get Zi Chen, but Xiao Shen? Back in middle school, you could barely run a few laps around the track without collapsing. Now, look at you. You are actually in the top 5 freshmen at Shan University, representing the entire school for this special training." Zichen smiled and replied, Han Han has an incredibly high gene fusion compatibility rate. She actually scored the highest in the entire Nanjiang province on the college entrance exams. After the gene fusion, her strength jumped to a whole new level. Zhang Kai sighed in awe. Man, that is crazy. To think even Xiao Shen has gotten this strong. Curiously, Qing Han asked him, "What about you, Zhang Kai? Being able to represent the Mech God Corporation in this training proves you must be incredibly strong too." Zhang Kai waved his hand dismissively and said, "My compatibility with cybernetic modifications is super high, so I have been collaborating with the Mech God Corporation on various cyber enhancement experiments. That is how I got this power boost. I have got some things to take care of, so I will head out first. I will see you guys at the assembly tomorrow morning." Zichen nodded. "See you tomorrow." Qing Han waved. "Bye-byes." Just then, Xiao Jian walked over to them. "It is getting late, guys. How about we grab some lunch at the cafeteria first, and then go hang out in town?" Later, inside the cafeteria, Qing Han beamed. "Xiao Chen, this food is absolutely amazing. It is way better than what we get at our school cafeteria." With a sweet smile, she urged, "Xiao Chen, you have got to try this. Trust me, it tastes incredibly good." The others rolled their eyes at the public display of affection. Mo Yu immediately started mocking them, teasingly saying, "Shi Wei, feed me a piece of tofu. I want to know what it feels like to be fed by a beautiful girl." Shi Wei gave him a freezing glare. "Get lost." Just as they were laughing, a group of guys walked up and called out Li Mo Yu's name. Surprised, Mo Yu turned around toward the voice. "Well, what a coincidence." The speaker sneered, narrowing his eyes. "If it isn't the traitor of Capital City." Mo Yu immediately stood up, snapping back. "Who are you calling a traitor, you two losers?" You were always stuck in second and third place, getting crushed under my boots all through high school. Li Hao sneered. Oh, Li Mo Yu, do you honestly think things are still the same as high school? Gao Mu chimed in. From the very second you decided to apply to Shan University, you were destined to be left in the dust by me and Qin Chuan. Gao Mu gestured outside. Li Mo Yu, how about we settle this outside? Mo Yu scoffed. Suits me just fine. Within seconds, the entire cafeteria was buzzing. A fight is about to start. Hurry up, let us go outside and watch. It is the genius from Capital University against the genius from Shan University. Drop your forks, let us go. Up on the stage, Mo Yu taunted. Why don't you both come at me together? Save me the time of kicking your butts one by one. Li Hao sneered confidently. No need for that. Gao Mu alone is more than enough to put you in your place. With that, Gao Mu began to transform. Just a loser who always came in third, Mo Yu thought to himself. Last week, I fused with the Shadow Nightcat gene, completely fixing my lack of speed. There is no way this guy can beat me now. Meanwhile, Gao Mu's body began to warp and shift. Watching from the sidelines, Zichen silently analyzed him. That guy has fused with the gene of an armored earth dragon. It is an earth-type beast known for having an absolutely impenetrable defense. Even a common grade 9 armored earth dragon can easily tank a full-power punch from a high-tier, grade 1 demonic eye giant ape. Up on the stage, the fierce battle erupted instantly. Mo Yu unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes. But to his shock, his attacks barely did any damage. How is this guy so tough? He thought. Why isn't he even budging? Watching from below, Qing Han said with worry. Xiao Chen, they seem totally evenly matched. If this keeps up, do you think it will end in a tie? Zichen shook his head to reassure her. It won't be a draw. Gao Mu from Capital University is going to win this. He is holding back. He hasn't even unleashed the real power hiding inside him yet. He still has one beast gene left unactivated, while Li Mo Yu has already gone all out. Mo Yu sneered. All you can do is play defense like a coward to drag this out for a draw. Gao Mu shot back. Mr. Top Scorer Li, let me show you my real strength and end this match. That's the gene of the demon-eyed giant ape. That guy from Jingda also fused with the demon-eyed giant ape's gene. He panicked. This is impossible. With your talent, how could you successfully fuse two beast genes in such a short amount of time? He gloated. My talent might not match yours, but Jingda's gene fusion technology is far superior to Shanda's. Betraying Jingda and choosing Shanda was the biggest mistake of your life. The crowd gasped. Is this going to be a battle of pure strength? But the guy from Jingda has the armored earth dragon armor. Shanda definitely can't win this. Gao Mu sneered at Li Mo Yu. Do you know why the Li family only favors your older brother, Li Yi, and not you? Because you're just a useless piece of trash who can't be helped. I heard you couldn't even get first place as a freshman at Shanda because you got crushed by a local freshman named Lin Zishan. What a complete waste. Which one of you is Lin Zishan? He replied calmly. That would be me. He challenged. I heard you always kept Li Mo Yu down at Shanda. Get up on the stage and fight me. If you win, I'll give you 10 high-grade blood vitality pills. Instantly, Zichen's expression changed. Sure, Xiao Jian said worriedly. Brother Chen, he fused the armored earth dragon and the demon-eyed giant ape genes. His offense and defense are off the charts, but he's slow. You shouldn't fight him head-on. Low-level gene fusers can't keep their beast genes activated for long. Just use your speed advantage to run circles around him, and you can wear him out to win. Gao Mu mocked. I heard you're still on the path of a pure-blood human, throwing away the incredibly promising path of gene fusion. Shanda really breeds idiots, he thought to himself. Once I defeat Lin Zichen, the guy who's holding Li Mo Yu back, I'll show Li Mo Yu the massive gap between us. He said in disgust, cut the crap, let's just get this started. With that, Gao Mu rushed forward like the wind, while Zichen also moved in a flash. He swung a punch with his giant arm, but Zichen punched Gao Mu straight in the chest, the sheer force of the strike sending him flying back. Gao Mu crashed to the ground, cracking the floor beneath him. Xiao Jian gasped. An instant kill? Lin Zichen is just way too overpowered. Li Hao was terrified. His own strength wasn't that much higher than Gao Mu's, but Gao Mu was instantly defeated by Lin Zichen with a single punch. If it were him, he probably wouldn't last more than 2 moves. Right then, Yuanzhong rushed up onto the stage. I originally thought this year would be another clash between our military district and the geniuses of the Jichen group. I never expected Shanda to have a genius of your caliber. I'm Zhao Yuanzhong, 19 years old. I'm representing the military district in this special training this year, and I'd love to spar with you. Zikin replied, sparring is fine, but if there's no reward, I don't want to waste my time and energy. He said, I have a spirit fruit worth 1.5 million that can boost your blood vitality. If you win, it's yours. He thought to himself, he's just an ordinary rank 8 weakling. I can easily one-shot him, so I can't let this spirit fruit go to waste. Zikin said, then let's do it. Just then, someone below shouted, you two can spar, but you cannot use physical items as rewards. Disappointed, Zikin hopped down from the stage. Never mind then. If there's no reward, I'm out. Classmate, when are you going to give me those 10 high-grade blood vitality pills? Gaomu wiped his wounds and replied, I'll go back to the dorm and get them for you right now. In his single dorm room in the military zone, even during the special training, his body tempering progress couldn't be neglected. Zikin trained diligently, reaching 42% on his 4th tempering. He felt that the tempering effect was a bit slower compared to the previous 3 times. Right then, Qinghan poked her head in. Little Chen, I'm coming in. Zikin nagged, you're done showering, so why haven't you dried your hair yet? She replied, there's no hair dryer. Use your blood vitality to help me dry it. He continued, you came at the perfect time. I have something for you. These are the 10 blood vitality pills I won this morning. They aren't of much use to me anyway. Here you go. Qinghan was stunned. But this is so valuable. Zikin reassured her. Don't worry about me. We're family. If you do well, I do well. She then agreed. All right, I'll take them then. Suddenly, Qinghan pounced on Zikin, teasing. Let me thank you properly then. The next day, Yuanzong greeted him. Hey, Lin Zichen. He replied, hello. I heard the younger generation from your military district gets to enter the primal grounds for training. He replied, barely. You could say that. He asked in surprise. Barely? Yuanzong explained. The military district has a garrison city inside the primal grounds. Young soldiers with average biological ranks are assigned to run errands inside the city but aren't allowed to leave, so they can't access the resource areas outside. The primal grounds are full of fierce competition. If you truly want to go deep into it, in the origin realm, if your biological level isn't advanced, there's simply no way you can withstand the pressure. When Earthlings enter the origin realm, just like when exotic beasts invade Earth, they are rejected by the realm force. It is an invisible power that repels outsiders, though it only heavily impacts low-level creatures. As for the exotic beasts on Earth, they experience an even harsher rejection from this realm force. In fact, a massive portion of the exotic beast's power on Earth has already been weakened by it. Zichen finally understood. So that was why. No wonder Earth's gene fusion combatants could defeat native creatures of the origin realm. Suddenly, someone leaped down from above and asked, Are you all here? Yuanzhong immediately reported, Instructor, everyone is present and accounted for. He introduced himself. I am Lu Tiansong, your instructor for this special training camp. You can call me Instructor Lu. I won't waste any more words. Since you're all here, your goal is to push yourselves through this special training and improve. He silently sized the man up. His biological rank had reached Advanced Stage 6, a level of power easily fit to be the dean of either of the 2 major academies. Lu Tiansong announced, Now, I will temporarily divide you into 4 teams. Once the division is complete, your entry assessment will begin immediately. Only after you pass this test will the actual special training program begin. After the groups were assigned, fortunately, Han Han and Zichen ended up in the same team. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuanzhong, Zhang Kai, and Shangguan Yue Ying, a girl from Capital University, were also transferred to our group. She said happily, Good thing we didn't get separated. Moments later, Instructor Lu's voice echoed, This building has 3 floors, and each floor has its own challenge. If you can clear all the stages and reach the rooftop within 3 hours, you pass the assessment. The first floor has 4 walls, and each wall has a door in the middle. You will take the assessment as a team, with each group entering through a different gate. That's all I have to say. I hope you can all make it through successfully. With that, everyone headed inside to begin the test. Our team of 5 managed to dodge the hail of bullets, and clearing the solid walls in the first stage wasn't too difficult. However, the other 3 groups had already reached the 3rd stage. Meanwhile, our Team D had only just entered the 2nd stage and was lagging far behind. The 2nd stage was a battle of wits, where we had to play rock, paper, scissors against an artificial intelligence. A single win would open the gate by 2 centimeters. Each draw opens the gate by 1 centimeter, but with every loss, the gate closes by 3 centimeters, and you get hit with an electric shock as a penalty. You lost, initiating 1 electric shock penalty. After realizing there was absolutely no pattern to the AI's rock-paper-scissors moves, Zichen detached a window pane and used it as a mirror, easily beating the AI. As they cleared the gate of the second stage, the system announced, "Draw. Opening the gate slightly for you." However, when we reached the break room on the 3rd floor, we made a shocking discovery. Yuan Zhong gasped in disbelief. The other 3 groups had actually all been eliminated. He stared at the monitor, utterly stunned, and blurted out, "They've all been eliminated." Zichen immediately activated his danger sense. He thought to himself, 3 teams wiped out in an instant? Looks like the 3rd stage is no joke. I'd better use danger sense to scout ahead first. The 3rd stage consisted of 4 rooms, each guarded by a single robot. Judging from the battle damage left by the other 3 teams, these robots not only had insane defense, but their offensive power was also off the charts. Taking a few steps forward, Zichen said, "Shall we head in now?" Yuan Zhong questioned. "So our opponent in this 3rd stage is really this robot?" Suddenly, the machine roared to life, and someone shouted, "Everyone, watch out! It's loaded with armor-piercing rounds, so make sure you don't get hit. Otherwise, it'll tear right through your bones. Everyone, wait until it runs out of ammo before we charge. That won't work. That robot has way too much ammo. We have to take the initiative and strike before our cover is blown to pieces." Cowering in fear, Yue Ying suggested, "Maybe we should just give up. Everyone else failed to pass, so there's no way we stand a chance anyway." He snapped back. "Even if our chances are slim, we can't just throw in the towel. If we do, the instructor will chew us alive." Right then, Qinghan spoke up. "Why don't we give it a shot? Who knows, we might actually pull it off. With Zichen here, we can definitely do this. Lin Zichen and I are in top shape, so we'll handle the frontline assault on the robot, while Zhang Kai and the 2 girls provide backup and cover us." With that, they moved forward together, initiating their plan. Zhang Kai chimed in, "I'll fire thermal smoke grenades to buy you guys some time. Once you're hidden in the purple smoke, the robot's thermal sensors won't be able to track your location." Qinghan added, "And I'll slow down the robot's movements." She used her psychic power to manipulate the fluids inside the robot to cause a malfunction, making its movements and reactions incredibly sluggish. Meanwhile, Yue Ying dashed out from another angle, shouting, "I'll draw its fire." Yuan Zhong seized the moment. "Now's our chance." He slammed directly into the robot, gritting his teeth as he thought, "Damn, that hurts. It feels like my skull is about to crack." Meanwhile, Zichen didn't hesitate for a second. He launched an attack from a different side, silently analyzing the machine. Even the power of an ordinary Tier 8 can't scratch this thing. This proves its combat strength has reached the absolute peak of ordinary Tier 8. Suddenly, he screamed, "This robot's defense is insane. We can't pierce it at all. We need to recover our strength before we can even think of taking it on." But right at that moment, Truong Win froze in his tracks. He yelled at the top of his lungs, "Run! Its thermal sensors are back online." At that exact moment, the robot locked onto Thonham and started charging right at her. "Watch out!" Fortunately, he arrived just in time, scooping her up in his arms to dodge the lethal strike. She trembled weakly. "It's no use. There's absolutely no way we can pass this stage. We should just give up." Meanwhile, the robot shifted its target and lunged toward Toothan. He realized everyone was reaching their absolute limit. Ham's training was pretty much complete anyway, and besides, taking a bit of time to take down a peak ordinary Tier 8 opponent seemed totally reasonable, right? As the trial went on, the crowd waiting outside was buzzing with excitement. The robot guarding the 3rd gate was just ridiculously overpowered. Pass it? No freaking way. I bet this 3rd gate is just designed to humble us and crush our spirits. Tukiem spoke up. "I wonder how Group D is doing. They still haven't made it out yet." Cao Muk sneered. "Group D has always lagged way behind us. With their trash strength, they're probably still getting beaten to a pulp by that robot." Suddenly, a deafening explosion shook the ground, startling everyone. "What the heck? Is that an earthquake?" Everyone jumped to their feet, staring with their eyes wide open. "What is that?" they cried out in horror. Rolling on the ground was the severed head of the robot. Dongqi calmly remarked, "We specifically set up a robot at the 3rd gate with strength equivalent to a peak ordinary Tier 8. It honestly feels like you didn't want any of these kids to pass the test at all. Hoa Lin replied, "This kid is only about 20 years old. He's young, arrogant, and full of blind ambition. If we don't crush their arrogance right from the start, we'll never be able to whip them into shape during this special training." Fair point. So, is he the handsome young fellow who's been training under Old Man Tutu? Learning that blood tempering technique? She warned, kids don't know any better, so they're easily scammed by that old geezer. But the moment Tu Than threw his punch, a gasp of pure shock echoed through the room. What on earth? She jumped out of her seat in disbelief. He sent a peak ordinary Tier 8 robot, flying with a single punch. Dongqi was completely stunned. How? How is that even possible? Then, the two of them walked in. Instructor Liu and Commander Du from the military district had arrived. Your biological level is clearly only at ordinary Tier 8. So how on earth are you unleashing power that matches an ordinary Tier 9? He replied, I was born with monstrous strength, and combined with the blood tempering technique to boost my explosive power, I can unleash force equivalent to an ordinary Tier 9. She fell into deep thought. If the blood tempering technique really could amplify explosive power that much, could Lu Truyenvo's philosophy actually be correct? I should use my mental perception to probe his true strength first. Tu Than instantly sensed someone probing his body again. He smirked internally, deciding to fake his stats to mess with her a bit. Her analysis showed his flesh and bones had already undergone a full round of tempering, achieving complete first-stage refinement. His actual biological level had already reached ordinary Tier 9. Wait. So all that talk about his biological level being only ordinary Tier 8 and relying on the blood tempering technique was just a lie? She decided it was best to help him conceal his real biological level for now. Meanwhile, Hoa Lin asked curiously, Well? What did your probe show? Dongqi reported, his biological level is indeed only at ordinary Tier 8, but his physical durability is on par with an early-stage ordinary Tier 9 gene fusion expert. It's truly mind-blowing. She added, this is absolutely insane. The path of a pure-blooded human seems utterly invincible when it comes to raw physical refinement. If he can truly break free from the shackles that limit ordinary beings, his future potential will be absolutely limitless. Inside the armory, everyone was in awe. Every single weapon here was forged from Class B alloy, capable of slicing through solid iron like butter and easily blocking bullets. Pick a weapon that suits you. 10 days from now, you'll be taking it with you into live combat training. Once you've made your choice, we'll begin training on how to master your respective weapons. Tu Than stood to the side, thinking to himself, the durability of Class B alloy doesn't even compare to my body, which has already undergone 3 rounds of perfected tempering. Carrying one would just weigh me down, so I'll pass. Hoa Lin called out, has everyone selected their weapons? They chorused back, yes, instructor. She looked at Lam Tu Than with curiosity. Where's your weapon? Reporting to the instructor, he replied calmly, I only fight barehanded. I have no need for a weapon. Hoa Lin felt a surge of annoyance. This genius from Shan University was just too arrogant. She figured he was probably just riding high on his camp entry exam success and desperately needed to be taken down a peg. She addressed the crowd. Since everyone has chosen their weapons, let's start getting used to them. And the absolute best way to do that is through real combat in the ring. Lam Tu Than, you mentioned you're used to fighting barehanded, which has piqued my interest. Why don't you step onto the stage first and show everyone what you've got? He nodded calmly. Sure. Jian Yu stepped forward, yelling, I'll be the first to challenge you. Tu then smirked, waving him over. Bring it on! Jian Yu lunged forward, throwing a powerful strike, but Tu Than effortlessly caught it with a single hand. The crowd erupts in shock. The massive B-grade alloy machete has been completely shattered. What on earth is going on? Zichen speaks up. Who is next? They whisper in disbelief, crushing a B-grade alloy machete with his bare hands. Is he even human? This is just ridiculous. Has this guy's body already reached godhood? Shishi leaps forward. If a B-grade weapon can't even scratch you, do you dare challenge an enhanced version of our armor-piercing bullets? Below them, Zhang Kai calls out to warn him. Zichen, don't accept this challenge. It is way too dangerous. That's an enhanced armor-piercing bullet. Within 10 meters, it can easily pierce a 10-centimeter thick steel plate. Nobody can block that. Zichen turns his head and replies to her. Then give it your best shot. She warns him, to be safe, I won't shoot at your vital organs. but you must block it with your bare hands. Well, do you accept? Shishi asks. Are you ready? Zikin replies. Bring it on. Just as her hand is about to release the energy, it suddenly explodes, shocking everyone. What on earth is happening? Lin Zikin's hand wasn't pierced by the armor-piercing bullet at all. Look, it is Zhou Shishi's robotic arm that exploded. The armor-piercing bullet couldn't even pierce Lin Zichen's palm. Since it was blocked right at the muzzle, it exploded directly inside the barrel. Lin Zichen is an absolute monster. Could pure-blooded humans actually be the future of humanity? He Ling murmurs thoughtfully. He is simply a top-tier genius, a supreme prodigy who stands far above all other geniuses. After this training challenge, Instructor Lu stops interfering with Zichen's training progress altogether. While the others are learning how to use weapons, Zichen spends his remaining time practicing the blood-tempering technique on his own, undergoing his fourth body refinement. Next is the vitality and mental training in the special training room. Both trainings are conducted in their respective vitality and mental chambers, where the intensity levels can be adjusted. The intensity levels correspond to each individual's strength. Han-Han's vitality chamber tolerance can reach level 6, but her mental strength has already reached level 7. Mental strength is much harder to train than vitality. Such a high tolerance level gives everyone a much clearer understanding of her potential. Based on his current physical strength, Zikin estimates that he can withstand the level 11 vitality chamber, which is equivalent to a high-tier Tier 2 level. But to avoid raising suspicion, he decides to adjust it to level 8, which corresponds to a standard Tier 8 intensity. Everyone whispers in amazement. Lin Zichen can actually endure level 8 mental training. Lin Zichen's mental strength is actually on par with his biological rank. That's absolutely insane. Can a pure-blooded human's mental power really be this high? Knowing he shouldn't act too overpowered, Zikin holds back to keep a low profile. Tonight, I will sneak out with Han to see where my actual limits lie, and while I am at it, I can get a rough estimate of my biological rank. Meanwhile, at Shanghai University, inside the Pureblood Research Institute, she is sitting in her office. Ziken is not here, and neither is the director. I am the only one left working here. Suddenly, a noise behind her startles Chu Yan. Hello there. Do you know where Lin Ziken is? Under my fox charm. Tell me, where is Lin Ziken? Chu Yan replies, he is at the Jiangnan Military District headquarters. On the other side, Qing Han asks worriedly, Zichen, is it really okay for us to sneak in here without permission? This door even has a digital lock. Maybe we should just forget it? Ziken replies, a simple digital lock like this won't stop me. Besides, I just want to use the vitality and mental chambers here to test my limits. Even if we get caught, it is not a big deal. He manages to withstand the level 12 intensity of the vitality chamber for half a minute, proving that his physical strength has already reached high-tier Tier 2, very close to high-tier Tier 3. The system announces, undergoing intense mental attack, mental strength +1. The limit for measuring mental strength is level 10, equivalent to a high-tier Tier 1. Having a mental strength at high-tier Tier 1 is far more valuable than a physical strength approaching high-tier Tier 3. After all, increasing mental strength is significantly harder than boosting physical strength. Soon, the day of practical combat training arrives. Our mission this time is to eliminate a branch of the tree god cult established in Shanghai City. Ziken thinks, I was chosen as the team leader for this operation. According to current intel, the head of this branch is a second-stage gene fuser. He fused the genes of a dark night owl and a phantom giant shark, reaching the peak of standard Tier 9 biological rank. He is just one step away from becoming a high-level creature. She asks curiously, Ziken, the trees here are so tall, even taller than those in a tropical rainforest. Shi Wei chimes in, the trees here? Mo Yu counters, something is very wrong here, but that just proves we have come to the right place. This is definitely the hideout of that tree god cult branch. Shishi says, I will send a drone ahead to scout. Ziken turns and tells them to follow the drone. She reports, about 300 meters ahead, I have spotted a bamboo house spanning at least 1,000 square meters. Unless there's a surprise twist, that bamboo building right there is the headquarters of the tree god sect. Ziken gave the command, Zhao Yuanzong, Cao Mu, both of you have the flying armored earth dragon gene, so advance with me and lead the way. The 5 members of the Jichen group will handle long-range fire support, using precision ammo to take down the enemies. They acknowledged the order in unison, and he continued, the rest of you, stick close to the squad and charge in together. The commander reminded everyone that capturing them alive wasn't necessary, emphasizing that their own safety was the top priority. His subordinates replied with a clear yes. Just then, one of the lackeys yelled about an ambush, and Zekin's group quickly charged in to attack. With a simple shoulder block, Zekin smashed right through the door. Analyzing the situation, he realized this masked figure wore the exact same outfit as the previous one, but the hairstyle was different. The system announced, "You have devoured a small portion of the Baoli Condor's life source." Zekin was shocked. Devour has unlocked the beast's illustration, and it can even boost me with its corresponding biological attributes. Bullying the weak. This biological attribute is seriously amazing. With that, he launched himself high into the air. The guys below looked up at Zekin in awe. Then they charged forward, screaming kill in unison, but with just a flash of his glowing eyes, they were all taken down in waves. He figured things were pretty much wrapped up here, so he decided to head elsewhere to see how the other fights were going. The system notified him, "You have devoured a small portion of the 8-horned Iron Bull's life source." The crowd gasped in shock. "This guy's biological level has reached ordinary tier 8. Be careful, I can't hold him off. I need backup, fast." Zekin activated his danger sense skill. A flying sword shot up. "He's not dead yet. Hit him with another strike." Flames quickly engulfed the entire area. Zekin remarked, "It looks like we have the upper hand for now. But why hasn't the branch leader shown up yet? The one with the high-level biological rank of peak 9th tier master?" Suddenly, the entire bamboo building started shaking. No, wait. The whole ground was shaking. Everyone panicked. "The trees are moving. What on earth is happening?" Qinghan warned. "Hurry, run!" They screamed. "Oh no, these vines have formed a cage, trapping us inside. It's a trap, we walked right into it." Zekin analyzed the situation, noticing that the tree cage had also trapped the members of the Tree God sect. "Our top priority right now is to subdue them and figure out what's going on." With that, he delivered a crushing blow straight to one guy's face. Zekin interrogated him. "Explain this tree cage, and I might just spare your life." He stammered, "I'll talk. These massive trees are." But before he could finish, a tree dragged him away, leaving nothing but his fading scream. He realized this was how the Tree God sect kept its cultists in line. Right then, two figures emerged. A genius among his peers. An absolute prodigy. If a top-tier genius like him joins our Tree God sect, he'll have an infinite future, seeking to evolve his life to a much higher plane. Zekin felt a wave of unease. This is bad. With these two here and all these traps, it seems they're coming straight for me. A masked woman stepped forward. Someone looked up, thinking, "I can sense that this masked man is incredibly strong. If this keeps up, we're in serious trouble." The commander turned back and ordered, "The situation is critical right now. Everyone, get out of here immediately. I'll hold those two off." Taking the lead, Zekin called out, "Everyone, follow me, quickly." Li Wei sneered, "Do you really think you can escape?" Countless branches instantly shot after them, tightly wrapping around Jia Min. She screamed, "Help me, I'm trapped." The crowd went into a frenzy. "Instructor, I'm caught too. Help us, instructor." Jia Rui realized this couldn't go on. The only way to save everyone was to take him down. With that, he lunged straight at the man. Lu Wei scoffed, "Is this the best you can do? This is my playground, and dealing with someone like you is child's play." Jia Rui gritted his teeth. "Damn you. I'll risk everything to take you down." His entire body surged as he activated his enhanced beast genes. He immediately leaped up to dodge the incoming attack. The vines binding everyone began to loosen, and they quickly made their retreat. Watching him fight, Qinghan called out Zekin's name. Nearby, Xia Wei cried out, "Lin Zekin, please save me." He replied, "I've got you." Not wanting to back down, Zhang Kai yelled, "Break already!" But he found himself struggling, wondering why he couldn't slash through these damn vines. Zekin quickly rushed over to help Zhang Kai. The moment he broke the vines, he barked an order. "Everyone, pull back immediately." Suddenly, a sweet scent drifted over. Zekin recognized it as the fragrance of flowers. The system warned, "You are being invaded by a floral toxin that can induce comatose states in living organisms. Poison resistance +1. Zekin instantly grew tense. "This is bad. It's the branch leader of the Divine Plant Sect." From behind him, Tianwei spoke up. "Not only did you survive my poison, but you even detected my presence. With such mind-blowing strength, it's no wonder the Lord at headquarters was willing to risk planning this entire ambush just to capture you." Without a word, Zekin lunged forward to strike her. Tianwei was utterly terrified by his speed. He's too fast. She took the full force of his punch head on. The system announced, "You have devoured a large portion of the Shadow Knight Cat's life source." Meanwhile, Jia Rui commanded his four-armed demon ape genes to activate at 120%. The Juhu swordsman's gene has activated to 130%. Die. Watching him charge, Lu Wei sneered with contempt. What a complete lunatic. Overclocking the beast genes in your body like that. Aren't you afraid of mutating and losing your mind? Jia Rui's fist smashed straight into the guy. The entire space shook violently from the force of their attacks. Lu Wei thought in relief, "Thank goodness I integrated the violet snail gene. Otherwise, I would have been a goner." Tossing a pill into his mouth, Lu Wei snarled, "You forced my hand." With that, he slammed his hands hard onto the ground. "Go to hell!" A mass of vines erupted, viciously lashing out at Jia Rui. He struggled to defend himself, quickly getting pushed into a corner as blood began to spill. Zichen looked at the group and thought, fortunately, everyone in the military training camp brought detox pills with them. Once they recover, we need to retreat immediately. Suddenly, his danger-sensing system went off, leaving him in shock. Oh no, an incredibly powerful aura is heading right for us. It's that high-tier level 6 guy. Did he kill Instructor Lu? Zichen called out, "Everyone listen to me. I can feel that masked man controlling the vines to hunt us down, but there's no sign of Instructor Lu anywhere near him. Which means Instructor Lu has likely been defeated. That masked bastard's real target is me. I'll draw him away to give you guys a chance to escape. Don't look back and don't worry about me. Just go, don't stay behind and drag me down." Watching him bolt, the others called out anxiously, "Xiao Chen, you have to come back alive." Keeping his eyes locked ahead, Zichen shouted back, "I will." Meanwhile, Qing Han was consumed by worry. Thinking, I'm only a standard level 6. There's no way I can help Xiao Chen like this. The only thing I can do is stay away, so I don't end up being a burden to him. If only I were stronger. On his end, Zichen thought as he darted away. Just as I thought, he's tailing me. Han should be safe by now. But wait, something feels off about his speed. It doesn't seem like the speed of a high-tier level 6. Wen Hang, who had been injured after falling off the cliff, was leaping back onto the bank. Zichen analyzed the situation. From his current state, he's actually only one tier higher than me, around high-tier level 4. And he looks seriously injured. I might even be able to squeeze some info out of him, or maybe even pull off a counterkill. Zichen activated his natural camouflage. Wen Hang sneered, "Gave up running at last, have you?" A barrage of vines whipped at Zichen from behind, but he easily dodged them. These vines aren't hitting very hard. Looks like he doesn't want to kill me. He wants to take me alive. Deciding to play along, he purposely let himself get hit. All right, let's give him an opening. In that instant, Zichen was violently slammed to the ground. Wen Hang mocked, "You're a fast little runner, aren't you? If you hadn't slowed down, it would have taken a lot of effort to catch you. How were you able to burst with a speed that far exceeds your biological limits? Is it some new potential unlocking serum developed by the military? My little toy was just one step away from evolving into a higher life form. She must have seriously underestimated you guys, allowing you to use the serum's power to pull off a counterkill. It took me 5 whole years to train her, and you just went and killed her like that." Pretending to be knocked out, Zichen thought, the toy he's talking about must be that standard level 9 Great Completion Branch leader. Remembering Qing Han, Wen Hong said with a sleazy smirk, "But that green-haired chick with you earlier. She's prettier than any star on TV. Once I'm fully recovered, I'm going to capture her and train her to be my new toy. But for now, I'll take you back to report first." Zichen muttered to himself, "Now's my chance." His eyes snapped open as he threw a devastating punch straight at the bastard's vitals. Wen Hang recoiled in agony, his eyes instantly bloodshot. He roared inwardly with fury. He was playing dead. Zichen lunged at Wen Hang like a gust of wind, delivering a relentless barrage of blows that made the villain shriek in pain. In utter disbelief, Wen Hang thought, "What's going on? How can this brat still unleash such massive power? Is the serum still active?" He reassured himself. "That's it. As long as I survive this onslaught, he'll eventually run out of steam. But wait, why is his physical energy not depleting? His strength is actually increasing." His body battered and bruised. Wen Hang screamed, "You're not even 20 years old. You're clearly just a low-tier standard ant." How the hell can you sustain a high-tier level 4 burst of power like this? Taking the full force of Zichen's fist, he shrieked in terror, "Ninth Elder, save me! Ninth Elder! I can't hold on." Zichen's punch sent him flying high into the air. He crashed heavily back down, his mask shattering into pieces to reveal his true face. Zichen lunged forward and rained down a flurry of punches, growling, "Quit your whining. Missing your toy that much? I'll send you to join her right now." Just then, the system pinged. "Would you like to devour this target?" Panting heavily, he murmured, "Finally." "He's dead." A holographic screen popped up. "Devouring complete. You have successfully unlocked the wood spirit diagram and obtained the biological trait. Overlord of the Green Forest." Staring at the corpse, Zichen thought, "These are all attributes related to mental strength. Looks like this guy was a mage type. His physical defense was weak, which is why I was able to find an opening to overpower and kill him despite his higher level." Suddenly, a figure approached from the distance and murmured, "To think a standard level 9 physical body could actually kill him. An advanced rank 6 powerhouse? To think Earth actually has a genius like this. Looks like this scheme of ours is going to be well worth it." Zichen quickly analyzed the situation. Could this guy be the Ninth Elder? Being completely bound, panic started to set in. Shoot, I can't break free at all. Judging by his raw strength, he's at least a rare tier powerhouse. He spoke, "For a genius like you to appear on Earth is truly a surprise." Suddenly, a surge of power blasted toward them, freeing Zichen from his binds. Zichen was stunned. "Yuan Dongzi? What are you doing here?" She replied, "Ever since Lin Zichen started making a name for himself in the military district, I knew your tree god cult wouldn't just sit idly by, so I've been keeping a close eye on him in secret, just waiting for you guys to make a move." Flower Mask realized what was happening. "Using my own trap against me? Pretty clever. But dealing with a little girl like you? I can easily handle that on my own." Dongzi scoffed and launched a fierce attack. "You think things are still like they were back then? I'm not the weakling I used to be." Flower Mask conjured a flurry of vines to launch a relentless counterattack. Zichen seized the opportunity to make his escape, desperate to avoid getting caught in the crossfire of these rare-tier powerhouses. Suddenly, he heard a loud noise. "Who's there?" He recognized Instructor Liu. "Is that really you, Zichen? Hurry, help me out." "Lord of the Forest System," Zichen muttered to himself. "Perfect. Time to test out my newly acquired biological attribute." Instructor Liu grumbled. "How did these vines just untie themselves?" Zichen explained. "When we ran into that masked guy, he was already heavily injured. I took advantage of that, launched a sneak attack, and took him down. Since he's dead, his skills naturally wore off." Instructor Liu nodded in realization. "Ah, I see. There's no time to lose. We need to find the others and get out of here." As they made their way outside, everyone let out a collective shout. Shenqing Han ran over, overwhelmed with joy. "Zichen, you're finally back! I was so terrified just now. I thought I'd never see you again. Promise me we'll never separate like this again, okay?" Zichen wrapped his arms around her to comfort her. "I promise, we won't." Shi Wei walked up and asked, "Are you hurt anywhere?" "I have a great rejuvenating pill here. You should take it." He replied, "Thanks, but I'm not hurt." "There's no need to waste a great rejuvenating pill on me," she insisted. "Just keep it anyway, you might need it later." Zichen then announced, "Everyone's here, let's get in the vehicle and leave immediately. This place is extremely dangerous right now. That rare-tier powerhouse from the Tree God cult is fighting Principal Yuan. If we stay, we'll just get caught in the shockwaves." Inside the vehicle, everyone began talking at once. A rare-tier powerhouse? Even Principal Yuan is here? How come no one from the military district has arrived yet? Right then, a figure flew toward them. They gasped in surprise. "Instructor?" He startled and yelled, "Look out! There's someone ahead!" Instructor Liu quickly assessed. For someone to silently appear in a place like this, they definitely aren't here to make friends. "Everyone, hold on tight." The vehicle was suddenly enveloped by an immense surge of magic. Xiao Jian cried out, "I can't see anything." "That's the fox girl," Wenwei replied. "But she vanished all of a sudden." Shi Wei panicked. Where did she go? Zichen sank into deep thought. He couldn't sense her presence anywhere nearby. Even Instructor Liu, an advanced rank 6, couldn't feel her presence either. The strength of this fox-eared girl had to be far beyond advanced rank 6. Right then, she spoke in a soft, mocking voice. "Are you looking for me?" Instructor Liu transformed and lunged forward, barking, "Who the hell are you?" The nine-tailed fox's eyes suddenly flashed with an eerie light. He was instantly hypnotized by the bizarre energy. She then commanded everyone, "Get out of the car. Except for Zishan, everyone else get out and leave. I have zero interest in the rest of you." The group erupted in a panic. "What do we do now?" "Just do what she says and run. Even Instructor Lu is no match for her. Is she with the tree god cult, too? Let's just escape first and worry about the rest later." "But what about Lin Zichin?" Zichin spoke up. "She's after me. All of you, get out of the vehicle." Instructor Lu gave him a deeply worried look. "Take care of yourself," Qinghan cried out, trying to stop him. "No, I won't let you face danger all on your own again." He gently urged her. "Han Han, please, go first." She hesitated, but the nine-tailed fox grew impatient. With an annoyed look, she used her magic to push Qinghan away. Zikin cried out in panic, "Han Han!" Her body crashed right through the glass window, making him scream, "Han Han!" Seeing that she landed safely, Zichin breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, only her clothes were torn, and she wasn't seriously hurt. She stepped closer and said, "Now, is it time for the two of us to sit down and have a little chat, my handsome plaything? Your exceptionally strong physique and handsome face are the perfect match for my tastes. The vital essence hidden inside such a powerful body must be absolutely delicious. You're fully qualified to be my toy, and let me drain your essence whenever I please." He asked, "Are you a gene fuser or a mutant?" The nine-tailed fox replied, "Neither. I'm from the Origin Land, though I'm technically half Earthling. My mother is a native creature of the Origin Land, but my father is from Earth. My mother was clearly so exceptional, yet she was completely swindled out of her money and body by my scumbag dad. I've grown this big, but I've never once laid eyes on him. As far as I'm concerned, men only deserve to be playthings wearing collars around their necks. Now, I've been completely honest with you. Are you willing to wear this collar I've carefully prepared for you and become my plaything?" Zikin asked curiously, "And what if I refuse?" She shrieked, "You have no reason to refuse, and absolutely no right to," Lin Zikin replied. "Then let me think about it for a bit." To himself, he thought, "First, I have to stall for time and wait for backup from the military district or the principal." She purred, "Take a good, hard look at my breathtaking face and gorgeous body. Do you even know how many men out there are drooling over my body? Are you absolutely sure you don't want to be my bed slave?" Lin Zichin spoke up. "I really do need to think about this." "Suspicious?" the nine-tailed fox asked. "Is the reason you won't agree because of that girl standing outside the car?" She immediately wrapped her tail around Qinghan. "In that case, I'll just kill her first." The nine-tailed fox wrapped her tail around Qinghan, threatening, "Then I'll just kill her." Lin Zikin instantly lunged forward and threw a punch, only to realize she was nothing but a clone. Qinghan asked in confusion, "Zichin, what's wrong with you? Have you gone crazy?" He replied, "You're asking me what's wrong. I'm literally saving you." Meanwhile, Zhang Kai was completely baffled as to why Zichen had suddenly leaped out of the car and thrown a wild punch right next to Qinghan, as if he had lost his mind. Qinghan gasped in confusion, "Saving me?" Suddenly, the woman's voice echoed, making Lin Zichen look around in alarm. "Well, aren't you a ruthless one? My physical body is only at ordinary level 9, you know. I wouldn't have survived a single punch from you." He realized that, as expected, everything he had just seen wasn't real, it was all an illusion. Just by releasing a little mental power, she can toy with anyone in the palm of her hand. This is incredibly troublesome. The nine-tailed fox stepped down and said, "I was only playing with you earlier, but now I'm really going to kill this beautiful sweetheart of yours." Lin Zikin stood frozen in place, deep in thought. If my mental strength is inferior to hers, then no matter how hard I try, it's useless. I have to try this trick. Hopefully, it works. At that moment, the system notified him that his advanced mental power was active. He realized that, as expected, these were all just illusions. He tried using his skills to track her down. Right then, Lin Zichen spotted her sitting in a corner with her legs crossed. Is that her real body? He instantly rushed forward and threw a punch at the nine-tailed fox, but it was another illusion, leaving him deeply frustrated. That monster wants to kill Han Han, so I must protect her first. She purred in amusement. To think you could boost your mental strength in an instant and break my illusion. You really are full of surprises. Seeing this, Lin Zikin panicked as Han Han transformed into the fox's shape. Could this be another illusion? Just as Qinghan came over and called, "Zichen," Lin Zichen felt her body warmth. This sensation, it really was, Han Han. She asked worriedly, what's wrong? He immediately scooped Qing Han up into his arms. With the boost from my advanced mental power, I can drastically reduce the time she can control my mind. Plus, her physical body is weaker than mine. So ultimately, Lin Zichen decided that running away was the best option. The nine-tailed fox's voice echoed, you can't escape us. Let's see how you'll break my illusion this time. Suddenly, a massive explosion tore through the sky above the forest. Crystals rained down from the heavens. Meanwhile, Crow Mask was conjuring massive vines to sweep across the area. He sneered, once the water source dries up, your strength will plummet. Besides, this is my home turf. You can't win. The God Tree sect is a massive power in the southern region, possessing an endless abundance of spiritual plant resources. With your talent, if you join the God Tree sect, you'll receive an endless supply of resources, with more exotic flowers and rare fruits than you could ever use. She shot back, unlike you heartless monsters, I will never join a cult that tortures humanity. Heartless? Human nature is simple. Look out for yourself, or the world will crush you. Yet, today's society binds people with too many rules and regulations, which is the real tragedy. She struggled to defend herself, snapping, lies and deception, stop spewing your nonsense. Crow Mask declared, you really won't give up until you're in a coffin. My vines can absorb the very water you're using to defend yourself. You can't block this. You just take your time playing with my vines. I'll be taking that human genius with me. She realized that even if she had to risk mutation, she couldn't let him take Lin Zichen. Just then, he caught a strange sound. What is that noise? When Crow Mask looked up, he saw water rushing in like a massive tsunami. She spoke up, if this forest is your home turf, then I'll turn this place into a vast ocean, making it mine. Qing Han clung to him in fear. Zichen, why did it suddenly get so dark? Why are there fish flying around? Lin Zichen thought grimly. What a powerful illusion. Even Han Han's mind is being controlled by this witch, making her consciousness hazy. At that exact moment, the system panel popped up, notifying him that his advanced mental power was active. He was thrilled. Thank goodness my advanced mental power is protecting me, or I would have been trapped much longer. The nine-tailed fox spoke up. You can block even this? Is your biological rank really just ordinary level 9, with Earth's evolutionary resources being so incredibly scarce? To think a place like this could actually produce such a peerless genius. If only you had been born in the origin land with its abundant evolution resources, you probably would have reached the rare tier a long time ago. Staying on Earth is such a waste. Come back to the origin land with me, and be my personal plaything. You can trade your spirit energy for evolution, resources, and we can evolve together. What do you say? He silently analyzed the situation. The surrounding darkness was fading faster and faster, but casting such a massive illusion must have drained a ton of her spirit energy. She was definitely reaching her limit. The screen displayed, Forest Overlord, Swift Zichen. With that, did he even stand a chance? She raised her voice. I've shown you my absolute sincerity, yet you keep rejecting me over and over again. My patience has its limits, Zichen countered. You haven't even shown your real body. Is this what you call sincerity? The nine-tailed fox sneered. Hey, little plaything. Do you think there's a chance that the one talking to you right now is my actual body? He shot back. We'll only know if we try. To her shock, he was actually able to control the vines from his own body, seizing the moment to immediately lunge forward. I've got her tied up. It really is her true body. I can't let this chance slip away. He struck down with a savage blow. He attacked the nine-tailed fox, but Zichen suddenly froze. What's going on? Why isn't there any blood? Did she sever her own tail to escape? The system prompted. Do you wish to devour this? Zichen realized that this tail could indeed be devoured. Back in the origin land, the nine-tailed fox murmured, interesting. He actually managed to break through my advanced Tier 3 illusion by brute force and killed my clone. I must have him. He is the ultimate cultivation vessel. Her servants rushed in to report. Master, huge news. The son of the Night King has agreed to become your personal plaything. Born as a high-tier creature, he has already reached the rare tier, and he's not even 30 yet. If you take him in and nurture him, Master, he might even evolve into a legendary creature in the future. She scoffed. At this point, even if the Night King himself came to be my plaything, he wouldn't be worthy. I've already found the perfect candidate on Earth. From now on, just reject anyone else who comes forward. The system announced. You have devoured a sliver of the nine-tailed demon fox's life origin. Zikin fell deep into thought. So it really was the nine-tailed demon fox. But her power felt pretty average. Could that have been just a clone? As he stepped outside, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. What on earth just happened? Was everyone under that fox-eared girl's mental control? Where did she go? He calmly replied, I beat her, and she ran away. The commander asked in disbelief, You actually drove her off? How on earth did you pull that off? Zichen explained, Her physical body is actually very weak. And after casting illusions repeatedly, her spirit energy was heavily depleted, causing her combat power to plummet. That's why I was able to drive her away. The commander gasped, So that's how it is. We really lucked out having you here, Lin Zishan. He thought to himself, Looks like making up a quick excuse worked. Suddenly, a massive flock of birds scattered wildly across the sky, throwing everyone into a panic. What's going on? What is that noise? Zikin commanded. System, activate Sky Eye. Zikin muttered in confusion. What is happening out there? He quickly realized the danger and screamed, Oh no, there's a massive tidal wave heading straight for us. Everyone, get up the trees. Find a giant tree over 100 meters tall. A tidal wave is really coming. Oh my god, it's so high. Are we actually going to be safe up here? The commander roared, It's here. Everyone, hold on tight. Instantly, a thick mist completely enveloped the forest. Xiaojian gasped, We actually survived it. The commander added, That scared the absolute life out of me. The screen displayed, You have successfully survived a tsunami. Zikin murmured in confusion. Adaptation for survival? The last time this happened was a year ago. The trigger conditions are way too harsh. Shiwei shuddered. That was terrifying. Why would a tidal wave suddenly hit out of nowhere? He spoke up. Unless something went wrong, this must have been Principal Yuan's doing. She's been fighting the ninth elder of the rat god sect to protect us. I wonder how her battle is going right now. Zhang Kai grinned and said, Principal Yuan is a rare-tier powerhouse who fused with the flood dragon gene. She's fully capable of summoning a massive tsunami, so there's no way she'd lose. Suddenly, a mechanical voice rang out. Danger detected. Ziken flinched. Danger! That ninth elder is heading straight towards us. He activated his Sky Eye skill and saw Crow Mask flying this way. It instantly hit him. Principal Yuan had lost. Cutting back to a dozen minutes ago, a violent torrent of water was swirling wildly around Crow Mask. He growled, She actually sacrificed her own essence. Blood, what a crazy wench. If that's how it's going to be, I'll just have to go all out too. Crow Mask unleashed a colossal wave of energy toward Dongji. Chains of pure darkness began to wrap tightly around her. He sneered, You're not the only one who knows how to sacrifice essence blood. Principal Yuan, you can struggle all you want. I'll take my leave first. With that, Crow Mask quickly made his escape. Back in the present, Zichen turned to the group and said, Principal Yuan has been defeated. That ninth elder of the rat god sect is rushing toward us at an insane speed. His target is me. I'll go draw him away. Watching him dive into the water, Qinghan cried out, Xiao Chen. The commander said, I can feel the overwhelming presence of the enemy heading this way too. Everyone, follow me and move out immediately. Run in the opposite direction of Lin Ziken. He swam away. Feeling the water shift, Ziken realized his pursuer had arrived. Han Han and the others were safe now, so there was no reason for him to remain in the water as a sitting duck. Under the effects of water's blessing, Zichen knew this was his only trump card. In these deep waters, relying on this blessing was his sole chance to pull off a miraculous escape. Looking at the superficial wounds on the ninth elder, it was clear their previous clash hadn't been all that intense. This meant the principal was likely still alive, probably just trapped somewhere nearby. His next move was to locate the principal and break her out. Judging by the incoming shockwaves, she had to be right ahead. But just as he moved, a mass of dark vines erupted from the shadows, lunging to wrap around him. Ziken dodged just in the nick of time. That was way too close. Watching from above, the crow-masked man muttered in disbelief, a mere pure-blood human at a common biological level. Yet he moves through water this fast? This kid is a complete monster. I need to end this now, he hissed, sending his dark vines surging forward to hunt Zichen down. Sensing the overwhelming gap in their strength, Ziken realized there was no dodging this. The crow-masked man clenched his fist with a smirk. Got you, but his eyes widened. What? How is this possible? I had him dead to rights. Why did my vines just let go? They're completely ignoring my commands. There must be some mistake. Let's see you slip away this time, he roared, unleashing the technique again. A notification flashed on Ziken's screen. Lord of the Forest activated. To the cultists' utter shock, the vines went limp once more. They slipped off again? This makes no sense. Growling in frustration, the crow-masked man dove straight into the water after him. This Lin Zikin is definitely hiding something massive. If I bring him in alive, it'll be a legendary achievement for the cult. I have to capture him myself. Swimming ahead, Zikin thought, all right, time to vanish. I just hope Han Han and the others have made it to safety by now. He immediately activated his natural camouflage skill, blending seamlessly into the underwater environment. The crow-masked man scanned the depths in confusion. Where did he go? I'm using my spiritual perception, yet I can't detect a single trace of his presence. Wait, no. He was acting as bait from the very start just to buy time for his friends. That means he's probably looping back to join up with them right now. Watching the cultists' clueless deductions from the shadows, Zishan slipped away. His priority right now was finding the principal. Rescuing her was their only real ticket out of here. Suddenly, the crow-masked man gasped. Wait, that's not right. Meanwhile, Zikin finally spotted his target ahead. Principal Dongzi, found her. He needed to quietly activate his Lord of the Forest skill to release her from those suffocating vines. She was clearly struggling, on the verge of collapsing. Dongji gasped for air. That cage was incredibly tough, but I'm finally free. Now I need to find Zichen and Qinghan immediately. Principal, Zikin called out. Dongji spun around in shock. Zikin, what are you doing here? When did you arrive? I was being pursued by the Ninth Elder, Zichen explained, and managed to escape in this direction, which led me right to you. Her face paled with worry. Oh no, he's already catching up to us. We have to move. As they swam, Zichen was amazed. So this is the speed of a rare-level entity. The ocean is her home turf. At this pace, not even the Ninth Elder can catch us. But suddenly, they both froze as a startling sight materialized ahead. It was the military backup. Qinghan spotted him and cried out, Zichen! Battalion Commander Moshi stepped forward and saluted. Principal, a heretical sleeper agent infiltrated our sector and caused a major disruption. That's why our reinforcements were delayed. But Dongji's senses flared, and she sharply looked back. He's already caught up? How does he dare? Then, a chilling realization hit her. There was a mole among the reinforcements. Immediately on high alert, she shouted, There's a spy among us. She bolted downward, thinking to herself, I have to get Qinghan and Zichen out of here first. The others should be safe for now. But as she looked at the soldiers above, horror washed over her. What? Don't tell me. All of these reinforcements are actually traitors. The local commander's face drained of color as the truth dawned on him. Could these reinforcements all belong to the Sacred Tree sect? We have to evacuate right now, he ordered. If we stay, we'll be obliterated in the crossfire of this upcoming battle. The remaining soldiers stared ahead in sheer terror. Meanwhile, Dongzi was desperately utilizing her hydrokinetic powers to guide Zichen and Qinghan away. But when the crow-masked man materialized directly in their path, she ground to a halt. We're cornered, the cultist sneered. Principal Dongji, reaching the rare level of evolution is no small feat. There's really no need for us to engage in a battle of mutual destruction. Hand Lin Zikin over to us, and we'll let you walk away unharmed. Dongji's voice boomed with rage. Hand over Lin Zichen? In your wildest dreams. The crow-masked man mocked her, laughing coldly. To save two complete outsiders, you sacrificed your own essence, threw away your entire future, and capped your evolutionary limits forever? You really are insane. In response, Dongji condensed the surrounding water into a massive, roaring dragon. She spun back to the teens and yelled, You two, run, now. Master, Qinghan cried out. But Zikin grabbed her, pulling her away as they made a break for it. We have to go, Qinghan. We'll only slow her down if we stay. Don't even think about escaping, the cultist roared, lunging after them. Dongji unleashed a relentless torrent to intercept him, but the crow-masked man casually deflected the water blast with a single swipe of his hand. Undeterred, she conjured another spell to bind him. But just as she did, a barrage of high-tech missiles came screaming through the water toward her. A sneak attack from behind. A massive, deafening explosion ripped through the underwater area. Commander Moshi roared as he ordered his automated mech, Go to hell. The shockwave from the blast rocked the entire ocean floor. But as the bubbles cleared, Moshi's jaw dropped. Dongji stood tall, completely unscathed, except for a few minor scratches. The crow-masked man bellowed, Self-destruct. Do it now. Use your hidden energy core to trap her, or I'll slaughter your entire family. Hearing the brutal threat, the principal gritted her teeth, her entire body shaking with fury. If it weren't for the fact that the people of Shanghai are in their hands, Yuan Dongji would have charged at the monster. I'm sorry, Principal Yuan. Just as she rushes forward, a massive explosion erupts. Half of Yuan Dongji's body is severely burned. She thinks to herself, my self-healing is too slow. Death is approaching from afar. I won't make it in time. Oh no, the ninth elder of the Wood God sect has caught up. I have my natural camouflage to hide myself, but Han Han doesn't. The only way is to deactivate my natural camouflage first, split up with Han Han, and draw their fire so she can escape. Han Han, we have to split up. I'll draw the ninth elder's attention. Shen Qinghan nods. Okay. Dark, thorny vines erupt from the hands of the crow-masked man. This trick again? Trying to help your friend escape? I'm not falling for your tricks this time. He whips the thorny vines down into the water, wrapping them tightly around Shen Qinghan. She is bound tightly, lifted high into the air. Zikan, run. Go. He clenches his fist and threatens. Lin Zikan, show yourself, or I will kill her right now. Zikan leaps into the air, demanding, let her go. Standing face to face with the crow-masked man, he says, I'm going with you. Hearing this, the man immediately uses his thorny vines to bind Zikan. You little brat, just wait until we get to the Wood God sect's headquarters, and you meet our peerless god of the origin land. You'll thank me for capturing you today. As Zikan is dragged away, Shen Qinghan helplessly calls out his name in despair, tears streaming down her face. Zikan, Zikan, to offend the gods is an unforgivable sin. Lin Zichen looks down, tense and alert. What's happening? Is something coming? Beneath the surface, the water rumbles violently, and bubbles froth up furiously. He breaks out in a cold sweat, completely baffled, yet his danger sense registers nothing. Suddenly, the water transforms into massive waves, engulfing them both. Swirled in the torrent, Lin Zichen frowns slightly. He reaches out to sense his surroundings, feeling as if something is gently pushing him upward. Then, Lin Zichen's entire body is lifted above the water. Seeing this, Han Han immediately runs over in a panic. Zichen. She hugs him tightly, her heart racing. Zichen, thank goodness you're okay. Meanwhile, Lin Zichen looks around warily as the waves continue to surge. It seems this mysterious power didn't come from the principal, but is somehow connected to Han Han's ability. Suddenly, a dark figure leaps out of the water, roaring in fury. Yuan Dongji, you forced my hand. Seeing this, Han Han steps in front of Zikan to shield him. I will never let you take Zikan away. The enemy spreads his wings and charges right at them. She closes her eyes tight at the sight. Suddenly, massive pillars of water surge upward, blocking the attack, and forming a colossal hand that slams directly into him. A moment later, the man lies splayed out on the ground, trembling. Principal Yuan, spare my life. I'll tell you the truth. Don't you want to know the truth about why your son and daughter died in the origin land? Hearing this, Lin Zichen is stunned. The truth behind their deaths? Could there be a hidden conspiracy? Then, the man suddenly spots a strange rune hovering in the air. His eyes widen as he mutters, No, it's not you, Yuan Dongji. Who on earth is it? But before he can say more, the water hand crushes him, ending his life. Zikan watches, wondering, is the ninth elder really dead? At that moment, his system window pops up, asking, do you wish to devour? Without a second thought, Lin Zichen steps forward to devour the remains. The system notifications flash. You have absorbed a massive amount of wood elf life origin. Forest overlord intensity plus 87. You have absorbed a massive amount of 9-turn soul worm life origin, advanced mental intensity plus 99. Seeing this, he can't help but be completely shocked. To think a rare grade creature with such powerful spiritual energy didn't stand a single chance against Han Han's ability. Not long after, the principal recovers from her severe injuries and comes to ask about the ninth elder's whereabouts. Lin Zichen decides to protect Han Han's secret and keep her in the dark. He simply tells her that he never saw the ninth elder, and the principal doesn't press the matter any further. Soon, backup from the military district arrives. The scene shifts to another location, where two women are talking. Fox women usually remain neutral, living in their own world, and rarely interacting with the outside. Why would she suddenly come to Earth? On the other side, Yuan Dongji replies, to find a cauldron. And what's more, she seems to have her eyes on Lin Zichen. Hearing this, the other woman is completely baffled. Even though Lin Zichen is incredibly talented, there are countless geniuses in the origin land who far surpass him. I just don't get why such a famous fox woman from the origin land would take an interest in him. Yuan Dongji suddenly remembers something else and asks, let's put the foxwoman's matter aside for now. What's the situation in the military district? Taking a calm sip of her tea, the other woman replies, everything has been suppressed. She smiles and adds, including the ones you took care of. A total of 47 heretics who had been lurking for years have shown themselves. We've wiped out nearly every single heretic in the entire military district. It's a massive victory for us. At this point, her expression turned furious. Don't tell me this practical training was a deliberate setup by the military district, using our special trainees as bait just to purge those heretics. Tianwei said, watch your tongue. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't just go making reckless accusations. This is the latest special-grade anti-catabolic drug developed by the military district, and it is 10 times more effective than anything currently on the market. You are in terrible shape right now. Take this shot immediately. Dongzi hesitated. I feel fine right now. Let's wait until we get back to inject it. Due to this unexpected incident, everyone's special training ended early, and they returned to school. Principal Yuan led Han Han and Zichen into her office, saying she had something important to discuss. She said thoughtfully, for now, let's hold on to the special-grade anti-catabolic drug that Yao Helen gave you. Dongzi spoke up, Zichen, when you dominated the entire entrance exam with your overwhelming talent, I already anticipated that the traitors of the tree god cult would target you. You turned to Principal Yuan and asked, what exactly is this tree god cult anyway? And what about the ninth elder? What is his biological level? Dongji took a sip of tea and replied, the tree god cult is the oldest known heretical sect. They existed even before alien life forms first appeared on Earth. In fact, even the very existence of mutated beasts on Earth is a blessing bestowed by them. Additionally, many other cults are essentially offshoots nurtured by the tree god cult, like the rat god cult. That is all I know about the tree god cult. As for the ninth elder's biological level, for high-level powerhouses, this is an extremely guarded secret. It can only be deduced through actual combat. My biological level is rare, tier 3, which you can use as a reference. Zichen thought to himself, it is a good thing the tree god cult only wanted to capture me, not kill me. Otherwise, I would have been a goner by now. Dongji continued, now, let's get to the main point of this conversation. Zichen, I witnessed with my own eyes how you fought above your level to take down a high-tier stage 6 powerhouse all by yourself, completely unscathed. You spoke up, Principal Yuan. He was not at high-tier stage 6. He was severely injured, so his actual strength had dropped to high-tier stage 4. She said helplessly, you really are an incredibly cautious kid. You are terrified of people finding out how strong you are, so you always hide your true strength. Laying low is a good habit, but when it comes to being a powerhouse, you are still just a student. And hiding your talent too much will only cut off your access to evolution resources and slow down your evolution speed. Of course, I understand why you want to hide your talent. Quite simply, you lack a sense of security and worry about being targeted by enemies. But now, based on your performance in the special training camp and how desperately the tree god cult wants you, you are bound to catch the attention of the country's top brass very soon. Those big shots love to place their bets, so it won't be long before someone comes looking for you. Take my advice. Show off your talent. Find yourself a powerful backer, and that will be your best move. You replied, I understand. But in your head you thought, just showing my current blood chi and mental strength should be enough. Those biological attributes are way too overpowered. So it is best to keep them hidden for now. The scene shifts back home. Zichen called out, Mom, Dad, I am home. Yansheng replied, our son is back? Weren't you supposed to be in that special training for a month? How are you back after only half a month? The special training ended early, so I came home. Wanxin chimed in, let me cook up some of your favorite dishes then. Xiao Chen, I have some great news for you. You asked, what good news? Then both of them said in unison, you are going to have a little brother and sister soon. Zichen froze on the spot, completely petrified. A little brother and sister? You stammered, Mom, are you having twins? She smiled and said, yes, we just found out a few days ago. I really hope I will get to have a sweet little daughter this time. Blushing, he explained. Ever since you and Han Han left for college, the house has been way too quiet, and your mother and I just couldn't get used to it. We wanted grandkids, but since we have no idea how long that will take, we decided to have 1 or 2 more kids to keep us company. Zichen praised them. That is amazing. As long as the two of you are happy, That is all that matters. No matter how many you have, we can definitely afford to raise them. Later, Zichen lay in his room thinking, just physical strength is not enough. My mental strength cannot be lacking either. Otherwise, I will be incredibly vulnerable when facing psychic-type opponents. If I want to keep boosting this advanced spiritual attribute, I need to buy 20 more pounds of 9-turn soulworm meat. Dimensional rat meat is 100 points per pound? That is so expensive. It is a mutated beast that looks and acts very much like a squirrel, storing food in its cheeks. Adult rats can store food with a volume that is 100 times larger than their own bodies, so who knows? Maybe eating it will even unlock storage space for me. Just like that fox-eared girl who pulled a necklace out of thin air. She definitely must have had some sort of storage item. Zichen sat on his bed, lost in thought. Pondering his next move, our main character decides to weigh 1 pound of it first to kickstart his progress bar. Just then, Qinghan walks in and calls out to Zichen. She asks innocently, "Is Aunt Xin really pregnant with twins?" He scratches his head helplessly. "Yeah, those two really wanted a baby, but since they couldn't wait for us to have one, they took matters into their own hands. But compared to that, we have something way more important to do right now." Qinghan's face turns bright red. "What is it?" He explains his research on the mysterious power he suddenly unleashed earlier. The water droplets that surrounded him back then looked like some kind of ancient runes. I copied them down from memory. But first, I need to figure out what they actually mean. Let's start by searching online to see if we can find any useful info. The two spend all day researching the ancient scripts, hoping they might find a clue. She praises, "My master is so amazing and incredibly knowledgeable. She might just know something." A moment later, Qinghan's face darkens. Even my master has no idea. But Zichen just stares at his phone thoughtfully. The moment he sees a message from Chuanwu, he says, "Oh, we got a message." His voice rings out from the speaker. "Where did you see these symbols? They look kind of familiar, but I can't quite place where I've seen them before." "Ah, now I remember. I think I saw them on some ancient relics at the Research Institute. I'll head back to the Institute first thing tomorrow morning to check. I'll let you know as soon as I find anything." At the same time, a woman's voice can be heard in the background. "Come on, old Liu. We are not going home until we are wasted. Drink 1 bottle for 1 million and 10 bottles straight for 20 million. Zichen sighs in annoyance. "Seriously, finish your personal business before sending a voice message." After this battle, all the major factions have started paying attention to Zichen. At the Li family in the imperial capital, everyone is abuzz. That kid, Lin Zichen, we must keep a close eye on the Nanjiang Martial Arts Institute. That Lin Zichen kid, the Shenji group needs to make him a top priority. That Lin Zichen kid, the Kyushu regional headquarters, must keep a close eye on him. That kid Lin Zichen, we have to focus on him. And of course, that includes the villainous factions as well. This Lin Zichen is getting interesting. Meanwhile, Zichen collapses onto the sofa in exhaustion. So noisy. Just then, his phone starts ringing. The voice on the other end says, "Hello. The items you purchased at the campus mall have been delivered to your specified address. Please come out to receive your package." He replies, "All right, I'll be right there." After receiving the 9-turn soulworm meat and the dimensional rat that Zichen bought yesterday, he begins to devour them, successfully unlocking the progress bar for the dimensional rat codex. But even after some time, there is still absolutely no lead regarding the mysterious rune. He tells her, "I'm going to head over to the research lab to see if I can find any clues about the ancient relic Director Liu mentioned." Qinghan responds, "I'll go with you." He tells her, "Let me ask Director Liu first. Director, I want to visit the Research Institute right now. Can Qinghan tag along with me?" Chuanwu teases, "Qinghan is your fiancée. She's family. Go right ahead." Zichen says, "Thanks, Director. Also, about the ancient relic you mentioned last night, did you find it?" He replies, "I don't remember the exact spot, but I think it's in the storage room. Your sister Yan will be there in a bit, so you two can look for it together. It's a bracelet made of pearls and seashells." Zichen replies, "Got it." The woman's voice calls out again, "Old Liu, why are you up so early? Hurry up and get over here." He panics. "Something came up on my end. Gotta hang up now." Back on his end, Zichen mutters to himself, "They are still at it?" A bit later, Qinghan says excitedly, "I've wanted to visit the Pure Human Research Institute for ages, and today I finally get to." He warns her, "Don't get your hopes up too high just yet." She gasps, "Wow, it really is unique. It looks completely different from the rest of the campus." Zichen explains, Yeah, it feels like standing in the middle of some ancient ruins, Qinghan suggests. Maybe I can come over and help you clean up whenever I have some free time? He declines. No need. That would actually ruin the unique charm of the Pure Human Research Institute. Inside, Yuyan, who is currently training, asks, "Look who's here. A handsome boy with a beautiful girl. You two really are a match made in heaven." Qinghan blushes. "Hi, Sister Yan." Zikan nudges her. "Sister Yan, please stop teasing her." She says excitedly, "It's my first time meeting Qinghan, so I have to get to know her. She is 10,000 times prettier in person than in her photos." He interrupts. "Okay, hold on. We are here for some serious business." Qinghan thinks to herself, she's way too enthusiastic. He asks, "Sister Yan, do you remember the seashell and pearl bracelet the director mentioned?" Yan replies, "I've been at this institute for 10 years, and I've never seen a bracelet like the one you are describing." Qinghan sighs. "Looks like we'll just have to search for it slowly." She agrees. "No problem. I know the storage room inside out, so I can cross off a lot of places. We'll definitely find it in no time." 3 hours later, Yuyan sighs in exhaustion. "Are you sure that bracelet even exists? Or is the director just getting old and losing his memory?" Zichen wiped his sweat and realized his only option was to wait for the director to return and ask him. Suddenly, Qinghan tugged at his sleeve and said, "Xiao Chen, is it over there? It is buried in the dirt of that fish tank." Zichen asked in confusion, "Why do you think the bracelet we are looking for is buried in the dirt inside the fish tank?" She explained, "I cannot really explain it. I just suddenly felt it. For some reason, I just feel it is in there." Then she said excitedly, "Why talk nonsense? Let us just start digging first." Yuyan's expression suddenly turned ugly. Oh no. Han's intuition actually nailed it. Zichen silently observed. It really was similar. Actually, it was the exact same pattern. Right at that moment, Chuan Wu walked in and asked, "Did you guys find it?" Zichen then asked him, "Director, where did this bracelet come from?" He explained, "This? It all started with an underwater expedition 20 years ago. About 20 years ago, Chuan Wu happened to discover the entrance to a ruin at the bottom of Songri Bay in Shanghai City. When he entered the cave, there was only a massive mural inside. Later, he found the bracelet on a rock right next to that mural." She asked in surprise, "Is that all? What happened after that?" Zichen added, "Why was there not more documented?" Chuan Wu slowly explained, "It was not that I did not want to record it, but for some reason, the camera equipment malfunctioned. For about 1 hour after that, it failed to capture any footage at all. By the time I finally realized what was happening, I was already back home. The next day, I went back down to the sea to record it again, but when I arrived, I could not find the cave entrance. In fact, even the coral reef had completely disappeared. The experience was so bizarre, almost like a fisherman stumbling into a hidden utopia." Hearing that, he muttered, "That is so bizarre. Qinghan, it seems you should hold it and see for yourself." Qinghan did as she was told. "Let me see then," she said. Internally, she thought, "It is so beautiful. I want to keep it for myself." Wait, no. Why would I have such a weird thought? For some reason, I just cannot keep my eyes off this bracelet. Chuan Wu quickly noticed this and said, "If you like this bracelet, you can just have it. After all, it is just sitting here gathering dust like a piece of junk." Qinghan asked happily, "Really? Is that okay?" He reassured her, "Of course. We are all family here, so make sure to visit often." She happily thanked the director. Chuan Wu replied with a warm smile. Meanwhile, Zichen wondered, "Who is calling me?" He spoke into the phone, "I am currently at the Pure Human Research Institute." "All right, I got it." Inside, Zichen thought, "Just as I thought. Something much bigger has arrived." Chuan Wu asked curiously, "Who was on the phone?" Yu Yan observed, "Why does your face look so serious?" Zichen replied, "That was a call from Principal Yuan. She said the head in charge of the origin base will be coming to meet me in about 30 minutes. She gasped. "That is the ultimate powerhouse, with the peak combat strength among all living beings on Earth. A figure whose biological level has reached at least the legendary grade." He was also deeply shocked. "That is the person below only one but above tens of thousands, the Deputy Continent Lord." He reminded him, "Director, Principal Yuan wants you to prepare the Institute's research on purebloods over the years. We need a brief summary to present to the Deputy Continent Lord." Yu Yan said excitedly, "Director, this is incredible. With a top-tier genius like Zichen joining us, the pureblood human path finally has a grand figure willing to pay attention to it." He agreed. You are right. Our struggles are finally paying off. Yu Yan, come with me to organize all our research findings from over the years. Yu Yan agreed. Yes, sir. Soon after, the scene shifted to another location. Chuan Wu spoke up. They are here. A group of people walked toward them. Yongsheng spoke first. I am very interested in your pureblood human path. Let us go inside and talk. Continent Lord, this is the entirety of our research on the pureblood human path over the past few years. Please take a look. When the pureblood human path first emerged, I actually paid attention to it for a while. However, after meeting the geniuses who chose that path, none of them turned out to be convincing enough to the public. Because of that, I officially shut down support for this path and declared it a dead end. I never expected that after all these years, there would still be people persisting in researching this evolutionary path. And you have actually produced results. Aside from your shocking achievements in the military zone and the high value the giant god cult places on you, it is clear you are just an ordinary 9th stage, yet you possess a blood energy level and mental strength of a 2nd stage level 2. This actually surprises me quite a bit. Zichen fell silent, thinking, so my natural camouflage does not work on him at all. Meanwhile, the elder wondered, wait, what is this? His blood, energy, and mental strength have actually reached a high 2nd stage? He also sank into thought. I overestimated the effectiveness of my natural camouflage and underestimated the perception of a legendary powerhouse. The old man suggested, from this day forward, I hope you can unleash your true strength. Your absolute peak strength. There is no need to hide it. As a pureblood human, you should continuously challenge other geniuses. With machinery modification and gene fusion, let's see just how far a pureblood human can push their limits. Zichen chimed in. Governor, the reason I hid my strength is because I was afraid of standing out too much. If I did, those crazy cultists would target me and put my family in danger. Yongsheng continued, since I told you to show your true strength without hesitation, I will obviously guarantee the safety of both you and your family. Zichen thought to himself, that is exactly the promise I was waiting for. He replied firmly, understood, Governor. I will give it everything I've got to show you the absolute limits of a pureblood human. The old man said, Little Zhang, add Zichen's contact info and send him the list for his feedback. Right then, Zichen stared at his phone, completely stunned. The screen showed a list of the most outstanding young geniuses in the country. Only those under 30 were even eligible. Every single one of them was a once-in-a-century prodigy, each possessing the potential to evolve into a legendary tier being. They were also Earth's main fighting force in the war against the Origin. Zichen suddenly remembered Luo Tianxue, Han Han's nominal senior sister. The governor explained, most of those kids were sent to the Origin for specialized training before they were even school-aged. They didn't take the traditional academic route like you and other local geniuses. Zichen asked, Governor, how do geniuses like Jingda University's Li Yijin or that mechanical prodigy from the Jichin Corporation compare to the ones on this list? Yongsheng explained, there is no comparison. They're not even in the same league. Compared to the monsters in the Origin, those geniuses you know are nothing more than slightly larger ants. I sent you this list to show you that there's always a bigger fish out there. Don't limit your horizons to just Earth. Your talent right now is indeed impressive. It's already at the level of a mutant, but that's only for now. How far you can go in the future depends entirely on your performance from here on out. If you can make it onto the mutant list, you'll gain access to evolutionary resources that can upgrade you from an ordinary being to a rare tier 1. Zichen promised, Governor, I won't let you down. The old man replied, I look forward to seeing what you can do. There is still one more thing that has me really curious though. Shen Qinghan has xenobeast genes in her body, yet they didn't fuse. Instead, they're being actively suppressed, and she's even practicing blood tempering to follow the path of a pure-blood human. With her extraordinary talent, she'd easily rank near the very top of that list. Why is her personality so incredibly timid? Zichen quickly spoke up to defend her. Governor, she was severely bullied by her classmates when she was young, which left her deeply traumatized, causing her to become very introverted and shy. Yongsheng nodded in realization. So that's how it is. It's just a shame her biological level is so low. She clearly completed one round of body tempering, yet her biological level is only at ordinary tier 6. With a talent like hers, she should be doing much better. Both of you need to perform well so you can make the list together. Hearing this, Yu Yan and Chuan Wu shared the same shocking thought. What? Zichen's little wife is walking the path of a pure-blood human, and she's already mastered body tempering? Right after that, the old man left, with Dongji quickly following him. Governor, let me see you out. Once the deputy governor was gone, Zichen and Qinghan came clean to the others about the power they had been hiding. Chuanwu said coaxingly, Qinghan, since you're walking the path of a pure-blood human, why don't you join our Tianji pavilion? Dongji instantly flared with killing intent. You old Lu bastard. What do you think you're doing? He shot back. She's already on the pure-blood human path, so joining Tianji pavilion only makes sense. Dongji snapped. Are you blind? She is my disciple. Chuanwu replied. So what? Can't she be your disciple and still join Tianji pavilion? She argued back. Then you should have asked for my permission first. He said, fine, I'm asking you now. Do you agree to let her join Tianji pavilion? Before he could finish, Dongji dragged Chuanwu outside. We need to have a little chat outside, he yelled. Hey, don't use violence. I don't hit women. Yu Yan sighed helplessly. Our director is in for it now. He's just an ordinary tier being, yet he dares to act so cocky in front of Director Dong. A moment later, he walked back in with a huge grin. Qinghan, welcome to our Tianren Pavilion family. She was completely shocked. Director, you actually came back alive? And you even got Director Dong to agree? How on earth did you pull that off? Chuanwu waved it off. That's adult business. Kids shouldn't pry. In reality, Dongzi had told him, I'll let Qinghan join Tianren Pavilion, but on one condition you have to come to the Yuan family home for dinner. Chuanwu had instantly agreed. Deal. But now, his face looked troubled. Wait. That's not going to be some kind of trap, is it? Zichen suddenly spoke up. Director, you mentioned before that you'd help me find a backer. Just how strong is this backer compared to Peak Master Ye? Chuanwu replied, well, to be honest, I'm not really sure. Incensed, Zichen snapped. Director, are you messing with me? Chuanwu quickly explained. Hear me out first. That backer has always been sealed inside an ancient coffin. I've never actually met them, so I don't know a thing, but she is the pavilion master of the Tianren Pavilion. Her strength definitely won't be anything to scoff at. Zichen was taken aback. Wait, isn't the dean the pavilion master? Chuanwu replied casually, no, I'm just an archaeologist. The pavilion master actually dug me out of the ruins and trained me. Confused, Zichen asked, what is the real story here? Chuanwu explained, the pavilion master is an ancient, supreme expert. But above all, she is exceptionally kind-hearted. Renowned for over 1,000 years under the name Qi Qingmo, she holds the title of the Great Love Immortal Master. This body-tempering technique was excavated from those very ruins. It is an ancient body-tempering method from Earth's past, a path of evolution from that bygone era. If such a tempering method existed, there had to be people who dedicated themselves to practicing and evolving it. We call those groups sects or factions, and the Tianren Pavilion was one of the major sects from that era. During the Age of Gods, their pavilion master, Qi Qingmo, was different from other immortal masters who viewed mortals as mere insects. She saw mortals as her equals, sending food to those suffering from famine, digging canals to divert floodwaters in devastated areas, and even stepping in when other immortals oppressed them. To help weak mortals tread the immortal path and gain divine strength, she painstakingly researched and created this body and blood tempering art, allowing ordinary beings to evolve into gods. Sadly, by the time the ruins were excavated, the pavilion master was severely weakened and had fallen into a deep, unconscious slumber. She only had enough time to teach me the most basic body-tempering cultivation methods. Chuanwu continued with determination, but the pavilion master told me, as long as a pure-blooded human's body evolves into a high-level life form, they can break her seal by transferring their vitality and blood energy to her. Zichen, you are our best hope to become a high-level life form and wake her up. Zichen hesitated. Absorbing my blood energy? What if she doesn't break her seal and just drains me dry instead? Chuanwu reassured him. I told you, she is exceptionally kind. That absolutely won't happen. You don't need to worry. When the time comes, I'll have a few top experts accompany us. No need to hesitate. I'll send you all the information on the ancient bronze coffin and the Tianren Pavilion ruins so you can look into it further. As winter break neared its end, thanks to the rare treasures provided by Principal Yuan and Dean Lu, both Qinghan and Zichen made massive progress in their body tempering. Panting, Zichen thought, my fourth body tempering is complete. Even though my evolutionary level hasn't broken past ordinary Tier 9 yet, my current blood energy intensity can easily rival a high-level Tier 3 powerhouse. she cheered happily. This is amazing, Zishan. I've completed my second body tempering and evolved to ordinary tier 8. Zikan and Qinghan successfully broke through before the semester started, and he accompanied her to get her genetic injection. Zikan spoke up. Principal Yuan, Han and I are here. Dongji instructed her. This time, you are getting a gene injected from a water butterfly. It is extremely rare. See if you can tame it. Zikan realized that the water butterfly was an aquatic beast with mental strength that far surpassed other creatures of the same tier. Plus, it could unleash illusion attacks. She warned, the injection is complete. If you feel any discomfort in a moment, tell me immediately. Don't try to tough it out. Qinghan nodded. I understand, Master. Dongji said, I'll use my mental power to monitor the process. It looks like the taming has been highly successful. Once you fully master the water butterfly's gene, you will be able to use illusion attacks. She replied, I got it, Master. A bit later, Zikan asked curiously, Principal Yuan, could you tell me about your top disciple in the Origin Land? I'm quite curious about her. She replied, Are you curious because you saw her ranking on the mutant genius list? He nodded, Yes, that's exactly why. Dongji answered casually, I found her on a snow-covered mountain in the Origin Land 11 years ago. Back then, she was only 8 years old, huddled alone beneath a tree, barely clinging to life. Knowing her own days were numbered, Dongji took pity on the poor girl, saving her and taking her in as her disciple. She continued, Later, when it was time for me to return to Earth, I brought her to our base in the Origin Land, set up a place for her to stay, and left her there, visiting whenever I could. As for her background, I don't know much about it, and she doesn't remember either. She seems to have amnesia. Zichen asked with curiosity, Principal Yuan, is she a mutant? Dongzi replied, Yes, she is. And because she is a mutant, there's no way she could be the person you two knew when you were kids. Because the military strictly forbids mutants from entering Earth, Zichen fell into deep thought. But Luo Qianshui appeared right when Baishui transferred schools and vanished, and their ages matched perfectly. Could there be a method unknown to mankind that allows someone to travel from the Origin Land directly to Earth? Qinghan called out, Zichen, I'm all packed. Zichen said, Principal Yuan, we'll take our leave now. Meanwhile, both Xiaojian and Mo Yu were blasted right out of the doorway. Haidong shouted a warning. Anyone who dares to enter the training room or disobey the student council will be punished. He sneered, This is exactly what happens to people like you. But the moment the freshman saw Zichen arrive, he immediately cried out, Brother Zichen, you have to stand up for us. They have a group of seniors led by the Vice President of Public Relations of the Student Council. They've completely taken over the training room on the second floor of the gym, stopping the freshmen from using it, and they even beat people up. Mo Yu added, If you beat him until he spits blood later, I'll transfer 10 million to you. Ziken's eyes lit up at the mention of money. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. My bank account number is. Mo Yu didn't hesitate and immediately transferred the money. Then Mo Yu kicked the door open, shouting, Guo Haidong, get your ass out here. Your grandpa Li is back to kick your butt. Li Xiaojian chimed in. Guo Haidong, didn't you hear what Brother Yu said? Get the hell out here right now. Haidong walked out and sneered. And here I thought you brought some big shot, but it's just the top freshman of your batch. He quickly activated his danger perception, realizing the guy's biological level had already reached peak tier 3 ordinary stage, merging the genes of two mutated beasts, the blood energy giant demonic ape and the spirit type shadow phantom bat. Ziken said, I'll let you use him for practice. Just remember to beat him until he spits blood. Thinking about the 10 million, she replied, I got it. Haidong frowned. Sending her to fight me? Are you looking down on me? You go deal with her, Haidong ordered. Tianwei assured him, leave it to me. Junior Shen, today this senior is going to teach you how to respect your elders. But before she could even finish her sentence, Qinghan sent her flying with a single kick. The crowd went wild. What just happened? Is Shen Qinghan really that strong? She sent her flying with just one kick. She coldly glared at Haidong and said, Your turn. He activated his genes and roared, Junior Shen, I underestimated you earlier, but that kick of yours won't do a single bit of damage to me. Qinghan analyzed the situation, deciding to see if the water butterfly's illusion attack would work well here. Haidong was stunned and dizzy. How could she manipulate his blood energy and even launch a mental attack against him? She launched a surprise attack, kicking him, but he was too tough. His biological level was half a tier higher than hers. and his body was much stronger. I need to put more power into my blood energy control and mental attacks. Suddenly, Haidong clutched his head and screamed, "What's happening? My head feels like it's going to explode." Qinghan smiled with satisfaction. It actually worked. Now was the time to strike with all her might. A moment later, covered in wounds, he collapsed flat on the floor. She wiped her sweat, thinking she could also defeat enemies above her level on her own, just like Zichen. The crowd gasped in disbelief. The vice president of public relations for the student council actually lost to a freshman girl. It was like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Zichen grabbed her hand and raised it high. "Starting right now, Shen Qinghan and I represent the purebloods. We're setting up an open challenge right here to take on any student in the academy. Everyone is welcome to bear witness." "How's your leg? Does it hurt?" She replied, "It's fine. The active slug gene is already healing it." Someone shouted, "Are they crazy? These top freshmen have completely lost their minds." Among the 3 top high-level fighters in the student council was Vice President Tan Wanyi. She stepped forward and said, "Junior Shen, how about this senior exchanges a few blows with you?" The others chimed in, "Do it. She's the 3rd-ranked high-level expert on the peak leaderboards." "Is the student council seriously showing this much respect to a hot girl like Shen?" Wanyi said, "Junior Shen, make your move whenever you're ready." Qinghan quickly dashed forward. "Pardon me." She quickly revealed her true form, her entire body enveloped by massive wings. The razor-sharp feathers shot forward, wounding Qinghan's body. Seeing Qinghan fall, Zichen rushed over in a panic. She said weakly, "It's a shame. I lost on the very first clash." He comforted her. "A loss is just a loss. It's no big deal. Your performance earlier was amazing, well beyond my expectations." He looked at her tenderly. "Leave the rest to me." Tan Wanyi interrupted. "Junior, I've heard about what happened during the military zone training. I'm really curious why those sneaky bastards from the Shenshi cult value you so much." With that, she charged at him. "Let me see what you're truly made of." As the feathers flew toward him, Zichen unleashed his advanced mental power. They completely reversed their trajectory, leaving Wanyi in sheer shock. "What? Why are my own feathers turning back on me?" Seeing this, Wanyi panicked. "This is bad." The reversed feathers began to attack her relentlessly. The onlookers gasped in shock. "What's going on? What on earth just happened? Why did those feathers suddenly stop in midair, then turn around and shoot right back at the vice president? Is that mental power? Lin Zichen is using telekinesis to control those feathers. He's only a freshman, yet his mental power is already strong enough for telekinesis. Can the pure-blood human path strengthen both the mind and the body? He Hong analyzed. If his mental power is already this formidable, then his blood energy must be even stronger. Advanced Tier 1, or maybe even Advanced Tier 2. No, I have to completely destroy him before he fully grows into his power. He Hong spoke up. Lin Zichen, you are even more impressive than I imagined. But as the president today, I'm going to teach you a lesson on humility before your strength. If you haven't defeated any opponent yourself yet, stop showing off and looking down on others. Otherwise, they might easily end you right inside their water domain. Zichen thought to himself that since both beast genes were poison type, it was the perfect opportunity to test his poison immunity attribute. He replied, "You're absolutely right. That's why I've been keeping a low profile, at least until I found some solid backing. Now that my safety is guaranteed, it's finally time to show what I can really do. Since you've already unleashed your genetic form, I guess there's nothing left to say." The crowd gasped in shock. The president activated his mutated form right from the start. It looks like he's actually getting serious. Of course he has to be. What if he actually gets beaten by Lin Zichen? During last year's intercollegiate tournament, the genius of the Imperial Capital University, Li Yijin, was almost brought down by the president's mutated form. How on earth is this Lin Zichen guy planning to fight him? Zichen made a proposal. "President, let's make a bet. If I win, I get to take over as the student council president. But if you win, I'll steer clear of any student council members whenever I see them. Deal?" Zhou Shuhong agreed. "Fine, since you're asking for it, let's get this started." Shuhong immediately lunged toward Zichen with overwhelming force. Looking at him smugly, he thought the guy couldn't even dodge his attack. "Looks like I highly overestimated you. Is this how it ends?" Meanwhile, Zichen quietly activated his various genes in the blink of an eye. The poison immunity attribute was incredibly powerful. Throwing a solid punch, Zichen asked, "Was that last strike really the best you could do?" Hearing this, Hong's face completely froze in shock. What? Instantly activating his pack animal strength, Zichen's combat power surged. He declared, "Then I won't hold back anymore." With a single punch, Zichen sent Hong flying straight up, slamming his body into the ceiling as cracks spread everywhere. Hong's body was left battered and bruised as dust and smoke filled the air. The crowd erupted. Is Lin Zichen even human? How powerful is he exactly? The student council president got taken down by Lin Zichen in the blink of an eye. The president got absolutely crushed. Just how many more surprises does this pure-blood human path have in store for us? Zichen scratched his head. Oops, sorry. I might have overdone it a little. Meanwhile, a subordinate rushed over to the beaten president, saying, "President, you have a call. Please take this." "Dad, I want to purge all the mutated beast genes from my body. I'm going to follow the pure-blood human path." Everyone was in utter shock. Zhou Hong, a high-level evolved being, was actually taken down with a single punch by Lin Zichen, who was still just an ordinary human. Is the pure-blood human path really the future of humanity? I can't believe a single blow ended the student council president instantly. What kind of monster is this guy? Zichen picked her up and said, "Qinghan, let's go." Later, Zichen realized that the guy's genes were indeed top tier. Less than half an hour had passed, and yet all the injuries on his own body had completely healed, leaving absolutely no trace. "Let me help you wash that blood off your body," Qinghan offered warmly. "You looked so incredibly cool up on the stage earlier. Just one punch and that arrogant student council president was history." Everyone in the crowd was completely terrified. They were all so shocked they couldn't even utter a word. He smiled and replied, "You were pretty awesome yourself. You took down their external affairs vice president in the blink of an eye." She asked curiously, "Hey, Zichen, do you think we're officially the ultimate duo of Shandong University now?" Zichen laughed. "Of course we are." Back at the Tianren Pavilion, Dean Liu and Sister Yan wouldn't stop prying, eagerly asking all about how he managed to defeat Zhou Hong. Over the next few days, they compiled their findings and theories based on the research they'd done over the past 6 months. They theorized that opening the acupoints required a surge of mental energy. Once Zichen and Qinghan got back to their dorm, they immediately began experimenting by channeling their mental energy into their acupoints. Suddenly, in the middle of their cultivation, she let out a sharp gasp. Worried, he asked, "What's wrong?" Qinghan gasped in excitement. "Zichen, my acupoint actually moved. I just felt it vibrate." Zichen was stunned. "It actually moved? How did you manage that?" It turned out Qinghan had accidentally stumbled upon the exact method to loosen up the acupoints. 9 gentle waves of mental energy, followed by one final, powerful surge of blood energy. With this, the acupoints had indeed started to loosen up. At this rate, the day they'd fully open them was just around the corner. The scene shifts to a group of people discussing their latest haul. "This run wasn't bad at all. We took down 3 thundercloud beasts and traded them for 150 contribution points. I heard you even bagged a semi-rare ivy centipede this time. Impressive." "Ah, it was just pure luck." "What about Jingshu?" Shen Qinghan replied with clear disgust. "Why do you even care about her? She's a mutant, not an earthling. None of us want anything to do with her." Lu Yu chimed in. "Those who aren't our kind will always have different motives. That white-haired chick better stay far away from us." Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. "Well, look at everyone gathered here today." They all instantly greeted in unison. "Governor." The governor smiled. "I've come to share some news with you all. Very soon, your team will be getting 2 new members. They're both freshmen from Shandong University this year, 1 guy and 1 girl. They all shared the same thought. A freshman? Aren't they already adults? The geniuses who usually make the cut are under 10 years old. Could he be a late bloomer? Back in the room, someone reported, "That Lin Zichen guy didn't just defeat the student council president, Zhou Hong, he did it in a single blow. He's so young, yet his strength is absolutely terrifying. But Lin Zichen claimed he has powerful backing. We aren't sure if we should make a move." Or, Sha Ying spoke up, "Our main priority right now is transporting high-level primal creatures to this passage. Any issues regarding Lin Zichen can be put on hold for now. In 3 months, once we have enough high-level primal creatures in the underground passage, we will conquer Shanghai City and establish a primal base." He declared that when the time came, sending people to capture Lin Zichen wouldn't be too late. The scene shifted to when Lin Zichen walked in, and everyone called out in unison, "President." He spoke up, "I only came here today to talk. First of all, You are absolutely not allowed to violate the rights of the freshmen like you did before. Also, if anything comes up, just go to the vice president. There's no need to look for me. He stood up and said, "That's all I have to say, meeting adjourned." In Zekin's mind, his only reason for becoming the student council president was to get the credit hour stipend. Dealing with all that tedious administrative work was better left to them. Besides, those upperclassmen didn't really want to be ordered around by a freshman like him anyway. Yuyan gasped in disbelief. "Am I dreaming?" Chuanwu chimed in. "I've spent years researching the acupoint opening method. And yet, a girl who just joined a few days ago managed to crack it?" Qinghan scratched her face in embarrassment. "I just happened to notice the pattern of the impact. I tried using mental energy to trigger it, which is something you guys have probably thought of too. Zikin, how long do you think it will take me to completely open all my acupoints and evolve into a high-level being relying solely on a pure-blood human body?" Zichin replied, "If nothing unexpected happens, I think you can do it this semester." She sighed, "That sounds amazing. It's just a shame that my mental energy, and the Dean's, are still too weak to trigger the impact on our acupoints. By the way, Dean, why are you running so fast?" Chuanwu shouted back, "I'm off to find rare natural treasures to boost my mental energy." Yuyan chased after him. "If there was a way, why didn't you say so earlier?" Chuanwu yelled back, "Well, you didn't ask." Suddenly, a phone rang, catching Zikin off guard. It was an unknown number. A voice on the other end said, "Hello, Student Lin. This is Secretary Zhang. I accompanied Governor Ye on his visit to the Research Institute a few days ago." He remembered and replied, "Ah, Secretary Zhang, hello," he explained. "Governor Ye reviewed the surveillance footage of your challenge against the Student Council, and he believes you meet the criteria to be added to the mutant class genius list. I am also pleased to inform you that your girlfriend, Shen Qinghan, has met the requirements to be on the list as well. Governor Ye wants both of you to pioneer the path of pure-blood humanity first, before arranging for you to enter the primal land." Zikin asked, "How far do we need to develop to be considered a success?" Secretary Zhang replied, "Once your numbers reach 100 people, it will be considered a success." He answered, "All right, I understand. Thank you for letting me know, Secretary Zhang." Zichin fell into deep thought. Given the reputation he had built for pure-blooded humans so far, the next time the Tianren Pavilion recruited new members, getting 100 people shouldn't be a problem at all. Just then, Shiwei's voice startled them. "Sorry to interrupt. Uncle Lu, I want to join the Tianren Pavilion and follow the path of a pure-blood human." Chuanwu was taken aback. "Wait, does your father know about this?" She replied, "Yes, he does. He's actually the one who helped me purge the beast genes from my body." He burst into laughter. "Ma Zhenhe, you finally have your day. From this moment on, you are officially a member of the Tianren Pavilion." Yuyan hesitated. "Hold on, shouldn't we finish researching how to boost our mental energy first?" Chuanwu walked away, saying, "I have to go mock old Ma right now." A month later, Zikin had completed his 5th body tempering mastery, with his 5th flesh tempering progress more than halfway done. Han Han, who was training alongside him, had already reached her 3rd bone tempering. After some time, thanks to a large supply of rare natural treasures, the Dean and Sister Yuyan's mental energy finally grew strong enough to break through their acupoints. System notifications began to chime repeatedly. "You have successfully unlocked the Dimensional Rat Compendium and Spatial Storage." Zikin had consumed a vast amount of the Dimensional Rat's life essence, allowing him to unlock the beast's entry and its spatial storage attribute. He muttered, "Can I control this with just my mind? Let me give it a try." Qinghan walked out, looking confused. "Why are you staring at me like that?" He explained, "I just pulled off a little magic trick. Do you feel like you're missing something?" She gasped, "Missing something?" Her face flushed as the realization hit her. "Zikin, you!" She screamed in embarrassment. "Where did you put my underwear?" Meanwhile, the system chimed. "2 items have been added to your spatial storage." At that very moment, a blaring alarm sounded. The primal land was under a massive, large-scale attack. Calling all high-level biological fighters from Shanghai and the Nanjiang Province Education Headquarters, mobilized to the entrance of the primal land immediately to defend. Dongji hung up the phone, her face instantly tightening. "I got it. This subordinate will report this to the sect leader right away." Over on Earth, Lin Zikin has been gaining a lot of power lately, and many people are leaning toward the pure-blood path. "Will this interfere with our plans?" Bai Wei replied, "It is fine. The pure-blood path requires too high of a physical talent. It is impossible to popularize on a large scale. We just need to systematically research gene fusion, lowering the threshold even further, so that more Earthlings can become gene fusers. He agreed. You're right. On the Earth side, the Great Elder has prepared everything. We can attack Shanghai City at any moment. She ordered the immediate gathering of beast hordes from all over to launch a massive attack on the humans' primal ground bases. Lure all of Earth's top powerhouses to the primal grounds, creating an opening for the Great Elder to seize Shanghai City. This subordinate obeys. The Dean of Academic Affairs at Shanghai University announced that the residential campus will be closed indefinitely until further notice, and all students must transition to self-study. Following that, all faculty and staff who had reached the rank of high-tier lifeform or above-boarded military vehicles before dusk. They were split into 3 groups and flew in 3 different directions, heading toward the entrances of primal grounds 34, 35, and 36. Instantly, the entire campus erupted into frantic discussions. The dean informed Zichen and Qinghan that the primal grounds were under a large-scale attack by exotic beasts. The only thing they could do now was to grow stronger and acquire more self-defense capabilities before disaster struck. After finishing his cultivation, Zichen suddenly became excited. I broke through, Qinghan said confidently. Zichen, I've broken through too. On this day, Qinghan and he finally broke through their heart apertures at the same time, successfully evolving into high-tier life forms together. Chuan Wu reminded them, once you evolve into high-tier life forms, you'll be able to transfer your vital energy to the Pavilion Master. I originally wanted to find some powerful guardians to accompany you to meet the Pavilion Master, but now all the experts have headed to the primal grounds. He said, then let's go now. To himself, he thought, who knows when they'll actually return from the primal grounds. Besides, I have my danger sense. If things go south, I'll just run. Meanwhile, chaos erupted as a giant beast appeared, slamming its massive fist into the ground and sending a crowd of people flying. Dongji quickly retaliated, utilizing her powerful water techniques. Her power blew the beast's trunk away. He Muzi, the Lord of City 36, also conjured countless hands to strike. Someone screamed, "The Elephant King is here. Everyone, charge." Together, they combined their forces to assault the beast. Dongji asked, City Lord He, how is my eldest disciple, Luo Tiangshu, doing over there? Muji replied, same as always, cold, distant, and not very popular. The squad of mutant-level geniuses she joined 2 days ago is currently following Deputy City Lord Zhen Ning. They launched a surprise attack on Nuke Valley from the main city. If you were planning to visit her at the main city, you should probably forget about it. You won't be able to see her. The scene shifted as Chuan Wu spoke up. This is the bronze coffin where the Pavilion Master rests. The one lying inside is the Pavilion Master. Zichen closed his eyes, feeling his mental energy unable to penetrate the ancient coffin. It was repelled by the coffin, making it completely impossible to sense the person inside. Chuan Wu spoke respectfully. Pavilion Master. These 3 are the young geniuses I mentioned to you earlier. The one I just mentioned is 19-year-old Lin Zichen. He has completed body tempering 5 times and reached high-tier biological rank stage 4. A voice echoed from inside. Lin Zichen. My body is currently very weak. I need you to transfer a portion of your vital energy to help me recover. In exchange, I will do my best to grant whatever you desire. Are you willing? Zichen replied, as a member of the Celestial Pavilion, I am willing to unconditionally offer my vital energy to you, Pavilion Master. To himself, he thought, first, let's get on her good side. I'll need to rely on her powerful backing in the future. The Pavilion Master was pleased. Excellent. Once I recover, I will keep my promise and grant whatever you desire. Now, I will teach you how to transfer your vital energy to help me recover. Place your hand on the center of the bronze coffin's lid, then release your vital energy. Zichen thought to himself, I'll keep my danger sense active. The moment something feels off, I'm out of here. Whoa, it's absorbing it way too fast. Almost all the vital energy in my body has been drained. Fortunately, I still have plenty of blood replenishment pills in my storage space. These blood replenishment pills can help me quickly recover my vital energy. As long as the Pavilion Master doesn't completely drain me all at once, I'll be fine. 10 minutes later, Qinghan asked anxiously, Dean, it's been so long, why isn't the transfer finished yet? Zichen is going to be okay, right? Chuan Wu replied, he'll be fine. The Pavilion Master and Zichen definitely know what they're doing. The fact that they are still going means nothing serious is wrong. Suddenly, the 3 of them shouted in unison, It's moving! He leapt back, screaming, "Everyone, scatter, now!" They gasped in shock as the coffin began to shake violently. Qingmo stepped out of it, looking incredibly cold and imposing. Zikan realized that keeping a physical body indestructible inside a bronze coffin for so long was no small feat, so he first used his danger perception to scan her biological data. She spoke up. "You are only at the advanced stage. Yet you dare to probe someone else's biological data? You've got some serious nerve." He was startled, realizing he'd been caught. Qingmo then asked, "Dean Liu, how many members does our Deva Pavilion have in total now?" He respectfully replied, "Pavilion Master, including you, there are 6 of us in total. There is another person who just joined the Deva Pavilion a few days ago. Since she hasn't fully integrated yet, I didn't bring her along." Suddenly, Qingmo released a heavy wave of killing intent and said, "As for the body tempering stage of the early phase blood refining art, I assume you all have mastered it by now. Now, I will pass down the acupoint opening method to you." The Pavilion Master had passed down the blood refining art and the basic form of the acupoint opening method, which turned out to bear an incredible resemblance to the method Qinghan had accidentally developed. The acupoint opening method itself wasn't difficult. The key was the exact rhythm used to stimulate the acupoints. The only hurdle was that this method demanded an extremely high physical threshold. Qingmo then spoke, "I've given you the acupoint opening method. Consider it compensation for the vitality you just provided me. These 2 light dark twin fruits are yours. Once you eat them, both your vitality and spiritual energy will be heavily boosted." Zikan quickly stepped forward to receive the gift from her. Qingmo told him, "Take it." He replied, "Thank you, Pavilion Master." She said indifferently, "No need to thank me. This is compensation, not a reward. I still have some matters to take care of, so I'll be leaving first. I'll come find you guys later." Watching her vanish into thin air, they were stunned. Where did she go? Zikan thought to himself, "I can't sense her at all within a 1,000-meter radius. She disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if she never even existed. Just how powerful is she?" Union wondered, "Dean, do you know what rank of powerhouse the Pavilion Master is? She feels ridiculously strong to me." Tuanwu replied, "Although I don't know her exact biological rank, based on the sheer power she just displayed, I'd guess she is at least an epic tier powerhouse. Or maybe even a legendary tier powerhouse. It's not out of the question." She gasped. "A legendary tier powerhouse? That's the level of a peak master. That's way too insane." He countered, "What's so insane about that? I honestly feel like our Pavilion Master is a mythic tier powerhouse, completely omnipotent. According to the records in the ruins, back in that ancient era, humans made up the largest portion of immortals, and the most powerful immortal gods were humans as well." Zikan pondered, if that era really had immortal gods everywhere, then where did all those powerful gods go? Did they all seal themselves away to survive, just like Qingmo? Why would such powerful immortal gods choose to seal themselves just to prolong their lives? The scene shifts to the Deva Pavilion's treasury. Qingmo fell into deep thought. All the stored evolutionary resources are completely gone. Maybe the disciples back then took advantage of my self-sealing state to completely clean out the treasury. It looks like before I find a solution, I'll have to rely on that junior's blood to survive. How annoying. Meanwhile, Zichen was examining the prize. "This is the light dark twin fruit the Pavilion Master gave us to share. Here, this half is yours." Qinghan immediately agreed. "All right." As they both unleashed their power at the same time, they couldn't help but think, "This is way too good." He realized his biological rank had shot up by an incredible amount. Qinghan added, "For the Pavilion Master to get her hands on an exotic treasure like this, just how strong is she?" "Zichen, this feels so surreal. Our freshman year isn't even over, yet we've already evolved into high-level organisms." Ziken agreed. "Yeah, it really does." She turned to look at him. "Now that our biological rank has reached a higher stage, we meet the criteria to enter the origin ground, right? I wonder if the origin ground is really as bizarre and mystical as what we learned during our special training at the military base." Ziken replied, "Once the Deva Pavilion recruits 100 new members, we'll probably enter the origin ground. We'll find out once we get there and see it for ourselves." Right then, Qingmo floated outside the window, startling both of them as she said, "The origin ground you two were just talking about." She couldn't help but ask curiously, "What kind of place is it, exactly?" Ziken gasped in surprise. "Pavilion Master. It's the middle of the night. Why are you showing up out of nowhere? He couldn't help but wonder if this great love heavenly master was secretly a creep. This was no different from a ghost eavesdropping right outside their window. Qingmo phased straight through the wall and said, "Could you give me a brief rundown on this origin ground?" At the pavilion master's request, Zikin gave a brief introduction of what he knew about the origin ground and how it connected to Earth. Zikin explained, "Basically, the origin ground is an upgraded version of Earth, packed with an abundance of evolutionary resources." The scene shifts as a loud voice rings out. "Eighth Elder, could it? Didn't the Elder say we should wait until they launch their full-scale ground assault before we make our move on Lin Zichen?" He replied, "If we wait for the Grand Elder to make a move, it'll be way too late. If we wait for the Grand Elder to launch the attack, a massive wave of cyborg experts will definitely rush to reinforce Shanghai City in no time. By then, we won't have a golden opportunity to strike Lin Zichen like we do right now. That's why I've decided to ambush him tonight. Are you with me or against me?" His subordinates roared, "We support the Eighth Elder's decision. Let's capture Lin Zichen in one fell swoop." Meanwhile, Qingmo was totally bewildered. "But how do we even get into the origin land?" Zikin explained. "In Kyushu, provincial-level military headquarters and above are all controlled by a biological pathway leading directly to the origin land. Once you pass through these biological pathways, you can enter the origin land." She thought, "It seems this so-called origin land is a completely foreign place I've never set foot in. I must find a chance to sneak in and investigate it." "Curious," he asked. "Pavilion Master, is there something urgent that brings you to visit us so late at night?" Qingmo replied, "I apologize for dropping in unannounced so late, but I walked a long distance today, and my vital energy is almost completely depleted. I need your help to replenish and maintain my life force, which is why I came to find you. At first, I planned to knock on the window, but after hearing you two talk about the origin land, I decided to sit down and listen for a bit." Zichen thought to himself, "Well, that's a bit intrusive, but okay." He spoke up. "Pavilion Master, can't you generate your own vital energy?" Qingmo closed her eyes gloomily and replied, "No, my path of evolution relies on refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but the spiritual energy in this world is almost entirely dried up. Without worldly spiritual energy, most of my bodily functions shut down, making me unable to produce vital energy or divine sense. Every little bit I use is gone forever, until my life force is completely drained and I perish. Until my body can generate its own vital energy, I'll need you to give me your blood. Of course, once it's done, I will compensate you handsomely." Qinghan spoke up. "Pavilion Master, I'm also a high-grade pureblood human. Why don't you drain mine instead?" She was worried. Little Chen had so much blood drained during the day. If this keeps up, how can his body possibly take it? She replied bluntly, "The quality of your blood is far too low. I can't absorb it." Suddenly, Qingmo pulled out a treasure and demanded, "Open your mouth." Startled by her words and actions, Zikin immediately opened his mouth. The moment he complied, she tossed a pill right into his mouth. Qingmo explained, "This pill will help you rapidly regenerate your vital energy." Qingmo said, "Now, give me your vital energy, or you'll explode from the sheer volume of blood energy surging inside you. Place your palm over my heart and release your vital energy." Zikin's face instantly flushed red. "Over her heart? Isn't that right on her chest?" "Oh, whatever. If I hesitate any longer, my body is going to blow up." He spoke up. "Pavilion Master, you just said your evolutionary path is refining worldly spiritual energy, but you also created the blood-tempering art. Doesn't that mean you're dual cultivating two evolutionary paths?" He knew he had to quickly change the subject to distract himself. She replied, "Yes, dual cultivation of immortal and martial paths. The immortal path is about refining worldly spiritual energy, while the martial path focuses on body tempering. The reason I created the blood tempering art was to serve as a technique for the body tempering path. These two evolutionary paths of immortal and martial are not superior or inferior to each other. They simply point in different directions. The immortal path focuses on techniques, while the martial path focuses on the physical body. But from start to finish, the ultimate goal of both evolutionary paths is exactly the same. So, choose whichever path suits you best. However, for the vast majority of living beings, refining spiritual energy is far easier than tempering the body. Because of that, in my era, almost all the top powerhouses followed the path of refining spiritual energy." Zikin asked curiously, "If the ultimate goal of evolution is the same, Shouldn't it make more sense to focus on just one specific path? Why divide your attention to dual cultivate both? Qingmo explained. Because worldly spiritual energy was becoming increasingly scarce back then, those who followed the path of refining spiritual energy were forced to switch to body tempering. Otherwise, once the Dharma ending era arrived, they would have perished completely. The Pavilion Master continued to explain that once the Dharma ending era arrived, all living beings of that age were destined to perish, and those capable of sealing themselves to survive, like the Pavilion Master, were a tiny minority, the strongest among the strong. 6 hours later, she said with satisfaction, "That's enough. The vital energy in your body is almost completely drained. Get some rest for the day, and we'll continue tonight. This is your compensation for helping me with the blood transfers over the next few days." Zikin looked in surprise at the pill he had just received. She explained, "This is the blood nurturing pill. Once taken, it can rapidly restore your vital energy, and is highly effective in opening your heart and body acupoints, or even fighting a life and death battle with the enemy really had its benefits." Curious, he asked, "Oh, by the way, Pavilion Master, I still have one more question I'd like to ask you." Qingmo asked, "What is it?" Shu Chen showed her. "Pavilion Master, do you happen to recognize these runes?" She replied coldly, "I don't. But I feel like I've seen something similar in some ancient ruins back in my era." He was stunned. Ancient ruins from the spiritual energy era? Could it be the underwater ruins from the director's video? Shu Chen quickly ran off, calling out, "Pavilion Master, don't go to sleep just yet. I'm going to run over to the research institute to grab something for you to see." Qinghan ran after him, shouting, "Xiao Chen, wait up, I'm coming with you." He told himself he had to get his hands on that video as quickly as possible to show the Pavilion Master. Suddenly, as the two of them barged in, they were shocked to see Yuyan wearing absolutely nothing, her bare body fully exposed right in front of them.